September 2023, the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, finally delivered its long-awaited judgments on petitions challenging the outcome of the presidential election held on 25th of February 2023. This judgment was delivered within the statutory time frame under the extant status. We acknowledge the court's contributions to due process and seeming attempt to strengthen our democracy. As petitioners in this case, we respect the views and ruling of the court, but we disagree with the court's reasoning and conclusions in the judgment it delivered. It is my intention as the presidential candidate and the intention of Labour Party to challenge this judgment by way of appeal immediately as allowed by the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The PEPC has rendered its judgment, but that esteemed body is not the final arbiter. The responsibility now falls on the Supreme Court. I do know that the judgment is not conterminous with justice. I implore Nigerians to remain focused, steadfast, and peaceful, and to abide by the rule of law and understand this matter has not reached its logical conclusion. Our legal team has already received our firm instruction to file an appeal against the decision. I shall not relent in quest for justice, not necessarily for myself, but for indeed for our teeming supporters all over Nigeria, whose mandate to us at the post was regrettably truncated by INEC. The strength and value of our democracy reside on solid national institutions and our confidence in them. Electoral litigations will almost be unnecessary and non-existent if the Independent National Electoral Commission discharges its statutory functions creditably, transparently, and with defendable fairness. When that body fails, as it did recently, thus subverting the will of Nigerian voters, the recourse to judiciary becomes imperative, as is now the case. I thank every Nigerian who has supported our cause and campaign for a new Nigeria, characterized by fairness, equity, justice, rule of law, peace, prosperity, inclusiveness, sustainable growth and development. A new Nigeria is possible and achievable. I especially thank our legal team, the Labour Party and the Obedient family, and all those who showed up daily during our court trials. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Cases have tended to put a distance between us, but when we resume in our normal cases, we shall see and interact better. Thank you, and God bless us all.
We shall stand on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate. We shall stand. We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand. We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand on your mandate, on your mandate. On your mandate we shall stand. And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. Sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is September the 9th, 2023. It's Saturday, wonderful weather here in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to the show. This is Have Your Say 247, when we give you the opportunity to come on and have your say on issues affecting Nigeria and Africa. And this is one of those days when across the continent and across Nigeria, we are having conversations about the future of the country. We had the judgment from the PEPT and people reacting to that all through the week. We are now moving on to the Supreme Court. And what does that mean? You know, we want to have that conversation. What happens after the Supreme Court rules? Where do we go from there? Also, as we speak, the G-20, they're having a meeting in India. And Bola Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is there. Joe Biden is there, and all the other leaders from all over the world, the top 20 economics in the world. We know that China is not there, Russia is not there. We're going to talk about what it means, because we're hearing that AU, African Union, has been made a permanent member of the G20. What does that mean? So also in Morocco, we know there was an earthquake there last night, I believe, and more than 800 people are dead. We are going to talk about that, and any other thing that you are interested in discussing, we are going to have that conversation. Once again, thank you for joining us. And if you are in the studio and you want to be part of the conversation, please turn on your camera. We are going to let you into the studio. All right, let me go to straight and bring in the people that we have right now. Ikolola, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Yes, Igbo Basics, actually, we are in an international genocide program right now. And Otikoja from Oka is just giving us a flu out of the program we're having. I think I sent you that.
Yeah, I saw that, and it was in conflict with this one. So I thought, yeah, but okay, good. As much as
that's taking place now is huge.
It's what?
It's huge. It's taking place now.
Okay, where is it taking place? Where?
It's taking place virtual, but people from Oka and people from different places up to Saudi Arabia. You mean
Oka in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the Otikoja who just was talking to us now.
Okay. Very good. All right, we'll be checking in on you. If there's any big news out of that conference, let us know. Of course. So we are going to touch on several issues in the news. Ikolola, let me start with you. Is there anything that you're paying attention to across Nigeria, Africa?
No, not necessarily. In Nigeria, Africa, I heard about the AU being the African Union being elected as a permanent member of the G20. In fact, I was wondering why now, so I think it's something I really need to explore and find out, because some people would have a better analysis. But it's strange. Why is it after BRICS seem to be gaining ground? So it has to be looked at from that perspective. But to be very to answer your question straight, that's the only thing that really piqued my interest, because in the terms of the the judgment from the courts, I think most of us were expecting that the it was all written all over the wall. I mean, even the blind could see it, that it wasn't going to be fair judgment. In fact, I only listened to 30 minutes of the judge's pronouncement on that day, and that told me this is not good.
All right, we're going to get into all that. Igbo basics. What are you watching other than watching the genocide conference? What else are you watching in Nigeria? Unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
I'm not dumbfounded. I'm following everything that has happened in Nigeria throughout this week, and so our eyes is on the ground. Primarily, I'm waiting for Chidomangu tomorrow to come on. And, maybe you didn't know Chidomangu was my junior in Ezema High School.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So he's a solid Aba boy, and we are the stock of who we call J.W. Mogu. Papa Joe, who later on went to Holy Ghost College.
Wow.
KJ, it's good to see you. So I don't have too much to say right now because of the program. And
yeah, I understand. All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good to see you.
You came in early today.
Yes, I did. And that's because a lot has been happening that needs to be discussed. And thank you for the opportunity. So many things going on. You could see that just like we have spoken of this program, the judgment coming out from the court, no matter how you see it, I want to remain on the side of the fact that I don't think it's totally a fair judgment. And so I'll leave it at that. Right now, like I said, I've always only followed that judgment. I've followed various lawyers' discussions. I followed a friend of mine, or rather spoken with a friend of mine who's a lawyer here in the US, since the law of the subpoena and the front loading was something adopted from the US. How is it practiced and what's supposed to be? And since he was a practicing lawyer in Nigeria and here now, it was a very robust discussion. And so you could see that, it's neither here nor there. Some of the judgment was plain to the gallery. And then, it's like he said, because his father was a chief judge. And like he said, discussing and having, banter with him. And it's difficult to prove. But he feels that a fair challenge was brought in, which he doesn't think that the ruling was supposed to be tilted, 5-0. It's absurd, That's what I'll say for now, Dr. Damages. I'll wait to get into the discussion.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's ask you, KJ, is there any story that you're watching that is not on the list of things I mentioned earlier on?
No.
Out of Nigeria. There's something I'm seeing. I'm not sure if I can confirm that about Wike. I wanted to say Governor Wike, the minister in charge of Abuja. There's this story about what he said happened in Abuja before he took over. I need to confirm that if anybody is aware of certain things. And KJ, if you confirm anything from him, I don't want to mention the things I'm saying until I get a credible source that will probably confirm that. But anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about the judgment. Actually, I spent 13 hours of my life listening to those guys. And after the fact, people started paying detailed attention to what they said and what happened. And the consensus, it appears as if most people had issues with that judgment. Ikolola, let me start from you. What is your take? How did you, now that you have time to digest it, you said you watched only 30 minutes.
I didn't think anything would come out of that judgment. In truth and honesty, when the process started, I was skeptical from the start. So for me, I wasn't following. And it got to a point. Someone called me a day before and said, "Look, the judgment is tomorrow." So I said, "Okay, we'll just see what happens." But it wasn't as if I was keen, because this is my position about the country. I think we are making a very big mistake by thinking these people are rational. They're not rational thinking people. That is the mistake we keep making, expecting something good or fair to come from them. They are not rational. I mean, the only person I had who sounded even rational a bit was the former governor of Rivers State, the one before Wike. Amechi. He said, "You don't stone us. This is why we keep doing this. You don't stone us." What he's saying is that you don't react as a people. And if you don't react as a people, how do we come to rationality? Because in our bubble, what we are doing is good enough.
So were you expecting a reaction from the people?
I've been expecting a reaction from Nigerian youths for a very long time.
What do you want them to do?
Good. That is a very interesting question. You see, we have fallen to a level of grammar. We want to talk. I've always said this. We want to talk, and we think grammar will change things. But these people are smiling to the bank. So why would your grammar change them? I mean, Wike has just gone from governor to minister, and he changed his car to a 300,000 pounds Lexus. What in you makes you think that that person is thinking about you? And you see, let me break it down this way. It is a book in about Mandela. I can't remember the. I think it was a Walk to Freedom. Yes, the Walk to Freedom. If you read the Walk to Freedom, they believed that the apartheid regime at some point will come to rationality. But the apartheid regime never came to rationality. So they had to resort to violence. And they resolved to violence. It was the violence they resolved to that took Mandela to prison. Not that when he was going to court or whatever. It was the violence that they resorted to that took Mandela to prison. Yes, it took Mandela to prison for 27 years. But the youth continued. And it was that violence that the apartheid regime feared. It is not out of, they didn't give it to them on a platter of gold. You see, when you listen to even these people you are looking up to be rational, they tell you the truth sometimes. When the man there came and told you power is not served a la carte, he's telling you the most sincere thing he has ever said to anybody. If you sit there and speak grammar for all your life, nothing will change.
All right. Thank you. We'll come back to you and get more practical things you want, because I'm not sure you are advocating for violence. I don't think that's what you're advocating, but we'll come back to you.
Yeah, about a month or thereabout ago, I think it was Dr. Obi Makama, the lawyer that came on this program and spoke to us. I think I done 90 Minutes Africa. The gentleman pretty much says that they were going to kind of like dance with this status quo. That if we were expecting something different, it was on this program. He said it as we were discussing with him, that they were going to try to make, in my own words, they are going to make a square pole fit in a round hole. And it's not surprising. That's number one. They did what they did, which is a wholesale rape of not only democracy, a wholesale rape of justice. It's a wholesale slap on the face of Nigerians. And for all those who have participated in this sham so-called judicial system, they have something else coming. And as for what Nigerians are going to do, Nigerians have grown not only thick-skinned, but Nigerians have come of age to the extent that if you expect them to rush down to the street, they sit down, they look you. But Nigerians have been pushed so far to the point where the hunger on the street, where people are actually practically dying of hunger, is what is going to come at the ruling class. Nobody's going to hide. Truth is the truth. Forget about the international connections. If we are waiting for the international body to come and bail us out, no, because their hands are in the cookie jar. They're not coming. We, as Nigerians, have a responsibility to rescue that country. And the way we're going to do it, personally, I believe in Obi. You don't say everything you're going to do. But the fact is that it's about time, and KJ will understand my language here. It's about time that those who have brought us to our knees, I just bought a dollar with 900 naira. It's about time that some of them will go to Abriba. KJ, you understand me clearly.
All right, Igbo Basics, thank you. Yes. I don't know what's in Abriba, but you will explain that later. Chinonyere, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and greetings, panelists.
All right, Chino, I know you are in Nigeria, you're in Imo State, and last time we saw you, you were talking about Japa, leaving the country. How do you feel after the judgment of the tribunal?
Saying it's a miscarriage of justice, I think it's an understatement. It's a complete murder of justice. A complete murder of justice, a murder of both the mother and child. The Nigerian judiciary just murdered the Nigerian constitution. That is a complete murder of justice, and I don't think justice can be gotten anywhere in Nigeria if the citizens decide to wait for justice to come through the legal system. Then they should forget about Nigeria. Justice can never come from a corrupt system. The only way to salvage the situation of Nigeria now is the citizens. They should stand up. Like I said here some time ago, if other Nigerian citizens have the kind of mind I have, we'll go out there, neither fearing death nor anything. Storm the whole place. If we die, we die. If we perish, we perish. It's too much. Like they are taking we Nigerians for a ride. These people are just joking with us. We seem like fools to them. They don't care about how we feel. They don't care about giving us justice.
Thank you, Chinonyere. I think you are frozen, and we'll come back to you. KJ, I know you've been watching all the reactions. What is your take now, 2 days after?
2 days after, I have not changed my initial, initial belief that it was totally a miscarriage of justice and a blatant insult on the mentality of Nigerians. It's like, trying to deceive your 5 years old that apple and orange are the same thing. I'll give an example because like I said, I've discussed with a couple of lawyers, and one of them cited. He just took one example among many others, that this particular Chief Justice of Federation had a case with Mohammed Abacha, upon which he said civil forfeiture of whatever kind is a crime, for which they were holding Mohammed Abacha at that time. That ruling is still in the history of, or the annals of the judiciary in Nigeria. Why did they not quote that? Why did they choose to quote other ones and probably just gloss through all the rest? And he said something to me which I find very interesting. He said, jurists don't descend to the arena of the fight. You don't join yourself with the litigants or whoever they are. You don't come down to the level of quoting, frivolous quotations like, "Are you trying to intimidate us with social media?" It simply means that you don't even know what you're doing, because that's not your forte, that's not your take. Okay, and then they also went to the point of being the one defending, okay, the actions of the APC. He said, for instance, he was shocked that they said, this is Shetima must have made a mistake, and even if he filled two forms, he did it by mistake. It's not intentional. Okay, that is going beyond what you are supposed to be judging. That is now you putting yourself as a defendant, and also now preferring solution, or rather the reasons why such actions or inactions was not taken. And then he said something, which I'm yet to also find out. He said, when it is, in the US here, when you subpoena a person, you're not supposed to front load the person's, how can you front load what do you call it now? A witness interview that you don't even have. It's not as if the person is coming on your behalf. You are forcing the person. That's what it means by subpoenaing the person. When you subpoena, you are forcing the person to come and give testimony concerning an action or inaction which he took for a particular thing. It's not the person coming willingly. So there's no way you will have been able to front load this what he's saying, the person's interview or what you call a statement. It's not possible. It's as the court is going on that you are taking that what he's saying, and after that you submit it. So saying that they should have been able to upload this thing was, for instance, I say in the Nigerian case, the judges were not there to sign it. There was no judge yet appointed at the time these people decided to begin to put materials together. So even if they had wanted to interview those people and those people have willingly agreed, there was no judge to approve the subpoena. Remember, these people are not coming on their own. Okay. And then the person who comes on behalf of Amazon, you said the person is an interested party. Well, the person didn't come. So because an interested party, you cannot accept the person's testimony or statement. But you also turned around and took the statement and accepted the statement of the man who came from APC, who is the APC majority leader in the House, in the Federal House. You took his statement, you accepted that what he said was correct. But you didn't, on this side, you didn't accept that what these people said was correct. So you begin to see, something that looks too funny for me. And there are other ones, which, I mean, if I go ahead, I will take one after the other, because like I said, just like you, I listened throughout. I woke up that day and I said, today, I was here. And when it went beyond 5 hours, I knew what you were aiming for. You are a teacher, so you know that sometimes when students don't have anything to tell you, they write whole paragraph, and it's so voluminous that if you're not careful, you'll be afraid of you reading. You say, this person must have written so much, and I just give the person a good mark. But if you're a very careful teacher, you sit down, you read everything, and at the end you find out that all the things the person wrote is just nonsense. So when they start reading for so long, I became apprehensive that this is where we're going. It's not going to mean anything. And of course, we're not disappointed. I don't think majority of the average Nigeria, and listen, this is what the lawyer told me. He said, people tell you there's no morality in the law. But he said the purpose of the law is for the people, the ordinary people, to find closure or justice. And so when your ruling does not bring any form of closure to the society you are ruling over, what sense does it make? In these same people, this same tribunal told us right from the beginning. You remember the very strong statement the judge made, which made us all happy. Look, APC or INEC, if you like, waste time. We're not going to accept any technicality in this judgment. That was the first thing that gave Nigerians confidence. We all said, thank God. This man said, no technicality. It is going to be based on what they see. Now you quote technicalities. The reason why this is, according to this, the reason why this, all technicalities at the end of the day, out of 30 witnesses, you threw out 10, okay? And even the other 3, you find it funny to accept. Even the experts in the field, we are all told they are not experts. Because the professor who gave the calculation was asked, so if you're not in the field, how can you now say? Am I supposed to be in the field to be able to work with figures? Big companies nowadays even give out their their statistics and all that out to people who they don't even know, who do all that thing in their house based on the submissions they're giving you, and you return. It's going on right now. In fact, there are some people sitting in Nigeria now who are working for American companies on the internet. They don't know them, you don't see them, but you send all the information you want, the people put it together and send back to you. So why are you saying the man has to be on the field? If not, whatever he's saying doesn't make sense. Why did you get this information? I downloaded it from INEC website. Then what you're saying doesn't make sense. So you see, and then you see something very important. And I felt, even me, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that one. When you're going to court, you have to bring certified true copy. Certified true copy only comes from INEC. Both Obi team and Atiku's team, we are all coming back to court more than 3 times to say it's been impossible to get anything from this INEC. You as a judge, never for once, hold INEC in contempt for not giving them those materials. Then in the final judgment, you never found it, you never rebuked INEC for once. You didn't even say, for not being able to give these people all the material they need, you are holding them accountable. You just simply said the people could not find it. And so since they didn't submit anything that is reasonable, you cannot accept it. I mean, how fair can this be? Okay. And then some lawyers, of course, Nigeria. And just like you said earlier, you were asking, one of Kolala. How do you call his name?
Ikolala.
Yeah. You are asking Ikolala, what will be the reaction? What's going to be the reaction? The people have been captured. Okay? The people have been captured. Nothing is going to happen. You see, me even talking here, remember in your show here, we have said this is going to be the outcome. So I'm only talking because, we need to talk about it. But not because I'm surprised anything is going to happen. The same people who helped Tinubu to get into government are the same Nigerian people, the masses. Okay? Tinubu didn't rig him and Shehu, his son, alone. No. It is the young men and young women. It is the INEC officials who are under the oppression of this same government that do the dirty job. I rest my case for now.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Dan, welcome to the show. Dan, unmute yourself.
Yes, greetings to everybody. I know it's morning in America. We are late here in Stockholm.
So, Dan, how has it been? It's been a few days since the judgment. How do you feel about it now?
Of course, you know how I feel or I felt that day. First of all, I made a promise that if they should give us that our mandate, I was going to naked myself on your program.
I didn't know about that. That would have been.
I said it clearly, but that was just to tell you how much I did not believe it's going to be possible. That's because it's not easy for a man to naked himself in public. So that was my own feeling that, no, I don't believe. The day that I was really sad was the day Tinubu was sworn in. That was when it was done on me. I said, so this guy, all these things they are saying, so it's true. But after that, all those court cases, go to court, go to court. I've seen so many experiences, even dealing with Nigerians. When they cheat you, you say, boy, go police, so go anywhere you like. Because they know that the police won't help you. They will even be happy that the case has come to the police side, that you did not blow their face. Because assuming you give a blow or headbutt, it would have been better for him. But when you say, I want to go to police, he will be relaxed. Because he knows the police will not bring any judgment and he has escaped. So when they told us go to court, I know that and Obi decided to go to court. Yeah, from that moment, I knew that everything is all over. It's a game of 419. Go to court, our people are in the court. They've gone to court. What I wasn't expecting, and the saddest thing for me that day was the faceless judges announcing those judgments. In fact, I thought my channel was having a problem because somebody was talking, and I was trying to find the people who was talking, giving us. I couldn't see them. You know what I mean? These are what we call senior 419, so that you don't recognize them in case you see them outside. They were just giving the judgment without a face. So you understand? And all those things has really made me, I won't lie to you, doctor and guys there, I've been so sad all these days. In fact, it made me so sad because, sometimes you have a little bit of hope. Maybe something will come from there. Obi is the specialist. He knows how to get mandate and all those. Sometimes you start to believe in this while you don't believe in it. But sometimes you start to say, oh boy, I made one statement. Yoruba used to say one thing. The meaning is a dead chicken can still eat corn. You start to have these little feelings of hope. But in my heart of heart, I won't lie to you, I gave up. I know that nothing will come from the court. And if you tell me now what is the way forward, our brother has said he's going to Supreme Court. Anyway, I can't stop Mr. Peter Obi because he's a man I trust and they have a big team. I know he wants to exhaust all the legal and peaceful way, so to say. You know what I mean? He wants to make sure he use all those platforms so that just in case, we never know what he can do. He can come up to tomorrow and say, guys, we have tried the peaceful way, let us go violent. Which I've always, I know he might not say it, but in a situation like this, they say to defeat a bully, you have to bully a bully. Because if you refuse to bully a bully, he will continue to bully you. Because he gave you one slap, you say, I better make you leave me. He give you the second one. You say, boy, I don't want you. He go give you headbutt again. Because first, second, third, you don't react. You don't even push up. And Nigerians, in reality, are suffering. This man is punishing Nigerians because Nigerians didn't vote for him. We don't want him. He came in there by force. He came in there because he have waited for his time. So to conclude, for me, the only solution left for me as a human being, I've always been saying it, to rescue Nigerians from the hands of these tyrants and these wicked people holding us together, destroying us, we have to fight.
Thank you.
There is a violent way or peaceful way, we must fight. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you listen to the argument that was put forward by Festus Keyamo before this judgment and all these courts?
Yes, I will actually. I have the video. I'll play it.
Does it seem to you that most of those words played that the judges is just like a lift from what the argument that he was putting forward? Because that's what I see and that's what I hear. Okay, because the argument they have put forward was almost word by word of what Festus Keyamo was saying concerning the FCT, concerning the forfeiture, concerning the bank account, that the bank account was what was charged and not Tinubu. Those were the arguments he was putting forward, and that is exactly how it came across through those people. And I began to think, I have no proof for that, but I begin to think that those judges, some of those things were not actually their own idea. They may have written it, they may not have written it, but I want to say that it's not totally their idea. They didn't sit down and come up with those exact words. Even if I wanted to quote Dr. Damage in this program, I'll probably lift some of the things he said and I'll put it in my own words. But those statements came across almost as exact as Festus Keyamo has put it forward. And I began to wonder, maybe the man had threatened them behind. If I had done so much and people didn't put me as a minister, I will make sure that it doesn't go through. And so he was quickly brought in as a minister through the back door without, So I mean, some of these are just things I sit down and I just imagine. How did this happen, But well, let's discuss. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. There are people who are in the backstage, but their cameras are off. We won't bring you on. I know that until you turn on your camera, then we'll bring you on. So let's go to Wale. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good day, everyone. I've been really following your program for a while. And my little submission is I've heard about everything. And I think my country, Nigeria, is such a country that when I look at it from far, it's just a pity. Like, we all talk, which is good. We really want the country to be better so that we can go on, because being a second class in abroad is not the same being your own citizen where you come from. However, when a refugee is better than a citizen in a country, it's quite a shame. But one thing I've noticed about us, I mean, irrespective of what we believe or what we think should be done, we tend to talk, and it seems there's no action for us, because these people we are talking about, they are not even ready to have any pity for a common man. That is their way of life. That's what they really want. And like one of the team members said, I mean, one of the panel said that, it has to be something that will be taken by force from these people. But like Fela said, nobody won't die. Nobody really wants to, sacrifice their life.
All right. Wale's internet is frozen. Let me go back to Chinonyeram. Chinonyeram, let me ask you, how is
back and running away? The country is just going to be what it is. These people, they are siphoning, they are benefiting from, it's just a shame. It's a shame, but I wish we all come together and think of, strategize how this is going to be taken away from these people. I'm not expecting anybody to be an angel or to do it perfectly, but the suffering is too much. It's unheard of. It's just a shame where you have food at home, you have everything, you're still suffering. Common basic amenities of life. No Nigerian is enjoying it. I mean, we all, wherever we are, we can see what it is. What takes us to? It's just a shame, honestly. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Wale. Thank you so much. Chinonyeram, let me ask you, you were in Imo, I believe, when this judgment was delivered. How did people around you, how did they pay attention? What is their feeling about the judgment?
I don't even think people care. Like where I am, where I stay, I don't think people are concerned about what's happening. They don't even know what's happening. Like, even if the case is at the court, it's just few people know about it. I'm talking about from my experience from the area where I stay. You understand? Are you hearing me? From the place I stay, from my area, I don't think many people are not really interested in what's happening there. So
the women that moved on, they now know that Tinubu is going to be president. Is that what the conclusion from the way they paid attention or not pay attention to things? All right. Internet connection is not good where he is. Tone, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Tony.
Hi, greetings from here. Okay, right. We're talking about the
judgment.
What
is your take?
Oh, just disappointed. Even if you have to deliver a judgment that Obi never won. I mean, do it professionally. If you have to steal, do it properly. Don't do it like some, it was so. It didn't. I wasn't surprised anyway. I wasn't disappointed, but the manner in which they delivered was just so childish. Well, anyway, I've got to say something. I'm not saying much. I will because I'm busy with some things. I'll come back later. But what I want to say is, there's a proverb. I don't know whether it's an Igbo proverb or a Yoruba proverb, but I'll say it in English. When a hawk went hunting, the hawk child went hunting for a chick, picked one of the chicken and went off. The mother hawk asked the child, what was the reaction of the mother hen? Said the mother hen never fluffed, never reacted. She said, that is bad news. You better return that baby chick. Now, how is it relevant with this situation? Notice the obedient are all silent. I mean, those people that are now high-fiving themselves and rejoicing, people village jokers and the clowns like one man and all that went to more and all that. Let them keep rejoicing. It's not the end of this matter. We're coming back. It's just not going to be the end of this matter. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
That's all I've got to say for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me go back to you, Ikolola. And there were reactions. We saw the Obi's reaction at the beginning of the show. We saw Atiku, his reaction was also that he will be going to the Supreme Court. From the Tinubu's camp, we saw their reaction. And one of the reactions was, this is all determined. This is all set. People should let's come together and govern the country. Because we have to move on. Politics is over. Why do you think that is the reaction? Do you think that tells you something else?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because everything is meditated. I think the APC camp wants power, and the only reason why they want power is for it to benefit them. I mean, look at them. Look at them. They sat in a small room jubilating. How could you sit in a small room jubilating and there was no crowd rejoicing with you? So it's a circle. It's a circle, and a small circle that have decided we are going to be enormously wealthy on the resource of this nation, and whatever happens to the common man on the street does not necessarily matter. So and if you talk about Atiku and Obi, they have to do what they have to do. They're just being statesmanlike. They're not going to say. I still remember the book, The Long Walk to Freedom. Mandela never came out and said, oh, I support the youths for throwing bombs in every part of South Africa to make the apartheid government uncomfortable. But deep down in his heart, when he goes to his prison at night, he would rejoice, at least that the youths are doing something. So they have to be statesmanlike. They have to act the way they act, but it doesn't mean that they are fine with the situation. And they have to also, I commend them actually, because they are taking their time. They are maybe those times they are spending in going about the judiciary and spend the money they are spending. I mean, look at Kwakwanzo. Kwakwanzo pulled out because he has no money to spend on judiciary. You know, so these two persons are putting their resources into it. So we must commend them for that at least. But I think the masses should start thinking what they can do for themselves. Because if they keep going on Twitter and going on, well, Twitter has done its best. It has garnered the votes. That is as far as it can go. But you are still robbed of it, right on your face. So Twitter has done its job, you know. So there has to be another strategy.
Okay, thank you. Igbo Basics, are you with us or are you in a different conference? I wanted to find out from you. We are still hearing.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. So there were people who were pushing back and saying that Obi and Atiku should just end this challenge in courts, that there's no need for them to go to the Supreme Court. Do you think there's any need for them to go to the Supreme Court?
Well, that's the Supreme Court is that's just a bridge to what will happen in the future or in the very near future. The gentleman from Owerri, from Imo, who was talking about people going about their business, people on the ground going about their business, you'll find out that that's a prevalent attitude generally in Nigeria. Okay, because there seems to be a very big disjoint between the ruling class and the citizens whom they are supposed to be ruling. And that's why you are seeing people going about business as if something is normal. It's not normal. And they know that it is not normal. We're looking for solutions to this whole thing. As far as Supreme Court is concerned, that's a given. That's pinball. That is just, it's not even past the potato. It's not even moved the goalpost. It's just inevitable. They have to use this time period for everybody to go and really do a very serious rethink about what is coming to Nigeria. Because Nigerians generally are not going to take this thing lying down anymore. It has affected everybody, except of course those who are they buying gas differently? Are they getting food differently from I'm talking about the APC and whoever is the ruling class. Here is what we think about when it comes to solutions. If your neighbor next door is the son of one of the judges, you should encourage your neighbor's son to go to Abuja. And if he refuses to go to Abuja, you should make sure, like my neighbor next door, tries to make sure that their dog, they become a nuisance with their dog. And what do you do with those kind of people? I'm speaking in the language that everybody will understand. Not everybody is corrupt in Nigeria. They've all shared the cake, but make sure that they don't enjoy that cake. Hello? If you are the son of one of the thieves in Nigeria, go to Nigeria and continue to enjoy it there. But don't come outside and think it is normal. So our solution, once again, is to make sure that the politicians, that they feel very uncomfortable, because as long as they continue to feel very comfortable, let them all move to Abuja and stay in Abuja. If they come to your village, and as a villager, sometimes, let me say this, when your money is no longer welcomed here, then you will realize that money is good, but money is not everything. So we are encouraging those who are on ground. Sometimes collect their money. Give them a slap on the face. Because it's your money that you are collecting. It's not their money. It's your money. In fact, they should bring it out. Get the money from them, but stand your conscience. Everybody is not corrupt in Nigeria. Everybody's not gone down to the debt. We are still facing virtualization of Nigeria. So it's a general thing. And that is the solution we're working towards, to make sure that they are uncomfortable in every which way you see them, be they Asari, be they whoever they are. Make sure that they are uncomfortable when they come around normal human beings. That's what we are working towards. And once again, like I said, you're working at Nobi. You don't, some things you don't even pronounce. When you find them, if I find any of them in the stream with me, we will find out who is a swimmer and who is not a swimmer. We have the same right to swim the same stream. And if you're drowning, I'll just make sure I collect your cap to say, see, the man drowned. That's about the size of it. Let's all go to the stream and swim. But we are not all going to be thieves, because if by any chance this continues, that means that every Nigerian should turn into thievery so that it becomes official. We are all thieves. Let's see who thieves more than the other. We are all capable. But all we are saying is that for custodians of the conscience, for those who do not have conscience, a bunch of Nigerians still have conscience. A bunch of Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians. It is very, very painful that I haven't even been to the airport to see how my green passport will be looked at when I go there. But I am already expecting somebody to look at me as one of them.
All right.
So that's where we are.
Thank
we are
you.
preferring solution on the ground. We are communicating with people on the ground. The underground railroad is at work. Anything where you meet for road, though, make you take them. We are not afraid of anything, no. Who go die, go die. But this will not, no, it's not going to go down the way they're thinking it's going to go down. It will go down a different way. Mark our words.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to get into what happens next. I see on the comment section, my attention has been drawn to some of the comments of people who support the judgment. We would like you to join us and air your view. We really want to hear your own side of the story. KJ, do you think that this judgment has helped that future elections in Nigeria will be better as a result of this judgment, or that it will be worse? I want to hear what you think about it.
Okay, my opinion, Rudolph, is not going to get better. Remember, follow the last, the first time we had a very controversial judgment when we were kids, I remember our parents coming back and talking about, how can you say to Ted, okay, somebody has 13 states and that person has less than 13 states, and you say the person who has less than 13 states is the winner, okay? That was how Abu Olu was denied, leadership of Nigeria.
No, hold on. What actually happened? Remind our viewers what happened.
Okay, the MPN and the UPN then had gone to court. I mean, the case after the election, Olu went to court because Shagari was declared winner.
How many states did Shagari get?
Shagari has 12 states, I think, if I remember very well. But it was like one state more. Because then I was still a child, but I followed like I said, I've always followed.
And UPN got what?
UPN got like 13 states or more, just one state more. Okay. But they now talked about issue of numbers. And the ruling came that 2/3 means that the person who has 12 and a half was much more than the person who have 13 states. I will get, before this conference finishes, I'll get the actual result.
Please, I want that, because I've been hearing that. I don't remember the actual.
Yes, I like I said, when we were growing up, we had the opportunity of mixing with a lot of politicians, so they discussed this openly and said it's impossible. But that judgment stood. It was the Supreme Court judgment. Now, in our day here, we saw the same Supreme Court do magic in Imo State. The guy who was on the fourth came to the first. Okay? And so the argument some of the APC guys are canvassing is, how can you say that?
This is from the whenever you get it, so let's hear that. It's like,
okay.
Especially young people who were born long after that incident. All right, go ahead.
Okay, So now that judgment stood. Then in not too long ago, Uzodinma, okay, went to court, and then what happened? He came from fourth position to first position. So the Supreme Court of Nigeria, no love lost, have never been able to deliver justice as the ordinary man in the street would have seen it. Okay, in the case of Hope Uzodinma, the Supreme Court invented some votes and gave to him, for which even INEC said this is not part of our registrar, our registrar, yeah, for Imo State. But Supreme Court said no, we know where we got it from, and delivered that judgment, and it stood. Today, Hope Uzodinma is still the governor, or even though we call him the Supreme Court governor of Imo State. So am I going to expect a difference going forward? No. You see, you don't know. Well, since today is a chicken day, let me cook on, because I saw somebody saying chicken. The Igbos have a proverb. By the way, that proverb that Tone is an Igbo proverb. But the Igbo have a proverb also that says that when a kite, comes from the sky and picks up a chick, okay, the chick is shouting, chi, chi, chi. It's not shouting chi, chi because it's thinking that the kite is going to leave it, but because the world should see how his or her own is ending in this world. So what am I saying? The Nigerian people are now the chick. We have been carried by the kite. It's not going to leave Nigerians. So we should just keep talking, but it's not going to change. You know why it's not going to change? Remember, after the election, I came to this platform and I said, you see, my biggest pain today is that it is the same people that we are sitting here and talking about, that are the same guys who are rigging the election and who are changing the figures and who are fighting and burning down this. It's not the elite. It's not the elite. The people rendering the judgment are not even part of the ruling class. They're only going to make use of them for this purpose this time, and eventually the majority of them will drop out. So even though there's also an online media which I've not been able to substantiate, that's why I'm not bringing it on, saying that they eventually, after the night of that judgment, they went straight to the airport and headed off to France, and that's why it took a while for them to sign the certified true copies. But the question is, are they going to change? No, sir. Rudolph, I have no confidence, in any of those judgments. I have no confidence in them going to the Supreme Court. Nothing is going to come out of it. Okay? Because it's even easier for the Supreme Court to just say, you know what you have presented is exactly how it is. Okay? And there's nothing we can do about it. This judgment was carried out properly. All right. And so I don't have any confidence that Obi, and you see what Obi and Atiku did. Remember, this is the strongest. This is the strongest since I started following Atiku's politics. This is the strongest statement he has made after a court case. This is the strongest. Okay, and that shows you that he himself, who have been going to, he's a visitor a member of the Supreme Court. Okay, but in this instance, he came out very strongly and said, no. I have been hearing judgment over the years, but this one, he gets as a B. And Obi also, if you are one who can read between the lines, you see that Obi was very, very annoyed. He was very annoyed about it. You can't tell me, no matter who you say you are, okay? Obi's lawyers were some of the best lawyers when it has to do with Supreme Court cases and litigation of elections. I'm not taking anything away from the APC side, but I'm saying that a combination of Obi and Atiku's lawyer, are you telling me these people are so naive? Professors of law and people who practice law, okay, don't know how to present a case, that a judge will sit down and barrage all of them, tell them all kinds of nonsense? It's unheard of. Because even by virtue of their status in the court, they are senior advocates of Nigeria. So there's even a way, if those of them who practice law, how you speak to such people in court. Okay? So I don't, you see, I have been in court where a senior advocate just comes in and, The lawyer was presenting, and the judge said, "You know what? Hey, sit down. Let this senior advocate." And the senior advocate just came and said, "My lord, I don't have too much. Can I have another case in Enugu? I have to do quickly." So they gave him the space to speak. He presented his case, and as soon as finished, he took his bag and bowed out. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. That is how much they are giving respect in the court. And you sit down and just take these guys to the cleaners, as if, come on, you just left law school yesterday. What are you saying? You don't even know how to present body of evidence. You don't even know how to present no, come on, don't. You see, let me tell you something, Rudolph. If there was no mago in it, how come now you want the cameras to come into the court? After you have ruled that it's not possible for cameras to come into court. Now, you brought the camera into court. Why didn't you show the process that led to the end? Why are you showing us the end?
KJ, what happened in Nigeria? KJ, what happened in Nigeria will not happen in the United States or any other civilized country. On a serious note, what happened in Nigeria was not even a miscarriage of justice. What happened over there was shameless people who call themselves judges went out there and rendered their master's choice, and that will not stand. We cannot continue to. Let's not pretend. They didn't come out there to render. They didn't come out there to render judgment. They came out there to simply stamp on the status quo, to continue raping that country called Nigeria. Enough is enough. If you prick them, they will bleed. If you slap them, they will bend. They say man pass man, iron they cut iron. If you choke them, they will shiver. They cannot continue to hide. Come on, let's be real. That was not justice. That will not be tolerated in a place like the United States. Why would we tolerate it in Nigeria? I beg, make we talk something else. So what is going on is a rejoinder.
All right.
Supreme Court is a rejoinder.
All right, thank you. Before I go ahead.
Yes, I just want to add to what Igbo Basic said. You see, I think we should start looking for our own solution. Because one mistake we always make is, oh, this cannot happen there, or that cannot happen there. When actually, it is those people that are giving those that make it happen in your place the backing. Because what Igbo Basics has said, that it happened in Florida 2001. Didn't we all see it? So let's not keep saying it cannot happen there.
Let's not mix the Florida issue.
Don't mix this election with the Florida issue. I was in America when Florida happened, so don't mix two of them. They are not the same thing.
Florida is not the same thing at all. These are places where people will tell you they went through the system, Charles and Dimple and everything. It was a political systematic game that was played in Florida. We know say
whatever you want to call it, you can call it. But the fact is, we know there's something wasn't right. So whatever you want to call it, what I'm just saying is this. We're not going to argue that anyway. But all I'm trying to say is this: let's not keep painting some people as the best of the best, and it's just our problem. It's our problem. It's our own problem. And we should look at it.
So how do we solve it, Ikolala? How do we solve it?
No, hold on, guys.
You've already placed some solutions on the table.
Thank you so much, Kola. Let me go to Dan and then move to the new people that joined us. Dan, I wanted to know what you think about these new efforts. What we're hearing, if you look at the news stories today and yesterday, it's about Atiku not going further and Obi not going further, that the case should end. What do you think about that? Why do you think that people are pushing? And they did that after the initial INEC declaration that there shouldn't be any effort to go to court. Do you think there is any benefit in continuing to the Supreme Court? Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question, because it's on the lips of everybody. It depends on the side you are. If you're on the side of the APC, who have told us to move on, it's one country, it's the only country we have. Then we tell them, don't go forward. Then people like us, the obedient movement, those who have the belief that a new Nigeria is possible. And you know, we have a principal who said he wants to exhaust the power of the justice of Nigeria. You understand? He wants to go to the last stage before then, maybe because everybody's asking for a solution. Maybe to them, when we reach that last place and they still give us this bullshit they've given us now, and Nigerians who are holding themselves back have seen that we have exhausted everything. It's just like if you follow the Igbo culture, if something is happening in our culture, in the villages, you first of all go to the chief. The chief will call the people around in that area to see whether they can have a solution. But if they reach there, somebody is still saying, no, this must not happen. Before now, they go to the Igwe. Now they go to the last hope. Now, when they get to the Igwe now, and Igwe come and take the last decision now, if you are not still satisfied, then you can do what you want to do. Peter Obi, Atiku. First of all, I don't want to talk of Atiku because for me, it's part of the system. I'm talking on Peter Obi, the Labour Party, which is the party of the common people. He spoke yesterday. KJ said he was very angry, but he was trying to control himself so that he would not be like as if, oh, Peter Obi don't change now. Look at you see which way they are looking for. But he said, we will go to the last area, Supreme Court, let us see what will happen there. You understand? So I don't think it's a waste of time. On my own level, it's not a waste of time. At least let us reach the end. If we stop at this stage now, it might be their plan. You know, sometimes bad guys, they're like that. Oh boy, make una relax. Wait, if una no get the justice here, how una think say una will get them there? It's being controlled by the same guys. They will. No, I wouldn't believe that. Let us reach that last area. Because this one, first one we go, if you remember, the case of 25%, you see how they quench out. Something that is constitutional, you see how they removed it. Beavers level, you saw what they told us. Yes, we promised, but it's not under the law. There's no promise that you are mandated to use electronic level. You understand? They paint it now. So when we reach the last end now they will give us another level now. So there's nowhere to hide again. Everything will be open. Then, this solution that every Nigerian is yearning for will come forward. This revolution we are calling for will come, or we just manage it the way it is. But for me, they have to get to the end. I want them to continue to the end so that everything will be clear. At least, because if they start halfway, it will be like we didn't finish it. Yeah,
all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Olumide, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay.
And I greet the fellow panelists too. So,
what's your take now? It's been 3 days or so since the judgment, and we now know.
I mean, as somebody who, as an onlooker, who is not affiliated with any of the parties, and also who is wanting the best for the people of that country, where I come from too. It's unfortunate that there were some contradictions in the ruling, so that one is not. We can't debate it. One moment.
All right. Let's skip it's our work and we understand. Let's go to Ike na San Antonio.
Dr. Jacqueline Damages, good morning, and good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for the opportunity. I remember when we were talking about this judiciary, I think there was a day I was talking that there is no hope for Nigeria, and Dr. Jacqueline Damages asked me, how do you know? Says, why would you determine he's still in the court? Which court? Kangaroo court. The Nigerian court is a kangaroo court. For me, let me start from the issue of going to Supreme Court. I was talking to a friend of mine who have worked in American CIA for 15 years. So we were having a conversation. He's a Nigerian. We are having a conversation. I said, he told me that, Oga, you don't see what they do now. I say, yeah, I don't believe the Peter Obi should go to Supreme Court. But he said something that struck me. He says, no, you're wrong. I said, why? He said, Peter Obi is systematically opening the nyash of Nigeria. Igbo people say, Ikukuko, Afu Iko. Systematically, he's opening them for the whole world to see. That if he didn't go to Supreme Court will say he didn't bring the case. But if he goes to Supreme Court, because this verdict have some constitutional issue, it's up to the Supreme Court to make it final. That we know that the outcome might be the same of what happened. But when he does it, it will open up the nyash of judicial system completely, because now he have gone through the system. So when he said it, I thought about it. I say, actually, he was right. He need to go to Supreme Court. Let us not say, oh, because we know the outcome already. Believe me, if anybody that was born and bred in Nigeria that expect this outcome was a surprise about this outcome, that person wasn't born and bred in Nigeria.
All right.
Oga, I haven't finished. You haven't even given me 2 minutes. I'm 52. I'm 52 years old. Since I was a child, they keep on saying Nigeria will be better. Nigeria will be better. When my parents came to US, dollar was for every $1. You take 50 kobo to buy $1. In 1976, that is when my dad came to US. That is how much my uncle spent to get him to college. And as a child, Nigeria have gone from every year, every day, every government. My brother, Tinubu did not rig the election. The people that rigged the election is the youth. The people that rigged the election is the young people. No 52-year-old carried a ballot and run. There is no 52-year-old that was over there changing the result. It's the youth. But what does that say about us? It says that Nigeria people in general are corrupt by nature. The workers, the people, even if you put anybody over there, corruption will still be in Nigeria. The only hope we had was Peter Obi can limit the corruption, can cut it. But Nigeria is not going to change. And believe me, this one, everybody, they say, it's going to be revolution. My brother, there is no revolution that will happen in Nigeria. People have already accepted this. People have already moved on with their life. Go and write it in the wall. People have already moved on their life. Actually, after the day Tinubu was elected as the president of Nigeria, people have moved on. It's just that the only mistake Tinubu made was to remove subsidy the way he removed it. Now it affected every individual, everybody that is involved in Nigerian capacity. It doesn't matter who you are, including the people that have bulletproof car. It affected everybody. That is the reason why people were now rethinking, people now thinking about it. So my submission to our people, we need to accept Nigeria is a failed state. It's 100%. There is no doubt about that. Tinubu did not come to change Nigeria. Tinubu come to be not Jagaban of Lagos, but Jagaban of Nigeria. Nigerian boy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But Dr. Damages, Biko, next time I talk, make you know, just shut me down.
Dr. Damages, I just wanted to concur with you on the 50 kobo. On the 50 kobo, because I actually bought 46 kobo to $1.
Okay.
1976.
Igbo basics, we're not questioning that, so there's no need to concur with him. We didn't question whether it was true. Let me come back to Olumide. Olumide, just 1 minute. So I'm timing everybody now. You know, there are a lot of people who are trying.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, but you know, you used part of my minutes still. So I just want to. I mean, we've kind of overflogged this issue since after the judgment. I just want to say, for me, after all is said and done, what majority of us rational thinking people want to kind of look forward to is, how do we get ourselves back on the path of true nation building? Do we want to build a nation that is worthy of emulation, that the rest of the world will be proud of, like USA, like UK, like China, that we all mention and flock to? Or do we want to keep, even, I will tell you, I want to speak to the whole world now. I'm on camera, I'm live on camera. I'm even tired of this Yoruba nation nonsense, this Biafran, because it seems like the elites kind of used it to kind of polarize the people, and all they wanted was one country, but just to grab power. You understand? And they don't have the interest of anybody at hand. So the people of Nigeria themselves have to come and decide. You want to live together as one. You don't want the country to break. You want to, like the USA, everything about the US is cast in stone. It is cast in their constitution. For instance, you can't take, no matter who the country's president is, you can't take away gun control. It is in their constitution that everybody has the right to bear arms. How do we want to be governed? How do we want to, taking a multicultural society, putting that in mind, so that we have a society where everybody is equal, whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Fulani, whether you are Ishan, so everybody is equal before the law. You understand? We should begin to, because our nation, our country was on the part of nation building with the regional governments. That was the true constitution that they all came together to, and then it was truncated by the military. Ever since then, Nigeria, for me, that was when Nigeria began to slide down. It just didn't appear to us until this very moment. Nation building.
Thank you so much. Let me skip you for now. Let's get to people who are just joining us. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to give room for people you said that are at the back. So if they want to come in. And I want to thank everyone. I mean, thank you everyone for being around, and it was good to be here. See you probably tomorrow or next week.
Okay. You can also, when we move to a different topic, you can also
come back. Okay, all right.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go to Indovisi. Indovisi, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah, welcome. Go ahead, Indovisi. Where is he? What happened to him? Indovisi. All right.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You said what do we expect from the Supreme Court after the ruling of the appeal court? Well, I think majority of Nigerians like myself don't expect anything different. But Mali made a comment, and I quote, he said, in a world where there cannot be justice, you cannot find justice in a world where criminals make the law. So,
what song is that? I've seen that quote, but nobody.
It's just a quote. It's a quote from one of his. I don't know the particular song, but it's a quote. It's a quote from one of his songs. Okay. You cannot find justice in a world where criminals make the law. That.
All right. So
Nigeria has been captured. Now I can hear you. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here. Okay. Nigeria has been.
All right. We see we're having difficulties with your connection. Let's go to Mohammed. Mohammed, welcome to the show.
Doctor, I'm here. I can hear you.
But you are fading in and out. We don't hear you.
Okay, let me go in. Let me go in. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. Nigeria. Sorry. What I'm saying is this. Nigeria has been captured by a criminal gang. It's a state capture, and nothing can be done. They are everywhere in all the institutions of government. And what we saw played out on Wednesday is just how it is. Everybody knows it. If you're trying to play it one way or another, we are doubling. But let Obi go to the Supreme Court. Let them finally confirm that they are indeed that particular set of criminal enterprise. So let Obi go there and confirm it, because that is what they are going to confirm. Let's see how they are going to talk about the position, about official status, about double nomination, and all that are clear in the constitution. So when they do it, we no longer that our constitution is a joke. That the constitution is interpreted based on who they are trying to favor. That is what is going to confirm. Because I know if it is somebody else that is involved in this thing, they might follow the law and look at it, say this is what the law says. They might look at technicalities, because on that day they give a lot of technicalities in what they did. But that is by the way. So I don't see any hope for Nigeria. It is not left for Nigerians themselves, who I know this is a government that will not give them any good thing. For some youths who are in their 20s now, in the next 8 years, that this money, because surely he will want to do all things except God intervenes. I mean, he want to do all things to stay in power for 2 terms, just like his predecessor. So if he succeeds in doing that, it will mean denying Nigerians another 8 years of hope of getting things right. It will be another wasted 8 years, because I'm sure when people who are bad run the system, they cannot turn the system to good. It is clear, because they have vested criminal interests, and those interests will flourish. Definitely, we're already saying it. So Nigerians should not expect anything good from this administration. It's going to go down the drain. Some will benefit, their cronies will benefit, but majority of Nigerians, the suffering will even be more. Then in a few months' time, few years' time, the consequences of this judgment will begin to stare us in the face, in severe hardship, more insecurity, and who knows what will follow. So it's time for the youth to take their country into their own hands and say no, and do what they do in Europe or down here, where people will come and protest peacefully every day to say we want a change and demand for a particular kind of change to make the system better. Because as it is now, our children have nothing to hold on to. Just 2 days ago on Wednesday, sorry, I'm running off. Unilag students made the protest because of high increase. I don't know if it's 300, 400, or 700% increase in their school fees, and that is just Unilag. It is going wrong. So these people, they just captured power. We are now an enslaved. We are living in an enslaved camp, enslaving camp in Nigeria. It's so sad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let Mohammed hold on, okay, please, if you can. Let me get to. I want to talk to Africa. Are you driving? First of all, we do let people drive when they are on the show. If you can put me on this side, maybe I can talk to you. And are you in Nigeria? Africa, can you hear me? Africa.
Yeah.
Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, are you driving, or can you pull by the side? We don't allow people to drive and talk to us on the show.
I'm listening to you. Just continue. I will soon pull over.
Okay, all right. Okay, so stand by. Mohammed, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Damages. Welcome to all the panelists. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it's been long. Regarding the tribunal, Dr. Damages, what I think is that, I want some of us to understand, you go to court, it's about what you can prove. It's not about your passion. It's not about how angry you are. It's not about how justified you think. It's not about how much you want your candidate to win. It's about what you can prove. And I think objectively that the Atiku people and the Obi people did not make the case that they won or that they merit a second round of election. So for like some of us, I remember the first time I joined this show was during the election time, and you asked the question, what do you think they should do? I told you that they can go to court, but nothing will come of it. And indeed, nothing came of it. Because even here, when I listen to people who are very passionate about Obi, for example, they talk a lot, but very little substance in what they say. So if you, for example, if you say that your candidate won the election, so and then all the proofs that you give is Obiakpo local government, for example, or you only mention Lagos State, and then they said they will upload something on IREV, and they uploaded it 1 month, 2 months later. So take all these three things. The fact that they uploaded 3 months later or 1 year later does not prove that Obi won or that he was cheated out. It just means that they uploaded it late. Now, if you want to prove that your candidate won or his votes were stolen, there's a very simple way of doing it. For example, there is this form EC8A or something that at every polling unit, all the 176,000 polling units, every party has their agent. So all the agents wait, and when they count the ballots, they say, okay, Labour Party got 100, Atiku, PDP got 200, APC got 50. Everybody signs, yes, I agree with this. And everybody gets a copy and takes it home. Suppose I am a polling agent, okay? Rudolph, let's say I am for LP. Let's say you are for PDP. For fun, let's switch it, okay? Okay, I have my copy, you have your copy. And this is one polling unit. And there are 176,000 polling units. If I were Atiku, I could call up every agent to send me their number. You can tot up and you can actually know, because this is the fundamental. Everybody agrees on this because your agent signed it. You trust this. So if you want to prove that you won the election, you only have to prove, or if you want to prove, for example, that in my polling unit that you were rigged out, let's say your party was rigged out, you can just compare what we have, or the copy that you have, you trust the result. And then you compare it with what INEC used to calculate the results. And that's how you prove that if there was a transfer of votes from one person to the other, you can prove it there.
But so, Mohammed, did the judges do that?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Just leave him alone to talk.
Who was speaking? I don't even know who jumped in. But
I think it was Olumide.
Yeah, I'm asking. Did the judges do that?
Olumide, let him talk first.
But at least I want people to understand my point. Like, if you are saying that, let's say, if you can prove exactly that 5 votes was taken from candidate A and given to candidate C using this method. So I believe there was one girl that was election agent, right? In Ngozi something, right? And I think you asked her the question that whether or not she was agent and LP person. You asked her the question whether or not what was uploaded on the IREV, yeah, and tallied with what she had. And I think she said yes.
Yeah.
So, for example, this is one polling unit. You can do that for all 176,000 polling units. So I guess what I'm saying is LP could tell us exactly how many votes they had in each state, just on their own results. And then you can challenge INEC based on that. If the case was about that, I will listen, because this is mathematics. You can convince anybody. But all what they were talking about, okay, Tinubu is a drug. Tinubu may be a drug lord, but he can still win the election, even if you are the devil. You know, it just means that more people voted for him. So I just think that I think it's very similar to the Trump supporters. They just know that Trump won, but somehow they cannot convince anybody. They cannot convince anybody of their point of view.
So what you explain is not as straightforward.
Let me just say this now. Sorry, you can ask. Yeah, I'm not against.
What he's saying is not true. You're listening to baseless. What is not true?
So tell us the best something that has basis.
See, the states that Labour Party challenged, that Obi challenged, you understand?
Yeah.
It's not just about the numbers. Why did they not bring out the Beavers results that would have discovered multiple voting? Why? It's not just about numbers here. That's why you are not stating the right fact. You're just
so they did not bring out Beavers results. Therefore, Obi won. What is your argument exactly?
When you
Okay, Olumide, I had to mute you. I don't want to do this. It just
When you close the IREV, you understand, and stop it from uploading. You understand? And people don't have the real numbers.
Only the doctor is talking. Doctor says she hold on.
I give up.
Okay, that's fine. But it's not stating the fact anyway.
Yeah, Olumide, let him finish, okay? Then you can weigh if you have something to say. It's sorry to be there will be order in what we're doing here.
I think, Doctor, for there to be conversation between two people, there has to be some baseline that everybody agrees on. So if you're saying, for example, what is exactly your argument? They didn't upload it on IREV in time, therefore Obi won. What is the argument exactly? They can upload. Okay, Dr. Damages, I said I promised to give you 500,000 naira today. Okay?
Me
then
or
I gave it. For example, I said I promised to give you.
Who are those who voted? There was overvoting in some places. Who are those who voted? The beavers would have discovered them. We don't just want numbers. Why did I not bring out their results?
I'm talking to
they have to go recalibrate.
Olumide, hold on, okay? We hear you. Hold on, okay?
If you want to make argument, Dr. Damages, do you see these people? All they have is just pure rage and anger. No facts, nothing. They can only, recycle their rage in their head. You cannot convince anybody that doesn't agree with you.
I don't vote for anybody. I want a good country that works, where the truth prevails. Don't come and tell lies to people.
Okay.
Dr. Can I weigh in?
Okay, hold on.
What I'm saying is this. If I said today, doctor, I will give you 500,000 naira in an envelope. But I handed you today. I handed you the envelope. Okay, calm down now.
You have a shito country. Shito.
I have to do this. I don't want to, but we have to do it now. So, all right. So
you see, this is illustration of what I said. Pure rage and anger and venom, but no facts, no substance, nothing. Okay, what I'm saying is, I said I promised to give you 500,000 naira in an envelope today. The fact that I handed you the envelope 1 week later, does that mean that what I gave you is not 500,000? So when I hear the argument, people say, okay, IREV. Yes, INEC should have uploaded it in time as they promised. But the fact that they did not upload it does not change the substance of what was uploaded. I don't see how people don't get it. Okay, I say I will give you 10 naira today. Because I gave it to you 1 week later, it doesn't mean what I gave you is not 10 naira. So
okay,
that's
Mohammed, hold on. Let me go to KJ. Go ahead.
Yes, Mohammed, I just want to weigh in with what your analogy right now.
Okay.
Now, your argument is that a promise was made and was kept 1 month later. Supposing when you handed over that envelope that had your 500,000 to Rudolph, and instead of finding money inside, he finds the pictures of your children, your girlfriend, your father, your mother. Does it still hold the promise that you made?
No. So excellent point.
Now that is the thing. Hold on, sir. You see, I'm not an Obi supporter, and everybody knows in this platform. I'm not even supporting anybody. I just believe that Nigeria should be good. Now, the pictures of instead of the results to be posted, the pictures of people and other things were also inside. In fact, there are so many pictures of, in fact, let me even give you an example. One of the states, is it somewhere in Abia, was found in Kano, okay? And then some other ones were found in the south. That is how it was uploaded.
Yeah.
And then these things were what the LP and the APC, the PDP guys put together and took to court. And now let me say something again, which you are mistaken.
Okay.
You could take your duplicate copy, but duplicate copies are not accepted in court. It is certified true copy. Let's go back. Let's not, you see, look, to us here in this panel, nobody cares who is leading Nigeria. If somebody who is leading Nigeria is from Aganabode, it doesn't matter. If our families are doing well, we'll be more comfortable even where we are, because we can now reuse our resources for something else. But you end up sending all your resources back home, and you're even struggling to meet up what you're supposed to do here, and what even brought you in the journey you have come. And then we're discussing it's not a tribal thing, for crying out loud. I don't think any
I think you started with one, but now
let's
it's
break
something
this once
else.
and
Yeah,
for all.
so it's
Okay?
something you're talking about.
I don't know any Igbo person who is. Igbos are travelers. We don't care which tribe you are. What we care about the life of people.
Sorry, let's stick to the point.
How can a traveler be more concerned about where he's going? Are you going to meet Igbos there? So what I'm trying to say, my brother, is let us remove sentiment apart. Let's deal with the issue on ground. Okay? Let's deal with the issue on ground so that we all can be on the same page and discuss, properly. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. KJ. So just to touch on the point, you said, okay, if you open the envelope and it's photos and everything, but how did you know that it was photos? You opened the envelope and you know what 500,000 naira is, then you compared it to the photos and you know that they are different. That's my point. We know you have the copy that you trust. Your agent has it. He signed it, or she signed it. So you can take what INEC used and tally it with your own to show the difference. And if you have enough to show that there was substantial difference, then the court can rule in your favor. But you cannot just say that you didn't without opening the envelope, you cannot determine whether or not what was inside was changed. I hope you get my point.
Yes, yeah, I get your point, and I want to also correct something.
Yeah,
LP brought 18,000 of such tabulations. 18,000.
Yeah.
The court didn't even bother. In fact, why the court didn't? Let me tell you the clever thing they did. They struck out the testimony of the 10 people who brought in those things, and said it was not acceptable to them. So with it goes all that material that they loaded up. Okay. These are what we are. Look, hey, come on, man. Who does it bother here if Tinubu is in charge? What's our business? Whatever policies making now is going to affect people who are living there. But we are saying that if we as Nigerians are looking to change our situation, let's first and foremost be even realistic to our own self. That's what I'm saying, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ndubisi. I need to move on to people who are yet to say anything, but let me go to Ndubisi. Just 1 minute. I think
you can take me off if there are more people behind.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you. I just want to add something to what Mohammed has said. Just to make a two corrections. Mohammed, please, if you are following the proceedings in the court very well, you realize that all those boxes they were bringing in not just contains what they got from INEC. They have their own agents' materials and results they brought into. But the court will first of all accept INEC CTC copy. They brought those ones. And among those CTC copy that INEC gave them of results, polling unit results, many, not just 18,000 polling units, more than 18,000 polling units, we are blood, some were empty, some had pictures. So an LP brought their own results too from states where they say their votes were taken away and they were voting. But it's not left for the court to say, okay, let us look at INEC. Why are these results blood? That is first. Then, if INEC doesn't give them a clear explanation, they will not say, okay, let us look at the results you got from your agents. And then the court will not decide on that, but they didn't do all those ones. Like KJ said, they discountenance those witnesses and those boxes, because they say those who brought them that they didn't find them alongside. They didn't find them when they were filing their petition. They didn't bring the names of those witnesses, and they didn't bring their original statements at the point when they were filing their petitions. So they not count all those things out. Those things were there. Then remember that though it's not INEC this time, that some people who investigated these results, particularly in Rivers and even Benue, and what INEC sent on IREV, it was clear on that IREV that LP won Benue, LP won Rivers. And there are other states like that where LP we are complaining that their results we are taking out and all that. But the court, instead of doing the right thing by looking at everything, we are looking for ways to take it out. That is why I said that this has been a pre-planned judgment. They were all bent on making sure that the man INEC declared remains, because the vested interest in power in Nigeria, they always have their way. But we're not talking about that one has passed now. What is the way forward for our country? Are we going to, because in the next 4 years, we're still going to come down to this same thing. No matter how they try to amend the law, these people will always find a way to leave some loopholes empty. How can you tell people, how can you, as a referee in a soccer match, let us talk about soccer, we are Nigerians, they say this is the rules. Then along the line, in between as the match was going on, something happened, and team A complained, and the referee looks away and say, "We don't. It's a play on." That is not. This is what I say is what will be. Once you have given them, this is how you're going to follow the rules. I'm talking about the electronic transmission of results to IREV. Then the beavers too. Remember that LP said the beavers that INEC should give them access to the beavers. INEC went and told the court that they want to use the beavers for the governorship election, and the court said keep the beavers, keep all the information in the beavers safe. INEC said yes, but lo and behold, INEC deleted everything. That is where you will be able to find out whether overvoting, while people who were registered were beyond those, and we are less than those who voted. That is where they're going to find out all those things. But all those things were just kept out, and it was because the INEC, they were in collusion with the courts and all that, and they were doing things their own way. The court subpoenaed INEC people, gave LP power to subpoena INEC to get some materials. INEC refused to give them. The court never did anything about it. So will INEC, will LP and PDP lawyers, will they fight to get those things? So the thing has been planned that way. So it's unfortunate. The only thing is how we're going to make sure that Nigeria moves forward beyond this. For me now, election no longer counts because the same thing will repeat itself the next time, except if the people come out and say enough is enough. We must find a new way to discuss Nigeria and say this is how we want Nigeria to be. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Basic. Let's go to Niger for Life. Wale, hold on, okay? Let me, I'm coming down to you. Niger for Life, welcome to the show.
Okay. Good day, everyone, anywhere you are. Yeah. My special Dr. Damages, I greet your presidency, sir.
Thank you.
Excellency. There's a parable that says, who want to have a dining with the devil must have a long shovel as a spoon. Election.
Okay, Mohammed, hold on, okay? After him, I'll give you the chance to respond to them. Let him finish. Niger for Life, go ahead.
Okay, can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Who want to dine with the devil must have a long shovel as a spoon. Because if not, there's every possibility that he might lose his finger during the consumption of the food. In the last election, there was a statement by Omoyele Sowore that said Nigeria is going through revolutionary confusion. It started then, and we are still in the confusion process. There's no doubt about it that Peter Obi got a massive support from the Nigerian citizens, home and abroad, during that election. But unfortunately, to me, it seems like a mistake that was made. Because if I'm handing over my property or my items, to be precise, in your care, and you are not able to keep it well safe for me, you are a disappointment. That was what Nigeria did, and that was what happened at the end of the day. During the last election, when they voted, it's true that INEC made a promise and they did go by their word that was put to the public that Nigeria trusted upon. Fine. During the court process, I heard it clearly when the judges were saying the Labour Party could not provide an evidence. Would they have expected the court to be doing shopping for evidence? That's an indictment on all the lawyers. What have they been doing in the courts for almost 3 months? That they couldn't prove bring forth a concrete evidence to show that yes, this is what the vote they got. And if there is, like some other people have said, if there is, Dr. Damages, with due respect, sir, I will urge you to invite one or two of those lawyers and other outside lawyers who have nothing to do with a political party on your platform to ask those lawyers carefully if indeed they brought evidence before the tribunal, if they bring any of those, what's it called? Those representatives in the polling units before the judge, because those things are very, very necessary. But according to the judge, they were not. So let the public know what really transpired. Not be by then say that we are going about. They brought thousands, they brought millions. No. Let the lawyer said it to us in public place after the judge has, because normally before the final judgment, they are restricted to make comments. I know for that. But then now that judgment has already been given, let the lawyer come and tell us in the public what really happened. And I believe Nigeria have learned their mistake. Moving forward, we will not go by tribal election anymore. And hopefully, maybe the future, because for me, I don't believe the Supreme Court will do anything better than the tribunal. Because if you look at what happened that day, those judges were prepared for that. 12 hours. So they put everybody for sleeping mood.
All right, thank you, Niger, for live.
I have a question for him, Dr. Damages, please.
No,
just
no, hold on, okay? Because if you go and ask him questions, they need to be back to him again. I want to move on to new people who are here to say something, including you. But before then, let me get Mohammed to respond to the two people that spoke. Maybe address him, and then we move on. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Okay, so real quick. Let me rephrase what I said so it's better for clarity, because I see this IRF comes up every time as if it's a valid point. What I'm saying is this: imagine, forget IRF ever existed. Forget INEC said that they will upload it on IRF. Forget everything. What is the fundamental of this election? Is that form. When every agent is there, they says, okay, this is the 15 votes that we got, and then you sign. This agent signs, everybody signs it. This is a sheet that everybody trusts, that everybody has. Just based on this sheet, in 176,000 polling units, you can have how many votes your party got, So what I'm saying is this: forget about IRF or promise of INEC. I can take polling unit number 1. I can call up my agent. What number did we get? 15 plus polling unit number 2, polling unit number 3. PDP can know exactly what they got in the nation. Labour Party can know exactly what they got in the nation. APC can know exactly what they got in the nation. And if that contradicts
Mohammed, you're now changing your statement.
Okay.
Let me ask one thing. You are changing your statement in the middle of the game. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
So are you telling me now that the form, now you're saying IRF doesn't matter, where the original numbers are doesn't matter? Okay.
Imagine. I said imagine it didn't exist. That's a big difference.
Anyway, so why are you hypothesizing?
Because it's not relevant to the point I'm trying to make.
When we know that there's actually a truth on ground, don't
have you heard of conditional statements? Do you know what
are you saying?
So
you can't base it on conditional statement. Are you saying now that the paper that INEC, the numbers that INEC allocated in those places where the IRF, we didn't see the results uploaded, are you saying now that the Labour Party agents signed to those papers?
So doesn't Labour Party already have their copy? Must INEC upload it before the copy that Labour?
What is wrong?
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Olumide, please. We can operate like this. It's not just you that is here. So please, unless I say you should speak, please don't. It's not your turn, and please. All right, Mohammed, finish.
Anyway, yeah, so just to wrap it up. So what I'm saying is this: just based on this sheet, you can have the results of the election based on your party, and you can challenge INEC with that. You say, look, these are all the copies that we have. These are all the numbers we got in all the polling units, and this is what we're getting. You can challenge INEC. How did you come up with this number, 6 million that you gave us? How did you come up? Because what we have says that we have 9 million. And then it's just going to be a debate about mathematics. I think that's the strongest way to prove whether or not you won or lost. But you see, even in the courts, they're more concerned about, they said they will upload on IREV and they didn't upload it on IREV. It doesn't change the fact that they already have the physical copies. I don't see why people think that's a good argument. I just don't see why people you think is a good argument. I have the physical thing. You know, you have the physical thing. Every party has the physical thing. Then that thing, INEC said they will upload it in real time. And let's say they uploaded it 1 week later. Does that change the fact that I have the physical thing? You know, I make 5 copies of a document. I gave it to 5 people and I said I will upload it on Facebook. Because I didn't upload it on Facebook, does that mean that the copy I have does not exist? So what you are saying is completely immaterial to the question that we're trying to answer. You know, elections were held. Election is about pure mathematics, you know. It's not about whether the picture they uploaded is colored or is blurred. It's not about that. It's about mathematics.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. Let's move on. Let's go to Prince Akwachi. You're next. Now you can decide to have use your time and question Mohammed.
No. Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. You know, as much as Mohammed is here, like I said, first and foremost, I'm not, you know, I don't belong to any of the tribes, you know, where those 3, you know, major contestants are from. Okay, I'm from a minority. However, what is my major, what is my kind of like my take in this? My take is that I am somebody who seeks for justice, and I accept justice when I see it. Now, you are talking about polling agents. Do you know how many polling agents that were threatened, that their lives were threatened, and they almost killed them? We saw everything. Okay? Those places you're talking about, talk about Port Harcourt. You know how wicked people were shot at. And you tell me if you're a polling agent, you will stay there and say, oh, I'm a Labour agent, a Labour Party agent. And then they kill you because you want that paper. Apart from that, some money were budgeted for technology. There is a reason why 2023 were said to be an election with a difference. And what is it? Technology. Okay? Today, people might rejoice and say, oh, Obi lost. Oh, let him go to Supreme Court. He will lose. Guess what that man has done? He has exposed Nigeria for what Nigeria is. And it's so sad. I was reading a retired High Court judge this morning wrote, and he said it's a pity that those who sat on election matters were taking it as if it's a personal kind of like 2 people. No, it's supposed to be a Nigerian affair. It's supposed to be the people of Nigeria. Take for instance, here in California, if I do beat my wife, and my wife says she will not prosecute me, I'm not free. The people of California, it will be the people of California versus myself, and I will face them. Forget about all these things we talk about. Okay, let's say Niger for Life. I was listening to him when he was saying all this, whatever it is. We were all here. We were all witnesses that INEC was told not to, to open up whatever they used for election. Let the people inspect it. What did they do? First, they used a delayed tactics. Later, they came up and said, "Oh, we're about to conduct another election, and this, that." Because you know why they did all those things? At the end of the day, they knew that a forensic analysis could be carried out, and whatever you delete, I'm into computers, and I know how to. No matter, do you know that all those things you guys delete on your phones or on your computers and you think it's gone, it's not gone. If I want to recall it back, I will recall it back. Okay? And that was done. Mohammed, we all want the goodness of Nigeria. Believe you me, I'm from Delta State. Okay? No matter what,
I
I'm
wanted
able
to
to,
talk.
I'm able to feed, but at the end of the day, when the people, my relatives, are not able to feed, what do I take myself? Then I'm nobody. I'm nobody. What these judges have done right now means that next elections to come, believe you me, you'll be seeing it will go back to those 1980s and 70s when talks, because it will be every political party will organize their own talks to be there, and they will be naming people. INEC was paid to, or was given money to do something. They could not even produce the results. And do you know that the total result that they did, whatever they did, that they said they used 33%? How did you get those 33%? Before you and I go to, if you have the what INEC presented, go to Abuja, check the Abuja total. It's not up to 90, but they did it.
All right, Prince.
They just put a figure. Thank you, doctor. Let me rest my case.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Wale. You spoke, I think. You have something new to add.
Yeah, I have something to add. Let me just walk out of the noise. Right. I think looking at the what has happened, we can spend another 57.
Right. I think
In my
his
country,
connection.
we're all guilty. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now.
Okay. We are all guilty of what is happening in our country, one way or the other, directly, indirectly. And when we talk about corruption, let's start from there first, because corruption is just the root of everything. I'll give you an example. If my uncle is Senator Akpabio and he sent me to United States, to university, to study, and he's paying ridiculous, well, I'm sorry about that one. He's paying very expensive amount for my school fees. He's giving me, pocket money and everything. Would I question him and say, Uncle, where are you getting all this money from? Well, I'm benefiting from it. So anybody who is benefiting from corruption, they wouldn't call it corruption. They would call it connection. I know, I'm the son of Buhari or whatever. But an innocent soul cannot go to just ordinary primary school or secondary school or university because their lecturers are on strike. An average person cannot go to the hospital in Nigeria to receive a good medical treatment if they don't have money. So, I mean, you and I, every single one of us know that here, we enjoy basic amenities. We work, we get paid. You live according to your means. No police escort or anything. But in a country where we come from, it's just a shame. I'm not saying we're all going to be equal. I'm not going to say senator is going to be the same, living like I do. Anyway, all that apart, if what happened to Ekurumadu happened in Nigeria, the man will be walking free with escort, with everything on the street of Nigeria, and the boy will be languishing in the prison. But you see what happened in UK. Even the doctor that was part of the old deal was sent to prison as well, including the wife. Idris Abdulkarim had the same renal kidney transplant in Nigeria. He didn't die. So until we actually tell ourselves, do human being, another human life really matter to us, irrespective of who they are, where they come from? Until we all have that at the back of our mind, nothing is going to change. Now, going back to the justice, I'm not expecting them to even do anything better, to be honest with you, because I listened to Ned Media guy and he explained everything, and I thought, you know what, they're not going to, just give the poor man, what do they would know who I am? Who knows my father? I'm nobody. So how are they going to give, support someone like me? How much money do I have? Who do I even know? So it's who know who. I mean, when the APC government who has been in power for 80.
All right. Well, we have to leave it at that. Let's go to CJ. CJ, welcome to.
When you are praying for Buhari to go, now the same APC, the same guy, the educational minister, Festus Keyamo, the labor, and the rest of them, they were part of all these, these 8 years of suffering. I expect an average Nigeria to say enough is enough. We've done, no more APC. Let's bring somebody new or someone new, another political party or a new political party, which Obi did, because I don't even know about Labour Party. All I knew was PDP and APC, and they are just, what did they call it, Olosho kind of, because they are all prostitute of, I'm sorry, my language.
All right.
They all move from.
Well, thank you so much. Let's move on.
So, if APC and sorry, just one second. If APC guys has anything good to offer, they could have, offered Nigeria during Buhari's regime. Now they are in power. What do we expect? Nothing apart from Shege. I'm sorry. If anybody is expecting anything fantastic from this administration, please go back to sleep. And when you wake up, you can now ask yourself if you are still dreaming. But
all right, thank you.
Thank Nigeria don't happen to anyone.
Thank you. CJ, you're next. 2 minutes now, because we have to time everybody so that we can get.
No, before that, can you put me backstage, please?
Okay, I'll do that.
Backstage.
All right, CJ, go ahead.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. When Mohammed was making his statement, an illustration, he said, if you promise 500K and after 2 days you end up giving me, if you promise to give me 500K today and then you end up giving me after 2 days the 500K, that it's fine, you're not breaking the law, blah blah blah. I understand. So getting the judges, in terms of judgment, you can actually pass a verdict. You can always find a loophole in the law to pass a verdict that would make it sound as if you are not against the law. But that doesn't mean that verdict, that doesn't mean you've given a justified, justice to that situation. Now, your illustration is wrong in the sense that electoral issues are very sensitive. And INEC knew that. I've actually been a PO. I was a PO in Rivers State in 2015. I understood how election works. I understand how the whole thing in Nigeria is being rigged. So INEC knew that uploading this result right from the polling unit would actually prevent election rigging at the collection center. What did they do? Okay, let's get the IREV. Let's take a picture. Let's upload this. And then you told all these political parties, this is what we are going to do. And everybody got gingered. They were like, hell yeah, this time around, these people are not going to be able to rig us out anymore. We are going to be able to follow these results live and direct. And then in the middle of the game, and then the government gave you billions of naira. And in the middle of the game, because the law says you have the power to choose whatever. Meanwhile, you already made your guideline. It's already written. And then in the middle of the game, you came out and say, oh, we couldn't do this anymore. And then these parties that have already prepared that you're going to get this done, they already made all their preparations, everything according to your guideline. You expect them to just change overnight? How wouldn't you call that fraud? I give you billions of naira to produce something, and then you ended up giving me a substantial value of that thing, and then you don't call that fraud? Like, I don't need a political party to bring evidence to me when you have the judges are part of Nigeria, right? These judges should understand the feelings of Nigerians. It's not just about, oh, what fact did you bring? What did you bring? It's about, if Labour Party had brought, let's say, Jega's whatever interview on at Chatham House and told them this is what Jega said, and just because the law says INEC can always choose however they want to transmit the result. And then, but the judges knew that even few days to the time that INEC said they were going to transmit this result through their IREV, why couldn't the judges say, oh, INEC, you promised this, we gave you so amount of money to do this, why didn't you deliver? Technically, that's fraud. In fact, that has nothing to do with the petitioners bringing their case. Technically, that's fraud. In fact, that case should be Nigeria against INEC if we have an independent justice system.
All right,
it should be Nigeria against INEC.
Yeah, thank you.
But I'm not asking Mohammed, you can use your time to respond. Sorry, just a quick minute, just a quick second. The fact is, even if Obi had won, I wasn't expecting anything to change in Nigeria. I'm not a Labour Party supporter, or neither am I, because I believe the problem of Nigeria is bigger than Obi. Because even the so-called Labour Party House of Rep members that are in the Senate, what are they doing? Once they collect their own share, everybody shut up. That is the problem in Nigeria. Once you are part of the corrupt system, the system is now favoring you, you won't say shit. If Obi had gone in there, the same thing would happen. So you can't give what you don't have. Until Nigerians change their orientation, Nigeria will never be good. We wallow in this poverty and hatred.
All right, thank you, CJ. Let me go to Christian. I know Mohammed wants to say something, but let me go to Christian.
For 1 minute, because I'm leaving now, because he mentioned my name. That's
there is no need for Mohammed saying anything again. He's the same things are the same thing, and he never followed the election tribunal. So there's no need wasting time talking to Mohammed. I know, please go ahead.
Okay, hold on. The rage I'm talking about, you have in abundance of it, so I'm not surprised.
It has nothing to do with rage. It's just wasting time. People, they have other things to do.
Okay.
Talking about the same thing you don't know about. So there's no need wasting time with you.
All right, hold on, Kija. Mohammed, go ahead.
Yeah, so he mentioned many points, so I will just mention the thing. I agree with him. So INEC was paid a lot of money to do this live transmission. Yes, they should have done it. I agree with this. Where I disagree with you is to say that has bearing.
You accept that is fraud? That's the question. If you promise to do something and accept money, that's fraud.
Fraud. Okay, fraud. I will grant it. But it has no bearing on whether or not the election was changed or rigged. You understand?
It does have a bearing, though.
It does not.
I prepared per your guideline. You gave me a guideline, and I prepared per your guideline.
So I didn't follow my guideline. Does that mean
you don't expect me? So if I don't follow your guideline as a political party,
I'm gone.
If I don't follow your guideline as a political party, am I not going against the law?
All right.
That's the question.
Anyway, bye.
We're going to Christian. You're next.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, thank you for having me here. Well, I have a couple of issues. I didn't want to come in, but two people made me to come in. Olumide and one other guy, actually. The obedient people. First, I don't know whether he's talking out of ignorance or that kind of thing that people say multiculturalism in Nigeria. Let's build multiculturalism in Nigeria. I live here in UK. During the time of Tony Blair, they appointed one man called Trevor Phillips to head multiculturalism in United Kingdom. After 3 years of tinkering and all that, they wind up. The result was that multiculturalism has failed, and it's not possible to have multiculturalism in the United Kingdom. Now, I want also to remind him to go and read Professor Biozo's article on ethnicity. What they call ethnicity or tribe is actually a nation here in Europe. You have Honduras, less than 1 million. You have Iceland, less than 1 million. So when they come to you and say that multiculturalism is a strength in diversity, you don't understand the full meaning of that word, of that statement. I wish I have time. I will be given time to explain to him what strength in diversity mean. It doesn't apply to Nigeria. Professor Akintoye was also right on this when he described India, how India restructured themselves into nations that made up of Indias. So the second people I want to talk to are the obedient group. You see, when a criminal come into your house and take over your house, and you go, you tell them, you have gun, you have knife, you have a iron to break the window or to destroy the door to get inside and fight the guy. And the man said to you, no, we shouldn't destroy the house. We shouldn't destroy the house. And you are outside saying to him, oh, yeah, well, I agree with you. We shouldn't destroy the house. We shouldn't destroy the house. So why should this criminal really open the door for you to enter? That is the most stupid, irrational thinking that they are making. Obi himself, you ask him this question. You know, you yourself, Dr. Damages, you ask him this question. He knew that Nigeria is not just good, it's not fit for purpose, it's a criminal enterprise. So why would anybody waste his time thinking that this election or this judgment will be different? Nigeria is a country that yesterday was better than today, and today will be better than tomorrow. So I don't understand why we are not discussing the most important thing that is happening in the whole Africa, that the Africans are waking up to realize that there is a conspiracy, or that the Berlin conference need to be redone. We need to redo Berlin conference that divided Africa. You know, and when people come to your show, I expect them to to speak based on something that is rational and practicable and going to solve the problem of Nigeria. They say corruption. Corruption is everywhere. Why do they have corruption? If criminals from different parts of Nigeria, the Igbo criminals, Yoruba criminals, Hausa criminals, TV criminals, they're all ganged up, to take over Nigeria. And then somebody is telling me that you, as obedient, you are going to go to the Supreme Court to take over Nigeria when you are not prepared to march on the streets. I mean, I don't want to, sometimes I listen to you, I like to listen to the background, but this multiculturalism is a no-no for me. He must be well guided so that he can read about multiculturalism. There's no country that is built on multiculturalism. None.
Right.
None.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you so much. Let's go to PJ.
Thank you.
PJ, next.
Good day, everyone. I think the problem is that when I started listening to you guys, I think it was like 45 minutes ago, so 1 hour ago. So I don't know what was discussed before, but it seems since I've been listening, they've been talking about the numbers. But we have to go through the to the process. I have to talk about the process and then talk about the numbers. First of all,
Dr. Damage,
everyone focus on numbers. The APM case was just simple. Okay, if I were moderating, I would have shown a picture. APM case was this guy nomination of Shetima, that it was wrong, so thereby leading to invalid nomination of Tinubu. Masari with June 24th. Okay, Shetima was nominated July 14th. Total 21 days. The Electoral Act, Section 33. If I were moderating, I would post it. Section 33 of the Electoral Act says it has to be 14 days. If after 14 days, you don't have a replacement, you have to do a fresh primary. That's the law. That's the law. Okay, but what the judges what they did? They said, it's unintentional. I mean, like the first thing you learn, like as a child, that ignorance is not an excuse in the law. It's not an excuse. So you can't say that's a technicality. Also, you can't say because what do you mean? Because you are citing them already. That's what it is. It's not intentional. What do you mean? It's not intentional. Okay, for instance, I was a drunk driver, saw some passengers somewhere, and pick them up. Say, okay, I want to, get you guys. It's night, you might not get another vehicle. Let me, pick you guys. And then you got an accident and killed those people. What are we gonna say? It wasn't intentional. That's what we're going to say. That it's not intentional. That we're gonna, let him free. PPC was a drunk party. They didn't know what they were doing, and they got involved in an accident. Instead of the judge, coming to the rescue of the people, they said, okay, it's not intentional. What kind of justice is that? When I started listening to them and I heard this, I was like, no, nothing else will stick. Anyway, let's talk about the numbers. So for people who know about the Electoral Act, from EC 8A, whatever, EC2 8A, that's the one you get in the polling unit. When after the election, the polling officer, polling unit officer, will just record everything. We transmit it to the IREV, okay? So the next stage, when they go to the ward, because, polling units, they're under wards. So in a ward, you can have many polling units. So when you go to the ward, the collation officer at the ward level, we look into IREV. Let's say polling unit 1, he will look into IREV. He will say, okay, polling unit 1, you said 28 people. He will look into IREV, yeah, it's correct, 28 people. So then he will collect the result of all the polling units in that ward. So they will take it to the local government. Local government collation officer will also look into the IREV. We look, okay, that is correct. Then he will record everything also, it's correct. Then they go to state, the same thing, they have to look at IREV, okay, to check all the results. Now, Mohammed and people are telling us, about the numbers. Then when you have an IREV, in the IREV, what you have is a picture of a naked woman. How did you validate the result in the ward level? How did you validate it in the local government, in the state, in the national? How did you validate the result? Which is a picture of a naked woman. So in Nigeria, in the Evidence Act, it calls that, in the election, the evidence provided by INEC is supreme, followed by the evidence provided by the police, then followed by the evidence provided by the parties. LP and the PDP, they brought evidence provided by INEC, certified true copy. So those about 18,000 polling unit results, there's nothing in there. So how did they arrive at the figure they announced? If you have no result, about more than 20 million, about 2.5 million people, voters disenfranchised because their numbers, they're not there. So how do you get the result? Okay, so, and they provided certified true copy provided by INEC, not provided by their party. And then also, Labour Party also, they provided also copies provided by their polling unit officers, polling unit agents. So, but the justices, they didn't even look at those things. They just they just dismissed them because they had judgment, they had something. It was ordained. It was like predetermined that's what they're going to rule about. Okay, but we're going to go to the Supreme Court. In the they didn't even look at the cases done by Supreme Court or Yetola versus Adeleke. Supreme Court also said that IREV is important. It's part of the process. In its ruling, don't know. Let me check what of the rulings they said that an election result shall only be collated if the collation officer ascertains that the number of accredited voters agrees with the number recorded in the BVAS and votes called by political parties on the result sheet is correct and agrees with the result electronically transmitted or transferred directly from the polling unit as prescribed in this regulation and guideline. That's what the Supreme Court said. And also he said that the result transmitted to the result viewing portal is to give the public at large the opportunity to view the polling unit results on the election day. It is clear for the provisions of regulation that 38I and II, that the collation system and result viewing portal are different for National Electronic Register for Election Result. The collation system and result viewing portal, that's IREV, are operational during the election as part of the process. That's what they rule. So, I mean, like, the people here are talking about numbers, we're talking about, but we're talking about the process. The process was not followed. So what are you supposed to do when the process are not followed? You're supposed to annul the election. But they didn't annul the election. What they start telling us, people, they've been given so many excuses. We're not even talking about the 25% in Abuja, whatever. We're just dealing with the, some part of the process. INEC process, INEC didn't follow the process. It told people. I sent you whereby, they said, because some people are saying that INEC, they are free to do whatever they want. No. The electoral law, the electoral act gives them the right to do whatever they want. But once you set that process, once you say that we are going to follow this, it becomes law. It becomes law. So if you follow that law, you have violated, the electoral act.
Okay, John. So let me take you back. Okay, you are talking as somebody who followed this process, and there are a lot of people who did not follow this process in details. So help us. Let me understand you. When at the polling units, they come up with the result, and each party will get their own copy.
Yes.
Okay. What happens next when they go to the ward level? Yeah. Okay, and they put it together, and each party will sign off. Is that true?
No. You sign at the polling unit. They sign. You have agents. As it goes.
Yeah. At the ward level. At the ward level, do they have agents?
Yeah. Ward level, you have agents as well.
Okay, and they sign.
They sign as well also.
Okay. So each party, they have what they got at the ward level.
They have ward level, and the polling unit ward level, and all those.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. And then the next level is what?
The next level is local government level.
And each party will have an agent when
it's supposed to have an agent. Yeah.
Okay, good. So the question that people are asking, the people who are not so in depth the way you went into the details of what's going on, or pay attention, is what is the difficulty in each of these parties from saying that based on what we have, our agents gave us at the ward level, they signed, your own agents signed. You may not have agents at all the polling units. I agree, I understand that. But at the ward level, at least you should have agents. At the local government, you have agents. And they signed. Did they? They signed at the local government. They signed at the state level. Because if something is not clear to them, they don't have to sign. Okay. So why is it that they did not say at this point, this is what we had based on what our agents signed at the ward level, at the polling unit level, at the local government level?
Rudolph, I disagree with you on that.
Can I tell you what happened, Rudolph? Can I tell you what happened?
No. Let me answer him. I'm going to answer him.
Because I was on ground. I was part of the system. Can I tell you what happened?
No, hold on. Let Okija answer. You come to you.
Okija can answer this. I'm sure he can. I know he followed this.
So they have those figures in most of the states where they have people, like in Lagos, from PDP figure, okay, and PDP figure. Labour won by about 900,000 votes. They won about 900,000 votes. But anyway, in Nigeria has the Evidence Act. In the Evidence Act, okay, when it comes to election, Evidence Act, INEC copy is the copy that will be accepted by the court. It doesn't matter what your agent has. The INEC copy is what. That's why in Hope Uzodinma case, okay, Hope Uzodinma brought the case. INEC couldn't produce their copy. So in the Evidence Act, the next command is a police copy. So Hope Uzodinma produce police copy. So whatever your agent produce, it's immaterial now. The police one is the one that prevails now. So that's why the court ruled in favor of Hope Uzodinma, because he had police record, police copy, and the INEC didn't produce their own copy. So in the case of this case right now, Labour has certified true copy from INEC and included blood pictures. So you don't need one from his agent anymore. You don't need them anymore. Because the INEC is showing you that there was, from what INEC is showing for their CTC, it shows that there was no election there because they have no result. So even if you produce yours, it's immaterial because.
But Okija, did you hear when the judges were saying that that Labour Party and a PDP did not give them figures, did not produce anything, that they are saying that they should give them, award them, that declare them the winner. Meanwhile, they are not giving them figures. They didn't say that the figures they gave them were not certified.
Okay, no, hold on. I'm going to answer the question. Okay. So what in this case, what happens according? Listen, you are dealing with people who have been in court, a long time ago. These guys, so they're not new. In a situation where these things happen, what the court is supposed to do to nullify all those polling units because you have no result there. So they can't give you. They're not supposed to give you figures. You are supposed to nullify them when there is overvoting, like in Adeleke, Oyetola Adeleke, when it was the way for voting. Like voting means that the number of accredited voters, the number of people that vote recorded is more than the number of accredited voters. That means an overvoting. So you throw out that polling unit. That's what the court is supposed to do. All those polling units where they have problems, you can't produce their INEC could not produce their result. You invalidate them. That's what's supposed to do. So these guys, they have done the case. They can't give judge a number. They have to be based on evidence. Come up with okay, we invalidate these ones. So they spent time you invalidate this one, yet you record the other votes. That's what's supposed to happen.
All right, okay, hold on. Okay, I'll come back to you. Let me go. Where is CM? Oh, he's gone. All right, let me go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, what do you have that we don't understand? Go ahead. I know you're in Nigeria. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Righteous Man.
Dr. Rudolph, good evening, and all the panel members, good evening.
Good evening.
It's been raining here, and the weather had been very favorable to us. That's the good news we have right now in Lagos. Now, back to the issue on ground. I had wanted to ask Mr. Mohammed a question. Was he a party man or just a Nigerian who is making his observations based on the things he saw on ground? Did you invite him as a special guest? Because some of the things he said, every good and well-meaning Nigerian that is praying good for this country will not go to that length to say those things. Anyway, he's gone. Now, I have made a statement here in the previous edition of this program that I personally, by God's divine intervention, missed to be killed. I've said it in this program. And I stopped voting in Nigeria 2011 when Jonathan lost that election. He did not lose it that Nigerians did not.
Hold on, 2015 you mean?
Yeah, sorry, 2015, sorry. That was the last time I voted. Jonathan did not lose that election that Nigerians did not vote for him. He was rigged out. Now, coming 2023 election, my first son graduated from the university. And I forced him to go and register to have his BVN, permanent voters card, PVC, sorry, so that he would be able to vote. Then my house were about 12 people under my roof, and everybody, those who have never voted before, went to register. Not because of Obi, I'm a PDP guy. We went to register based on the fact that INEC has given us assurance that the game changer, which is the technology that is going to take care of the issue of overvoting and rigging. And then we were duly informed not to accept money if we are offered money. In other words, you can still pick up their money, but vote your conscience. There is one popular radio station in Lagos called Nigeria Info. I'm one of the contributors in that radio station. Sandra normally anchor it, called The Hard Facts. I always make sure I play my part in that program. Nigerians, we are advised that there won't be anything like rigging. That you not coming out to vote means you want the old method to continue. And that was why the civil society advocated for the tertiary institutions to go on break so that students can come and register, which they did. So the youths that have never voted in Nigeria before were willing to vote. And we actually voted. In that election day, I had 3 people. For security reasons, I'm not going to say how they are related to me, but I know 3 people that partook in different local government councils in Lagos or areas that were pulling unit agents. And the report they gave to me is something that ears are not supposed to hear. I'm telling you. So where I voted, this is what happened. I voted in where I voted in polling unit 009, Ward 4. If you go to the INEC portal right now, the result of my polling unit is missing.
Are you talking about 2015?
2023, February 25.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't vote again since 2015.
No, I said I stopped voting in 2015.
Okay. Okay.
In 2023, because of the promise of INEC and the social, what do you call it? The civil society groups. These people tried. They evangelized Nigerians. Nigerians were awake.
What you're making is that because of that, you went and voted in 2023.
Yes. And not only me. And that's what I'm saying.
Let's make it quick. I know you don't have to go into details. I was almost lost in 2011 when you started. But let's get to...
No.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm trying to say, in this 2023 election, we were told that INEC was giving about 305 billion naira. The European Union gave them 30 million euros. If you calculate it, INEC was dealing with 400 billion naira in their hand. They never lacked money. And 2023 election was the costless election in the history of Nigeria. Because of the bringing in of
in the whole world
technology. You say what?
No, he was supporting you. He said in
the whole
world.
In the whole world.
Because of the technology issue. INEC told us, if INEC did not tell Nigerians, INEC told me, that my vote will count. That after I must have voted at the polling unit, that the beavers will be used to snap the record that the what do they call it? EC0 whatever. It will be snapped and immediately transmitted to the portal. That was what INEC told me. And that was the confidence I had that moved me to trek from Isolo to Apapa to go and vote, because that was where I registered. Can you understand? So if you're in Lagos, you know the distance.
Righteous man. Let's so that we can move to other topics. We are still on one topic. It's almost 3 hours.
Yeah, I want to correct what Mohammed said.
Yeah, but you should go straight and correct.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is this: the judges faked. That day, I tuned to your platform, and you were viewing it live. If you watch, it was like they have a mission against PDP and LP. that the judges were not reading as if they were representing the country. They were reading as if there is a battle between them and Labour Party and PDP. For example, if you are not aware, let me announce it that we have 37 states in Nigeria now, not 36 states. Because by virtue of their ruling, we have no longer 36 states, but 37 states. And then in the constitution, for you to be a governor of a state, you must score 25% in the whole local government area of your state. Now, the president of Nigeria, who happens to be the governor of Abuja, supposed to score 25% in order to be qualified to be called the governor of the Federal Capital Territory, which he did not. And the judges said is no longer required. 25% is no longer required. Now, concerning the agent issue, you were asking if the agent signed or did not sign. In Lagos State, from PDP Situation Room, Labour Party scored 954,700 votes. That is PDP Situation Room. And you know, when the collation center in Lagos, what they were calling did not tally with what Labour Party woman had. I don't know if you followed it up. The woman raised the alarm that the figure that INEC was calling does not correspond with what they had on paper. They gave a break and went and did the arithmetic again and brought out the one they called. The agents of Labour Party were victimized. They were intimidated. They were asked to sign by duress. They never signed based on what they had on ground. Because I have 3 people that went as agents of Labour Party. Me, I was standing for PDP. So if anybody is asking you that why is it that Labour Party did not present evidences, the evidences that Labour Party presented that they refused camera to cover during the time of the proceeding of the election, what happened to those evidences? Now, when they want to give judgment, they ask the media to come and cover it and hide their face. What are you hiding your face if you have no skeleton in your cupboard?
All right, thank you, righteous man. Where are we? Let's go back to Judy. I know, and CM actually came before you, Jude, I think, but he went off and I'll give KJ. I don't know if KJ time. I give KJ 1 minute or 2, because you've been around. And if there's anything that you had that you want to add something before I go to CM, go ahead. Unmute yourself, KJ.
I just want to support what Okija has said. And just like when we began this program, we highlighted some of those things that he has said. And he has well said it. In fact, he has well said it to a point that nobody who is reasonable enough will want to say those are not facts. You see, it beholds me when I think that the judges could go to the length they went. And I don't know what kind of justice that would be. Because you came to a point where you're even being the one. Are you now saying that in Nigeria, forgery is not a crime? Okay? Because evidence you have presented, you refuse that. Civil forfeiture of money is not a crime, because you also refuse that. Even the electoral guidelines, which said that, just like Okija said, you have a particular time for which you can either accept or reject it. But you made excuse for Shetima. It must have been a mistake. So that is no longer part of the rule. And I ask everybody who is, here and those listening. So if Rudolph sets examination for his class, his students, and gives an instruction, and then the student goes in and says that, okay, I don't want this, follow this instruction, okay, and then or follows the instruction to the latter, and then Rudolph now comes and says, no, okay, I've changed my mind, so the instruction is no longer going to hold. I've changed the instruction after the exams have been written. So are you going to fail the student, and will Rudolph be right? Because the court is saying, even though it is mandatory that if you're a politician, you must submit your form, and it has to be between 21 days and 14 days, and this person did it before that, didn't do it before that time, that the case person is also right, that can be forgiven him because he didn't do it deliberately. If you can make an excuse for one person, why don't you make an excuse for the other side also, so that to be balanced? And we know that you are now making an excuse for everybody. And in any case, I mean, many people have said what I want. I don't want to be the devil. We have said enough, more than enough to make sense to anybody who wants to hear it. And I'll just rest my case on that.
All right, thank you. CM, you're next.
Hey, finally, what is happening to me? Okay, all right. Thank you, Rudolph, and then good afternoon, everybody. I don't know whether I'm coming out fine. I don't know whether my network is slow. Okay, yeah, I hold a very gentle opinion. There has been a grand plan ab initio to stop an Igbo man being president of Nigeria. We know it's been in the office. We thought that after 40, 50 years, they will get tired. But no, they don't. There is no way you will tell me you were given 3 ballot papers at the same time. You thumbprint them. Directly, they switched up the beavers. That's what Lai Mohammed said. Lai Mohammed, the information minister, said they deliberately switched it off. So anybody coming to bring one technical jargon or this, it's all lies. On the issue that Labour Party didn't provide evidence, I laugh. What is it called? All those it's not suitcase of paper that we attended as evidence in the court. What were those papers for? Are they not resolved from different polling units? You saw Labour offloading it every morning from the vehicle, uploading them. Niger State, Akwa Ibom, Plateau. You see them offloading it. So what are you people talking about? It is true that those who have spoken here, Nigerians like to gloat. Let me say this. I wouldn't like to waste time because there is really no need kicking a dead horse. Africa's foremost writer, a very respected writer, Professor Chinua Achebe, when he was alive, he said, Nigerians can never agree on anything unless they are common resentment of Igbo. This is the European Union. It's not me saying it. European Union gave their verdict because they gave money. They gave Nigeria money to conduct the election, and they observed it. What was their verdict? Is it me that said it? So when people come and start to, in Nigeria, everybody can justify anything. We can justify, even if you give a Nigerian shit, the person is eating it. As long as the person giving him that shit is from his ethnic group, he's happy. That person will just feel happy because that is nothing. Look at the nonsense people are talking. Judges did this, the best election, the best this. People are just, who cares? If you have to justifying petrol is the same thing. The area that is the poverty capital of Nigeria is still poverty capital. The area that is dominated by disease is still dominated by disease. Those that are still begging are still begging. Those that are backwards, they are still backwards. Those that are deprivation, inequality, they are still dominating. So does it matter? Does it matter? People improve themselves with time. Nigeria remains the way it is. Buhari struggled for so many years. We are told here, Buhari is same as Gaskia, same integrity. He is this, he is that. He is the best. They are crying more than people from Akwa Ibom. But Akwa Ibom has never produced president. The same Kasena produced Yaradua every time they need the power. Then go there and see the mess. If really this power, Obasanjo was there for 8 years. What did we gain? Jonathan was there for 8 years, 3 years as 5 years as president. The people of Niger Delta are still crying till today. So when people come and then maybe want to gloat, Obi didn't get it, they should try again. INEC didn't, their lawyer didn't present evidence. You know, when they talk this thing, you think we are not stupid. Nobody is stupid. If you know 1 + 1 = 2, it's okay. Somebody coming to lecture me, election is mathematics. Okay, election is mathematics. Buhari won mathematics. Yar'Adua won mathematics. How far? Where are we today? Where are we? El-Rufai won mathematics. Was in Kaduna State. Where is Kaduna State? A killing field. How many people died there? Do people look? I wonder why people don't look beyond their nose. People come here and they talk. Why was Amoteku formed? Why did the Yorubas form Amoteku? Why? There was a reason. So when people come and you know in Nigeria, everybody want to talk. That's I know why Chinua Achebe put it in writing. Nigerians of all ethnic groups, we never agree on anything unless they are common resentment of Ndibo. That's all. That is just what this election proved. People are even coming to tell you should have done like this. You should have. Those that are masters, those that think they are the guru of politics. They understand politics better than even United States. They understand what democracy means better than Abraham Lincoln that defined it. Where are they? Relative to all those people they are feeling, where are they? People should be able to talk. Which part of Nigeria looks more deprived than the rest? Where? And these are the things we talk of power. Power is an instrument for development. What are they using it for? And people are clamoring. We can do it. We can do it. INEC gave guideline. So you can't hold INEC to their own guideline. What they went to Chatham House to go and tell the whole world, this is how it should be. Because of that, European Union gave them money. Now people are coming to say INEC it cannot be. INEC cannot. Certain when do Nigerians even look themselves in the mirror? Particularly those of them that are in the diaspora. Do you look yourself in the mirror and see the nonsense the world is talking of us? Cameroonians know what happened. People in Mali, Burkina Faso, even in Niger, no. And people come here to come and justify, even if you give them poison, as long as it is their tribal man that is giving it, as long as Igbo man is being dispossessed, they will drink the poison. Look at Nigeria. Those that have been ruling Nigeria, how far? Those that have been ruling Nigeria, hey, we drag it. We were able to get power. We know how to. We strategize. Somebody is telling me, you strategize. After strategizing, what? How far? Buhari strategized for 12 years. How far? Where is Buhari and his party? Where is Buhari, his development? Yeah, where are we today? Now people are talking. Tinubu won the election. Everybody has forgotten the effect of a petrol subsidy. Tomorrow, petrol will be 5,000 naira, or maybe, dollar will be over 1,000 counting, and people will say, we strategize. You have to strategize. Look, you see, there are things people should know. Some people want to remain in stone age. That is the issue. They are to remain in their stone age. I don't begrudge them. But what I do not want people is to try to rope me in that I must be in the same stone age with you. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Somebody said here that in Europe, what they have is nation states. As small as they are happy. Does it? Let me drop this last line and then I leave. The whole Nigerian governors went to Rwanda to go and to go and have a look. Rwanda is a very small country, landlocked. Yet people from the Atlantic, people that are having access to the sea, they all went to Rwanda. They were all looking at as if Rwanda is another Dubai. That's where they went to. People from Nigeria, our governor also, and they are playing, they know politics. Now they are going to Rwanda to go and ask for. As if we did not ashamed, and people are coming here to tell me we know politics. Shame.
All right, CM, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just acknowledge Oga Africa. I know you've been trying to get on, and each time I'm trying to call you, your connection will go off again. I think probably you are in Nigeria, hopefully. But what I will do is I will go to Jude, you're next. But as I see Africa, I will go to him. Go ahead, Jude.
Hello, people. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having us this morning again. And thank you, all our listeners. Well, I know I've heard a lot, I've seen a lot. And for this past 1 week, since after the verdict, although most of us, some of us have expected what the judicial panel did, that was what they were going to do. But we're only hoping that maybe for the first time, they will do the right thing. But hey, they've proven us wrong. That a thief, once, like they say, once you're a soldier, you are no soldier, or whatever they say. Once you are a criminally minded, you have made criminal a career, it's hard to get out of it. And that is what the judges and in Nigeria, including the politicians, shown us, that they are criminally minded hearts and inclination, that nothing can erase it. Unfortunately, one of the criminals, have told us in time past what we can do to stop their criminality. But we, Nigerians, have been afraid, or out of cowardice, we have refused to do what they have prescribed to us, that this is the only way you can stop our criminality. And that is what, by that I'm referring to the former Minister of, what is this, Transportation, what is his name? Amechi, who said that the reason why they continue to steal, you see, thank God for that man. Even if I'm sure his colleagues would have berated him for saying the truth, but that is the obvious truth. He knows that they are thieves. So when we call them thieves here, and people say, "Oh, don't call, be respectful," politicians, they know they are thieves. They know what they are doing. So this man said in a public show, in a public forum, that why they have been stealing from Nigerians is because Nigerians have refused to stone them. It's because Nigerians, that he even made an analogy with a thief coming into your house. And if you do not harass that, if you do not stop the thief will continue to steal, to come to your house and steal. But Nigerians have refused. They don't even pay attention. They didn't even pay attention. We have not even paid attention to that word. That is the only recipe to stop these thieves from doing what they are doing. And we have all seen it as it has translated down to the judges and to the court, that we often said is the last hope of the common man. But is that the case in Nigeria now? No. No. It's like the common man doesn't have a space anymore in Nigeria. Because the verdict of the judicial panel in Nigeria has only shown, about two or three things. One, that Nigeria can never be one. So anybody that is still dreaming that one day Nigeria will become that one indivisible country, everything is working in harmony, that person must go and probably must go to the psychiatry for examination and for evaluation. Or maybe that person is under the influence of Mburumini or something. And then two, that verdict has also shown that Nigeria, in their coven, or the politicians, are, coming from every tribe or nationality or whatever they come from in Nigeria, have decided that an Igbo man will never be a president in Nigeria. That is what that verdict also has shown. And that verdict also has portrayed the rottenness even of the judicial body in Nigeria, to the extent that if I have the power, I will scrap every law department in every university in Nigeria because they are producing den of robbers, den of thieves, liars, people who are supposed to interpret and uphold the law of the land. Rather, they are the one that constantly continue to misinterpret, continue to reinvent the wheel. What has it shown? They have shown us that now in Nigeria, a criminal, it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you have the money to bribe your way through, you can be a president in Nigeria. That is one thing. It has shown that perjury is no longer a criminal offense in Nigeria. It has shown that having dual citizenship and not even reporting it, which is another in itself is an offense, which is perjury. Okay, it's okay. You cannot. You can go and contest for presidency. It has shown also that double nomination is fine, it's fair and cool. You can do that. It doesn't matter. In fact, they have what the judicial panel has simply done with this their verdict. They have broken every existing laws of Nigeria. They have nullified it and told Nigeria that anything goes in Nigeria as far as you have your money. The money you steal from the people and use that same money you have stolen from the people to bribe your way and buy everybody that you can buy. Fine, you can do whatever you want. That's what it has shown. So I don't know how long will we, in fact, look at what we're discussing now. Are we supposed to be discussing all this? Because they have made us to be discussing this now in order to start second guessing the wonderful work that the Obi's lawyers did during the hearing. And people now people like Mohammed and his likes begin to, talk on trivialities, leaving the essence. Okay, let's put up INEC issue, the election aside. Let's put that aside. Is Mohammed telling us now that it is okay for a criminal to run and be a president of Nigeria, a drug baron, somebody who has been found guilty in another country and paid a fine, forfeiture to the tune of $460,000 is no longer a criminal, or somebody who have told lies involving in identity theft, told us he went to schools and university that up to today all those records are in question. So nobody knows where the primary or secondary school he went to. Let me round up by this. You see, the lies of Mohammed are the problem Nigeria have. And his lies are why Nigeria can never be one. Because these kind of individuals, how will all of us now come together and fight these monsters before us? They can't, because they will go behind and give them money, and then they will come here and be throwing things that people will not be concentrating, instead of concentrating on the main thing that we're supposed to pursue.
All right, thank you.
It's a pity.
Thank you, Jude.
Thank you for having
we'll
me.
just round up on these topics with people who are here to say anything. Marcus, welcome to the show. Mute yourself, Marcus.
Okay, hello?
Yeah, good. Welcome.
Okay, as for me, when I come onto platforms like this, I like to ask questions rather than pontificate, because I can't say I'm an expert. But I mean, there are just some glaring questions that you have to ask yourself and ask the panel for people to think about. So, for example, I mean, I think one of the judgments that was delivered was in relation to the 25% requirement for Abuja. Now, those of us that are aware of any constitution, first question is, who were the framers of the Nigerian constitution? That's number one. Now, if we were to look at what is happening, especially in America and with people with long-standing constitution, one of the arguments people tend to make is trying to interpret the minds of the people that actually framed it. Because we were not in those minds, it was done 200 years ago. That's why living constitution or a literal constitution. Now, as far as I'm aware, the Nigerian Constitution came about in 1999. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I will assume the people who wrote those constitution in 1999 are still alive, and then one can actually ask. This is a basic question that I think anybody can can actually try to find out. Again, I don't see anywhere people are asking these questions, or if at all my line of questioning makes sense to the panels here. That's number one. I mean, if somebody can answer that question, I'm happy to give way. You're on mute there.
Yeah, sorry, Marcus. I wanted to say that Jude was there when they wrote the constitution. So Jude,
well, I wasn't there when they wrote the constitution, but several legal authorities have interpreted that and have lent their own interpretation or idea of why that was made.
No, but can we clarify something? Please, can you just hold on, Jude? Let's just clarify something. When you say the people, do we at least we can name the people who wrote the American Constitution? We can name them. Do we know the people that wrote the Nigerian Constitution?
The Nigerian Constitution was written by a concoction. Abdul Salami brought people together, okay, and the military. In fact, it was a military decree of Babangida and Abacha that was now concocted into
you don't know. So let's go to KJ. Who doesn't know?
No,
KJ.
but 1 second. No, just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay. The reason, the idea behind that Abuja 25% that you must have it is because
we don't need. That's not the question. That's who wrote the constitution.
Who wrote the constitution? Yeah. If we know who wrote the constitution,
AJ, do you know? Marcus, hold on. AJ, do you know?
The truth, Marcus, is that we don't know who wrote the Nigerian constitution.
There you go. Okay,
that's the truth.
We know one of them. If you don't know, we know one of them. And
one of them is, I know. I'm trying to remember his name before you called me. I wanted to give you his name, but that's just one person who volunteered to say he was part of those who wrote it. The rest, about 5 of them, and when they wrote it, they didn't get it to the public until in the Eagle Square, when Obasanjo was already about to take his oath. It was quickly rushed to him. So even he, Obasanjo, who later spoke about it, okay, did not even know what was inside.
Okay. Yes. So in that, that at least that's clearing.
Marcus, I have an answer for you. Maybe this will help.
Okay.
Can I just
go ahead,
one moment, KJ, from Premium Times. Premium Times wrote in November 7, 2013, that since the 1999 Constitution was produced by Justice Nikitobi, who was chairman of the 1998 Constitution Debate Committee. The 1999 Constitution, which will still operate, is Decree 24 and was promulgated into law by General Abdulsalam Abubakar on May 5, 1999, and has become operative from May 29, 1999 till date. Nikitobi was Deputy Vice Chancellor and Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Maiduguri, until April 22nd, 1985, when he met his at the meeting, when he met his older lecturer, Justice Adolphus Caribe White, at the VIP lounge of the Muritala Mohammed Airport. At the meeting, Justice Caribe White, who had earlier taught Nikitobi at University of Lagos, was the Chief Judge of Rivers State. The outcome of the meeting changed the destiny of both men. During the meeting, Justice Caribe White invited Nikitobi to leave academic world and join the judiciary, and he offered an offer he could not refuse. Okay. So they're saying that Nikitobi was the.
I said it. Abdul Salam is part of.
No. He said he propagated it. But what the point I'm trying to get at is the people that actually put pen to paper and then say this is what we wanted to do. And the reason why
was the chairman of that committee of a bunch of people.
So the point.
Marcus, hold on. So thank you so much, Olumide, for that. This is the kind of thing we want to actually get to real points. I know that Ben Nwabeze was one of those people who wrote the Constitution, and he has come out several times to even disassociate himself from, kind of regrets that he was part of it, that they wrote what they wrote. So the question that Marcus is getting to, which is important, this is how the media works actually in serious places where the media is still serious, is that someone would have thought about going to talk to those people that wrote the Constitution to know what did they have in mind when they said and Abuja. Not that it will have any impact. Let me just say this. I think that in terms of interpreting, whoever wrote it, whatever is written, the court system, whether it's the Supreme Court or whoever, will have the final say in interpreting whatever they think it should be. But finding out from people who wrote it what they mean will have been very important. Yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
Okay.
Sorry, just to add a little bit before you come in, Marcus. I'll give you a time. What Olumide said is also not the final say, because when they finished their work, this constitution was taken and given to a particular set of people. I'm trying to remember one of them, their name, who now went into hiding and made some adjustment to what was originally written down. This one I know that John Wodo has said this much. So they went in and adjusted and tinkered what was the final outcome, and then brought it and laid it on the Nigerian people. So it wasn't the original thing, as it were, that was eventually presented. Thank you.
And you know what? They even went on to say Nikki Toby's committee worked for less than 155 days to produce the Constitution. And some people thought it was unfair for a country with 36 states, excluding the Federal Capital Territory with 774 local government, 300 tribes and 2,000 pressure groups, to have a constitution of that magnitude produced within such a period. You see, that is where we've always said it, that this is where the bane of our problem is.
Okay.
A bunch of people came together to decide for all of us.
Yes, in that instance,
you know?
So what then logical step that leads to, I mean, for example, the situation the Americans have been fighting for the past 100 years, 150 years, since the original framers, and we can list them that they've gone to meet their maker. One of the key legal fights that's been going on has been the understanding of what a constitution is. Is it a living document, or is it a document that is set in stone? So that has been the legal fight, and it's an ongoing legal fight in America in terms of around those people who actually have adopted a legal, a constitutional. But in the UK, we don't have a constitution. We have an unwritten constitution, so we make the laws as we go. Now, the situation that we find ourselves in is where there are just some common basic questions that, we can see that this is a failed experiment. It just doesn't meet the legal standards. It doesn't meet any rational, intelligent standard in terms of how people are interpreting all the Constitution. So in respect to the president that is there now, it's I don't know if anybody saw a recent picture that's been sent around of Tinubu in India. It's literally by himself. World leaders are literally avoiding him like a plague, in essence. You understand? They don't want to be seen taking a picture with him because they all know, I mean, I'm sure international intelligence know what this situation is about. And unfortunately, I think somebody recently said, nothing could be further from the truth, is that Nigeria is just one giant crime scene. Everybody it's just a one, chalk outline of a crime scene. But I just wanted to ask that question. That was literally what I wanted to contribute. I mean, there's just some basic questions that you got to ask, and we can talk about all of this stuff going back and forth, but there's just some common questions and common thing that just, quite frankly, just doesn't add up. But if people can't go and ask the people who did it, then there's a lot of
Marcus, regardless of who even wrote that piece of paper, people are now saying, after 1999, after giving it a number of years to see how workable that document is, people have now come to realize that, you know what, this thing is not even helping us. It's not helping the minority tribes, ethnic groups. It's not helping the country as a whole. And as much as they sat down to write that thing without considering other factors, let's redo this thing over and over, and let's be fair to one another. Let's redo this thing. Even if we don't want to go back to 67 regional governments, let's try to make it. You want to practice American system of government, presidential, then do it the right way. Let's come together and let's do it right. You understand? The worrisome thing is that they're not even as imperfect as it is. Those who are the helms of affairs are not even trying very hard to implement what is in there. You know, you're shifting the goalposts in the middle of the goalpost, shifting the goalposts in the middle of the game. They don't follow the laws. They don't obey the laws. Everything is just confusion. You know.
All right. Thank you. Marcus, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you. I'm done.
All right. Okay, Jude, what do you want?
Yes, I want to also add, Marcus, and probably you know this, but the part is that I have heard from lawyers also who have listened to who knew about those that wrote it, that they wrote the idea behind somebody going to be a president in Nigeria having 25% in Abuja as compulsory is that Abuja is a symbol of Nigeria, when almost every tribe in Nigeria are coalesced, that has all our ministries and everything, and if they were to go by the quota system, everybody in Nigeria should be represented in Abuja. So he can't be a president of that country without at least winning 25% in a state that is a symbol of Nigeria, that every Nigeria exists. Okay, and it makes a whole lot of sense. So, and it absolutely make no sense for somebody to be a president of Nigeria who cannot even win ordinary 25% in a state or in a geographical location that we call our national capital, our national capital, to be a president and cannot win 25%. It doesn't make any sense. How can you rule? Because a president of Nigeria is like a governor of Abuja, if we were to call it a state.
Okay, Jude, hold on. Let me ask you this question because. Oh, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. I think you want to support.
Also, because 25%, when they talk about 25% in Abuja, you look at the constitution. It's only when you have more than 2 people contesting for president, that's when it's applied. But when you have only 2 people, it's different. So I mean, you have to look at the constitution to know. I mean, like there are so many people just say things. They are different when you have 3, more than 2 people. So that's why, like in this situation where you have more than 2 people, 25% in Abuja is supposed to apply, because just like Jude said, from going through all the constitution, you find out that what the president is basically the governor of Abuja. The governor of Abuja, and in other states, before you're elected as governor, you must have 25% in 1/3. I mean, 2/3 of your local government. That's how you're elected as governor of your state. So it's applicable in state. So that's what I'm thinking. I wasn't there when that's what I was thinking, probably because they looked at other states, look at the special circumstances of Abuja, and they said it has to be you have to get at least 25% because technically you are the governor of Abuja. That's the way I look at it.
All right, thank you. Let's not just go into details about debating that. My own take is that the final decision is going to come from the judiciary interpretation of the constitution. So it doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't even matter what the people.
But these people don't have monopoly of knowledge. It's written in English. Many of us are more educated than them.
Yeah, then you should go to
it's a slap on my face.
You should be a lawyer.
They're not more educated than me.
Dude,
are you kidding me?
I'm
sure they didn't even pass English language better than I did.
Of course, I did.
They're written in English.
The only way to, if you have issue with that, is to join the judiciary and become a judge in the Supreme Court. Then you'll be the one that will decide. But wherever in the world, they have a final interpretation. You may not like it, but that's the way.
We are talking about those who are not criminal, not criminal judges in Nigeria. You tell me that we should leave everything to the interpretation? Are you kidding me?
What are you going to do? I mean, you have Clarence Thomas in America. Some people will say that he's a criminal, but he's still there. He's judging you. There's nothing you can do.
It's not only one. It's
there's nothing you can do about it. Just like in America. just like in America, where people bear arms, some other judges they have interpreted. They said no, it is they have interpreted it differently because they said that it was then in America it was like that they didn't have police. So just if the judges say 25%, it's not necessary in Abuja. That's what we have to live by. So
Yeah.
about that.
Rudolph, imagine where we have 3 clearance judges in the United States.
No, Jude, the problem is that before the election, Olisa Abubakar asked INEC to go to court and have that interpreted. So the INEC didn't do that. So that's what we have, because even if they have done that, we wouldn't be.
But let me ask you guys, since you guys are really interested in this. Well, Jude, where in the world do you have something like that? And are you not concerned that? Wait, are you not concerned that? Hold on, are you not concerned that a person could win all the states, let's say all 36 states, and not get to this 25% in Abuja, and that person will not be president?
Every country, they have their own, like in Canada.
The question is from me. Let me ask you.
No, he said, okay, go ahead, Jude.
Let me respond. Okay, every country, like Okija said, every country is unique. And in America here, remember the way we go with our own, we have an electoral college, right? That takes care of certain things. And that is why in America, because of the electoral college, which personally, I have pointed out and I've called it out that it's a fraudulent process right now in the history of America. It's not serving the purpose for which it was founded long time ago, and they should scrap it. That is why a majority winner of elections sometimes cannot become a president because of electoral college. So in Nigerian context, okay, that 25%, if it was not to be sacrosanct, why would it be marshaled out and say and 1/3 of the state of other state? And it's like in an exam, many of us said that went to school in Nigeria, we have always came across questions, answered these 5 questions out of 15 questions, and number so and so. That number so and so presupposes that it's compulsory, and if you can answer that particular number question, even if you got 100% in all other questions, you may not take you through, because the lecturer that said the question knew why he wants you to answer that question.
Good, thank you.
Okay, can I? Yes. Let me just add a bit.
1 minute, everybody. 1 minute. You have to go.
Okay. This is every other person who have so far ruled Nigeria has always met that requirement. That's 1. 2. Abuja has a special listing. Nobody can refuse it. It does not have local government. It have councils. It has federal FCDA. That's what it's called, development councils. It does not have its own assembly. It relies on the National Assembly. It does not have governor. But now we're going to elect governor. So Wike is going to be the the only person to be 2 governors of 2 states in Nigeria. So it does not have governors. It has a minister. Now, it does not also, in fact, every other thing about it is totally different from this thing. That was the original, that had only been how it was created. But along the line, you see, the problem with Nigeria is that along the line, we begin to tinker to fit what we want, the one who is in power at each time. Now, again, you see, if it was not special, if it was not meant to be that way, in the second one, for instance, if you have
all right, KJ,
it is majority.
But KJ,
it is majority.
It was because of
second round is majority vote.
Hold on. Go ahead, KJ.
Assuming that Obasanjo, assuming that all of them now went for a second round, that clause was removed at the second round. It's only at the first round. But if both of them had 25% there and they had to rerun, the second round does not carry that requirement. So the people who wrote it know why they put it there. It's not just for a judge to throw it away and say, and it doesn't mean anything. It simply means it's the same. Thank you.
All right.
Just like other countries, they have their own. Like I didn't even know Canada, before you become prime minister, you must speak French. That's they have to reach an agreement with the Quebec side, French side, because they believe that they will be marginalized and they have a lot of resources. They wanted to go, but the compromise was that okay, before anybody speaks, every Canadian prime minister being a French speaker. So that's it. So in US, in DC.
But that's different from making people in one particular area more important than anybody else.
I'm telling you, this is the Constitution. If the Constitution says this is what it is,
it doesn't make them more important. It doesn't make them more important. It doesn't make them more important.
I think that was why the English was framed that way.
Okay, so why is the French side?
The Constitution could have said. The Constitution could have said the 36 states of the Federation and leave it at that, and we won't be able to collect results, or we won't be able to collect results from people who voted in Abuja, or they won't be part of the election. They will be omitted. But the only way for the Constitution to recognize Abuja in the eyes of the framers, I believe, was to stay and FCT. That is the special task force. That's why they didn't say 37 states, 36 states and the FCT. It doesn't make it any special. It's English. They didn't say and shall and must. It's and 36 states and FCT. It doesn't make it. You can't win. You can't lose all the states and win Abuja.
Okay, let me Olumide, thank you. For Kija and Jude and people who think that way, let's say reverse it, okay? And we find out that the population of Abuja, people who are in Abuja, and it could turn out that way at one point. Maybe the cost of living is so expensive in Abuja that only the rich are there. And let's say only the rich, the people who are rich in the country, are from one part of the country. And you have a candidate who is running for president, who is actually popular, and can get that 25% in Abuja. Each time there's an election, he can get 25% in Abuja. And you think it's okay, or that it will be okay that you have such a structure where, or let's say someone like Ganifa, let me use that as an example. And the people who live in Abuja are just rich people who do not want someone like Ganifa. And every election, he won't get 25% in Abuja. Would that be okay with you?
So the law, we have a law. The law has to be the law. It doesn't matter who is.
That is why.
We follow our law.
That is why.
Dr. Damages, I want to speak on this matter.
The National Assembly had the right to change that law if it's not okay. But so far as it is now, that is the law of Nigeria. I remember when this was put there, Abuja had less than 3 million people. In fact, less than 2 million people. In fact, less than 1 million people when it was put there. So now, if we have outgrown that law, or as they deem it fit, the National Assembly should correct it, should remove the and, so that it doesn't now mean that anybody is not. But since it's there, it's part of it.
It's the law, and it has to be followed.
Dude, hold on, everybody. Just the point I've made, we are just having this academic exercise.
You want something for UTI?
Chim, I'll come to you. So the point is this, okay?
Why do you think you need something?
Who's speaking? It doesn't matter what we think, okay? The point is that it's written there, and the court system will interpret it. Can you mute yourself if you are speaking in another conversation? Okay, so it doesn't matter what is there, okay? The point is that it's written and the court will interpret it. And like KJ said...
Do you have any allergies to medication?
No. Olumide,
you're transacting business over this meeting.
I'm taking him out. That's it.
Mute yourself.
I was shocked. Okay. All right. So what I was saying is this. The first thing is that it's written there. It's left for the judiciary to interpret it. And after their interpretation, if the lawmakers, the National Assembly, they feel that their interpretation is wrong and that they want to make Abuja special and people there are more important than anybody else in the country, they will change it and be clear in what is written there. Chim, you're next. Right, man, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, everybody, and good morning, good evening, wherever you are. So, Dr. Damages, I mean, people have already said it, but let me just, there's some salient points that were not brought out. Number one is every constitution is unique to the people that constitution serves. Remember, the constitution is a tool for helping people, govern themselves properly. So the Americans have their own, and 25% for Nigeria in Nigeria's constitution could be rightly juxtaposed to what the Americans have as an electoral college. We don't have an electoral college in Nigeria. And the electoral college system, I hear Juden say is fraudulent. I don't agree with you that it's fraudulent, but that's fine. I respect that view. I think, see, you know, the primary definition of democracy is government. So we say in democracy, rather, that the majority has their way and the minority rights are protected. So the American Constitution looks funny in the sense that you find somebody who wants popular votes, more popular votes, but still loses by virtue of not winning more electoral college numbers. You know that for every vote in any state in America, there are a certain number of electoral numbers attached to each state. California has more electoral college votes than some other states, which is why if you win California, you're almost making headway. Then you go and win Texas, you're making headway. The whole idea is this. Americans don't want a very popular, I'm using your argument against you now, Mr. Dr. Damages. Americans don't want a very popular candidate who maybe the elite, the money bags will sponsor him and help him, and then he wins the election, and it's because elites somewhere sponsored him to win the election. So they want to make sure that somehow the people at the grassroots, their votes count. So in the case of Nigeria, I don't know why. I'm not going to sit here and claim I understand why the constitution stated 24 states plus and Abuja, or however he put it. I don't know why. We may need to go find out why. But the important thing is it is there. It's inside the constitution. And therefore, if we are gentlemen, if we are people who are noble, we should respect our law, respect our constitution. Hillary Clinton won more votes than Trump. But she conceded. This is the Constitution of America. That's the American Constitution. She accepted that, okay, the Constitution says it's by electoral votes. And Trump had more electoral votes. So in other words, Trump won in more states that had more numbers in terms of electoral votes that canceled out her total popular votes. That's what happened. And he became president. And he's not the first person, Trump is not the first person to become president of America.
George Bush also did.
Even George Bush is not. There have been more. If we go and study their history,
in fact, most of the Republican presidents are through electoral.
Yes, that's how they win, and that is why you see them. They go when they are running. You see them. There are specific states they go to. They just do a calculation. If I'm able to get California, and I can get, and then they drop that bag into my bag. I get this. They drop into my bag. I'm going to win this election. So, but it's their law. Many of the people who are even angry with that thing in America are immigrants and the new immigrants who don't understand it. Let's be honest. Their founding fathers wrote a constitution and created that balance so that there will be no runaway person who will just run away with it consistently. They wanted to create a balance. So if I don't know, like I said, I don't know why our own constitutional framers put that and Abuja there, but it is not a bad thing. What pains me is why Nigerians in the middle of a game, the law, your ground norm, you are going against your ground norm. It's a sign of a society that is not going to make progress. So I just wanted to throw that in. I do not see anything wrong with and 25%. And by the way, there is no way anybody, like I think it was Okije that said it, it only comes into frame because now we have 3 candidates. And we had to use it. If there were 2 candidates, it may probably not have been so glaring. And by the way, why didn't they just go straight to a runoff? Because that's the numbers show that we should have had a runoff. That's what the numbers, if we follow, even though we know that those numbers are cooked. But if we had to go with the cooked numbers the way they are, how does an 8 million or this 7 point something million number override a 6 point something million? It's not clear cut. There should have been a runoff. Even if you are going to remove Obi. Because people make it look as if the argument some of us are making is because of Obi. Listen, I repeat it here. If Tinubu, with all the baggages he had, with all the baggages, age, certificates, drug or no drug, if this guy had won the election clear, and they robbed him of that election, I will be the first to say that is unfair. If you want to cancel him out before he goes to the ballot. Not when he has gotten to the ballot, then you now want to cancel him out and say, oh, he's not eligible. You've allowed him to scale through your constitution. You've ignored him, and now he's on the ballot. Then he might as well contest. And if he had won the election clean clear, he won the election clean clear. Nothing will stop me. I will say, well, the man has won, painfully so. Unfortunately, people don't seem to realize. See, I see comments. People need to wake up. Nobody's against anybody. Some of us are asking for the right things to be done. I have never voted PDP in my life. Let me put it out there. I have been voting actually for AD because I lived in Lagos. I voted Olufalaye in 1999 and voted this Tinubu. Why? Because I felt PDP had been hijacked by the military boys. That's what I thought. So I constantly been an opposition person. I voted Buhari before. But you see, it doesn't mean that I don't vote people sheepishly. I vote on values, vote on information I have at the time. Even if that information was wrong, I will admit that, okay, maybe the premise on which I have voted CPC or APC in the past was wrong. But what I see people is people supporting somebody because he's your ethnic man or because you are so ashamed to say, I was wrong. We are going to be wrong as human beings from time to time. Nothing stops me from saying, I made a decision. The premise or the foundation on which I stood on to make that decision was faulty. I correct myself. The moment we as Nigerians start living our life that way, that country will be a fantastic place. Right now, Nigeria is in a mess because somebody is enmeshed in what is wrong and they want to justify it and sit in it. They don't want to be rational. So I think that's my contribution right now when it comes to that 25%. I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's in the Constitution.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to AY. I'm coming to you, but before then, let me know what Righteous Man. I give you just 1 minute, please. I want to hear, give people a chance who have not said anything. Go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, why is it that we're not having females in this your panel? What's the problem?
They don't want to come.
The females.
They didn't win the 25% that is required.
Where is
it? They get the 25% that is required.
Righteous man, we're going to force females to show up if they don't want to show up.
Okay, I'll take a break. Let me go to the adults and knock on the.
Where is Ife and Osimili?
I think they felt that you guys are not giving them the opportunity to talk because you see, it's like men's ward in this panel. Before I used to see ladies here, but now 3 men will be talking for more than 15 minutes, and you know, ladies, they will say, "Well, we have food to make for our family." They just go to the background.
All right.
Okay, that's just on a lighter note.
Okay.
And you see, the problem with Nigeria is that Igbos are not yet forgiven by the rest of Nigeria. That is just the problem with this country. The pain of 1960, is it 66 or whatever, is still lingering. Yeah, is still lingering in the mind of other Nigerians. That is why in Delta State, my friend that bears the same name with me, speaks the same language, the same food, the same market days, will tell me it's not Igbo. But prior to that war and that coup, he was an Igbo man. So as long as Igbos have not been forgiven in Nigeria, no Igbo man, even if you win and win over, there will be a way that will rig you out to say you are not qualified. That is why the issue of 25% has become an abnormal thing in this election. Because in the previous election, Supreme Court have judged it twice. I have the record. Buhari versus...
What cases did they specify?
Buhari versus Obasanjo, 25% was brought in. And the Supreme Court ruled that it is a special status because it's not a state. Then if the president technically becomes the governor of Abuja, he must score that 25% that is required in every state in Nigeria.
Well, hold on. Don't, Righteous Man, hold on. Who brought the case and what was the issue? What was the prayer?
Buhari said that he won Abuja, and Obasanjo did not win Abuja.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
But Obasanjo scored 25% in Abuja.
Yeah, but he didn't win Abuja.
Yeah, but what is
I know,
it?
but he got 25%.
You need is 25%. You don't need to win. What are you talking about?
What Ahamba? That's the lawyer to President Buhari.
Yeah.
Mike Ahamba.
Yeah.
When he took it to the Supreme Court said what is required is 25%, which Obasanjo met. But Buhari won. You understand what I'm saying?
In terms of popular votes.
That's a different issue. Nobody is saying that you should win Abuja. What people are saying that
it's just to have 25%.
Yeah.
So that is what I'm saying. That Supreme Dr. Rudolph, listen.
Yeah.
Ahamba said Buhari won.
Yeah.
Because he won Abuja, the popular vote, that he's supposed to be declared the president. Supreme Court ruled that it's not winning Abuja that is required. What is required is 25%.
Exactly.
Which Obasanjo met. Obi Yaradua had it. Jonathan had it. Even this President Buhari that just left now also scored that 25% in Abuja. The only person who did not score 25% and declare president of Nigeria is Tinubu.
No,
that's number one.
No,
number two.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Why are we discussing this today? but the question is this: it's not about getting. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me leave my thinking. Go ahead, please.
Okay, number two.
Yeah.
Rudolph, do you know that today is the third day after the judgment? As at this evening, as at 3:30 p.m. Nigerian time, I was listening to radio. Labour Party have not gotten the certified true copy of that judgment. Can you believe that?
No, that's not correct. They've received it.
As at 3:30 today.
They received it yesterday.
They've received it. Actually, what is making the round now is, I don't know how true it is that there is a watermark on the paper which that document, that judgment was written.
Yeah,
and that watermark is a Tinubu presidential campaign watermark. So they're trying to ask, how is it possible? I don't know if that is true or it is just a conspiracy flying around. That's
okay. Sorry, is it the one that is flying on the social media? Because, okay, I will listen to news after this program. Now, another thing I want to bring to your attention, Rudolph, are you guys aware that a 12-year-old Nigerian was rushed to a government hospital in Lagos here and was operated on? And the doctors cut his intestine and went and... you are aware of that case?
Yeah.
Okay. And the kidney owned. Okay. Now, do you know, in an ideal society, Lagosians would have been on the street now. So the evil that are not corrected here is what is making Nigeria.
Why are you going on the streets? Is that everything? Do you have to go on the streets? Is that no other way you can deal with that issue? Is that the street that is the way to deal with that? Why would they go
on the street means to register a protest.
That what happened?
That somebody's kidney, a 12-year-old child kidney, was stolen.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't think that's the easy. First thing to do is to go on the street. I mean,
Mr. Righteous.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are talking about just one person, right? Now, throughout the judicial panel, throughout the rambling of their verdicts, did you even hear when they mention or give kind of one second reference to the something people or more that were killed during this same election that they certify it was okay? Do you even hear?
They did not.
But
they did not.
Here, only one person dying in an election in America could change a whole lot of things in America. But did you hear?
But let me round up. Rudolph, you were interjecting. Rudolph, you were interjecting. Let me round up.
That should not be part of the ruling because that's not what the litigants came for. That's not part of the ruling. So not mentioning it's okay. It's not part of what they came for. They just deal with what was presented before the judges. So I mean that's totally
I don't know. So are you telling me that all this wrangling was what was presented before them?
KJ,
I think, but I'm not finished.
The aspect I want to, the aspect of the judgment that I just want to point a little bit is when I hear the judges say that the litigants did not show enough evidence on why the elections was that why there was mass, there was this claim that people were there was some voter suppression. That they did not show enough evidence. And I was asking myself, were the judges, do they live under the rock?
Mm-hmm.
They did not see the lady that almost went blind. That lady could have died.
That's Jennifer.
Okay, so
Yes.
so this is the thing. This is the thing.
Let me round up.
We have to go from this. Hold on, guys. Righteous man. I think what one thing that would have helped is if we had people watching the process. I think we all agreed on that. That instead of showing us the judgment, because I think most of us, including me, we don't know. I don't think I've ever had. I don't know how the courtroom how it works. I think we are missing the point. Like you talking about them mentioning people that died. That's not why they're there. They are not there to talk about people who what they saw in the news that they were rigging. That's not why they are judges. That's not why they are lawyers. That's not something you can present. I think there's a different process. And I think we're mixing these things up because we are regular people. We are not part of the profession of law and judiciary. I don't think we understand it very well. I think, and it's not your fault because we don't even have TV shows like in America where people watch the process in the court and understand it. I don't think that's what they should be doing. So that's
Rudolph.
Yeah.
This past election that we are talking about now, the reason why Labour Party went to court, I'm talking of Labour Party because Obi made it clear. Obi said he was not challenging the figures. And Obi never asked the Court of Appeal, the tribunal, to declare him the winner. He never asked. In fact, they lied against Labour Party during their ruling. Because Labour Party never asked for Obi to be declared the winner. Labour Party asked for the cancellation and disqualification and then a fresh election. They didn't ask Obi, the judges to declare Obi winner. That's number one. Number two, the judges were to defend the petition based on constitution, evidences that were provided. Then the Electoral Act. Now, if you go on these three things, the constitution, they murdered the constitution by saying Abuja is the 37th state of the federation. They murdered the constitution by saying that you can forge your document as long as the government or the police, governmental agencies did not catch you, you are free to contest. They murdered the constitution by saying somebody that had been proven with a court indictment paying $460,000 is an indictment. As I am now, I cannot be charged, or you go to my account to withdraw $460,000. I will sue you to court. Why? So for the fact that that money was withdrawn means he committed the crime. Somebody that have dual citizenship and he did not mention it when he was filling the form. What are we talking about?
All right.
So these things are constitutional things that these judges supposed to sit on. Rather, they were fighting, especially Labour. I don't know what they have seen in Igbo man. If I'm Obi, I won't go to the Supreme Court.
Okay,
I'm telling you because it's a waste of time.
Mr. Righteous, you are not in their midst according to Rudolph. That is left for the judges to interpret about whether Tinubu committed crime or not, according to Rudolph.
No, listen. Rudolph, what I am saying, Rudolph, what I am saying is this. there is a document that is in public domain that so and so person gave up $460,000. Is it based on business transaction, contract, or marriage? It's based on narcotics, and that is a crime. Number two, are you telling me that my son that I trained from kindergarten to university and he graduated, that tomorrow he will not be able to say this is the secondary and primary school? If you go to my son's biography, you will see even the kindergarten he attended is there. And you are telling me that somebody I'm going to vote in as my president, I don't know the primary school he attended, the secondary school here, even the university is questionable. And you're telling me it's not something to be discussed? Then all of those people that have been held in Krikiri should be released. They should release those guys because it's not intentional. How can you tell me that Shetima double nomination is not intentional act? Then those who committed crime and they are in Krikiri languishing, they should be released because nobody commits a crime with an intention. Maybe that guy was hungry. That's why he went into robbery. He should be released.
The judge knows better. The judge knows better.
All right, thank you so much.
Release hush puppy.
AY, thank you. Welcome to the show. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Dr. Rudolph, I say you should release hush puppy.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. If the judges feel that
they should release Evans, they should release every prisoner in Nigeria. That is the truth. That is the truth.
All right, go ahead, AY.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good point, everyone. A righteous man. To be honest, let's always keep this thing down. This rhetoric of people hate Igbo. To be honest, I don't like hearing this kind of. We are too mature for this kind of stuff. Let's keep it down. Let's make. I mean,
no,
I
you did not hate Igbo. You don't hate Igbo. But there are some cliques of people that hate Igbos. Oga, I am in Lagos. There are people that hate Igbos.
Hold on, right?
There are people that hate Igbos.
Are you a stranger in Nigeria to see what happened?
So what are you telling me that I shouldn't say so? You may not hate Igbos, but there are people that hate Igbos.
Okay, let's leave that. Okay, I'm not gonna deal with that. Okay. Okay, yeah, I need to also correct you. In Canada, they have two national languages. It's not just one. English and French. That is why for you to be a prime minister of Canada, you have to be able to speak both languages.
Yeah,
so
that's why I said every country is unique. They're based on your reality, you make it.
So on the issue of Abuja, I was not happy really. How the judges, in my opinion, I think they were very unprofessional. Not because of issue of Abuja. The 25% of Abuja, even before the judgment, I have been saying it. To me, I just think it's pure nonsense. Because even having that discussion, like, why will a president, somebody that want to be a president, score 25% in Abuja? For the Constitution, what we have there is they want us to see Abuja as every other state. Now, meaning if you score, for example, 25% of 23 states or 24 states, you score 25% in Abuja, and they will still count Abuja as you score 25%. But the issue of making Abuja, you must score 25% of Abuja, it doesn't make sense. What is unique in Abuja? Like Rudolph asked a question. Yesterday, I asked the same question. Do we know any country, any city, any place in the world where you have these kind of things, where they will make
Okay, AY, sorry. Let me quickly interject. Does Nigeria have an electoral college?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Now you see, we've mentioned.
I will explain. I will answer it. So look at what we have. What we have is 25%. The reason for the 25%, they want a national spread in such a way that the whole North will not vote for one person and the whole South, they are not voting. Let's say the whole North votes for one person, we score majority of the vote, you declare a president. The Constitution don't want that. The Constitution is looking at you need to be accepted in 2/3 of the country, which is good, which is what is really good. But how do you even discover what is unique in Abuja? Are you telling us the people in Abuja, they are more special? In what way? How? Even me, I will fight that. If you are telling me, okay, let me finish.
Sorry to cut. Sorry. So Abuja is not a state. Abuja is a federal capital territory. It's supposed to be a melting point for all Nigerians. And truly, if to be fair, Abuja is not dominated by the Northerners, even though geographically it may be situated in the north. You have a large chunk of Southerners in Abuja. What they're simply trying to show is, can you show that in this place that's supposed to be a melting point for all of us, how much are you accepted in that place?
Okay.
And that's why if you listen to me when I spoke, I said, for instance, the Americans that we keep making reference to. Elections are all about majority winning. But the Americans don't want it to be consistently that a majority win, because a majority can be a mob. And that is why they've created a situation where somebody who does not have majority votes in popular votes might be able to pull through with the college, winning more electoral colleges, and the person becomes president. It happened to Donald Trump. It happened to what's his name, Bush Jr.
But that is what we also have in Nigeria. That is what we have in Nigeria.
And that's what you are. But see, then you're contradicting yourself.
No, hold on. That is exactly what we have in Nigeria. What the constitution is telling you is, let's say President Tinubu scored 100 million votes, and he was unable to score up to 25% of 24 states. And another man who is coming second scored 25% in 24 states. Let's assume the person scored 10 million votes. He is the president.
No. The person is not the president, because Tinubu scored higher, so there'll be a rerun. So you don't understand the logic of.
Okay, yeah, that one there will be rerun. I agree. There will be rerun.
Yeah. So they made it because you're talking about spread right now. They make it that in the north, maybe you win, you're a southerner, you win in the south, you didn't win in the north, but they want you also to win in the center.
Exactly.
Be in the center.
Okay. Now our constitution, our democracy is a representative of the American democracy.
It's not.
Washington DC. Washington DC, does it have a special status?
And I asked you that question. I said to you now, does Nigeria have electoral college in its own voting system? You did not answer that question. Do we have?
No. Okay. Now let's look at it this way. Let's go into the constitution proper. I had this discussion with my friend. He's a constitutional lawyer. He said to me exactly what the judge said. He said, the intention of those that drafted the constitution, that is what the judges will look at, not the grammar. I know what they have there is and Abuja.
My brother, you are confusing yourself.
Hold on, Dan. Hold on.
Let me. You're modeling things.
Hold on.
You are confusing yourself.
Hold on. Hold on. For me, my understanding of that phrase is more like, listen, guys, don't forget Abuja. You have 36 states because Abuja.
That's one our Wayo system. Wayo.
Hold on. Because Abuja is not a state, they are telling you, guys, don't forget Abuja. Include Abuja in the 36 states. But when you are
Abuja has been forgotten in this whole judgment. Abuja has been forgotten.
No.
See, AY, it looks to me like in your bid to justify this thing, you're modeling things up.
He's confusing himself, not modeling. He's confusing himself.
No.
I've asked you a simple question. I said the Americans use an electoral college to balance things out.
We use 25%.
And I said that electoral college system, Abuja becomes that electoral college system for us as Nigeria. And he said so.
Chim, let me ask you this question.
There's a Justin Ogie who is saying I'm confused. Justin, please, I'm not a confused person. I know what I'm saying.
Don't answer to that, Chim. Rudolph, I want to answer to that.
I think AY is. I think I agree with you. It's just that English is unambiguous.
Hold on, Lumide.
You understand?
Chim, let me ask you this question.
How can you? It be like.
Hold on, Chim, let me ask you this question. What you
Go
are
ahead.
telling me now is, I contested an election. After winning, let's say, all the 36 states, and Abuja, I got, let's say, for example, 2 votes. I will not be declared the president because Abuja, they are special angels.
Do you want me to answer? Or is it a hypothetical question?
Answer.
Okay, all right. If I'm going exactly with the logic of what you just said, you won in 36 states. You have won the election.
That's impossible also, please.
You won in 36 states. So, I know it's impossible, but I'm following him with his logic. You won in 36 states. You have won the election. In this instance, they said win in 2/3. 2/3 is not 36 states. We know what 2/3 stands for. This guy did not win in 2/3 and Abuja, as has been put. And by the way, listen, if there was no need for an Abuja to be won, it would have just simply said win in 2/3 states. 1979 Constitution said win 2/3. They didn't mention federal capital. Did it? Please correct me if I'm wrong. It didn't. But this Constitution says and Abuja, which means when you have 1 2/3, you must get to it. It didn't say win Abuja. It said get 25% in Abuja.
See,
so those judges, and the judges, you are saying the judges, they know what the mind of the framers. That's not correct.
Of course.
Which framers did they meet? Where did they meet with them?
But
I think they are just making Abuja to be part to
Come
be
on,
37
guys.
states.
One last thing before I exit. This one is for my friend KJ. KJ, this one is for you. KJ, there was an argument here that what was it called? Nnamdi Kanu committed an offense against the Nigeria state. KJ said the court have actually cleared him of no offense. Today, the same KJ is telling us the court is saying this. KJ is insisting that 25% of Abuja is compulsory. KJ, are you also telling us that you know more than the judges? Because to be honest, I really don't think that issue of Abuja, to me, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I will respect everybody's opinion.
It's my turn.
It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, thank you. Let's go to
Ovie. It's after Ovie. It's me.
Yeah, let's go to Ovie. And
it's Ovie turn, no?
I'm not sure. Ovie, before you say something, I just want to use this opportunity to announce that tomorrow we have Dr. Chido Nwangu joining us. Hold on, guys. Yeah, we have Dr. Chido Nwangu joining us tomorrow for 90 Minutes Africa, and he will talk on who's in Africa, Nelson Mandela, Chinua Achebe, and Africa's failure to emulate their greats. He's a journalist, and he appears on CNN International. He's based in Houston. So that will be the conversation we're going to have tomorrow. Next week, Sunday, that is Sunday the 19th. 17th, very good. Thank you so much. We have Professor Chidi Odinkalo is coming on the 17th, and the next one on the 24th, we have Professor Okekagol is joining us, and he will join us because the next week there is a conference on Chinua Achebe at Princeton University. So he's going to talk about that conference. He's one of the people organizing the conference. So he will join us on the 24th. On October 1, Professor Kendibe will join us October 1. And then other people are announced as we get them booked for the show.
Sir, can you put up this calendar in the group chat so that some of us can see it there?
Okay. All right.
Is there a way you can share the calendars?
Yeah, okay, I'll put it up. So we're Ovie, you're next.
Yes, what are we talking about? Where are we?
That's a good question. We are rounding up.
In Abuja.
No, we're actually going away from that topic. I want us to talk about.
Yeah, you just waking up.
No, I'm not just waking up, but it's not every time you have the privilege of making a choice, either to dine and wine with the rich or to just stay with the poor and complain. So
The
today,
poor like me and you, Abi.
Yes, this week I decided to take on with the elites. I decided to follow them to Bharat, where the cream la da cream are gathered in India, discussing our affairs while we are here complaining. So, and so that's why I was kind of confused what the discussion is all about. In India, they are talking about the theme is one earth, one family, one future. And our president, the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, had the privilege of addressing the G-20 nation. He actually bring it to the attention that the G20 is incomplete without Nigeria. And Nigeria is ready to actually play its role among the G20 nation. That the problem that the world is facing today has international character. So therefore, there's every need for them to carry everybody along to address the most pressing issue, which is the inequality that arises by the wages between the rich and the poor. So in stuff like that, I was I have to stay in tune. But I understand that as if somebody said, we the poor are still crying over 3 months ago, where the ship has already sailed and 2027 is almost over. The issue of we are mentioning Abuja. Anytime I bring it up that we should stop speaking English, they go say na Igbo are the smoke. I'll challenge everybody, go quietly to your room. That particular part of the constitution that talk about Abuja, dissect them in your language, in your mother tongue. Trust me, you will not argue again. If you understand it first, if there's any way to even interpret in your mother tongue, the difference will be clear. Now English, all of us, or another person dialect. Now we just did it, destroy the whole nation. It's sad and very insulting when all this conversation of and is where it's going on. That's where we are, right? Why during the G nation today, the host president, the guy not speak English, French, or anything, spoke their language to address the world. So I'd love for you to go and interpret it. This is 2023, not 1823, 2023. So it's just now when I say I think what I said on the 25th of February when they announced the results. I said, well, it's over. The election don't finish. I said this singular act of putting all energy in court will cost you 2027 and 2031. People say, I don't know what they talk, right? Good. Why the election they go on? People where they got a good court, they decide to gather the whole nation. The heart of the country, as we speak, is in India. Called the business elite. People that make Nigeria run are not there, are in India, celebrating, but with their court, right? Even at that 3 months, we will focus on course. The ruling party take its time to set up a team that will deliver 2027. That you are saying. That is the NDC, NCDC, whatever the version of the NDC for the North. These are put in place. The second person, Atiku, why in go court to tell you how professional of a politician he is. Why in one of his leg they court was hopefully fraternizing with who? Konkoso. And those that live in the developed world, you will agree with me that between two billionaires, if you live where billionaires live, between two billionaires, you are bound to have about 100 to 130 millionaires in between them. What am I trying to say? For you to see Atiku and Konkoso in public, a lot has gone under. But they are in court, right? So the whole story starts because now the same script, they know fit. Why I go change the script if I did their shoe, the winning streak. They started with what? Biafra. Before you know, you wake up the next morning, Nnamdi Kanu must be released. Before you wake up again, before you wake up again, the brick will be into the scheme. Obi. Boo, then hit you hard in the face. You will begin shout, all eyes on judiciary, all eyes on judiciary. Now, Supreme Court. Before you finish with Supreme Court, election don't come. It's a game. Things don't move on. Like everything don't set.
Ovie, you always sound nice, but what you just said is not true. The Supreme Court has 180 days to get this case out of the way.
No,
after that, they have all the.
What I'm saying here is not.
Ovie is correct. Ovie is right. It's a game.
Where I'm traveling at, attention will be focused on Supreme Court. What is
for 180 days. No more.
I am not saying 3 years.
Okay.
Election don't start. 2027 has started.
Yeah, the point I'm making is this. Ovie, if they lose 180 days, okay, listen to me. If they lose 180 days, and at the end of that 180 days, the Supreme Court will rule, and whatever they said, I don't really care.
I'm not arguing that.
Wait.
Rudolph, you are spot on. I am not arguing with that. I am just making a point that all this is a game to deceive me and you. It's not going to use any result that is different from what.
Correct. You are correct. It's a game. It's a script.
We had the result since February. 3 months ago, we had the result. You know this for the fact, but I understand. You are your professional side and your intellectual side is contradictory. You know this. You've experienced this before.
No, wait. Righteous man, I think you're the one who is supposed to know.
Rudolph, can I ask you a question, Rudolph? I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Rudolph, if you are the one who gave 110 billion for someone to use to invent a machine that will help you to deal with this election fraud thing that have been coming on through the years, and the person took the money and did the work, and at the date of the election, the person said that machine which you paid for is irrelevant. Are you going to accept that?
No, not the person. Another person said it.
Yes.
It wasn't the same person. Okay.
No, but eventually the person says,
"Oh, because my point." Just hold on. When I finish, you have your time to make your point. I'm not arguing with Rudolph. I agree with Rudolph. We have just 180 days. It's just. I know. I am not saying, oh, you're going to take no. But the way these things go, the way things they move, it's already in motion. When I mean say the result no go change, right? The first thing I learned, right, when I started track and field, the first national assignment where the reality way hit me. Now, when I lost a race, if you watch track and field, you see say 2 people they deep, all those kind of, you will take electronic to determine who will be the winner and all that kind of the things. So I believe that I clearly won the race, but guess what? They pick somebody else. I go meet my coach, Coach Lati Obisheso. Almost tears in my eyes. You know what the man tell me? It's just they laugh. I was laughing. I said, Coach. He said, next time, go there and win clearly. When you win clearly, he is going to deny you that. That is Nigeria. Go there and win clearly. That's what he told me. You understand? When I say me and you don't receive the results, nothing is going to change. We are talking about Abuja today, right, Rudolph, between me and you. If Abuja is that important as we are talking about in regards to election, what will be the population of Abuja? Which tribe will dominate Abuja? You know the answer. So there are some things that deep down, if you go sit down, reason out, put your country into perspective, you know the answer. Unless you don't understand the country you live in or you are denying it. The election result is not going to change. I am not saying everybody should give up. I'm just telling you that why they focus your attention on that, a lot is happening. You understand? The people that we are making case against, they are already assembling themselves for the next election. Me and you live in America, Rudolph. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. We live in America. 2020 election is still being disputed up to today. The man that said he was robbed, he was the first person to declare for election 2024. 2 years in advance. First time in history. Guess what? The election system is still. What am I trying to say? Understand these guys. They are one. Obi, Konkoso, Abacha, every one of them, they are one. They marry each other, they school together, they eat along, they all lived in Lagos at one point. The question is that what do you have to lose and what are you after?
Brother Obi is not with them.
This out because and even Tunanja will bear me witness. I actually went hard on Tunanja and other people on my platform say, come, as far as my platform is concerned, the election is over. Make good that we may finish for court. When they bring the court to organize the election, we move on. People thought I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's the same thing. Guess what? We'll go use the next 4 years and analyze these results.
Obi, hold on. Are you saying that if the Supreme Court should rule on these issues, okay? Yes. And that will be the final court, and nobody will debate it anymore. Do you understand? Do you agree?
Yes. You agree? But by that time, it is too late.
What time? We're talking about 180 days. What is this?
Now, hold on, Rudolph. Next 2020, let me propose that 2027 election, they will do the same thing.
What is the same thing? Hold on.
The same rigging machine. The same thing that me and you believe. People then believe that the election was rigged. We know. They will do it again the same way. Nothing will change. I go pay with anybody. The same way that they steal this one, and they could steal them. Because guess what? We are not paying attention enough to say, okay, how they take robots? We will make sure we block this thing. We are.
So, Ovie, you seem to be very politically savvy. What is your own solution to overcoming this?
Let me finish. There's solution in everything I'm saying. If you pay attention enough, listen not to argue, you will see the solution. I'm just saying that our attention is in the wrong place.
I see what you're saying.
Oh my fucking God!
How do we outwit them?
Let me finish. Let me land my point. You have your time. Let me land my point before I forget. Okay? I see people going back and forth about the law and all that. How dare you believe you have so much hope on the constitution that you believe that was presented to you? You believed it. I'm not the one that said it. You said the constitution was given to you. So how intelligent can we be and be hoping on the thing that was given to us we actually set us free? How? Oh, this is a distraction. It's all distraction. Nobody is arguing a better constitution that is not up to par. Nobody in Nigeria will argue that.
You're confusing me.
The election was rigged. Nobody will argue that.
Ovie, you confuse. You don't confuse me now. You just don't confuse me.
What I'm saying
is you confuse me.
To make sure the next election is not rigged. It's not my It is not my
do this time.
The court will not stop the election from being rigged. Now the same
Ovie. Now constitution make them rig election.
Whatever that cost it, the election was rigged. Me and you agree.
Okay, so no, hold on now. I ask you question.
Mr. Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph, now my turn. My hand is up.
Okay, Dan, I will allow you. Ovie, I will come back. I will come ask you that question. No vex. Make Dan talk.
Whatever that it is, we all agree that the election was rigged. I don't think anybody will argue. You can only make case for it. But are you going to win that case? No, we know. This is not the first time. For my own lifetime, it was the same process in 1999, 2003. The same process, nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is the character involved and the technology. The spirit is still there. And the spirit is me and you. We know the truth. This thing we know. We they argue about and we are arguing about and. How? Tell me, who will listen to us? Take us serious. Arguing about and another man's language.
I think you are a little bit confused. We are not Nigerian.
I am.
You are here. The people here.
We are wasting time on their set agenda.
No, we are not. Ovie, there are so many non-governmental organizations that are thinking, doing things. People are doing other things other than come on platforms like this and talk. So this is not in the country. The assumption this assumption that we talking about people who are here and who are watching our different platforms like this, that we are Nigerian. No, there are people who are doing things. So, but the point I'm trying to make, and I hope we take this home, all of us, is that it's important that the Supreme Court should rule on this matter any way they rule, and they will end so many of the debates that we are having here. If they had done this some years back, we wouldn't be debating all these things. So I think it's good that they will rule, and there won't be talk about, if they say, for instance, that the beavers and all these things are not important, like the appeals courts said, then we will know it's not important. You understand? The country we know is not important. Maybe there's another thing that people can do to stop people from rigging election. But
Rudolph, I agree with you that this is not Nigeria, right? There's more.
Ovie, me, I like your political sagacity, but now the solution I want.
So I agree that the Nubi was really online, right? That the reality on ground is different because that day we caught they actually happened. I have family that lives in Abuja. I call guy, Mona tell me the atmosphere. I say my head, nothing. Just get me the treatment. And I call. Then from there I go tune into any of the platform, right? It's like just what is about to happen, right? So I agree with you that now noise we they make. I did agree with you that reality on ground, but I am speaking to that reality on ground.
Ovie, you're 100% right. 100%.
Righteous man, no, don't come in yet. All right. So
I say Ovie is 100% right. Ovie is right.
Ovie has confused me. Ovie is confusing me.
If you say we know the topic, I disagree with you. Even though I don't know the full story, but I believe you are not in Nigeria today because you don't have that liberty to speak. You've been speaking. People like you have been speaking up. Guess what? The thing happened, you know, new. Yes, it has to stop. But me and you know how it will take stop. We know it. We know how it will take stop. Because people where they carry out whatever that thing that is wrong with us, they are our brothers and friends and neighbors. They are not different from us. This is who we are. This is the best we can get. My own problem is not even those who are in charge now. It's those who are coming in 10, 20 years' time.
All right. Ovie,
we'll do better than what we have now.
Okay, thank you. Let me just introduce forefathers and say that forefathers will take over from me. I have to be somewhere in a few minutes. But let me just also mention that Tinubu is coming here. So for those in the New York area, there are several events happening here that you get the opportunity to meet Tinubu.
When is he coming?
I think on the 16th, he'll be here on the 16th, and there's a public event on the 21st in New York. So for those
who are allowed to bring eggs, raw eggs.
So it's open to, I think, so there are events like that. So if you're interested. Also, Peter Obi will be at Princeton University for the Achebe event. He's the keynote speaker on the 29th of September.
That's the job I proposed for him, that he's going to start selling theater and writing books after this election. I said it like a year ago. As to Nigeria. That's what is happening. He just make speech up now. That is his career now.
So we will try to be at those events, and when possible to bring you some of the things going on there. Dan, you're next, and I'm handing it over to forefathers. Moving forward, we'll guide you guys. Forefathers, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thanks a lot, and that you gave me the platform before you leave. Have a good whatever you are going to do.
What's wrong with you? Don't mind him.
Anyway, for me, I've already said the solution. Ovie, I can understand the brother very seriously. I understand it to an extent. You know what I mean? He made it, at least what he said. He had the chance to say it to a certain stage, and I let me say I give him 65%. The remaining 35%.
For America class, now fail be that too.
That one not be fail. Now for Nigeria, now pass. Now distinction.
Rudolph, for America, now fail. You have to.
No, for Nigeria, we talk about Nigeria, now distinction. Anyway, make I just because I'm trying to go to my daily bread now in some 5-10 minutes. So I just say make I just for me, what I understand. I've said it when we started the show. I was one of the few who came in the first time. This decision of the Supreme Court is highly, we need it, you know. We want to, like Dr. Rudolph just said a few minutes, we want to know everything now. Because if we leave it where we did, Ovie point still there. You go say, nah, so it's for B, everybody know. But when we clear the table, nothing there for the table again, then we are left with no option. If they say make we handle them ourselves, we handle ourselves. Nobody say we go they complain, say 25%, or we are complaining about say technology or no technology. Because for the APICO, they tell us all those things now they're irrelevant. You can use that 300 billion we spend for technology to better our life was just a sham, a joke. because these people get chance. If they like, they use them. If they like it, they no use them. Now let's go to the apex court. If those one tell us say not true, whether anything or anything, the people can do what they like. So now we now know saying that the same old system we did. So now if people begin carry gun or begin to fight for polling station, you won't blame anybody because you made it clear that the thing that brought us to vote, una tell us saying una fool us, that these things they can use it and they might not use it. So people like us now believe say there was no improvement in this election. They just fooled the Nigerians to come out and vote. You understand? So let us go to Supreme Court, make them tell us now, say, na so be the paper. I rest my case. Then if not to scatter the country, we scatter them, everybody going away. I don't throw away salute.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Forefathers, over to you. Thank you, guys. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, you want to scatter country. What if refineries start working then?
All right, forefather. Welcome, forefather. I hope you will allow us to speak without.
No, I won't. What is the point of my being here if I allow anybody to speak? Okay.
Now,
who studies it? Who studies it?
I want to say for those who are supporting what is going on in the Supreme Court. Hold on. I'm in the line now. I'm the line to speak.
Okay, should we do it turn by turn then? Two minutes. Two minutes.
Okay,
Go around.
Brother, let him go ahead.
Okay, 2 minutes then.
Start from there.
Okay. Now,
okay,
one of the things they're not looking at is that Nigeria has people, both the young, the old, and the not so young. Whatever you people institute as law will be what will guide the people who are going to come later. Are you saying that if I forge certificate, I can be allowed to get away with it because nobody can hold me or the people who brought it to court didn't bring it on time? Are you saying that if I am into crime, it is okay? Are you saying that when you do double nomination, it's not a crime because the court should be able to know that you made a mistake and do away with it? You see, we're only putting our efforts on 25% of FCT. But this thing this thing we're dealing with now, is this not the first time this 25% thing has played a part in Nigeria? It will always come to bear, and courts have ruled and ruled and ruled. When we because it keeps changing. If it's the person that is in favor of the state, then we allow it. If the person that is not in favor of the state, then we say, oh, 25% have caught you. Now we are even going ahead to say what is the in the constitution that says that in the electoral law that says that you must do this and do that, and say no. Shetima he must have forgotten. That's not the reason to, but it's law. You are saying also that double nomination, dual citizenship that is not declared, even though the constitution say you should declare that you are, this is your position. You submitted that you are not, but you are. That is not also is forgivable. These are the things that we are putting on the ground and making landmark decisions or landmark judgments that's going to govern the space in the next 20, 30, 40 years or even 50 to come. If we say that, and we as elders sitting down and we are now condemning the Igbo girl that forged certificates, that forged the result, then do we have any moral justification? And just like Jesus said, if you are without sin, do we have any moral justification to say that girl did something that is bad? Because that's what we are supporting now. We are all supporting it with our full chest. We are saying that our courts are saying Tinubu have not done anything, even though in the school you are first a female, secondly you are a female, and the certificate you presented is different from the certificate that the school is giving, and all that you have decided to say it is not a crime. If it's not a crime in Nigeria, the next person that's going to be held, then we will also bring our money together and fight it to the last, because it's not going to be a crime against any other person in Nigeria. Simple. That's all my take, sir.
Thank you for your submission. Let's do Righteous Man, please. It's going to come to you in 2 minutes time, Shin, please. Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Forefathers, good evening. When I heard that you are the one taking over, honestly, I was afraid.
I'm a very nice guy. How can you be afraid?
So
go ahead.
Let me give another person to speak. I won't talk for now.
That's fine. That's fine. Jim, please go ahead.
All right. Forefathers, nice to have you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'll just take off from where KJ left. You know, what has become law in most other societies are things that become or were a precedence. That's why one of the things I love, whether it is in law or in administration, is when you study the law of precedence, which simply says once something is done the first time, it becomes the norm and becomes the way that things are done, which is how the law actually works, which is why the courts will go in and establish that this is the way things should be. And then it becomes a norm and everybody has to abide by it. And then you start hearing in Oputa versus KJ, it becomes a reference point. I won't belabor all those things. Mazi Ovie, when there is an infraction in any society, whether it is political, whatever it is, you go to the court to go and seek interpretation, and you don't deem going to that court an exercise in futility. It's not a way. And sometimes it's not about winning. It's about setting the tone for what now becomes the procedure on how society is governed. There is nothing wrong in Obi or Atiku or anybody going to courts to test a law. That's the right. It shouldn't be deemed a waste of time. Because, the other way would have been to go and settle it jungle justice. Unfortunately, the guy who today is favoring is the one who says grab it, run with it, do it the way you like, and is the one who tells us that he is the best Democrat a la carte that can find anywhere. Unfortunately, he's the one desecrating everything that he touches. Everything he touches, that thing becomes ash. So the point I just want to make is this: our lawmakers, our judges need to be very careful what they accept and what they pass for convenience, for expedience. That's what is going on. They are always consistently in Nigeria. We keep looking for an easy way out. In 2007, in Buhari versus what's his brother's name, Yaradua, the judges, they did not deny that there were no infractions. They said for national unity that the election should not be cancelled. That's literally what they said in that judgment. They just said, yeah, there were issues, the elections were not free and fair, but you know what, it has happened, let us move on. And this is the case with Nigeria. This let us move on concept. For how long are we going to keep moving on and people keep infracting the society, infracting our laws, infracting everything that is sacred, and we just keep moving on without saying at the point, no, it shouldn't be. I have joked about it. It was a joke. But really, people should understand the principle behind that joke. If Hush Puppy should come out today to run for election in Nigeria, I will campaign and vote for him. Because it has been said that it doesn't matter what you do anymore. You can do anything and you can still come and become Nigeria's president. Well, if that is the way it should go, then that young girl that was accused by, that was deemed to have faked her result should be pardoned. Everybody who has ever been punished for stealing should be pardoned. Anybody who has ever been punished.
Okay, thank you. I think your time is up.
Should be pardoned. So that's my contribution.
Thank you. Ovie, please go ahead.
Yes, Jim, thank you for pointing that out. I totally agree with you, right? That any society that there's a friction is bound to, things are not bound to work right. That's true. But it is true when you actually believe that the world that we live in is like a classroom. If you believe that's how where rules and actually regulation exist, then I totally agree with you. But this is how I see things, and I will narrate it to Nigeria. As far as Nigeria is concerned, right, we have the politicians who I classify as the middlemen, right? Then we have the real men who have influence, either by way of their business, their religions, whatever. Then we have the ordinary people. And whether we like it or not, those people who control things govern us. The laws that me and you so much have faith in is for us. But the most important thing, why I say all this is a distraction, is that if me and you can agree that the Constitution is not the right Constitution for us, that it was given to us, right? Which by so doing give birth to all these judges that you are seeing. Why are you looking for solution from that book? Now, I'm not saying, oh, because of that, go into the street and burn everything. You cannot burn, you can only burn what you have. If you burn what the elite have, guess what? They will find a way to bring out a policy, a law to give them whatever they lost back. Right? That's not what I'm proposing. Somebody say, oh, you talk about it, but you're not providing a solution. This is the solution here. Since we know that everything that we are going through regarding this election or this court is not new to us, and most of them, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because if you are paying attention, one of the let me just pick three of the things they are accusing Bola Tinubu of. Right, one is that of Shetima, that he has a double nominee, whatever. I remember clearly I was in Cartersville in Georgia when that law was passed that if you don't contest without any of the contestants, you cannot sue them. I remember exactly where I was. So I know say you know go fly in the first place. And that of Abuja, I said it. If Abuja hears that 20% is that so much important, how many people can afford to live in Abuja today? The policy will go there. How many people we allow to do that? Now, this for me, let the lawyers do whatever they do. You were beaten. I used my coach as an example then, right? If you were beaten, what you will do, because you live to fight another day. Election they come now every for 4 years. If to say now this one might be the fine and say there's not going to be another election in the next 100 years, I agree. More of us die there. Right? The fact that you have an opportunity that the same thing will take place again, what do? You focus. For this place, so they tie all my people for one corner, they don't allow them to come vote. How do we make sure that doesn't happen again? Right? Oh, INEC saying go use this, but he decides to use manual, which is ridiculous to me because, again, we don't pay attention to what matters. Right? I remember where the argument was going on regarding this electronics and manual. It was a two argument. There's two opinions. Yes, the majority have their way, but guess what? They did not expunge it in their own electoral act. They still leave it to stand that they are going to operate two ways. It's just unfortunately, that the manual now outweigh the electronic, which is that's the easiest way to steal if you know how these people they work before. So what I'm saying that we know all these things. So let's focus on 2020 next election. Everywhere they robbed us, like Tunanja we always say, if person spend $500 to do you bad, make sure you make it harder for him to spend at least 100 to make sure you do the same thing. Why not just let us focus? We will see how they won't come rig the election again. When we start thinking like that, we will start developing markings. We will start putting people together in strategic places that they make sure if they read 100 people for a year, we'll make sure that only 2 they feel read or they not be read at all. But when we keep, and why are they vexed? Because most of us, each one is trendy. And trust me, everywhere we consume our information from, apart from this internet, is coming from the elite. They own all the means of information. They will want you to be talking about what they want you to talk about. Why? Things are going on. All you need to do, just look at Tinubu's cabinet, for God's sake. That is for election 2027. And you will not blame him for that. As far as I'm concerned, he is doing well in that regard. Because I don't expect him to say he won't make ordinary life better before. So instead of I'm hungry that we are focused, I'm hungry that we are losing it. 2027 is far gone. And we are still believing that justice will come from their own courts. How much
Thank you.
This is a reality game. It is a matter of life and death. How much do you have?
Thank you, Obi. Thank you, Obi. And Olumide, I don't know, he's gone to sell his medicine. Let's WC, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, forefathers. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I just want to let all of us know that the system is corrupt. The judiciary is part of the corrupt system. They have showed it in the way they did the judgment, and it's not going to be any different than the Supreme Court. They have only told us that the constitution and its provision doesn't matter. What matters is who is able to buy them, able to pay their price, and that's it. It's unfortunate. They don't think about the future generations. They don't think about how Nigeria is decaying. If you're talking about, we should be thinking about the next election. The same process will happen. They will still do it all over and all over again because they control the system. Until the people stand up and say enough is enough and fight to take back their control. After all, sovereignty belongs to the people. So we cannot wait and say, okay, let's wait for the next election and prepare very well also. They still control everything. They have weaponized poverty. See how we are in trouble in the country, financial, economic-wise. And what they are doing is now doling out palliatives to people. They're trying to make us look as if we are a begging people. Trying to take us to Stone Age where they decide what will happen. They will give you, put some few grains in a Ziploc and share to people. People will be jumping to collect. What kind of thing is that? And they're not bringing in a new dimension, which some people are not seeing. They're trying to make education very difficult for people to go to school by increasing the prices, the school fees. So there's these chances that people who are already in school, some may drop off because parents cannot afford it. The so-called student loan system they want to institute is a sham. It will not work. There will be so much chaos. People will leave school, making some youths available to them to be used as thugs and to be at their beck and call. So they're literally destroying the vibrant youth population of Nigeria to make everybody to be subservient to them. So it's a criminal enterprise. And like I said earlier, Bob Marley said, you cannot get justice in a world where criminals make the law. And that is what Nigeria is at the moment. Look at them. Look at all the people in the at the helm of affairs. Look at them. People who have cases at EFCC. All those ones will go by the wayside, and they will run the country the way they like. If you talk, they control the media. I feel so ashamed that somebody who is a media professional myself, even though I'm no longer in that field, I feel so ashamed when I look at our mainstream media and see the kind of things some of them say to justify this. Calling them, how can this be? Some of us who are even in the Western world, how can somebody who has this kind of record, even if somebody is accused of fraud or of perjury or of narcotics crime, just accusation in the Western world, the person dare not go near, say he's going to contest election. Or say our country, we are justifying it. Okay, the judges, they now want, they were giving an excuse for Tinubu and his men, for Sefima, and they leave the other area out. The truth of the matter is that we have to think.
30 seconds to round up, please.
Okay, the summary of what I'm saying is that there's no hope in the system that Nigeria operates. We have to come and sit on the table and decide how we are going to run this country, whether we are going to stay or we are going to find a new system, or whatever. It can't continue this way. It will only lead to chaos at the end of the day, or anarchy. Thank you.
Olumide, please go ahead.
Olumide, sorry, please, can Olumide allow me to speak? I'll be leaving in 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Just a quick one anyway. Providers, please, I think you just give me more than 2 minutes anyway, because I'll be leaving in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Even more
3.5 minutes.
First, the 25% you're talking about, right? I think the drafter of that constitution, or that's whatever it is, they deliberately made it ambiguous, right? So that anybody can hide underneath it, you understand? They don't want to make it specific. Like somebody said in the last election, Yaradua and Buhari, the issue was mentioned, and still they didn't give concrete explanation on what that really means. They allowed to linger, and now it came back to bite us or bite them in this same election. So you can see that even still, they still are not ready to give the exact definition of what that thing really means, because this is going to go on for different circumstances of election. So the explanation for the 25% first is two ways, you understand, because I can't contest an election and win 30 states, you understand? And for me to win 30 states, that means I've obviously scored more than 25% in 30 states, you understand? And because I did not win, maybe I scored 10% in Abuja, then I'm not entitled to become president. I think that would be very wrong because majority, like I say, wins the vote, and majority gave me almost 70%. You understand? For me to have won in 30 states, because we have 36 states on plus FCT. So if I win 30 states, that means I think I must have gotten up to like 70% of the vote, if not 80. Then which is majority, landslide victory. Then because I did not win, I didn't get 20% in Abuja for any reason, maybe religious reason or whatever reason, or tribal reason, then I'm not fit to rule the country. I think that is wrong. So, like I said, they should, nail the interpretation on the head, what it really means. And secondly, if I also maybe score 25% in 24 states, you understand? It might not necessarily mean I win any state. You might not win any state, but just score minimum of 25%. It doesn't mean you must win the state. So because except the contestant is just for two people only. If it's for more than two persons and it's scored 25%, that means you are getting small peanuts, small scratches votes from 24 states. Then you add Abuja to it. If you add all together, obviously your number of votes will be higher than any number of votes of your contemporaries. You understand? That if you the contestant is between more than two persons, and you get 25% each from each state, like small crumbs from each state, you might not necessarily win the states. But once you gather all together, do 25% in 24 states, minimum 24 states, and add Abuja to it, you will definitely come out victorious. You understand? That is what that means. No, it doesn't mean you must win 24. Just score at least minimum, even if you lose in those states, but score at least minimum. So by the time you gather your points, your 25 points, more 25 points, gather it in 24 states and add Abuja to it, you'll win. So I think the law interpreters should come out, and nail this on the head, because this law can go either ways. It can be interpreted in both ways, but they are refusing to nail it on the head because they know what they are doing, because they want to hide under it. And whoever did that didn't even expect that one day a Southerner will definitely win Abuja in landslide. They never expected that to happen. That's why they left that law there, that 25% in Abuja must. Now they are twisting it because they never believe a Southerner can ever get 25% in Abuja or win in a landslide. So they should come out and tell us what exactly it is, and let it be law, so that whenever it happens, we already know the answer, not going to court for interpretation and all that stuff. You understand? So, and I think basically that's just what I wanted to say about the 25% and the law and whatever.
Thank you. Olumide, please go ahead.
Thank you, fathers. So I want to start by moving a little bit away from Obi's assertion that I hate to want to kind of react to another panelist's opinion or assertion, but I'm forced to kind of move away from his own conclusion, because if you say that Obi or the obedience should move on and forget what just happened now, then that is also a precedence. You're setting a precedence for the future. You understand? How do you then make the powers that be conduct an election where the people can freely elect who they want to lead them, not just to be in 2027, but the next person that comes? It might be you, it might be Chim, and they don't want you there. They have the resources, they have the security apparatus, they run the government, and they don't allow you, the people, to elect who you desire. You understand? So when you tell him to move on, it's not just about him. It's about setting the record. It's about setting a precedent, cast in stone. And this is what they will rely on for the future, to conduct another sham for the future. That's one. Then we need to build a nation. See, the solution, the focus now should be on the solution. I will encourage Obi to go to the Supreme Court, even though I'm pretty sure that the results might not be any different because of the way the system is. It's a corrupt system. You understand? I've seen some of the panelists, KJ and people mention that there were rulings based on the 25% in the past against some people in Abuja, Buhari government. So this is a lesson. When the people don't own the document, you understand? We are all learning about this now. It's coming to the fore. We don't know the document. We don't know, and I just hope that the young aspiring lawyers who would eventually reach the Supreme Court will learn to do the right thing for the people. You understand? They can always go ahead and do the right thing, because I don't trust whatever judgment they're given in the past, knowing our society to be very corrupt. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't in good faith. These things need to be revisited. They need to be relooked at. And more importantly, we need to sit down and create a document that will guide all of us. You understand? Not just favor a particular section of the country, or somebody smuggle something in there. Nobody knew about it until a couple of days before the swearing in. I mean, this is where all this has led us to. Freedom doesn't come easy. You understand? Mandela spent over 25 years in incarceration. Eventually, before he became a free man and his country got independence, he said no. So I am not gonna tell Obi. Obi is on the right path. He's fighting a just cause. It is left for him to either take that advice or not. But if he goes to the Supreme, at least there's a record, there's a precedent laid down. He can't just move on. It is not about him. It is about the future. It is about building a country that is set on the right path. And we don't want to build a new constitution. We want to continue to work with the current document. At least allow the people choose who they want freely. Don't choose for them. That is my own submission. I mean, you don't that this system does not allow that. When you put a gun to people's head and you force people on them, and then you control the court, you control the system, a corrupt system where you will know the results even before the thing starts. That system is not going to help anybody. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Tone, please go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. We can say and suggest and talk from now until we turn blue in the face or green or whatever. See, let me just even deal very quickly with OVA. Sometimes OVA just surprises me, the way he comes up with his conspiracy theory. I'll just say his conspiracy theory is just on another level. How can you say that Obi is a part of the rot? If he's part of the rot, he will not be fighting the system. It's very, very clear that why they don't want Obi to be there is because he will challenge all the rotting process that's been going on for years. So please take that out of your head. It can't be. See, solution is just for that, because I've just been listening to people. I've just been in the background. I've been busy all day and all that, and listening, and we seem to be going up, down, and also sort of a vast majority of people that voted for Tinubu seems it's about Yoruba man, it's about Igbo man, and all that. I mean, as long as we start our mindset is geared towards that way, we'll not move forward. Mohammed came earlier today and was just spewing what has been his thinking has been conditioned to think that we as a northern youth and all that. Mohammed, with all due respect, is a very intelligent guy, but his mindset is just not in the right place. For us to move on as a nation, our mindset it needs to change. Someone said in the comment section just a few moments ago that when the foundation is wrong and all that, wherever you build on the wrong foundation, it will not stand. We keep complaining about constitution. The constitution is not the problem. It's not just the core problem. Even if the constitution was clearer than what it is, Nigerians will find a way of twisting it and all that for their evil purposes. Okay, Beavers. Do you think if Beavers was used in any other country, it will work seamlessly, and all that? But now the guy came many times. He came to Chatham House here in London. I was there. He told us, Koro, that this thing is a game changer. This is how it's going to be. The other guy that they didn't renew his contract, I've forgotten his name, Okoye, told us many times that this is the way it's going to be. So why are they changing? Why are they moving the rules? Why are they changing the rules in the middle of the game? That is criminal. Are we going to move on that way? I personally, my own thing is, Obi, at the end of the day, history will be very kind to that man because he's a man of integrity. He knows already that the Supreme Court is not going to change it. And that's what I think too. The Supreme Court is not going to change it. They're going to back their colleagues in crime because they are all compromised. They're going to back, but he wants to get to the logical conclusion. Then whatever happens from there happens, until we change our mindset, until all these criminals are flushed out and their generation, because they are now grooming their children to take over. They are grooming their children to take over and continue with rot. How long can this continue? Because in my personal opinion, this is not an opinion of any. My personal opinion is that we need to sit down and say, hey, we've had enough of this rubbish. Democracy is not working for us, especially in Africa. It's not working for us. We need to sit down and tailor a system that's got proper check and balances, that when you steal money, you either go away for a long time in jail or you go to you be hanged. It's just as simple as ABC. We need to put some fear of God in people's mind. It's simple. These people will do all the all they are doing. Tinubu and his gangs of thieves and all that. They are trying so much that people should just go off shush. You shouldn't talk about it. MC Oluomo is there in America. I mean, having fun and all that. I'm sure that during the next election, he's probably going to be going maybe to be a senator or something like that. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What is the way forward? The way forward is that, you see, democracy for me is not working. We should just tear it and just sit down. Or the army should just come and then start telling us to sit down, because that's the only language you understand. We sit down. No, somebody is shaking his head, but that's the solution. When you don't want to listen, we have tried democracy, it didn't work and all that. Maybe it's best let the khaki boys come back. When they tell people to sit down, they will sit down without thinking about it. So that's my submission for now. It's just
Thank you.
It's tiring,
Thank you. Thank you. Is Ike, but I think Ike is busy at the moment. Righteous Man, are you set now, or you want me to go to the next person?
I'm okay now. I can talk.
All right, then go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah. Ovi made some statements that are real. Sometimes I believe that most of us do not really understand Ovi. Ovi speaks in parable, in the local, will I say, in the elder's mind language. It's not as if he said that Ovi didn't say that Obi should not go to the Supreme Court. But Ovi is saying that is a game plan which we that are here at home, we understand that whatever that is happening is a script. Before the election, Tinubu have told the whole world that is the turn of the Yorubas. And when it is the Yorubas, it is his own turn. APC did not chastise him for that statement. They didn't rebuke him. They allowed him. And you know that those who determine who becomes the next president in Nigeria are the governors. That was why Wike could rig River State. You remember that one of the governors of APC recently said it, that they were surprised when Wike said they should relax about River State. They were surprised when APC was announced as the winner. because they know that it was virtually impossible for APC to score 25%, talk less of winning Rivers State. They made the confession. Recently, Fayemi also made a confession. I think most of you must have heard it, when he said that they knew that Jonathan was on the right track in 2015 when he was about to remove the fuel subsidy. But they worked against him politically. He said it, and it's online. So if Fayemi could make such submission, it just simply means that it's script. What is happening in Nigeria is a script that have already been written. When it is time to execute that script, they will execute it and put whoever they want to put there. So it is not that the poor Nigerians are not ready for a change. The Nigerian masses, the suffering masses, are willing to change the political status of this country. But the elite has already captured the Nigerian state. They captured it, they control the police, they control the media, they control the army. If you make a statement on radio,
so righteous man, we have talked about this over and over and over and over. What is the solution? What is the way out? How do you make people's vote?
The solution is this. Okay, thank you. This is my own personal opinion. The solution is to subject the Constitution to a referendum. We have to subject this Constitution because the Constitution does not benefit the poor man. And those who drafted it in order to favor some certain people in Nigeria. So right now, as our eyes are open, it has to be subjected to a referendum. Let the people vote. Are we accepting this constitution or not? I think that was the plan that Jonathan had when he did constitutional conference. And the same APC rejected it, that they're not going to be part of it.
Sorry, Righteous Man. Do you know that in every society there's a class?
I'm not against a class.
That's what we're dealing with.
Don't. You are breaking the rules, man. We all disagree with you, but we didn't interrupt you.
Hello, are you with me? I'm not against the class, but the American Constitution. I've not been to America, but I've been to Europe. I spent years in Germany before I returned back to Nigeria. The Constitution benefits every man and every woman. The Constitution promotes. Look, in Germany, it's a fearful thing for somebody to take you to court. You want to settle out of court. It's a fearful thing for police to invite you. That's true. But in Nigeria here, the elite, the bourgeoisie own the police. They're not afraid of going to the police. They're not afraid of going to the court. That was why they told Obi, go to court. Because they know they have the answer. The people that are in the court are the people they put there. They pay them. They fly their children abroad for holidays. So they will answer to them. But when a politician is telling you go to court, he knows that in the court you get nothing out of it. So it's to subject the Constitution to a referendum so that we will have the people's constitution, not the military degree that was transferred to become a constitution. No, it's not going to happen. Look, if we maintain this constitution, the elite, the bourgeoisie, these political juggernauts, these people will continue to rule this country and hand over to their colleagues and to their children in the next 100 years, and nothing will happen. Do you know, let me round up, do you know in Nigeria now, it is a crime for you to go on the street to protest peacefully. They will set police to you and they will look at what happened at Lekki Gate. Up to today, they're living in denial that nobody was killed. And do you want me to go and protest again? No. Nobody wants to go out because you will be killed and you're gone forever. So I yield.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
I think it's Oga Ike. He hasn't said anything. I think we skipped him earlier on because he was engaged. Oga, welcome. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
We are blessed to be alive today. Yeah, like every discussion that has been made, I want to say that I've always said in this program that anybody that is advising or telling me to move on or telling Nigerians to move on, that means really we have not really started, because I want to refresh our mind what Mr. Peter Obi said from the beginning. This is not a race, but it's a marathon race. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard because the system you're trying to change is a very bad system that has been there for donkeys of years. And it's going to take a lot of guts. And it's going to take a lot of sacrifices. It's going to take a lot of pain for us to be able to change the system. So we are not moving on because, like somebody said here, when we say let's move on, that means the same system, like somebody was saying here, when you come up tomorrow, the same thing will happen and somebody else will come and say, okay, let us move on also. So we keep moving on and we keep allowing the same group of people controlling the affairs of men in Nigeria. So I think for me personally, like what I've been doing since after the election, honestly speaking, most of the time we don't talk about it here. Since after the election, I've never stopped campaigning in Nigeria. I've never stopped giving people money to register as a member of Labour Party. I've never stopped encouraging people to become involved in the local politics of their towns and villages. Because if we can be able to continue to encourage people to take part in Nigerian politics, more especially the generations of today, some of us who has come to see really what actually is going on, because the system will have to start it from the grassroots. So I have never stopped encouraging people to get registered, more especially in Labour Party, because all these old criminal politicians, I would never ever advise anybody to get involved, So for you to know that I used to tell people to understand that Obedient is not a political party, but it's a movement. And this movement shall be translated into a political party if we begin to, organize ourselves, being part of a member of Labour Party, a card-carrying member of Labour Party, register in your local village, in your towns and villages, and become an executive from the local level. Because the only way this transformation and change of Nigeria we are yearning about, it has to start from the grassroots. It's not going to start here because this place is already rotten. That place is already rotten. I give an example. Last 2 weeks or last week, there was a local government election in Edo State. There was no local government election. It was just something that this governor decided to select 18 people as chairman of local government in Edo State, right? So because the local government, the governors has made local government as a part of government house in every state. So they manipulate and do whatever they did. You see any of you here can honestly say that PDP is going to win 18 local government chairmanship in Edo State? It's not possible. Edo State has turned into Labour Party. It's not possible. But this is what we are saying. So, in as much as we have seen that if you are a criminal, you are free to become president of Nigeria. If you have killed somebody, you are free to become president of Nigeria. If you have committed corruption, it's a license for you to become a politician. They have turned the Nigerian constitution into shred. They turned the Nigerian constitution into trade, and tell us anything they wanted to tell us on 6th of September. So, which means the road is clear for those who, those people we say they are not good. They have given you the license to become part of it. So, but we, the patriotic Nigerians, I want us to know that Mr. Peter Obi is not backing down today, he's not backing down tomorrow, he's not backing down forever. This is a commitment he has made with his chief, and he is going to fight this struggle until he goes to the grave, like every one of us. So the only thing I am appealing to all of us is that no matter how painful this has been, or the journey has been for each and every one of us, we will continue. And also, I agree with Mr. Olumide. This the so-called constitution we are talking about, until this paper is turned into shred, and everybody become part of the discussion to have a real true constitution, because these are the same politicians who are manipulating and making use of this constitution to their own advantage. You know, so it is a shame to become a lawyer in Nigeria tomorrow. Anybody in Nigeria who tells me that is a lawyer, anybody who tells me in Nigeria that is a senior advocate of Nigeria, I am going to spit on your face, because these people that was the judges of yesterday, these are the people who were supposed to be the custodian of the law. But you look at what they were doing. Look at what they were doing on 6th of September. You know, they were playing on our heart. They were playing on our emotion. They were playing on our intelligence. I was thinking that is it Nigerian? I mean, if what transpired on the 6th is what has been going on all these years, what is the sense of having tribunal for election? You know, what is their sense? But why, personally, myself, I support Mr. Peter Obi and Atiku to go to the Supreme Court, because the Chief Judge presently has interpreted this particular, some of this, he has interpreted it in 2004, 2014 or 7. So I want to see what he is going to say, because he has ruled on the issue of Abuja. He has ruled also in the issue of forfeiture before. So I want them to go to the Supreme Court, because let there be a precedent that at the end of the day, this is what the Supreme Court of Nigeria have decided, that this is what it is. So that tomorrow, if you are going to participate in the election, if you are going to the tribunal, so that you will be able to know what and what you need to do. Look at the judgment that was passed the other day. You see how many days that they denied the Labour Party and the PDP to get the official of that particular judgment they rendered. They wouldn't tell me that they don't have it already. It was even that day that they supposed to hand it over to those lawyers. But they have taken away about 3 days out of it, but it is 21 days. But they have taken 21 days out, 3 days out of it. This is the same, this is the system. They want to frustrate you from the beginning. They want to make you get angry, abandon it and say, listen, let's raise up your hand and say, let Wike and his clip of men, let them continue to rule Nigeria. You know? So this is the system where we find ourselves. Abuja today, who owns Abuja today? The person that is controlling Abuja today is Wike and what is it? What is the guy from River State?
It's 2 minutes.
Sorry, Asore Dokubo. You see what Asore Dokubo is doing in Abuja? A lawless country. Nobody is saying anything. But peaceful Nigerians will go to Abuja to demonstrate or somewhere to the police will stop them. But look at what Asore Dokubo is doing in Nigeria. Is it not the same country? The same people that are trying to tell you, let us move on. The same people that are trying to tell you, listen, it is not the end of the world.
Tunanja, how many minutes now, Tunanja?
Yeah, I give him 30 seconds to round up, please.
No, I mean, let somebody else continue. No problem. I don't want to be a breaker of law. I don't want to disobey the rules. You are running it. If you say my time is over, I will stop. You know, because that's what we want to change. We don't want anybody to take advantage of anything. We want to start that, change of a new Nigeria. When you say it is one, let it be one. If Ovia come tomorrow, it is one.
You are still breaking the law.
Come tomorrow, it is one.
you are still breaking the law, sir.
You see how Ovia is just causing trouble everywhere. Don't mind him. Is he Ovia? Is he your turn? Is he your turn or Lexi?
Tunanja, the elders, they're supposed to get elder discount, elder privilege. You can't be
that's what I've been giving him now. He's got elder privilege now.
No elder privilege. We are all Nigeria. We are equal in face of God. So there is nothing like elder. It is the elder that they have used to destroy the country for you and me. So we don't need that issue of elder anymore.
Paul go fight you when he just when Paul is 20 years away from being an elder, he wants to be ruled. That's not good.
Well, we'll be happy with that.
Nah. Now, our other statesman that is speaking, Mr.
Yeah.
Lexi. It's Lexi that is speaking.
Yeah, okay, please go ahead, Lexi. Welcome. Thank you for coming in.
Well, for us, it's evening here, so good evening to or afternoon or whatever. I greet all of you. And the reason I come in from time to time into this group is first because I know that there are some people here whom I've learned from, and that I believe we all have conscience of judging what is happening. And with all that in our hearts, we should at least be reasonable enough to admit reality and use that reality to propose the solution to our problem. I identify with a few people here. At the end of last year, I told the guy who started this platform, I said, the champion in all our discussions that we've had here, for me, is Obi. And I said it being very sincere to myself that he said, all now politics. In other words, while we are trying to make some what we think is logical about what will happen and what should happen, Obi is telling us that all now politics, and he further went to let us know that the where we are coming from to draw some analogy or even some inference, let me say, not conclusion, in our discussions, that we are wrong because politics, not that I said it this way, but it's a hydra-headed affair, especially in Nigeria. And all we are seeing is politics. Nigerians who are in charge of the kind of economy we're all crying about now know that we have not been doing well with handling our money and what money can do for us. To think that these people who rubber stamp or pre-select someone and say this is the next president, that they will bring out billions and just throw it out there for us to be knocking our heads together, saying we are looking for a result of somebody who will win or not win. Those people are very wicked because money is wasted. Whereas they already made up their mind who will be the president. All now politics. Now we are crying about money. So how can Nigeria continue in this way? Because see, I like to say Nigeria because I count myself out of this whole thing. Because some of our people have really changed their mind from even going home, not to even talk about being identified. All now politics, and that politics in Nigeria is the worst type compared to anywhere else in the whole world. People are killed. People come out boldly to say what they will do, and they will do it, and there will be no consequence. Even the one we are handling now, who said what Tinubu said before this so-called results? He told everybody, it's going to be tug of war. You've got to take it by force. He had people he sent out there to do mayhem. So every time we come together here, we are still talking as if our brains, the brains of those who are behind all this confusion, has changed or is going to change. No, they will keep what they have. They will continue to kill those they will kill, and they will continue to hold on to the power that they are holding on to. And listen, at any given time, if I am in Nigeria, whether it's in the West or in the East, I should have no cause to fear because I have commitments. Both among, we run away from the natural thing that God gave us. That is nonsense. If you're a Yoruba man, God made you and made the Yoruba people. And that is the name that must cover whatever identity you have. You say, oh, forget about our tribe. Why are we forgetting? there are very good things from each of those groups. Or you are an Igbo man. Yeah, of course I'm an Igbo man. So should I now shy away from that because of Nigeria that is killing everybody every day? No. The good things are there. The bad thing that has been destroying us is trying to keep this thing called Nigeria going. People are killed. Nothing is honest. There's no justice. There's no fairness. And yet we want to keep it alive. We are shying away from the solution. This constitution we are talking about, it is still the same people who would wangle their way to make it say what they want to happen so that tomorrow they will continue to use it. So what we are experiencing now is a further exposure of what we did not know before this time.
Thank you.
Yes, so is that Olumide? I always put my thumb up for him because I take a common stand with him in the solution. Yes, and obvious statement about this whole thing. You can take anything from it. I still have my thumb up for him. The reason about any solution, I think about what he says. Oh, now politics, because it's been operated by some people. He may not even know them, but he knows that all now politics, and that all now politics goes far and deep into anything we are doing. People will say, "Oh, he won the election. Who wins election in Nigeria? Oh, he lost the election. Who loses election in Nigeria?" All are manipulated things to bring out who they want. Before they started voting in Nigeria, a friend of mine from the West, the day Tinubu was nominated, he told me that day that this is the next president. I said, "Why do you say that?" He said, "You will see. That is the one chosen." The other day, I saw him in a party here. And I said, "You prophesied it right." He shied away from it, and we couldn't talk much. But the point remains, no matter what you all say here, we are not going to reach that point where these people will just let go and we remain as a promising nation. No, it will not happen. Nigeria is not working. Nigeria will not work. Let us come together and carefully, in a peaceful manner, decide what to do with ourselves as what nation. Do you know that during that?
Thank you. I think
I'm coming. Let me round up.
Is letting you go now. He's not reminding you because you are praising him.
Okay, let me round up.
That kind of attitude, not this kind of partiality.
You know what?
Because you're busy praising him, he doesn't call you out.
Please call Dr. Damages. Not only ask him if I had said anything about obvious points and how it has really shown me what I should have been considering all the time. Ask him, when did I say it? It was at the end of last year. How many months ago? I said I give him the championship of this discussion as number one. And that was last year. Because even though he wasn't saying the same thing,
but that is not the point. Obi is not complaining. You are taking too much time. That's the problem. Obi is very, very partial, like the judges. Typical Nigerians. Typical Nigerians. They are praising him, he does complaining. Your time is up, Lexi.
There's no formula that fits into anything honest about Nigeria.
Let's move on.
Obi is honest.
Well,
I've read your point. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay.
I'm just telling you, when you discuss things and you think you have become logical and what you have said makes sense about the solution, there is no solution. All na politics. And that politics continues to come out in the form you have seen it now. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's what I want you to know.
Thank you so much. Can I come in now?
Wow, how you want to come in? How you want to come in? Which door you want to use?
It's
okay, carry go. On our politics, carry go.
Yeah, then you go to Paul before he comes back to you, KJ.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
I have no problem with Paul. Paul is my brother.
You're not a young man, so your time is quite strict too. So
don't expect
privileges, Obi.
Yeah, in the words of KRS-One, he said, if elders learn from the young ones, they will learn how to go faster. I appreciate the fact that our elder here, Les, is saying that before he actually think of anything solution regarding Nigeria, he put that phrase before it on our politics. I totally appreciate that. KRS-One went ahead to say that if the young ones learn from the elders, they will learn how to go far. So, Leslie, I appreciate the fact that you take time to listen to whatever that I'm saying. I appreciate that. Same goes to Mr. Ike.
Call Rudolph and confirm what I've said, because I had to say it now, but I didn't want to say it all along. It's not like I want to, buy condo, as they say in Nigeria. No, I've been forced to say it now because that's the truth about what I perceive. So you can call Dr. Damages and say, this is what Lexi said today in our discussion. Has he told you something like this before? And when was it? Long ago. Because that's when I saw my way clear with things happening the way they're happening. There is no solution on our politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. I let a lot from you. Even most of the time I disagree, just to push you out to say things that I've never heard before, to compare with my notes. Same goes to Mr. Ike and everybody who is older here, started from Paul to Ike, I think pretty much everybody. Thank you very much. And for that, and I'll say again, I'll keep going with my conspiracy theory way of analyzing politics, according to Ton, who says that I'm a conspiracy theorist because I said Obi is not one of them. He's not fighting. Obi is part of them. But you went ahead to say that Obi is fighting the cabal. What could be more conspiracy than that? That actually you believe that Obi is fighting the system. How? Obi's style of politics might be different. It is different. Matter of fact, I admire that. For him to just come with his few words, come cool and get this a crowd, that is an act one needs to be studied. I admire that. I can disagree with everything, including his policy. But the fact that the way he plays choose to be different from the way others they play and the way we used to so that calmness needs to be studied. I give him that. But that doesn't differentiate him from the rest. His style is just different. And to answer our Egbo from Canada, right? Sorry, I didn't see your name clearly. You were talking, okay, it says solution, but at the same time, you were talking about precedent that the obedience should continue. I'm not saying anybody should stop, right? But the question is that if you yourself, you agree that the Constitution, right, that it was given to us, then what you are asking for is not going to come from anywhere else. It's going to come from that Constitution. So if you don't agree with that Constitution, with the reason that you stated, which I quite agree with you, right, then how do you expect your solution to come from there? Because there's a question that we are not asking. A lot of people are not asking this question. We all criticize the Constitution, but nobody is talking about the political system, the party political system that we adopted. Nobody is talking about that. Who are the brains behind it? Because guess what? Every political party, from LP to PDP to NNPP, are privately owned. They are private entity. And according to George Collins, the comedian, he says it's a big old party. It's a big old club. But we are not invited. We are not in it. You don't know who the people that come together form Labour Party, right? But just because you agree with the style and person of Obi, you go away with it and you go with it. So tell me, how do you control him, or how do you control the government of the Labour Party when they eventually get to power? How? So the solution we have to come from the fact that we should choose what we pay attention to. All this is not going to lead us anywhere. What we should pay attention to is that the people who actually select who becomes the president, or who they use to select who becomes the president, are those people that we have forgotten so soon, called the delegates. Those are the people who select your president. Now, I'm going that deep and that far because these 3 months that the Labour Party so put all their energy in court, guess what? The opposition party
are planning, are putting what they call structure together as we speak. While we are in court, they are putting structure. Don't forget that structure is very important. Oh, this is the time that they are putting it together. If you said, I don't know what I'm talking about, go and x-ray the ministers and the role they are going to play come 2027. You can easily figure that out. It's not rocket science. All of us now we. I pointed out earlier on that Atiku was visiting Konkoso, but they are in court. So by the time we finish for court, for maybe everything could take 6 months to 1 year before we can realize they come another competition deal. Guess what they will be doing? They will be taking time to perfect how they are going to rig it again.
So Obi,
Yes.
me, I disagree with that your solution. No. The reason I disagree is because if any party likes, let them select a cocaine pusher to be their party bearer. Allow the people choose who they want to lead them. A free and fair election. That's all they ask for.
No. Okay, yes. This is where I see your point.
Anybody who wants to control delegates, let them control delegates.
Let me answer that. I like your point, right? But what you should also understand that another reality you should also understand is that at that power, it's a power game. Now we they call them presidency. It's power. We the people that have what it takes to produce who becomes the president. Quote me anywhere. The people of Nigeria today, they don't have what it takes to produce who becomes the president. Not that they don't have the money alone, but we are freaking not organized.
But it almost happened, but all of a sudden technology did not work.
They said almost. Where does a almost ever get anything done? What it be almost? Yes, that is the whole point of you belong. Now you are having hope that you come close. I'm going again. That is your point.
So but what you are telling me now is to forget it, that there's no hope for Nigeria.
If you don't plan, they say if you don't plan to win, if you don't plan to succeed, you plan to do what you plan to fail. But as far as I'm concerned, we are planning to fail. Those guys are planning to win. They are setting up structures. What are you doing? You are in court fighting who?
What kind of structure? Is the structure to bribe the system or what? I don't understand.
All that.
To produce another person that will take over from Tinubu, if not him, that will continue. That is where the power lies. Okay. Right? If you believe that if you get the power, so how do you get the power when, one, you are not organized, two, you are broke? I'm not talking about you personally, but we collectively, because it's a money game. So when we focus on, that's what they want us to focus on courts. We could just did there. Why then they put one of they pick people? They will pick among us people that we use during the next election.
Okay.
And if I come and say Obi and distraction, people. If I say Obi and distraction,
you see all these OVA people, and they just take time, and you've used up your time completely. Okay. And Paul has been very patient, just listening. Paul, don't mind all these politics people.
To me, what we should be concentrating on is to start analyzing how they deal with Shomolu, how they deal with Domboa, how they take Riga. Let me use it so that we all be comfortable. How they take rig Lagos, how they take rig these places. When you figure out they take Riga, you go wait for them. You plan because see. In this game, when I thought, okay,
why not just settle these things?
Exactly, we're not just participants.
Everybody
we don't have what it
go
takes
home.
So that's why when Mr. Lexi agree with you that he's kind of aligned with your part of solution, which is everybody should go his way. I understand with him too.
You see,
how do we get there? How do we get there if we don't take power to destroy the system? Because me, as far as I'm concerned, the immediate goal we should go after is how do we disrupt the party system? Because that is the easiest way to get to power. If we have any hope of getting to power, to we the people, if we go produce our own president, it will not be through their own vehicle, because that vehicle is bought and sold.
Paul is doing gentleman, and you won't let him do gentleman successfully.
He's an elder. Paul is an elder.
He's doing gentleman. He's been waiting for you. Let's allow Paul to contribute. Thank you for your patience, Paul. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, good afternoon, panelists. I think I'm a little bit biased. I'm biased in the sense that I allow these people to talk so long so that I myself too can talk so long. So I still did it for my own interest. So I argue with Obi all the time when Obi used that word. When Obi used this word that everything is being planned, is being there. I'm still finding my father. He's a great man, very nice. They're just three in their own village that we're privileged to get education, struggle, and it pays him very well. And so when he talks, I listen, I learn a lot from him. So when Ovie say all these things, sometimes they makes me laugh. And my father would say something where he say, "Daddy, you do too much." My father said, "Guess what? When I die, I will rest. Nobody will come to me for solution, and nobody will come to me for problem because I'm gone." So I'm finding the place that you see everybody cooperate so well. You look at the Middle East where they do well in terms of, we want to say, economy, GDP, and the likes. One person control. But like they say when the head of a fish is rotting, the whole fish is dead, is bad. If the belly of a fish is rotting, well, guess what? The belly of a fish is always rotting. But if you take all those rotten things out, you can still enjoy your fish very well. So I'm trying to find that place that if you want to tell me that, oh, people cooperate very well. Thank God, good percentage of people right here live in the UK. When David Cameron was the prime minister in UK, you remember, Tom, you remember the London riot and everything. It got to an extent, a British prime minister said he will be forced to recruit a New York riot police officer. That is a sacrilege for Britain to go look for solution. Internal problem, not like external that they want to put together NATO to go fight another country to solve an internal problem. And they manage it and everything. I'm finding that place where you want to say people control. But guess what? You see what is going on in the Middle East, the way they rule and everything, one family rule. But if you manage your persons very well, it look like the whole country is united. It look like the country cooperate because that ruler managed the country very well. It's not because of those people cooperate. The election that we are seeing in the US, I don't see anything where you want to tell me that because of the people. It is just because of there is no good structure. We are seeing what they are doing to a former president and a current serving president, the president's son, Joe Biden's son. And we are seeing what they are doing with Trump because there is a system in place. It's not because of the country unite. And when people say, oh, Nigerians did not unite, oh, they've planned everything according to Ovie's word very well. They've planned everything very well. Yeah, we agree. They planned everything very well. And if you said Nigeria did not unite, how do you get all those votes? And you said Nigeria unite. So that tells you that Nigeria did not unite as you want to think. How did Atiku get all those votes if everything is pre-planned and is working according to plan? The answer is no. The answer is just that few people get away with everything. There is a pastor in Port Harcourt who sleeps with young girls. But the pastor is a philanthropist who helps people so much in that region. And he abuses young people. The pastor is working free. Right now in Port Harcourt, he's working free. Notable pastor. You understand that I've met with governors and the likes. He's working free. And yeah, he raped girl, they did the DNA, they did everything. They had children for him. The same pastor saying, forgive all the people in social media who is criticizing him, even when he did DNA to have a child. But the police will not come. But a young pastor who don't know at all, you understand, sleep with a church member, and they arrest him immediately. How do you want to quantify this? So when you look at this thing, it is not because of we are not united. When you talk that thing, and sometimes when people say all this type of thing, they just makes me laugh. Tinubu have a right to talk, like Mr. Alexis have a right to talk, like I do have a right to talk. But guess what? When I talk, it's called opinion. When Mr. Alexis talk, it's called this is my point of view, like Ovie have his view. You understand? But when the full arm of the law take its course, it is called decision. So Tinubu have a right to say whatever I want to say. Like Trump is saying everything Trump knows how to say. But when Trump talk, when big man talk, we want to say, oh, we hear what this person said. I was born, raised in Lagos, and I understand this thing. You see an elderly man try to take advantage of a young man. You see an elderly man who comes from downfall, what we call downfall or Molue, police is misbehaving, the man will say, "Emi akpeno." Do you know what is called an akpeno? That's a senior person in the Ogoni confraternity. The police will get scared. Do you know the meaning? He accepts defeat before the battle starts. You understand? You were never an Ogoni person, but you know that Ogoni people can be very deadly. They have this spiritual power. You accept defeat before the battle starts. A big man will hit what we call big man in Nigeria, will hit an Okada man and still sit down comfortably in his bed because the Okada man will naturally accept instead of him to challenge, to fight for his rights. We accept defeat.
Your audio is disturbing.
Which person audio? Is it righteous man? Okay. You see an Okada man, somebody come out from a Mercedes Benz, hit this Okada man, comfortable, sit down in his vehicle. You understand? We just act anyhow. And people accept defeat because we don't test the law. You understand? But people will stand up for that Okada man to ask for their rights. Some people will be reluctantly say, this will never happen. They will fight. And the police will come take side, understanding that the Okada man, the so-called big man, will give him money. Don't tell me the people does not fight for their rights. Our people fight. We talk. We do the things that we can do. But what we call institutions put things in place. When they fail us, that does not mean we fail. We've never failed. It is the system that is failing us. It is the system that is failing us. So I disagree when you say, oh, people plan this, they've put this thing in place. They are arranging 2027. They are arranging this. Yes. They cannot just stand up in thin air and just contest election and hope to win or to lose. They're going to strategize like everybody is strategizing. But don't blame yourself. People continue to do something. People come out on that day. Some people, like they tell you, when you quote, you quote Tinubu, you quote this, you quote that. Why don't you quote Oshomole? Why don't you quote El-Rufai? Oshomole will say only 4 people is tweeting in their house. Can many of us really believe that? Remember, Peter Obi won 12 states. Tinubu won 12 states. Atiku won 12 states. And Kwankwaso won 1 state. That is the 37 states that we're talking about. So where are you having in your mind that think that this thing is arranged and they arrange it that narrowly they are about to lose it? It is just that people just choose not to do their work. But every time, don't see yourself like we don't cooperate. We do cooperate. You did not get the answer. The question is, and then let me go to another aspect. When you talk about APC, now this is the context of where we are talking here. Oh, it don't make any sense to go to court. Just accept defeat. Go and prepare for 2027. And I ask, is it that lawyers don't pay taxes in Nigeria? I'm asking these questions because they said Obi spent billions of naira to take senior advocates to fight this cause. Atiku spent billions of naira to get all these lawyers to fight, and he lost. Those billions, if those lawyers pay tax, I want to believe Tinubu government is making money from taxes. Why are they telling people not to go to court? When you should have let them go to court so that the government will even make his own proceeds from the lawyers, the taxes that they're going to pay from all this money that they charge these so-called parties. Why are you asking them not to go to court? You understand? Sometimes we are so shallow in our thinking. Like I said, we accept defeat many times before the battle starts. Joshua in the Bible was next to Moses. And Joshua told Moses, Master, we need more land. The first thing that comes out of Moses' mouth, he said, if you want more land, you got to fight for it. If you don't test the Supreme Court is the arbiter. You understand? It is the peak of the law. Tomorrow, President will judge Obi that Obi accepts. Atiku accepts the judgment. That's why they felt there is no need to go to Supreme Court. It is Labour people that will tell Obi, don't go to court. Not APC, who will, that will be clamoring, don't go to Supreme Court. Let us not do that. Mr. Alexis cannot tell me the meaning of my father's name. He cannot, because he might miss it when it comes to pronunciation. My last name sounds more like Igbo. Every time I go to school that I have an Igbo teacher, they change my name. They help me write my name like I don't spell it very well, because it sounds like an Igbo name, but it's not anywhere an Igbo name. The meaning from the part that they are saying it as an Igbo name is different from my own meaning. Everybody call Ovie an Urobo man, but Ovie is an Edo man because it's Ovie. Because everybody know the word Ovie, the name Ovie, as an Urobo name. But look at Ovie today, he's an Edo man. So you might have that mistake. You understand? The first day I met Ovie, the first day I tell you, oh, Shari, Mavo Jerry. And Ovie laugh, he said, what? Have you Edo boy? This is how it works. So let's continue to remember, Nigeria is united. If the system fails us, we did the right thing. If I give my brother money to build a house and my brother did not build the house, I did not do the wrong thing. It is my brother that failed. And I will pick to tell everybody, so you've been in America, you've been here, you are doing this, you are doing that. Common house you don't get for your village. My mouth will be strong enough to say, I give my brother money, and my brother did not do it. You understand? And say, no, I don't want to give my brother. So let's stop this thing that, oh, no. Don't go to Supreme Court because we already know the outcome. We know the outcome. Like Lord Dennis said, every judge that is judging the case, the judge too is on trial. Mr.
What is the solution?
Hold on, let me finish.
But who said they no go court first? Who said they should not go to court?
Hold on, let me finish. You live in the US, Mr. Alexis. Igbo Alexis live in the US. Olumide, you live in Canada. There is this funny thing we see, every one of us that live in the US. You go to a certain event and every other thing. They'll say, Barrister Oguntade Jr., the father is the High Court judge. The father is Supreme Court judge. Dr. So. His father is the managing director of Lagos Teaching Hospital. So. We see all those things. Where you see this so-called, what we call big men in Nigeria, that children here in the West, they have this type of privilege. Whenever we go to events, we go to party, they say, oh, so. Rocha Okorocha, junior brother's son, Okorocha Jr. We see all those type of things. Guess what? If they don't go to Supreme Court, and those people, their children, remember, we might not have access to those judges. We might respect those judges. This judge can treat us so bad. They can do whatever they do. But that children can look them in their face and talk to them. Sometimes those children that enjoy some of those privileges here in the West, that, oh, Justice so son, Dr. so, the managing director of this airline son, when their father failed, we can look them and say, man, your father not the try. Remember, we don't get scared here in the West. We might not do that in Nigeria because of their security, but we can do that here. So let them go to court. Let them go to Supreme Court. Don't let APC tell us. It is our duty to do so. Nobody will remind me to go use my restroom when it's time. And when my body reminds me to go, I go. When I get to a certain age, before my body tell me, I'm already about to go. You understand? When age started catching with you. Right now, if my body tell me it's time to go to the restroom, I may still have some 2 hours endurance. But when I get to my 80s, if my body tell me to go pee, if I don't go within 1 minute, 2 minutes, I may probably pass some in my body because age is catching up with me. This is how it works. So please, Nigerians, we unite. We love our country. We have so many things to do before we are here doing all these things that we are doing. Let us tell ourselves the truth. All of us here as a man, let us look at our wife's face very well. Sometimes they are not even happy with us. I run away from my master bedroom all the time. I stay in my visitor's room because I have a problem. I'm telling you, I stay in my visitor's room. It look like I have another room now in Nigerian context. They say that man now Bonio. You get in secret room because of Nigerian problem. I can't even stay in the living room because I want to respect the noise, the people walking past the background and every other thing. So why are we thinking that we are not so united? We unite, we love our country, and we are doing something. If the system fails us, No, we did not fail the system. So, Mr. Alexis, please don't think like that. Don't think like that. Say, hold on, politics. They will strategize. They will strategize. Yes, we agree. You know, when you write, when you go to school, you take classes. You take classes in Nigerian context. You do tests and you prepare for exams. We pass through all these phases in our life. You understand? So this is my take. Let me not take all day.
Thank you. Listen, I really take some of your points. I think it's quite good. I think, I think it's my turn to chime in a bit. Let me see if I can take someone off because this lady wants to come in. Let's see. Okay, yeah. I think she's she's gone. Please come back, Miss. Because I think I've heard her speak before. She's quite good. So yeah, you can come back so I can put you on, the lady. Okay. I think I agree with you that people are supposed to go through the process. I think you got that one quite right. And the idea that one just says it's a fait accompli is not a good thing, even if just for the institutions to be able to function. If you don't get to the Supreme Court, you don't have a kind of a precedence or established. It means that the agreement will just still carry on, whether Abuja is still a thing or all kinds of agreements will carry on until you get through to the Supreme Court. And Peter Obi is doing the right thing. I don't know what else you want him to do. If people believe that there was a bit of malpractice going on, which there was, clearly, we know what happened in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, and they are going through the process. What else can you expect them to do? You can't expect any less from them, really. And the only thing I will fault sometimes some of his supporters for is that they are too focused on the court case when they should be focusing on governing and sending signals. Because no matter what we say, they did get a lot of votes already that got them into the position that they got. What are they doing about the votes that they've been given? Isn't this what they talked about Showore for? Because Showore doesn't hold office. So, but they've given the Labour Party a lot of votes, and somehow they're taking their eyes off the ball. Who is holding the Labour, this in the House of Assembly members accountable? The governors. Who is holding them accountable for what they are supposed to be doing? Are they living up to the standard of what Peter Obi has set? If they are not doing those things, these are the kind of things that is going to kill the party for the next election. And I'm sure what Obi is talking about, that Tinubu is going to win the election. Because the only way you can ensure that someone like Peter Obi is a government in waiting is to do what Obi is saying now with the small power he has got. Those House of Assembly members need to be rejecting everything that doesn't support the people. They should be the one calling out the corruption going on there. The governors should be performing this in above par. They should be doing some of the things that Peter Obi talk about in terms of this in consumption to production, this in principle that they are going to be implementing, low corruption, and actually governing the people well. If they were doing those things, and I don't know whether Peter Obi is even looking to govern the Labour Party in any way. If he was doing those things, you can see that people are going to be associating the party, the brand of the party, for good governance. But they are missing the bigger message, because I'm telling you, if he had done it that way, especially from after he won the election, if he had done it that way, he will be giving Tinubu heartburn. Everywhere Tinubu go, he will be thinking of Peter Obi. Either he's going to be doing what Peter Obi wants done, or Peter Obi will be president in waiting. I've seen cases like that around the world where opposition party leaders are the ones calling the shot of what is going on in the country, because the government don't have a choice. Either you do what the opposition wants, or they vote you out and put the guy in office. That is exactly how it works. Sometimes they have to compromise so that they get some more votes, or they don't lose the vote that they have, so that they don't bring the next guy into office. That's the game of politics. But I just fear that sometimes going after this court case has taken the obedience eyes away from actual good governance. And sometimes I fear that some of them don't care about good governance, because some of the chunk of the support are just Southeasterners that just want people to be there, maybe because it's Southeasterner, which they are entitled to have, just like any group is entitled to have it. But that could mean that could be the reason why they don't care too much about governance. And that is, for me, that's it. They are missing they are missing a trick there. You have to focus on good governance because that is what got him this vote. And if he get in there and he doesn't do anything, forget it. It's going to be a disaster next election. You're not even going to stand any chance. If these people that go to the House of Assembly don't perform, if the governors don't perform, no matter how good Obi is, it's not going to matter.
Because I have an observation.
Yeah, go ahead.
The observation I want you to make a correction when you said that the Obi supporters are from the East. I want you to withdraw that. I don't want to hear such statement by saying the people from the East who want him to be president, that's why they don't care about governance. Why do you have to say that? The 6 million votes I'm saying observation. The 6 million vote Peter Obi got, it wasn't just from the East. He got it from every part of Nigeria. So I don't. This is every time when people who are talking about Biafra, when they come here, we don't want them to talk about Biafra here. But you are going back to the same story.
No, that's not what I'm going back to. You're mistaking my point. You are mistaking my point.
No.
My point is that a lot of people voted for Tinubu today because he's Yoruba. A lot of people will vote for this in Buhari because it's this is. A lot of Americans voted for Barack Obama because he was black.
No. So I'm coming. I know where you're driving at, forefather. But I am talking about in the present political context that Nigeria had found we find ourselves right now. That statement is wrong, because Tinubu you're talking about never win any election. Yoruba didn't vote for Tinubu. He did not win an election. So when you begin to compare Tinubu with Peter Obi, it is wrong because Tinubu did not win any election. And another observation I want to
in the southwest now.
Yeah, another observation I want to make is that, when you talk about governance, look at the governor of Abia State. What he's doing, he's level.
Exactly. So we don't know. Does the nation know?
It's not that we don't know. We know because we that's what I'm telling you. Each and every one of us has a way of following what is going on in Nigeria. Because I am not a novice. I am not a stranger from what is happening in my place. The governor of Abia State is setting a pace in the eastern Nigeria today.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's perfect, but he is setting a pace. He has started somewhere. The government is just about few months, but you can see. You can see what he's trying to do or what he's doing already.
I saw how they are clearing the rubbish and everything.
You can feel the impact.
I think they have Delta now. They have Delta now too. Labour has Delta now too, doesn't it?
Can I also make a quick correction? That's actually the reason why I came here. A quick correction. Because I don't like to hear.
In Delta State. They didn't win Delta State.
It's not over yet. Okay.
No. The one of that is not over. So in the case of the National Assembly, you have a point. I agree with you. But you also you should understand that in that National Assembly, it is still the same old system that is being operated there. And if you don't follow them in their old system, you have no place as an opposition. You understand? Because the APC is controlling everything.
So be it, because they have at least almost 8% of senators. So without them, they can block a lot of votes that PDP wants to block the government from doing. So they can cause problems there, and I don't see them organizing. And this is something that they need to start doing. Everybody is aware of the Tea Party group inside the Republican Party in the US. So, and they have them in the UK too. Some kind of, I think, something committee in the Conservative Party here in the UK. You can form that kind of block and start causing problems, disrupting all this nonsense that these people are doing. But I don't get any sign that they are focused on that at all. They just leave them to just do as they please right now. So, sorry.
Can I make a correction? Quick correction.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Now, I mean, people talk so much about Labour Party and all this. By the way, they're not yet the official. They're not the official opposition, right? And this expectation on them is like we're making a different set of rules for them. Now,
you don't have to be official opposition to cause problems.
Let me finish. Because I mean, why is I mean the same questions are not being thrown at PDP and Mr. Atiku? So the thing is this.
Do you want to win or not? What is your problem?
Let me finish. Then you can comment after I've said what I want to say. So, and the thing is this. I mean, the Labour Party, the presidential candidate, they are in court, okay? And if you ask me, I would think that's quite enough burden on anybody, So they have to see it to the end
Okay, bring it to a logical conclusion, and then thereafter, if they want to, anyhow they want to act, be the opposition, they can do that. But I mean, all this kind of expecting them to do this or they're not doing enough for that, Okay, the reason why actually I came in, Ovia said something, and I just want to. Sometimes we say things, maybe I don't know, perhaps without thinking through, we just make statements. Now, Ovia, if you can clarify, explain to me, because I know I'm quite sure that you're not correct. No, but maybe, if I bring it to a notice, you might clarify that. Now, when you said that Peter Obi, the only difference between Peter Obi and the rest is in his style. That they are all the same. What do you mean by that? Are you serious when you make such statements?
Yes.
Why? Okay, explain to me what you mean.
Is he not a politician?
Sorry, all the same in corruption?
Is he a politician or not? Is he a career politician or not?
No, sorry. Yes, but you can't. You can't start to say that all politicians are the same. Where do we go from there? If all of them are thieves, so what are we doing? We might as well all go home. If there's nobody's irredeemable the situation, we can't expect anybody to do the right thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, okay. I think
there's a difference. All politicians are the same.
Okay,
go ahead.
Let me respond to that. I think this goes to even Paul too. We view things in a very narrow way. I don't know Obi. I don't know any of the politicians. I've never sat with them.
You make a statement.
Hold on now. Let me answer you, right? I'm going somewhere, right? In other words, I don't care about their personal lives. I don't care. I only judge you because you present yourself to me as a public servant. You are serving my interests. So what they do as a person, their personality, I don't care because I don't know. I've never served with any of these people.
Right.
So if I analyze, I'm criticizing him based on his public services, right? He was a governor, elected governor. He was elected twice a governor.
Okay. And what did he do wrong?
Hold on.
Yes, how did it?
See, that's the point. It's not about doing what you individual do wrong or right. It has nothing to do with that. And that's where Paul come in. When you are talking about
sorry, it has a lot to do with that.
Are not building.
If we criticize our politicians, it's because they're doing the wrong things. Because they show themselves to be corrupt, to be incompetent. To have no regard for the public good. That's how we criticize them. And then when you say all of them are the same, so what are we talking about? And then you say it's just a matter of style. Such a statement. Do you think about it?
He's running to be a president, not to be a president of a company.
So are you saying all the position are the same? No difference.
Nobody wakes up from his bedroom, said, I want to be president and becomes president anywhere in the world. Nobody.
Really?
Yes.
Sorry, that's not the point. No, the question is this.
That's what I'm saying.
We are judging candidates. People that have presented themselves to serve us.
Hold on now. You are focusing on him as a person.
I'm not focusing on him, but on candidates. Yes. Candidates.
And I am
just come out and say that all of them are the same. No difference.
You have to work together. That's what I'm saying. Show me one person that say, I want to be president, and they wake up from his bedroom and become president anywhere in the world. Just show me one.
No,
you know that what you have to work.
That's a different point entirely.
You have to work with people.
That's a different point.
That's a different point entirely.
I am criticizing his public life, how he moves around.
Sometimes I don't understand. Hold on. Let's calm down. There is so many ways to say people are the same. You can say they are the same as human beings. You can say they are the same as corrupt politicians. I think what he is understanding it to mean is that you are saying that he is the same as part of the corrupt politicians.
That's correct. Yes.
That's how you are. But maybe that's not what he's saying.
Yes.
What does he say? Look, excuse me. Look, he don't go brief for him. He's here. He can explain. But I'm saying,
ask him now. Are you saying that he's corrupt?
Allow me to explain then.
That's the only understanding. That's the only way you can understand it. Because they're all the same. That is just a matter of his style. Because he's gentle.
Are you going to allow
otherwise
me to
he's
explain?
as corrupt and rotten as the rest. It's not.
Oti, let him answer now. No, Igbo Basic is waiting, hasn't said anything, and KJ has been very patient. And just before he's folded his hand and just keep watching everybody.
I think Obi, I think I kind of understand your mindset now.
Olumide, keep out of this one.
That kind of mindset is what we want to move away from.
Thank you.
What is the mindset?
No, leave it now. This is sorry. Igbo Basic. Thank you for your patience. He's been there waiting all this while, and Oti just wanted to interject. It turns into a 5-minute debate. Please, Obi, this is Igbo Basic. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you all for holding the fort. I was in a program. This program is Nigerian Voters Watch in collaboration with Nadeco USA. They presented an international conference, and this conference was on Benue Plateau and Southern Kaduna genocide by the Nigerian government and the security agencies. And was titled Genocide on My Neighbors Next Door, or Silent Genocide on My Neighbors Next Door. That was concluded. It got me thinking that, earlier on I stopped in when Dr. Damages was still here. And I made a comment about going to Supreme Court being a rejoinder, which gives everybody a breathing room to go and figure themselves out to come back at it by the time they pronounce whatever the Supreme Court judgment may be. And I had also said that in this particular forum of ours, that somebody about a month ago, that Abubakar so came here and told us that they were going to uphold the status quo, which is exactly what they did, by hook or crook. My submission for today is very simple, and I said it earlier on the chat. That in those days, let me paint a picture. Our people, by that I mean old Umuahia province, by that I mean the people they call Bende people. We believed in our war dance, mysterious war dance. And we actually go to war. And when you see those things we carry in our head, it's usually about 3 of it. Those were supposed to be actual human heads. You went to war, you chopped off the head of the daughter or son of the king of that town where you went, and you bring it home to show us an evidence that you have actually come back victorious. Before the Nigerian Civil War, we had that mentality of we are going to war. Our people prepared the mysterious war dancers with armor and everything else also in their faces, and they went to Nsukka sector with the same old mentality of how we used to fight wars before. And by the time they got out there, the opposition came with bazookas, shetimas, and medicine. What came out of our people's mouth? This is no longer what we came for. So we retreated and realized that the war is different now. Same thing has happened in the politics of Nigeria since then. And I just said it. The people we are talking about, they are fighting with, not even Ogbunigwe, they are fighting with nuclear weapons. They are fighting the masses, with not only AK-47s, they have come with everything in their arsenal. Meanwhile, we are still going out there with machetes. They carry machetes and dagger. They go after them. That won't work. That will not work. What am I trying to say? When they have given us the chance to go and prepare ourselves before the so-called, and I'll use that word, so-called Supreme Court judgment that will eventually come. This is the time that we all should look back, see, I think it's about time we start believing a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. If you continue to think that we're going to play, they just koro showed you that you're wasting your time. You talk about constitution, you talk about what do you call all those things? We want to rewrite, we want to referendum. They are not talking about all those things. They are waiting for you. So what do we do in this case? Preferring solutions once again. You look around you, the big man's son, like Paul was saying in the parties, they tell you, say, this man, George's daughter, that one, Oria's son. I said earlier on that it's about time those people go to Abriba. And KJ understood me. He was laughing. It's about, I didn't say we should send them to Abriba. I didn't say that. But I said it's about time they go to Abriba. And until they go to Abriba, it's going to be the same result over and over again. My submission is very, very simple. If the son of Alhaji, Babatunde, Pashala, or whoever, he lives next door to me, let's make sure that even his dog, his German Shepherd, will be so uncomfortable that he can either go back to Nigeria and be there so we can be on the same pace. If any of them come out here, including Tinubu, are we deceiving ourselves? In the program that I just came out of, I picked up a few things, and I would like to share it with us for a moment. Emmanuel Ogebe, a human rights activist, he said to us clearly there that what has happened here is that prior to this time, through Ahmadu Bello way, this is my addition to it now, that they were trying to dip the Quran into the sea. Hello? But now that a southerner actually took the sea to the desert, in other words, that the forces are joined. Think about that. And then somebody else said that we should go after El Rufai because before he left office, this person was talking from Kaduna, southern Kaduna, that he actually dispossessed them of their lands in which they are living. That he has already, not only that they renamed the certain the places you call IDP, they renamed those places into the names and stuff. But right now that you who is living in a place, you are living in somebody else's land, according to El Rufai. Those are the facts on the table. And then the chairman of Anadeco USA, who is Uku Oku, happened to be a middle belt, he made a submission. And he says that there are two kinds of dances that are going on now. The Nigerian dance and the USA dance. Go make the connection. He's telling you that the drum is being beat here in Washington. And then the people in Nigeria are dancing. And therefore, his solution is very simple. Until we take it to these abroad places where we are, either organize ourselves the same way Indians have gotten into the ITC, the Indians own all the corner stores, the Indians own, even if we don't do that, until we organize ourselves into a political power, be it Democrat or Republican or whoever, until they see you as a force that is about to, it's not, we just can't continue to be follow because we're black. Until we do that, that the drum will continue to be beat in Washington, and the dancers in Nigeria will continue to dance. And that is how come somebody who the USA will not allow to be a president in their country, somebody with all these accusations, is now foisted on Nigeria. And the vulturization of Nigeria continues. So my friends, we can talk all we want. I come here, I say, oh yeah, we don't blow grammar again. I'm almost tired of blowing grammar. If you choke the politician, if you choke him, if you prick him, blood go come out like if you prick the ordinary person. Blood. And at that time, we go say, ah! Not only needle where they wanted to, they give injection, make they give them for COVID. The man, they won't die. So what does that do? We
all our grammar we no be explain and we dey speak grammar every day. We don't know what and means in our constitution.
All we have to do is, while we are speaking grammar, let us try to weave that basket I've always talked about amongst us, If you find those who are wishy-washy, leave them alone. You don't include them in the basket. We weave the basket. When we finish weaving the basket, we believe in action. All of us will die one day, whether we like it or not. If you see the person who said he's going to come kill you, or going to come kill your people, you go there until you kill your people before you do them. This man, Sunday Boho, was it not something that triggered off? And he said no. And that is the time that the people from that angle realized that, you know what? Fire for fire, force for force. Make we find a way to do these things. So my submission to us here, it is good to speak grammar. The time they have given us is a little period of, that is cooling off period. Nigerians have almost moved on. That is the unfortunate part of it. The people on the ground you are talking about, they are feeling like, oh, what happened? Somebody from Imo State was speaking, and the person said,
yes,
oh, you said something happened. Some of the people there don't even know what's happening at Orenta. And you are telling them grammar. And he is saying, until we realize that even the people we are fighting for have almost moved on. They're just trying to make a living from day to day.
Yeah.
That we should stop speaking grammar and start acting the force. And let us not go to war with the war dancers dancing in the front of the war. Let us go and find back. If you carry Ogbunigwe, go for Lagos. You think, say, that big man, KJ, please
Yes.
rescue me from this because
Thank you. I want to rescue you. Thank you. You made a very serious submissions. One of the things I want to say is that where you stop. The people that we're talking about have moved on. That's the most unfortunate thing about the Nigerian society. While you are there, and I said it on this platform that I stopped joining the labor movement because whilst we were doing it, they were in Aso Villa collecting Ghana must go bags.
Does anybody believe in the Labour Party? Hello?
No.
Thank you.
Now, so
But Peter Obi was the only reason why a lot of people cannot.
Was saying that Obi should prepare and become a very formidable opposition. Did he go into the race to become formidable opposition? No. So why ask him now to have that burden of becoming formidable opposition? I wouldn't do that if I was him. That's one. Two, we keep trying to push Labour Party into the hands of Obi. Obi is not the one who formed the Labour Party. And whatever has brought the result that Obi has, didn't come from Obi alone or his supporters. It was a movement that he got to be one who led. So it doesn't mean that everybody who is in Labour Party is there because of Obi. No, it is totally wrong. Majority of those who are in Labour Party now, who came to bring this movement, came from outside of whatever Labour had before now. And then it will be foolhardy for us to think that those who are in now representing Labour in the houses of assembly or the National Assembly will do anything different from what is being done there. Remember, one of them is already speaking from all sides of his mouth. He has not even, in fact, the money has not even started rolling in. He's already saying that he's even overwhelmed, even shaking the president of Nigeria,
But he has been removed. The court has removed him.
Whether they remove or not, that is that. I'm just quoting what he said at that time. And let me tell you, see, the challenge that was discussed here once and is that those who go into governance, especially representing the poor, once they get, let me say this. Festus Keyamo, when I knew Festus Keyamo, his office was opposite my friend's house in Wuse, Zone 6. If you know Abuja, his office, his law office was opposite Wuse, Zone 6, my friend's house. And we go there, and in fact, we'll sit, because she lives upstairs, we'll sit in the balcony and be looking at what's going on in his office and be laughing. Sometimes there's serious quarrel there, So now this was this person who was standing out for the people. How did he come to governance? He came into limelight, saying he is what? Representing the people. Okay? Now this same people, a person who came in as a freedom fighter for the people,
is now what? Fighting against the people.
It's the people.
Okay, so this has always been how it has always turned out. At the end of the day, who loses? The Nigerian people always get the short end of the stick. And the most painful part is that before you can even say Jack, they've moved on. Abibi said the problem with Nigeria is that we don't keep memory. So anybody can do anything. After 3 years, come back. We'll vote you back. We'll forgive your sins. And everybody moves on. And that's what they've continuously used to perpetuate themselves in power. Is there a remedy? Tell the truth. I don't see it. And somebody made a very powerful submission here earlier on that no nation, he called diversity in strength. I think it's OT. Okay? None have been able to succeed in doing that. None. Go read it. Okay? It's only in Africa when you have 50 million people say, why do you want to be having your own state? People are only 50 million. But Europe have 2 million. Europe have 7 million. Europe have less than that. In fact, Celsius is how many people? Okay? But they are a nation. They are living. In fact, the recent survey that came out, Celsius had the largest population of educated people. Educated people, Celsius. Okay? And it's one of his, how many are they? But we are here, we're saying, look, this diversity we have is not helping us. We're not even working our policies to suit into the different lifestyle of the people. Just like Loluga did when he came to Nigeria. It's called that the North were more into a different way of governance. The South was only. So he made a provision for every group to be able to continuously be in the way they were. But we are not even allowing ourselves to know that there's a difference between a Yoruba man and a Shekiri man. We don't want to know that. We just say, whatever is just the same, just like somebody was arguing here. And, Rotimi Amechi was the one who put it clearly. He said, you see, when you go for federal allocation, they give you the same money they give to somebody in Sokoto State. But the money for the Sokoto State can build 10 roads. The 10 roads in Sokoto State is what you use in building one road in the Niger Delta. One. So when such considerations are not given, you find out that it becomes difficult for the people to continuously to remain in unity. And if we're not being able to remain in unity because we cannot even hear each other and accept our own position or the other person's position, what is the next thing to do? Is if we continue to want to remain as a country, we come into confederacy. Okay? So that, okay, we don't want to divide. Let us, you rule your own side, make I rule my own side. Let us have some form of development. How long shall we continue to tell this story as black people? They say out of every 10 black men, 5 are Nigerians. I've been at 6 now. How long will a black man continue to tell this sad story? Now, we have not even started a government. You have gone to beg for money in India. Okay? Is that how other nations have developed? Is that how other nations have developed? I thought that before you go and invite people, you will have made, built the ground upon which, that can carry whatever you're going to bring. Have it been built? Has it been built? Or you want to see people to come back, take advantage of us? We are the raw material place. So they come get their raw material and go make their people rich. And we continue to remain in the same place. We must come off this thing. We have enough people with brains in Nigeria. Why those people are not given opportunity to bring in these things is it beats my imagination. And you see, somebody, I don't know, one guy called Deji on the chat, have been making all kinds of comments. Deji, I want to say to you, this platform is open. You can come in and those things I've been saying. Come and say it before everybody, so we also can see you. Put your argument forward, and then we'll tackle it on there. Don't be writing all kinds of nonsense here. None of us here is a member of any political party, so don't even think we are going to get anything from whatever we're saying here. So please, if you don't mind, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as the moderator, when shall we begin to instead of just talking?
I think it's just about time we start.
Yes, I don't.
You are an expert at doing that. Now you won't let anybody get any word out. He's already not letting me get any word out. Righteous man. Please go ahead. I see you raise your hand. Tone hasn't said anything though. Go ahead.
I think I'm most blessed today. I've had matured reasoning and contributions. Honestly, I'm very, very pleased, Very, very pleased. You know, we are here, we're in Nigeria. You guys are enjoying a very good environment, good democracy, civilization over there. That we that are here, I'm telling you, we are mourning. Even as the tribunal made this declaration, Lagos where I'm living, there is no rejoicing. It cut across every tribe. It is just a little minute percentage of Yorubas that are rejoicing over this thing. The majority of Yorubas are not happy because a bag of rice is 55,000 now. A bag of rice. You know, they've increased electricity, the cost of electricity here. Before we used, if I buy 10,000 naira, it will last me a month plus. Now 10,000 naira with air condition in my, maybe I put one air condition or two, it won't last more than 2 weeks.
Righteous man, just to help you on that part, they increased it by 44%.
Good. So we are dying. I throw this challenge to you guys that are abroad. You are in the best position to assist here. You know why? You know why? If we go to the streets to march, peaceful protest, they will get us killed.
Yep.
As I'm talking to you now, I have some very important information that I cannot disclose here because they're monitoring this platform. They can come after me tomorrow. That's truth. Is that bad? It is only you guys that have liberty, you have freedom of information, freedom of speech, that can really tackle the issue of Nigeria. Obi can't do it. You see, I have technically understood Obi. I am telling you, he may be wrong in some certain points he raised, but I'm telling you, over 75% Obi is right. Nigeria is a script written down, and when it comes to your turn, you play your role and you depart. The Nigerian masses do not play a part in determining who becomes president. No, it is the governors. The governors are more stronger than the president before the election because they are the one who select who becomes a delegate and tells them where to vote. It is the governors that are giving money to lobby their delegates and tell them where to vote. So look at what Wike did in Rivers State, that APC have to confess that up to today, he beat their imagination, how he was able to secure that victory. Which tells you that even the APC knew that the rigging could not be hidden. Okay, just look at what Supreme Court did with the former president of the Senate president, Lawal. Lawal never contested for election. Lawal, the lower court disqualified him that he was not the winner of that election. Appeal court disqualified him, but the Supreme Court made him a senator when he never contested for election. Sometimes, look, we're in a terrible situation. You guys that are abroad, please, on behalf of dying Nigerians, I'm pleading to you guys. You have what it takes. You have the finance, you have the liberty to draw the attention of the world in what is happening here in Nigeria. We have no freedom. Every street in Lagos has gate. Every street. Look, every flat pays 2,500 naira. Every flat. Now, you times it in a building that has 8 flats. 2,500 times 8, and you pay it every month. You pay DOSB. You now pay for street security again. The water we drink, you drill your borehole. There is no aspect of this country that is giving us joy. Can two work together except they agree? You see, blaming Nigerians, blaming us that are home here that we're not doing anything, I think you've not been fair to us. That's just the truth. We are relying on Nigerians that are in diaspora that they should use their good offices, use their congressmen and women, use their parliamentarians to bring the attention of the Western world to what is happening here. Are you aware that a seminary was burnt yesterday? Burnt to death. The whole parish was set ablaze. Yes, in Kaduna State. In Kaduna. A whole church parish was set ablaze. A seminary was sleeping. They burnt him alive.
Yeah.
So what can we do?
Russia's man. Sorry. Yes, I think. Yes, I would agree with you because I mean, those in Nigeria. First of all, I mean, they kind of the challenges that are facing basic necessities. You know, to eat. I mean, have food to eat before you begin to kind of get yourself into political whatever. You know, or protests. So at least we Nigerians here, well, we really have to start from organizing ourselves. Quite frankly, in a practical, useful manner. It's not. This is not theory.
Oti, while you are organizing, one thing that I would tell all of us here: look on your left, look on your right. Think very carefully of who you are going to organize with, because of a bunch of the people.
It's not going to be on the. It's not going to be on the. Listen, it's not going to be on the World Wide Web.
No, a bunch of the people who came across this obedient movement, a bunch of them were Mihunazu.
Oh yes, but sure.
And that is why I said it's not going to take 3 million, 5 million people. It's going to take just a handful that would plan very well, go in very well. Somebody even suggested, why don't we go and invite the Wagner group and stuff like that? These are all conversations. But to me, town by town, state by state, if you have 36 solid human beings, impeccable human beings, across the 36 states, you might be surprised what might happen. But bear in mind that if we continue to bring maturity, that's what
sorry, there is a proverb. I just, this is the march of Igbo civilization. So there's a proverb for that.
Oti, why not let righteous man finish so that you just get to your
turn?
Yeah,
righteous man has something to say.
So that it gets to your turn.
I have a question for righteous man.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Why not let righteous man finish?
Oh, yeah, let me. He might answer and make his point. I recommend sit at home for the whole nation of Nigeria to show that what is happening is wrong. Otherwise, what else? If you go out, they will shoot you. Stay at home, and Tinubu will get, and his group and the people in the house will get the feel of it. That's my recommendation. To start reacting against what has happened.
Yeah, your suggestion is valid, but you let me tell you why it cannot work.
Okay.
Good. The Nigerian nation, or the country called Nigeria, is not a nation. That's number one. We can't agree. We're not homogeneous.
Okay.
We can't agree. The only solution, which is difficult to be said and is easy to say, it is difficult to agree, but it is easy to implement, is for everybody to go to your tent, O Israel.
Oh.
Because you know why? Hold on. Let me tell you. The Igbo state is 5. Look at how many senators they have. Only 16, I think. Look at the Southwest. How many senators? Look at the South. How many senators? The North has almost 75% of the senatorial representatives in the House. And democracy is a game of numbers.
Every state have 3. Every state have 3.
Hold on. Every state has 3. Okay. 3. Hold on. 3 times 5 is what?
15.
That's 15. That's what the Igbo states have. 15.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. So even if you call the Yoruba the Southwest, they have 18.
Hold on, sir. Hold on,
they
sir.
have the same 18.
Hold on, sir. The North is 19 states.
Yes.
3 times 19 gives you how many?
That's 57.
57 from the North as a block. The South is never a block because the North block will look for a region in the South to marry to get their vote.
So
and the cheapest.
How do you say so when you know that the killings is going on in Jos?
Can you allow me to finish? Can you allow me to finish? Okay, I'm a good listener.
Go ahead.
When I came back to Nigeria, I joined politics.
Your 75 to
PDP.
That's what I
listen. PDP was my party. PDP was my party. There are some things you cannot use grammar to understand. It is not English language. It's not fluency. What happens in Nigeria can't happen anywhere in the world. I'm just telling you. You see, when you live in the Western world and you bring the theory from the Western world down here, you will find yourself messed up because it's not going to work here. Now, the politics of Nigeria is being played this way. What is the Igbo voting capacity? What is the number of Igbos vote from the 5 southeast states? That is when there is population census, they will not like you to write your state of origin. That state of origin will give the accurate number of Igbos living in Nigeria, but it's never done. They will tell you to write the state of residence.
That is the proper way. That is the proper way anywhere. That's the
hold
proper
on.
way anywhere.
Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on.
Allow you to
allow
write.
me to finish.
Allow you to write. They don't allow you to write.
Allow me. Yeah, I may be wrong. I may be right, but Nigeria is not a place where things that work other places work. Now listen. They will tell you what is the population of the Igbos, that they are less than 16 million, but that is wrong. They are calculating it based on the 5 states. In each state of the federation, when you remove the indigenes, the next in population are the Igbos. But they will tell you Igbos are only 16 million, which is a lie. And the proceeds of Nigeria is shared based on population.
Where did they get 16 million? If they didn't
check the
state, where did they get 16 million?
Hello, listen. Listen, I am living in Lagos, okay? Myself and my family are counted as Lagosians.
That is the right way to do it, yes.
Okay, but during the voting, I am not a Lagosian, I'm a stranger.
That's not what the Constitution said. Yes, I understand your plight.
Listen,
but that's not what the Constitution said.
When it comes to election in Nigeria, the Constitution is secondary, it's not primary.
So this is the thing
because if the Constitution says that where I dwell and live and pay my tax, then I'm a citizen of that place. Then during election, that my right should be protected.
Which naturally your right is protected. That's why you vote in Lagos.
It is not.
They deny you not to vote in Lagos. It's a
they denied me. They denied me. They denied me. They denied me.
No, I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, listen.
That's the problem. Let everybody go home. You are not truthful.
Listen.
You are not.
Okay, you said you disagree, right? You said you disagree.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear when Igbos living in Lagos during the gubernatorial election were asked not to come out and vote? Did you? Where I'm living, listen, where I'm living.
It's an individual. Is it the institution? Is it INEC that said Igbo people don't vote?
Individual. Listen, but these are officials. But these are public.
Igbo people don't vote.
These are public.
Because Igbo people don't vote.
Public figures.
I understand that part.
Listen. An individual made a statement. The state should go against him. Did the state go against him?
That's why I said our institution failed us.
Well, what is this?
Who runs the institution? Who runs the institution?
What is institution?
Outside the southeast. outside the
Who
southeast,
runs the institution?
righteous man, you said outside the southeast, the Igbos are the majority in any other state you can think of.
No, that is not what I said. You didn't hear me well.
So you said
You
so.
did. I said, listen, don't misquote me. I said, listen now, listen. It is better you listen to me and go and check the statistics. I said after the 5 eastern states, in any other state in this country, after counting the indigenes, the next in population will be the Igbos. Are you doubting it?
Then I listened to you very well. So when you said so, you make my case, but this is not our topic, which means that tell you that good percentage of the Igbos are not even domiciled in the southeast. And it's a good thing for our country. It's a good thing for our country, if not the system fails us. The Igbos are everywhere. They are in my village, and they are doing well in my village. The system failed them. The Igbos do better.
What is the system?
Investment, properties goes up in my village.
What is the system?
What is a good thing?
Mr. Paul, do you know why I align with Ovie? It is that system that Ovie was referring to. That system is already rigged. The Nigerian system is a rigged system against the people.
That system is rigged.
So we have to match.
Nothing that I know about that. Nothing, no?
System. Like my 5 governors rigged the system.
But they had that chance.
It's not an individual that rigged the system.
Paul, you keep talking about system and institution. What is institution? You keep saying institution.
Paul, you have interjected and you have taken away my time, honestly. You've not allowed me to say exactly what I want to say.
No,
I think Paul does have a point.
And you said it not have 75%. I tried to bring it down to 57 because it's 57, it's not 75.
It's not fair. It's not fair to be looking at this thing very narrowly. Paul keeps saying institution. What is institution? It's not a block of flats or skyscraper in Lagos or estate in Abuja. Now me and you be institution.
Ovie.
It's not just like that now.
That's a very myopic way to call institution. When you call institution, you are not supposed to call the Inspector General of Police as the institution. The Inspector General of Police is working in the organization. That institution called
he represents the police. He represents the police.
So the managing director of MPA is working in that organization called the Nigerian Port Authority.
Now, see where you are getting it wrong. You see where you are getting wrong, right?
Correct me.
The institution you are talking about consists of human beings, Nigerians in the case of
correct,
right? But again, there's a spirit. That's why we call it the institution. That spirit is derived from the Constitution. So whoever occupied those office, take the oath of the Constitution. And just so you know, I'm a member of the civil defense. I was a member of the civil defense. You understand? Okay. Institution don't just exist for existing states. We do have institution. And if you say institution fail us, I say no, Nigerians fail us. You use America as an example in case of Donald Trump, right? What are they going after Donald Trump for? If it's going to cost them, if it's going to take them 250 years before they will send one president to jail, there's a question there. But why are they sending him to jail if they will send him to jail at all? Because as we speak, people who perpetrate acts of January 6th are being sent to jail every freaking day. But Donald Trump is not charged for that. We're talking about institutions, right? It is when we talk about the institutions.
I don't know why you say Nigerians have failed us when he said institutions. It's similar stuff. It's just that he's more specific.
Hold on now.
Somebody choose not to do his job. You understand? It is not Nigeria. It is that.
Now you are not. See, he fails to do his job, right?
What is Mr. Paul
to hold him responsible? It's the same.
Paul.
But every
can I say something?
At this point, every issue that we have in Nigeria, that from that constitution that we believe was handled.
Can I finish my thought?
Go ahead.
If you are residing in the Western world, have you ever had that snake swallowed millions of dollars?
I've never heard about that.
But did you hear it happened in Nigeria?
No, nice institution.
And guess what? And I use a pastor. You understand? I use a pastor in Port Harcourt that it happened. So when snakes swallow and everything swallow, You and I also were in Nigeria when they introduced something called crime this thing that they used to bring people that steal.
Crime fighters.
Crime fighter.
In Nigeria.
Crime fighter.
No, crime watch every Saturday. They bring people
Crime fighter.
Crime fighter. Okay, that crime fighter that you are talking about, did you see one day that they also bring police that also do the wrong thing to come and confess the sin?
That was what Ovie was saying, that the system is rigged, it's already premeditated.
I am telling you, the spirit of the letter, it is not wrong.
Are you going to listen?
An individual become more powerful than this organization.
Okay. Are you going to listen?
Obama said an individual is just more powerful because the Nigerian police made it clearly that if a police collect bribe, he will go to jail.
Can you for once listen, please? You are making one point. Can you listen?
The law.
Well, can you listen for
and if they don't implement it, it is not the Constitution. The Constitution said it clearly. That is the spirit of the law.
Can you listen?
Who is going to implement? Have you, Paul? Let me ask you a question. Have you heard when the Nigerian police said they are waiting for order from the authority, from the top?
Hold on.
Is that top not a human being?
Righteous man.
Is it in the Constitution? I am asking.
Can you hold on, please, for a minute? Paul, can you hold on for a minute?
Who implements Constitution? Who implements Constitution? Who does that? Is it not human being?
Yes.
Good. Then we are telling you that the human beings that are supposed to implement the Constitution have already formed a syndicate. This syndicate have captured the Nigerian state. So if you go against their own rules and you don't belong to them, they deal with you without the same constitution that they do not obey.
But righteous man, this is true of every nation. This is basically true of any nation.
No, it's not even about elitism.
Somebody has been trying to join.
Sorry, it's not about elitism.
I didn't see anyone. Who?
What Paul is not getting is you keep
says IJDS. Don't know whether it's a joke, man.
Okay, sorry, maybe it's in the chat then.
Can I land this point, please?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
What Paul is missing is you talk about spirit. There's a spirit in those institutions. Where is this spirit coming from? It's coming from a book that me and you believe that only a few people write it and present it to us. Then it will be too naive of you that people who sat down and write Constitution, they don't know what they are doing. If you think they did not see 100 years ahead before they write that Constitution, then you don't actually understand how the system works. Right? If you think actually people who deliver this to you, that Constitution bettered the police, the judiciary, bettered everything that you believe that it should work for you.
They didn't see 100 years ahead.
And the police is free with every crime, but every
no. That same spirit select who occupy those institutions. Me and you don't select the IG. Me and you don't select the commissioner. Me and you don't select the other. That same institution that you so much believe in select these peculiar people. What do they have in common? Loyalty. Loyalty to who? To the institution or to Nigerians? Or to the individuals that put them there? And that is where you come with the idea that yes, individuals are more stronger than the institution. Why? The Constitution breed up the loophole that we are seeing.
But the Constitution, but I don't know why you are blaming the Constitution though. That the Constitution didn't create that loophole.
No. I am not.
You mean me?
I'm not blaming the Constitution.
That is a blatant lie.
Father, you said that I'm blaming the Constitution.
What?
No, I'm saying that the Constitution didn't create a loophole. Every society creates elites.
Paul wouldn't allow me to, land. And
taking advantage of the loophole.
When it's chaotic, I don't function very well,
There is
What I'm trying to hold on. What I'm trying to say is this, Listen to my point.
Righteous man, your turn has lasted more than 30 minutes at this rate.
No, they took over. They interjected.
You've spoken more than everybody here.
I'm next on the line, please.
Yes,
Yeah,
please,
yeah.
forefather, allow
You say
TA
I'm
to
talking
do his
more than everybody.
Forefather, please
Yeah,
allow TA to do his victory
TA,
lap.
don't start now. TA, you see how he's smiling? He wants to start
TA
now.
is
Don't
going to talk
even start
about
with
love. Oh, yeah, tell
he's
us
going to
about
change
love.
the
You
topic
can see the
Okay,
put
let me round off, please. Let me round off.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, round up.
You see, we are a micro of Nigerian state, the panel. Look at how confused we are.
That's how it's supposed to be. I hope you know that.
No, it's not.
That's how it's supposed to be.
It's supposed to
That's
be.
how it's supposed to be.
It's how it is. In the
No.
UK, people are confused
So,
too.
yeah, just on a lighter note. So what I'm trying to say is this. This constitution we are practicing today was superimposed upon Nigerian people. There was no referendum. When constitutions are written, you subject it to public opinion. I was not aware of it until Obasanjo came on board. And so many millions of Nigerians were not aware. It's not our constitution. It's not the people's constitution. It does not represent me. It does not represent my future. That is why we clamored for, a new constitution. And then when they went to the House for voting, they not voted against it because they have majority in number. I want to tell us how the state is rigged against other people. There's nothing you do in this country that if the North does not want you there, you can never be there. Let Obi win the whole 37 states. As Abuja is a state now, Obi, if the elite of the North do not want him, he can never be president. That's just the truth. The Nigerian masses, the common man.
Righteous man.
He's a righteous man. Let's speak, please.
Let me
You
tell something.
concluded enough.
What you are saying is not new to this platform. We have said this before. Okay, but some people don't want to agree with it, and it is good if they are hearing it also from your mouth. Can we, if you don't mind, allow TA, who is a Tinubu man, to take a laugh, please?
Yeah, TA. Yeah, go ahead, please. So, have you said your piece?
No, let's hear have his.
So can I come in now?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Like my good friend will say, FOC na for, you know. Guys, first of all, let's just chill. Let's take a chill pill. Yeah, let's love one another. Yeah. See, election has come and gone. Yeah. But it's the way forward. Now,
that's
I
how
was watching, what's it called? See, you guys might hate me with what I'm trying to say now, but I totally agree with Ovi perception about the old things, to be honest. You know, with what happened. And it's like seeing what is to come, which I did, you know, I can't just fault him for that. You understand? Now, one thing you guys have to know is that these guys that you're talking about, somebody was asking then, he says, what's the difference between Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku? Now, first of all, they are all billionaires. Am I wrong? Yeah, no. That's first thing. Now, they are all public servants. That's number two. Now, number three, they are not all saints. You can't tell me Obi is a saint. You can't tell me Tinubu is a saint. Likewise, you can't tell me Atiku is a saint. See, I'm not.
There's no human being that is a saint. No human being.
Thank you. Yeah. That's let me see. Let's try and break it down. Let's be real. Let's not be hypocritical. Now, Tinubu has his faults. Atiku has his faults. Obi has his faults. Yeah. Tinubu, some will call him a drug baron and all sorts. Atiku, some will call him a thief. Obi, London money into Panama. which is there, you know. So
his family money.
His
family money, not government money.
It's a lie.
Oh,
his
it's
family
a lie.
money.
That's the family money.
But he came out to say it that if he's found one thing that he will step down, why didn't EFCC indict him?
Who is the head of the
Why
government?
didn't EFCC indict him?
If please,
please, go
what
ahead and
what
take a
what we can't stand is people coming to tell lies. You know, I mean, things you cannot defend. Quite frankly, you're insulting our intelligence.
He doesn't have money in
By the way, sorry, excuse me. All of them being billionaires, what does that mean? See, the real question is, how did they make their money? The source of their wealth.
What does that mean? I just talked about Panama now. You're telling me it's family money.
Sorry, excuse me.
People that put money in Panama.
Family money, Mr. T. Listen, Panama, this gentleman came out and said, if anybody, okay, the whole Nigeria, okay, if anybody, I mean, could fault him, I mean, stealing money or laundering money, did anybody come out? Did you come out?
No, that's not what he said.
Did you come out to say it in
that's
open?
not what he
No.
said. That's not what
He said he will step down. He said he will step down.
What did he say?
What did he say?
Said if you see him that he used state, what is it? Anambra State money, any of his belong property anywhere. So now he said Anambra State money.
So in other words, the money is his money, right?
He just came before he become governor.
Guys, let me tell you one thing. Even Jesus Christ, when he came into this world, he paid tax. You understand? Anyone that put money. Listen, guys, listen. See, anyone,
I beg to take my leave.
Pastor, be someone that put his money in Panama is trying to avoid taxes. You understand? That's what that place is meant for.
Excuse me, sir. So
I
about here now. Excuse me.
No, listen, it's not coming here.
Hold on.
Excuse me. Are you coming here now to kind of moral equivalence?
No, it's an offense.
One at a time, please. One at a time, please.
No. Sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. If you're coming here, moral equivalence, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, all these people. No, I can't take that. I have to leave, and then you have this conversation. What kind of nonsense is this?
Bye-bye.
No,
what does it mean?
You can leave. Listen.
Listen. Moral equivalence.
You are not
Obi.
No. Listen.
Okay, don't worry. Listen, Oti. Okay, please go ahead and make your point so that we can get on with it.
See, that's what I'm trying to say is that look, I might come here now, start siding. Look. Okay, though this one is good or that one is good. It's my opinion. You can get angry. If you want to leave, you leave. I'm not going to stop you to leave. You understand? Look, KJ, they know me. I said the way I say things. I don't care. You know, it's my opinion. If it's your opinion, go for it.
Respectfully, you're wrong. You got this one wrong.
What do you mean wrong?
Let him make his point now. Please make your point.
Let's listen.
Let me make my
Let
point.
him to make his point.
So I've said that part, that look, anyone that keeps his money in Panama, even in America, you said they're going after them. In America, you keep your money in Panama, you're keeping that money out of that system. Taxes goes a long way, either you like it or not. That's what is using this UK, likewise in the Western world, to turn around the economy.
You define your money in the
Hold
Panama.
on, please. Let him finish.
The money you have a right.
Let him finish. If you didn't steal the money, why would they come after you? If you didn't steal the money,
not going to happen.
So now,
Tia, are you not allowed to put your money in Panama when it's your money?
No, see, you're a government official, and you're putting money. The money was there when it was the governor. It was the governor of the state, and it was putting money in Panama.
Whose money? Hold on now, but not his money. He put it
sold
in
his
Panama.
shares and put the money in Panama before he became governor.
Why do you want to govern a land that you don't want to contribute to the betterment of it? Why?
Okay. See, that one you can make that point, but he didn't steal the money. It is his money, and he put it in his own in an account.
Who said it's an offense?
No, I don't understand why you
got it wrong. You got it wrong. Obi sold his shares in companies and then put the money in Panama before becoming the governor of Anambra State. That was what happened.
The company built in Nigeria or the one
in the UK.
In UK.
So Obi does not run business in Nigeria at all. He's jobless.
In UK.
Guys, I'm not going to.
We are not kids, man.
I'm
We
just
don't be
making.
now.
I'm
No,
telling
we
you the way
shouldn't.
it is.
It's not
Yeah?
equivalent
No,
at all. It's not
you
even
don't
close.
get it.
See,
I think
Now,
it,
okay.
it's not.
Guys,
So
can I go
okay,
on?
let me just say this: we
is
we
money,
all
can
should
you
accept
say
that. We all okay. Let's come to some agreement here. Is it that we should accept that if somebody has a legitimate amount money, they have a right to put it in any account they want?
yes,
Yes.
yes,
So nobody's
yes.
questioning the source of it, the money. Is
No,
there? Are you questioning the fact that he actually
no,
chose to put his money there?
no. I am questioning his allegiance. I'm questioning his patriotism. If you want to run a
Okay,
country,
So
I want citizen. Hold on. If you want to run a country, right, I have the right to question where allegiance lies. If you don't want to put your resources to betterment, to develop the country, then why do you want to govern the country? Go govern where you put your money. That's where your life is.
You can argue that. You can argue that point. But compared to the others that actually take their money from
What is it?
Nigeria
Okay,
and put it there, that is the money he made in the West.
What is the difference? What is the difference? I live in America.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me ask you a
Where is
question.
Tinubu investment? We don't
Let
know
me ask
any.
you.
So
They
we
are
have
all the same.
mess.
So they are all the same. So they are all the same.
No, they are not the same. They are scaled. Okay, this is what hold on. I think Ovie, this thing that you are doing, that you are just listening everybody. Oh, see, Ovie, this thing that you are doing, you are listening everybody with the same thing. It's not fair at all.
As a politician,
You can't compare an armed robber. Ovie, come on.
Fidelity Bank is still standing.
Hold on,
We
Mike.
have
You can't compare an armed robber. You can't compare an armed robber to a shoplifter.
In Nigeria, it's still
Paul,
standing.
please
What are you
hold
talking
on,
about?
Paul. Please hold on. I think the scale, there's a scale to things, Ovie. You can't compare an armed robber to a petty shoplifter. It's not the same thing. Yeah. So the way you are making it look like Tinubu, this is Peter Obi rises up to the ranks of Tinubu, not even close.
All right. Okay. Now let me let me clarify what I mean by that. Right? These guys are politicians, right?
Papa, I thought TA was still speaking. Let TA finish.
Let me draw my point.
You see how TA just chilled out there. He said another
let TA finish.
Are you speaking for TA? Let TA finish. Let him finish what he wants to say. So we'll tackle him.
I have a question too, Nigeria. Right?
You don't have a question. Let TA finish.
I am in America.
No way. Let TA finish.
I'm running to
Papa, control Ovie. Let Ovie wait. Ovie, please wait.
Okay, they don't want to let you talk. So
let's
TA,
keep going.
please go ahead.
Let's keep going. Right?
Let's keep
going. Don't. You guys keep going now.
Okay, now.
Okay, let me tell you, TA, let me tell you where you are wrong. All American investors in
God.
Europe.
Paul, let TA talk.
Paul, wait. Let TA finish. Let TA finish so we can tackle him. TA, let TA finish his comment. Let's so we can tackle him.
No, I just
He has come here to tell for
people talk all this thing. Oh, they put it in tax haven. In the night, look, Northern Ireland, all American investments, they put their corporate office in North Ireland. Do you know why they do that?
Private business. Those are private business people too.
The taxes that they charge over there is very, very minute.
Isn't that what UAE is all about? That's all UAE and Dubai is all about.
They don't talk and say na English they confuse. Na foreign language where we they speak, na their problem. Honestly. I'm telling you, Ode is correct. Ode is correct. Now you see this grammar. You see this British language is a problem to a black man.
Follow rules at all. You say institutions are failing.
Nigeria get allegiance. Why Obi is majority of Fidelity Bank?
Hold on. Let TA finish. Now let TA finish. Let TA finish. Younger people are listening to this program.
Okay, TA, please go ahead.
Now, so what I'm trying to bring out, is that look, you know yourself. You can say this is
my friend. How are you?
And this is what I'm trying to do, or this is all about me. But please, don't ever say that. Look, this one is a saint or that one is a saint. That's the first part. Now, secondly, we talked about the judgment that happened. The judges and all sorts. I would like Obi and Atiku to go to Supreme Court. You understand? To test the waters to see if they can win. Which which I doubted, because looking at the technicalities of the judgment that came through, there's no way they'll win at the Supreme Court, but that's my own perception, that's another part. Now, the third bit is about when I've always loved where beat, like I always say on this show, that beat Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, that it's better we come together than divide. I know if Olumide is there, we say, no, we want separation, we want this. And some people will be saying we want Biafra. I prefer Nigeria to be together, moving forward. I remember what happened between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Is it Eritrea or something like that? Yeah, it was one country before. Eritrea, yeah. Before they clamor that no, we want to go at all costs. Just the way these IPOP guys were saying that, it was so furious that they really wanted to go. But eventually, they got the independence. Where are they today? You understand? They're suffering, seriously. I know a lot of them here in UK. The country is nothing to write home about. Just imagine if the eastern part of Nigeria breaks away. Are you going to change those people that are living there? The current governors, the mindset of people there? It's still going to be the same people. No. And united, when we're united together, is better than being divided. You understand? That's one thing I believe. That look, I prefer all Africa to be together as one. And thank God now we've got in the G-20, we've got one slot now, which is good for AU, which we don't have before. So I always kind of believe in that unity. Let us, love one another. Let's work as brothers and sisters. I know some people might, in Lagos State, like Righteous Man was saying that, look, a lot of things happened there, that during the, voting era, stuff like that. It's just few people that did that. Not the old Yorubas. The Yorubas love accommodating people. I don't know how long you've lived in Lagos. Lagos is a free place. They embrace people. All the Yorubas.
I've lived 40 years.
Righteous man, you can't raise your hand and just start talking.
40
What
years.
is the point of raising your hand?
No, I say, he asked me how many years have I lived in Lagos. I say 40 years.
Okay. That's good. So, you've lived there 40 years. Look at back then, during the time of Jack on Day and the rest, because look, I grew up in Lagos. Can you compare that time to now? No. It's all this bigotry, ethnic division. You're from the east, you're from the west. If someone needs a kidney now, maybe in Lagos now or in Anambra, will you say I don't want kidney from Anambra? No. Let's love one another. Election has come and gone. Now it's now unity. Let's build something together.
Sorry, sir.
And that's what I won't say about, look. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. This kind of preaching about love and unity. Excuse me. Look, you have to have respect for truth. Don't come and preach. It's come on. What do you mean? What do you understand by love and unity? No, what does
it means for truth now? It means truth too.
No. Sorry, excuse me. Have respect for truth before I begin to preach love and unity.
So when you say respect for truth, what kind of truth are you talking about, please?
You don't know what is truth?
Peter Tosh said it.
What kind of truth are you talking about?
We talk about justice when we are not talking about peace.
What you need to be saying is that there cannot be love without
justice. There has to be respect or unity. Respect people. Respect
love and deceit cannot. Mutual love cannot work in deceit.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know that Donald Trump, he was part of the mafia, back then in US. Go and do research. And that's how they were, they were making money through all this property investment and inflating stuff. He was part of the mafia and he became the president.
And so
if someone like that could be a president of the United States,
mafias should be
so what I'm trying to say,
is that your inference?
Please, listen.
give us place where I can go and raise it up. I've not heard this
Okay,
before
thank you.
in the
So
history.
another thing I'm
That's a
trying to say is
blatant
that
lie. See, Trump inherits
no,
his
see,
father's
Paul,
money. His
well, I
father
know you're going to
is
say that.
big time
Say,
real
look,
estate, and you
I'll
got to
send
give
you
him
the
the
info.
info. Even his father siblings failed
Paul,
him. Failed. Come
Paul,
on.
and see, that is the story they want you to know. I'll send you the information. Don't worry.
Okay, the only story that you know
Don't
is
worry.
an
Let's leave
Ogboni
that. I'll send
story.
you
I need to be a Ogboni member to know. Thank you.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
So now another thing that we forget is that when we're talking about election, somebody said something accurately that look, Obi won 12 states, yeah. Tinubu won 12 states. Atiku won 12 states as well. Yeah.
He don't win 12 states, so Tinubu did not win River State.
Who win
Tinubu
the
never
election?
won River State.
Who win the election?
Was it declared? Was it? Wait.
That is the fraud. That is the fraud we are contesting. He was fraudulently declared. He never won Plateau. He never won Benue. He didn't win River State.
That's what I mean.
He didn't.
So if you don't have respect for truth, and then you're talking about love and unity, that's nonsense.
The truth is that Obi
He didn't.
Father.
But hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. See, if Labour Party cannot even see, you have to also hold Labour Party to an extent accountable, because we know full well that Labour State was messed up, and they couldn't even make a case for that one. That is concerning. So we have to hold our own people accountable that they didn't do the job that they were supposed to go there and do. And hopefully, with the Supreme Court, hopefully there's enough evidence there to actually ascend that up, so that the Supreme Court can actually recognize that there's actual rigging that happened. We all saw the rigging, and they cannot even make that case in court.
No. They brought evidences. Those evidences they brought there was turned down. They brought evidences.
Hold on, please, hold on. You see, those teams took 4 large television TV sets. Okay, they showed not only on paper, they also showed videos of what was going on inside the courthouse, with the judges looking at all that as part of their presentation. Are you saying that those things they showed are not also evidence? You see,
let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Acceptable evidence by the court, and they know the acceptable evidence by the court. They know it. They've seen it with this in Adeleke's case. They've seen it with other cases. They know the acceptable evidence.
Let me answer KJ, please.
If you are here earlier, we had talked about this.
Those acceptable evidences
is first of all the
INEC refused to give it to them. INEC refused them. Those acceptable.
That is the case they should have made. That's the case they should have made instead of.
But they made the case. They made it before the judges. The case was presented before the judges, and the judges did not rule on it.
That we don't have the evidence that we need to present to you because they refused to give it to us. I didn't hear that.
No, they did.
If you lack the competence to evaluate it, you just, because I didn't act in that proceedings. You didn't act. None of us here represented Labour Party. So really, we should be kind of a bit modest in our.
No, I just know that. I just know that even in my own guts, after that election happened, hold on now. I said even in my own gut, hold on. I knew that Rivers State, there was no way APC won Rivers State. I knew that. And then evidence after evidence kept coming out.
Do the job.
Hold on now. Evidence after evidence kept coming out. Even the BBC went and investigated and found the same thing. And yet somehow the Labour lawyers could not ascend that one to a point whereby they make it clean, to a point whereby the court acknowledged that okay, at least there was cheating that happened here.
They did.
Oh, Father, so you're actually believing the judges. You're taking what judges said as true. That's sad. That is sad.
Hold on. Let me say this. We don't question things, and that's a mistake. And that's actually weakening our side. We have to question things. Maybe I should have even questioned more. Because they didn't release any figures to us. They didn't tell us anything that they actually got. And then how are we supposed to defend these people when they don't give us information?
You know what? Yeah.
Let me tell you how. Let me answer that question for you. What will happen is that most of the time, you as a plaintiff when you put your defense in the media, that's what they use to tackle you. So right from the beginning, the LP lawyers and the PDP lawyers refused to put their strategy online. In fact, if you are following after the judgment, Arise News called the lead lawyer for LP to talk about it, and he said something. He said, "I'm not going to tell you because they were asking a question of what he's going to do now. Did he not put evidence? Did he not do this?" I said, "Look, we are going to the Supreme Court. I can't come to the public media and begin to tell you what we did or what we didn't do. But however, since they said we didn't put it, let us go to the Supreme Court and find out if we didn't put it." That's the much I can say here. All I can tell you, see, so nobody who is going to court will come and put his evidence for you online. Are we the only ones watching what is going on now? Are they not security?
Can I ask you a question, KJ?
We all have the evidence from INEC.
KJ,
they gave us the fake one. The one that you call the fake one is out there, but the real one is not out there. That doesn't seem fair.
I assure you that all of them were submitted as evidence.
No, KJ, the video they showed. Listen, KJ, the video they showed at court here, when they brought the TV, the video they showed doesn't have the date, doesn't have the time, doesn't have the location. You understand? It was just showing videos.
Were you in court?
And in the court, yeah.
No, let me answer him, Oti. Huh? Let me tell you, my brother.
Were you in court?
Hold on, Oti, let me answer him.
It was on Arise News.
Were you in
which
court?
Arise News? Which Arise News? With all due respect, which Arise News?
Listen, Oti,
which Arise News? LP brought evidences that were very, very obvious.
Listen, go and watch Arise News.
Listen. LP presented evidences that were very obvious. That was why the justices refused the media from covering that presentation. They refused. The evidences were there. Go and watch private. Look at what Tanko said. Look at what Tanko said yesterday. The spokesman of LP. He said, when the justices gave that order that the media should not televise what was going on, they devised a means. They had a secret camera, maybe this one they pinned on their shed, that recorded everything, including the evidences they presented, because they know that a day like this will come. So if any person is telling you that these people did not present evidences, it's a lie.
That is not the evidence. That's not the type of evidence the court accepts. You have to go.
Which evidence?
But they know now. They did the Oshun this thing, the election this thing, and the court actually said the kind of evidence they accepted there in that Oshun.
They brought Beaver's evidences. They brought Beaver's evidences. They brought Beaver's. The evidence
if they did, then why did the court reject it? If that's the case, the court should.
That is why I
should know Nigeria very well.
That is why
the judge is colluded with the APC. Just excuse Tinubu and clear him. That is just it.
See, if they presented
it's as simple as that.
If they present evidence that is sufficient for the court and the court rejected it, then there's a chance that the Supreme Court is going to overturn it. But if
it will not be overturned, they are part of the corrupt system.
But the Labour Party, these lawyers didn't even come to dispute anything the judge said. Nothing. So don't they have a right to dispute it?
Right now.
It is judgment, but they will not say anything. They will deliver the judgment. They say will be at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will do their say.
Is this a mafia or something? If somebody says something that you know is not true, you come out and say, you know what, this thing the judge said, that's not what happened though.
Not your litigation.
No, my point is that hold on. If the judges were told lies or misrepresented what the campaign, hold on. Why not?
No.
It doesn't work that way.
It's not done that way.
It doesn't work that way.
So you don't. So
the case have not handed.
Forefathers, can I say something, please? I just want to make an observation, then I can leave this unnecessary again.
I don't understand.
He just came around and brought up a new team altogether. Yeah.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
You cause this confusion, KTA.
I want to say something which you said. I just want to put it.
You always start something.
You see,
like, love.
If you use your camera now to roll your phone camera, you take a video of it. Unknown to you, it will time it. It will date it. You can try what I'm saying. So any picture or video that you see out there is timed and dated. I can actually go back and look for whatever time and date it is. So nobody can tell you that pictures were shown, but they didn't have date, they didn't have time, they didn't have place. It will date everything, whether you approve it or not. Some of the cameras you use will ask you if you need it, and you say no. If you say no, it will still date it behind you, so anybody can pick it and discover where you shot it, what time, what day.
Okay, but what do you think they submitted, KJ? What do you think they submitted that shows this in malpractice? What did they submit that shows malpractice?
If you remember, Ijoma Osamo, and I can call her name because I followed her that thing day by day. Ijoma Osamo had done a presentation on behalf of herself, okay, which the judges later turned down. What was that? The listing, and she presented a video and the recording she had on those cases, on those things she talked about. But the judges said
everything she said held no this thing sway to the other same, because that technical bit I had the argument because she was arguing about Amazon Web Services.
She's not the one. This is something you said yesterday when I said she's not the one talking about Amazon. Amazon presenter is a different person.
Okay. Because he works with AIT. Because he's a reporter with AIT.
Has a program that deals with politicians. Okay.
Democracy Today. That's what she presents in AIT. Democracy Today.
Presentation on that, and which was turned down for the purpose that she must have been here on behalf of LP, and so she's not a credible candidate. But you accepted a testimony of a serving legislator in the House on behalf of APC. You said the man's testimony is credible, even though he was speaking on behalf of APC.
So, Father, the judges have been detailed to deliver Tinubu. That is just the truth.
It's just one.
It's an establishment plan, nothing else.
We know that. We all know that. If personally, I felt the judges behaved very disgracefully. Even if they were passing that judgment, that's not the way you pass a judgment. Insulting the other side, and that is just petty. They were very, very. I think if you were passing judgment, you would say the judges were not even qualified to do what they did because they were very, very biased. And maybe their ruling was correct, but because of their attitude, they tainted their own judgment. That said,
their ruling was never correct. Their ruling was never correct.
Maybe.
They were acting a script for fathers. They were acting a script. There's nothing. It is clear. They can't deceive us. We all know it. You are acting the script.
They were not hiding it. They were not hiding. They were showing you.
Ike is waiting for you. Ike is waiting for you to talk.
Can I say something?
Let's let the Ike says have his.
I just want to say something before TA continue, please.
Okay.
Listen, I'm only trying to talk to my brother TA because, sometimes when we are in a public forum like this, like as we used to say, that a lot of people, children, young and old, are watching this program, and a lot of things we say here comes back later to reflect on all of us. So we should be conscious and mindful of what we say here when actually you are trying to educate people or you're trying to draw people to your side, to convince people on your side, but it should be based on facts. It should be based on reality. Because what is wrong with Nigeria today is because the foundation of Nigeria has been built on deception. It has been built on criminality and evil. So what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. TA, is this. Listen, my brother said he lived in Lagos for 40 years. I lived in Lagos for 25 years. I schooled in CMS Grammar School. Femi, the son of Fela Anekola, is my friend. We are schoolmates, but he was in Ibobi College. So I am a Lagosian. So what I'm trying to tell you now, if you are trying to preach love, are you preaching love on which foundation? On the foundation that is rigged and faulty and criminally, established. Is it how you preach about love? You did not accept here that this election was rigged, and you're talking about love. Let me tell you.
Ike. Okay, yeah, go on, finish.
I'm not talking about what Nigerian system has brought us to believe in this election. But I want you to know that, I don't know your age, you have children, and probably you might already have grandchildren. And most of us,
no.
Don't be fooled with the white beard. When we are talking about Nigerian issue, we move into the computer room in order to leave our kids out of so many things that we want to talk about, because there are things that they don't need to hear while we are here, but we can always, on the dining table as a family, we can be able to explain to the kids what we are talking about. So, outside the fact that we are discussing this, you yourself, you know that Tinubu did not win this election. And you know that.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that.
I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm not trying to force it upon you. But I am telling you that even I don't know what I'm going to use. Even the world as a whole know that there was no credible election in Nigeria. So the 12 states you were calling was allocated to Peter Obi and PDP. There was nothing like APC won 12 states. They didn't win any state. So what I want to tell you, when you want to preach love in this forum, please.
Father, let him finish, please.
Be on a solid, be on a fact foundation, be on a reality ground to preach about love. Because each and every one of us deserve love. But you cannot give me any false love in the pretense when you know that the foundation of that love you are preaching to me, inside your heart, you know that you are not honest to yourself. That's not love. You are just deceiving a lot of people who cannot think. So when you want to preach love on a solid foundation of fact. And I can believe that. Because Yorubas are my best friends up to today. I have a lot of Major Generals who were my schoolmates those days. They are still in Nigerian army. So stop bringing this fake love into this place, because we are not kids.
Okay. Have you finished? Let me respond, please.
There's just one point I want to address.
Okay.
How can you say that APC did not win one state? That is.
I didn't say one state. I said they didn't win the election.
You said they didn't win any state.
Yeah, no.
Any state. Go and check it. You said any state.
They sorry, if I took that, I take that back. I take it back. I said that they didn't win this election. If I said they didn't win a state, I take it back.
Okay, that's fine.
Now let me respond, please. No, guys. Let me respond.
A responsible NDBC can talk. Yeah. I guess this stuff can flow now, but let's not monopolize it, because Alaba hasn't said anything at all. The Blackstone hasn't said anything.
I'll quickly round up. See, I'm this kind of person. Yeah, I don't attack personality. Yeah, and when you live in the Western world, you understand, and when you walk, with people, and you say you lost someone, you wouldn't attack personalities.
But I'm not talking. I didn't attack you.
Listen. You said one thing. You said the fake love. See, I come here with pure heart. I don't like when people speak hypocrisy. You understand? Look, let me tell you one thing. The way we behave on this panel is as if Southern Nigeria is the old Nigeria. Whatever the Southern believe that this is it, and that is it. The Northern Nigeria, they're not people, they're not registered. If the Southern Nigeria says this is the way it is, that's the way it should go. When you say, when somebody was asking me about fact just now, I listened to it this morning. Look, Tribunal Rilun, Liborius Oshoma and Chris Nwokoba. This morning, go to Arise, go and check it out. And what they said, the two lawyers.
I watched it.
So you watched it. So if you watched it, you will see when he was saying that the video that was presented in court, has no date, has no time. You watched that. It was said there.
That is his own understanding about the tapes.
Listen. So when you see something, on the news, factual, they're bringing factual. Now, this is now about what does the law says, not sentiments now. Not this is the way I want it to be. See, when I'm talking about love, look, I'm this kind of a person. I don't believe in whether Eastern, Western, or maybe you have Yoruba as your friend or whatever. I see people the way they are. If I see Tony on the street now, I don't want to know whether it's even Nigerian. It's a black dude. It's my
Sorry,
brother.
my brother. I
Has to
didn't
be a
talk
reason.
about law because I'm not a lawyer. I didn't talk anything about what the lawyers are saying because I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, it's because somebody was saying, where was the fact? These are the lawyers saying it now. You understand? And that's why I brought it down. You said you watched it. So the person that was asking that question, you go and watch it. You understand? Now, when I'm talking about, look, we should come together as one. There's nothing. Somebody was saying here, look, yeah, and that's why I respect Igbo basics. You know, and this other man that was saying that, look, in Nigeria, even was the KJ that was saying as well, he said, in Nigeria at the moment, they've moved on. You understand? That people in the village doesn't even know that, look, it's about what they want to eat. If there's no poverty in Nigeria, we will not be arguing this way. You understand? And that's where that love comes in. And I'm the kind of person that said that, look, if you turn eastern part of Nigeria now to Dubai, look, definitely, I'll claim either Anambra or whatever. Because it's Dubai, I want to go there. You understand? It's about somebody was saying, let us come together. It's not about what we can do to move forward. You know, not
Please,
start
my brother,
fighting each other.
I
Whether
didn't walk
Yoruba,
out on you.
whether Hausa.
With all due respect, I didn't walk out on you. I'm still in the office, duty call. So just to let you know, I didn't just walk out. Okay? I'm
Okay,
not
no worries,
trying to
no
be
worries.
disrespectful.
No,
I'm
no
still
worries, no worries.
in the office.
Thanks.
Okay?
Okay,
Thanks.
am I allowed to talk now?
I'm out. Yeah, I lift the floor. Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
You mean you say Alaba? Alaba don't come. Alaba.
Alaba, I came before you now.
Hey, my brother, I will
you
be
did?
here in 5-10 minutes, okay?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, talk.
Okay.
Go on, speak.
Am I allowed to proceed?
Proceed.
Go ahead, guys. I'm supposed to do my turn, but go ahead.
Okay, let me start first of all the usual way that I like to start. All protocols, Julius. I like to blame all of you on this panel as the problem of Nigeria. All you diseducated people. Now, all of you now, they bury in our eye inside book. Now, no, they open high, no, they open says descriptive or not abusive. All of us, including me. Okay, here, when Jesus had 12 disciples, he had only one Judas. But Nigerians, when you gather 10 people together, now 4 Judas, they always get among us. Now 4. So we get problem. We go there hard gone.
He passed 4.
He passed 4. We
He
go there
passed
hard
4.
gone for us to have a common point on anything. But at least, like I always say, if this thing is white, let us agree that that thing is white. Yeah, it might be black on the other side and say we call it black, but if it's white, it's white. We have a problem in agreeing on the truth. Once we can agree on what the truth is, we have a problem. From our history, it started with Mungo Park finding the Niger. The Niger was there before that bastard got there. I just trying to be funny. And then we went all the way. Oh, for what's his name? Alama Funla, you're not on screen. Oh my God, I just remembered something about what you said about CMS. I was wondering whether you were at Oniko Stadium when Igbobi College whooped you guys way back in those days. But anyway, when we don't agree on the truth, from our problem has started from 1960, started showing itself in 1966. We have the 1966 problem, which I call the military adventure. It has not changed up till now. All of us, we were growing, we were learning. The one man was singing it all nobody was listening to him. And paddy put them together, army arrangement, Nigeria. I say Nigeria go die. Our country go get money. People know they see money. The man was putting it all out there, but nobody realized the magnitude of the problem. And now it's beginning to show itself. I didn't even hear about Peter Obi until January of this year, because I have ruled Nigeria out of one of those solvable problems in life. But thank God for that man. Hate him, love him, dislike him, thank God for that man. He's doing one thing. He's making Nigeria visible to you all.
He is making Nigeria visible to the deniers, to those who won't admit the truth. It's not about him winning the election. It's not about him losing the election. It's him showing you the process of what your country truly is. A rotten country. A country that has been taken over by a cabal, a cartel, state captured. You all got to go back into the dictionary and look at the word state captured.
Yes, I said it.
You got to go back and stop arguing irrelevancies and all these petty points. And that's why I always get mad at forefathers. Where is he? He's not on the screen, so he can take this one directly hit at him. You know, my professor back then in LASU used to say, na small shit, Dr. Lawal, na small shit, na in the block yanch. Now, these people would throw a talking point out there for you all. You all will grab onto it. Obi lawyers did not present enough evidence. You can present all the evidence, they will still lose that case because the judges are corrupt. That's the statement of fact. Stop misguided me, putting out argument points that are annoying. TA was throwing out some key points out there about love. TA, how the fuck can we love each other if we can admit the truth? On a serious note, we can't even admit the truth. This is the truth. Your truth is different from this truth. This one truth is different from that one's truth. Don't interrupt me. I know, but please hold your question till I finish so that we can.
Because okay, yeah, finish.
Yeah. So
because you mentioned my name, so I was trying to go on.
Yeah. I got to hit you a little bit there because you just push those pastors' position. Let us move on. Let us pray for him. Let us, those are those pastors' positions, these corrupt pastors who have also been part of our problem. From the days of Babangida, those ones we start now. These so-called Pentecostal pastors who have sold us prosperity as the gospel of Christ, who have immune our people to reaction. You understand? Who never come out like the South African pastors who stood up against apartheid. What's that man's name? Somebody help me.
Archbishop Desmond Tutu.
Desmond Tutu.
Who
never came out to say things are bad, stop corruption. Look, my cousin wants to get married sometime about 10 or 20 years ago. He went to one woman in Ikeja, not Ikeja, in Ikoyi or somewhere. He had the picture of Jesus Christ, I am born again. After the regular fee of 5,000 or whatever, the other said, "Oh, you see, guy, you still got to pay us 20,000. What is that for? That is one now for the office. And this is a person who goes to church, all born again and all that. You're turning your stone to bread. Are you Christian? So let's put that aside. I'm not here to attack faith. So we are people of hypocrisy. We need to understand who we are as a people. We are a people that don't admit truth. And if you can't admit truth, you cannot love. You cannot truly love. Everybody is dying every day in that country. Have you seen any pastor, imam, or anybody of repute talk about them as if they are not people? They've been displaced, internally displaced people in their own fatherland. Have you seen anybody talk about that? We have politicians who are busy stealing money while poverty is increasing on a multitude. All these crazy politicians who went to school, free education, but children cannot even go to school now. Coming up with sorts of nonsense. But we all know the problem. Let's not waste time on that. Let's quickly focus on solution. I'm going to round up in 3 minutes. These are our issues. Now, on the issue of that court thing, on the issue of the court, this is what my own opinion of what happened in that court is this. This is my personal opinion. I just believe that that judgment that I listened to was an abominable session called judgment. It was shocking, it was demoralizing, painful to the bone, and disheartening as a black man. Why is it that the lowest among us, the most dishonest among us, are the ones in power, where they can easily dictate events in our life? That old judge thing was so shameful and heartbreaking. The law failed Nigerians because of these 5 corrupt judges. What a show of shame that was for Africans. it's a fact that the judiciary system has validated criminality, violence, and all sorts of illegality. They have set a precedence for lawlessness. Once again, Nigeria has happened to democracy and law and order. They all died on that day, including the country, Nigeria. It is hard and amazing to listen to 5 educated senior advocates, elderly judges, brazenly, deliberately, and in a derangement, turn the Constitution upside down. These judges, they lack a sense of history and they care less about the verdict of history. So all of you, you should, of good conscience, you should just have pity for them. To the problem of Nigeria, that country's problem is that we have a system that doesn't see everybody as equals. This is my 5 finger. It doesn't see us as equal. It sees the rich man, the big man, the politician has the controller of everything. The others are subject or resources that they would be used to fulfill the rich man's desires. And those desires has now gone beyond what it used to be in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. It is now worse because impunity has been added to it, whereby you can break any law, you can kill anybody, you can do anything you want, you can steal anything, nothing will touch you. This was same last election. We all listened to the press say about 400 people were arrested. Have you seen one person being convicted or prosecuted? No. They are charging Amefele. Who will go and grab Amefele without grabbing Buhari? Nothing would even happen to Amefele or whatever his name is. So it is that serious problem, and that problem is worse than apartheid. It is worse than segregation. Because apartheid is black and white. You can see it. You can mobilize people to fight it. Segregation is black and white. You can see it. You can mobilize to fight it. But this problem that is Nigeria, when they say Nigeria, please God, don't let Nigeria happen to you. It's a powerful prayer. It's a death trap. It's a dangerous thing. And all you, the educated people, keep looking at it. Let's just get along. Let's just get along. That's not the issue here. The issue, we have to kill that structure of impunity. We have to kill it because it's killing us every day. However we plan and make move to kill it is what we should be focused on. We shouldn't be excusing it. We shouldn't be pushing their talking points. We shouldn't be denying the truth that is right in front of us. I sound like a preacher, but this is
Alaba,
the truth.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Just a question quickly for others. I won't stay long.
Yeah.
You know. Now, first of all, when I talked about love, yeah, I'm talking about we loving one another. Yeah. First of all, from this platform. Yeah. Even when Jesus Christ came into the world in Israel, it wasn't love. You understand? That place was upside down. He was still preaching love, no matter how it is. I'm the kind of person that always believe in peace. Yeah. I don't believe in anarchy. I've been there before. Yeah. June 12th, I was there. Yeah. Back then when I was in Nigeria, riot.
Was it not? I thought you were asking the question.
No, I'm just trying to. Yeah, I'll wrap it up with a question quickly. Over that, don't worry, quickly. So what I'm trying to say is that look, the people in Sudan at the moment, yeah, what they're going through. If it happens in Nigeria, it will be worse. Like you said, Obi has opened.
Who? I didn't hear you. You said what somebody's.
I said the people in Sudan.
Okay.
Sudan. Yeah, what they're going through now with the
okay, yeah, I agree with you.
Yes. That we don't want that in Nigeria. You said one thing. Obi has opened the eyes of people. Yeah. The next thing we should be plotting about is 2027.
Hell no.
Why not?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is indulging the same problem. Let me tell you, in 2007, you won't have an election. You won't have a Supreme Court. Everything will just, it will be a one-party system, just like you've had Lagos in the last 24 years. Let me tell you right now, if you don't know, This type of fallacy ideas we educated people keep coming up with is shocking. You think APC will just give it to you guys? Oh, they will bring new PVC.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something? There are some aspects. There's some areas that that TA talks about that I tend to agree with when he talks about we should love each other, and even if it's not love, but at least have respect for each other and treat each other with
Godfather. Forefather, let me ask you, what to you right now? What is more important, love or truth? I want you to take a spiritual approach to that answer.
Both are the same thing.
They're not.
Even
the Bible says you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free.
Forget your love. Truth.
You shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free.
Let me the point
There
I'm
can't
trying
be
to
love
make
when there is no truth.
Can I make the point I'm making here? Because when you go around and say Nigeria should not happen to you, and somebody says amen to that, you forget.
It's a powerful prayer.
You are part of Nigeria. Hold on, let me finish my point.
That's why we have to destroy the current Nigeria. That's why
let me just finish my point now. Can I talk? See,
I'm the one that said
you can't be saying cursing yourself and saying the nation is going to progress, and at the same time your people is going to progress. And at the same time, when you hear the judges, their attitude, they are like people that are cursed actually, because how can you are talking to a nation that is in tension and people feel very, very despondent and divided, and you come and give that kind of judgment? These people don't even care. They see coups happening all around Africa.
Because they are big men. You all should understand them. They are big men.
It's not just only about big men. Hold on now. It's
they are gods in the land.
See, they are big men in the UK. They are bigger than them. They are not big men.
No, that's in the UK. As far as
these are powerless. These are really. This is why sometimes when we just call our people really powerful, I don't even understand why we say that. These are servants of you people here. So the idea that they are powerful, but they come to the UK, they come to Nigeria, and talk down to Nigerians wearing those white wigs. And the way they were talking, even if you are passing judgment, they could have just passed the judgment and without dispassionately, without being as if just do it as if you care for your people.
You are expecting too much. Why would I when I'm in my kingdom?
I'm not expecting too much. But what I'm trying to highlight is that we are all doing it.
And slaves.
Hold on.
Let
me finish my point. It's
you
not only
understand their mind.
Hold on.
You don't understand their mind. I'm arguing with you because you don't understand these people's minds.
You are not listening. You keep saying them. You are one of them. That's the point I'm making.
I have told you,
you are one of them. Because
the way you people approach our eyes in the book.
Hold on. The way you people approach things. See, you created them too. The way we approach things is very, very wrong. It's almost like winner takes it all approach. We don't care about each other. Do the Southerners even care about working with the Northerners? They don't care. When we talk about stuff here, we push everybody away. We say it's only us that have problems. You forget that this is us. We are all in this together. Just as they are behaving, they get into office. Hold on now. They get into office. They want to pass a judgment in the nation. They act as if they just belong to one side. These are national judges. They act as if they just belong to one side. You can pass a judgment and you have even the person that loses will feel a little bit, okay, at least this is the judgment. I'm not going to look at the judges. Anybody that looks at the way they pass that judgment just tells you that's how Nigerians behave. And it's a very, very kind of, how do I describe it? Very, very corrosive behavior. How can you just be so mean to your own people and hateful to your own people?
Anything Allah said you don't agree with?
They said that.
I'm asking you, is there anything he said? He spoke at quite at length and listened to him. Is there anything he said that you don't agree with?
Oti, let me ask a question.
I have a bigger
I
problem.
don't agree.
That's what I'm saying about our pushback, our pacifying,
you want to push back,
our getting along.
Like them too. My point is that you push back like them.
We don't call it
like them. You're not pushing back in the right way. You are pushing back like them. You're causing the country. You're causing everything.
No,
you are just like them.
No, I'm not causing. You see, that's part of their talking point. The moment you tell that the judges are bad, you say you're impugning the judges. Yes. No, answer that question. Is there anything I said that you disagree with?
Alaba, no. See, in Nigeria, no anarchy.
The idea, the way you are causing Nigeria itself. The way you're cursing.
What do you mean I'm cursing Nigeria? I'm describing.
You said
I
like
never
Nigeria
cursed
not
like I'm
happen
from
to you.
Nigeria. What do you mean I'm
But you
cursing
said like
Nigeria?
Nigeria not happen to you. Nigeria
It's
is
a powerful prayer. Has Nigeria ever happened to you? Have you been stopped by the thugs in Lagos?
Amen.
Have you
Amen.
been
May
told?
Nigeria
Have
not
your car
happen to
ever
me.
been taken by you?
May Nigeria not happen to me.
Have your tire ever broke down on Third Mainland?
May Nigeria not happen to me. May Nigeria not happen to
Jesus
me.
Christ.
Let me say this.
In Jesus'
Let me
name.
just share something.
May
right now. Let me
Nigeria
share
not
something.
happen to me.
Please let me.
May Nigeria not happen to me.
Please, no
While
riots,
you are talking,
no riots, no anarchy. Please, in Nigeria,
so
no
while you are
riots, no
saying
anarchy.
that, how many times have we woken up in the morning and you find that over 2,000 people are dead just from earthquake? This thing alone. Hold on now. How many times we have been given a lot and we keep cursing? These people, they don't make excuses, so they are going to rebuild tomorrow. What are we doing? We are the men here. It's funny enough, no women here. Is there women? They are men now. They are going to go and rebuild, and they experience all kinds of chaos, all kinds of nonsense. God has see when we keep cursing,
you cannot build on the structure of impunity.
But God made it.
You have
God
to
made
tear
it.
it down.
God made it.
You have to
Are they then saying that God cursed them?
You cannot stand on the faulty
foundation.
foundation. Address the fact.
There is nothing. The
foundation
foundation
must fall.
There's
Say,
no
wait,
foundation.
Alaba.
The foundation is not us.
How do you want to tear it down?
Hold on.
Let somebody else talk now. Let somebody else talk now.
I need to address it because you can't keep saying this type of attitude that we take. You are just like them. From my point of view, you are like them. You are one of those people that believe that let's burn the other people. Let's burn the other side of the country.
I'm not saying
exactly.
That's not
so
what Alaba is
you want to tear.
No. Alaba is not saying
you want to
that.
tear it down. How do you mean you want to tear it down?
Causing the whole country. You're saying Alaba is not doing that.
Forefathers,
that is the judges are causing Labour Party.
Alaba never said burn down the whole country. Alaba never said so.
Forefathers, please.
What he was talking about is the rotten situation, rotten condition that is in this country.
Exactly. When they tell, how do you want to tear the country down?
It's because you are not in Nigeria now. If you are in Nigeria now and know the hell that we are passing through, you will not blame Alaba. Honestly, you don't know the hell we are passing through.
I know how bad.
Forefathers, let me give you an example.
Good question by TA.
Let me give you an example. Answer one question. When they say let Nigeria not happen to you, let me give you an example. What they mean. When people say let Nigeria not happen to you, I give you one simple example. I said it here last week if you were here. For over how many years I've been living outside, I've been traveling with Nigerian passport. I've refused to take my EU passport. But I have decided that I'm going to take it this year. When people say let Nigeria not happen to you, it's because for me personally, is the insult and the embarrassment that I go on in every stopping point, in every immigration around the world. When you present your green passport with every other passport at an immigration office, everybody will be let go and you will remain behind. That is when people say, don't allow Nigeria to happen to you. I said it last week. I was in Cyprus with my family. They all have EU passport. Every passport was put together. Holding my son's wife was holding the whole documents of everybody. It was presented at immigration. They allow everybody to pass. They withhold my green passport. That's what I'm telling you. When Alaba says, let Nigeria not happen to you, he's not causing
I said big amen. I said big amen.
What does that mean then? What does that mean when you say Nigeria don't happen to you?
You asked a very good question.
What does that mean when you say Nigeria should not happen to you then?
Because
what does that
this
mean?
is what we are talking about.
Let me explain.
All nations go through that. All nations go through that. The Chinese went through that. They were going. If we think we suffered, you people don't know. See, other people go through that. They don't go about forcing their own nation.
Stop comparing us with China. This is
they are human beings like you. They are human beings like you. Why is it that they don't go
their own nations? They went through that and they did something about it. Listen. When I say
on yourself, you don't know what you are doing. You keep saying stuff. You don't know. Of what you are saying.
Forefathers, you are wrong.
Forefather, let me ask you one question. Is Nigeria working for you?
Alaba,
Is it working for you?
Just because it's not working for you doesn't mean you know. Who do you think
exactly
has the job to fix it?
Okay.
We are the ones that have the job to fix it.
Your
That
country, your fatherland should be the best place on earth. Your homeland should be your best abode in this world.
Forefathers, let me ask you a question.
It's our job to fix it.
That's
what we are working on. But when we are faced with distraction, when we are misdiagnosing the problem, when we are calling it the wrong thing, when we are excusing the problem, when we are pushing back on the fact, we are not helping the country.
Nationalists,
we have to make the problem visible.
Nationalists don't cause their nation. You don't go
yes,
cause the nation.
Not the country. Okay, let me explain myself. Not please, bring Nigeria down as regards destroying Nigeria. No, we have to bring down the structure of impunity, the big manism syndrome, the I am better than my neighbor syndrome, the I am born to rule syndrome. We have to come together and have an equity purpose where all humans, irrespective of tribe, gender, disability, as long as they are human, would have equal opportunity before the law.
But if you don't love your neighbor, that cannot happen. If you don't love your neighbor,
let me tell you, my neighbor here in Chicago, my wife's neighbor doesn't love me.
It is truth that genders love. It's truth that genders love. It is truth
my
that
neighbor here,
genders love.
my next door neighbor, Mr. Israel, doesn't love me. I'm a black monkey today.
I think that to an extent,
but we are equal before the law. There's nothing he can get that I can't get.
Hold on. When you are in capitalist system, to pretend as if everybody is equal in law is not true.
What's your argument,
my argument is that when you want to fix something, you go for that stuff and fix it. Don't just stand back and just start abusing it, because to me that is not the job of our job.
It's not abuse. Really. You're talking like a Nigerian politician. No, every time they come on TV, you're saying you're abusing. People are trying to say the truth. Delefaro into me saying the truth. You're castigating him. So what I saying the truth, you're putting him in jail. This one, everybody that comes and say the truth, you put them in jail. They are doing this. That no, there should be freedom of speech. Make your argument and make my argument.
That is fine.
And the one with the higher level of superiority wins. So if your argument is that the way we are now is better than what we can be,
Forefather, do you know why I said amen? Forefather, do you know why I said amen?
So,
Forefather, do you know why I said amen? Forefather, do you know why I said amen? Do you know why I said amen?
Why?
Let me tell you my experience. I used to go to Cotonou to buy cars. Then one of these days, I went there to pick the car I had paid for. Then I bought a bag of rice at Seme. One bag of rice. My car was duly cleared. All tariff paid. I had all documents. In Cotonou, you don't pay for clearing. It is in the Nigerian border you go to do your clearing paper and everything. Do you know when I got to the Nigerian border, with my passport as a Nigerian, our custom and our immigration, they held that one bag of rice. The first thing that happened, they asked me, which state are you from? In my own country. Then I looked at the man's eyes, I said, I am a Nigerian. He said, that's not the question I asked you. I said, which state are you from? I said, I'm a Nigerian. He said, okay, since you are claiming you too know, come and carry this rice now, let me see. So I said, Oga, did I commit a crime? The law of the land permits me to buy a bag of rice that my family will eat across the border because it's not in commercial quantity. So we drag on and drag on and drag on. One man came there, I think another superior officer came in and said, young man, what is the problem? Then I explained myself to him. He said, okay, which state are you from? After much pressure, I say, I'm from the East.
He said, which state in the east? I say Imo State. He then now spoke in Hausa to his junior officer that he should carry that bag of rice and put it inside the office. So when I saw what was happening, I turned to him. I said, my mom is from Kaduna, Southern Zaria. He said, are you sure? I said, yes. He said, and your father is from Imo State. I said, yes. He called the guy, he should give me back the rice. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm talking of myself. That is Nigeria happening to me. That is Nigeria happening to me. My own, no, it didn't happen in Cotonou. When I have entered my own country, because I'm an Igbo man, a bag of rice that I bought for my family was seized until I told the man that my mom is from Santa Zaria. That was when the bag of rice was released to me. That is Nigeria happening to me.
Hold on.
But
I think from what you just stated just now,
things like that
let me just answer
as
him.
well.
It
In the
happens to
Western
anybody. Let me just say.
In the Western world, it does
That's
happen.
not the right
The
reasoning.
reason why they may be
That's not
asking
the
that
right
question.
reasoning.
Can
Everything bad. Look, fella
Hold on
said,
now.
now all the
Hold
bad
on,
things
hold
for
on. I
this
have to
world,
mute
now
you.
we they carry.
Allow others people to speak. I don't see what they argue. I don't see the point you're making. Allow others people to talk.
Yeah. You don't see. Why would you see? You guys have been talking for a long time. I didn't say much. I even disappeared and came back like willy. But the point is that
I never talk. I never talk.
The point. See, when the guard was asking you about your state, maybe he just wants to confirm you are a Nigerian and all the other aspects. Sometimes you just have to, when you are dealing with authority.
When I gave him my passport, when I gave him my passport,
oh my God. People carry Nigerian passport all the time. See, let me explain this. If you are dealing with somebody of authority, your job is to answer the question that they ask you.
Hold on, forefather. I think you live in the US, right?
No, I'm in the UK.
Okay, you are in the UK. Okay. Because I have a lot of cousins in the brothers and cousins in the US. Because one of them came to Nigeria some years back, and I tabled this issue before him. He said, no, in the US, they will just ask you, you said, I'm an American, and they check your passport, you're an American. You didn't commit a crime for you to be questioned which state. That's what he told me.
But that is America. And even Americans, sometimes they will question you double. Like say if you're coming from the Mexican border, they could question you double. So see, the point is that I have seen many cases whereby, like in America now, where some black people they will be
Father, George Floyd is an American and he was killed just like that. George Floyd.
That's a black person. So that sometimes if you don't follow police instruction, it can escalate, or somebody of legal authority. If they ask you a question, just answer and move on. They are not asking you some secret information. It's just information that they ask you. If you answered, maybe you would have.
In Nigeria, if you go across the border, you are permitted to come in with one bag of rice. Make your findings. Once you cross Semebet border, before the adventure of Buhari, you are permitted to buy a bag of rice. That is for consumption. The custom, the immigration will not disturb you. Then the second Nigeria that happened to me was my wife was driving, and then she had a call. She has to park by the roadside and put the hazard light on in obedience to Lagos traffic law. And when these boys that towed cars came, they asked her, they spoke in Yoruba. She couldn't respond because she doesn't speak the language. And they towed the vehicle to their office and gave her a bill worth of thousands of naira because she didn't speak the Yoruba language. Then she asked them when she got to the office, the law states if you want to answer a call, park and put the hazard light. You can Google it in your Google and see the Lagos traffic laws. And I did not obstruct traffic. I parked in a place that was meant for me to park, and my hazard light was on. And you are telling me that I have to pay this bill for committing no crime because I couldn't respond in the language you spoke. That is Nigeria happening to you.
I can assure you that a lot of people have had worse experience in Nigeria, and they are still in the midst of
exactly
fight for the country.
Wait,
so,
forefathers, let me tell you,
there are many countries that are worse.
Listen,
what's the point? Are you and so what?
Doing the sit at
so
home,
is it
yeah?
And so what? Is that right?
My point is that it's not an excuse. My problem is that it's not an excuse to start cursing a nation and using the term like Nigeria happening.
Nobody's cursing the nation. I already told you. When I say the structure must come, I'm talking about this structure of impunity. These people in power getting away with murder, the enemy of the state in charge of the state, state capture.
Describing Nigeria as you are calling Nigeria a negative.
I'm saying I'm trying to destroy
Nigeria.
If Nigeria was, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Don't interrupt because you won't let my point get across. There are people watching. Now, I'm talking about the system that is putting its knee on our people's neck that needs to be torn down. That's what I'm talking about. Stop mixing the two together.
Then
the fact that I am against those in government does not mean I'm against the Nigerian people. Stop mixing it. This is what I say educated people do. Why we've never made progress in this country. We all educated people. This is the rubbish we do. And I'm telling you guys,
if your child is answering your name, and something the child you do something wrong, and your child goes on and starts saying, let my daddy's name never happen to you. You are completely it's only associating you to something bad. That's what you are doing. You are associating. Your child is going to associate you to something bad.
Do you know where the term comes from? Do you know where the term
something happened in the house?
See, guys,
where it comes from?
Alaba. See, let me tell you one thing there. See, in Nigeria as a whole, somebody was saying just now that up in the is it Plateau State? No, in Kaduna, they said they were taking over people's area and renaming it. Yeah, and now pushing the indigenous people out of that area. Yeah,
who are those taking it? No, who are those taking it?
No, I heard it on this platform. Somebody was, I don't know.
Yes, okay. Now, who are those taking it? So, what has that got to do with
No, wait. I'm just talking about. Wait, let me
land now. That's the government security. So what?
Wait. Because look. When we're talking about whether it happened in Yoruba, it happened in the East, or it happened in the North, yeah? Now, things like that is happening there. Those are people doing it. Sit at home in the East, the IPOP, when people were coming out to go to the market on the broad daylight, those guys brought out gun and start shooting. It happened in the East. Are you going to say that, okay, it's the Eastern people? No. Those are bad elements within that area. Likewise, in the West. Wait. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I know anything that comes, anything that goes whether to the east, I know you're going to pump up. You understand? Just take it easy. Take it easy. Now, Righteous Man was talking about the people that stop his wife. Yeah, that stop his wife. He said they were speaking Yoruba. Yeah. Now, those people speaking Yoruba. Does that mean that all those Yoruba people are bad? No. Those are bad elements in that area.
No, TA, no. It's the bad government in that area. You're mixing it up. It's the bad government of that area. The government is responsible
for not Nigeria. He was tying it to the entire Nigeria then. Why did he tie to Lagos?
No, not the Yoruba people there. It's the government. The incident at the border is the government.
Why put it on Nigeria? What has Nigeria got to do with that?
It's the government. You can't face the fact. We will never solve any problem
Nigeria itself.
Nigeria.
So
Nigeria. You are abusing the entire country. The entire country.
Nobody's abusing the entire country. Stop insulting my intelligence. We are saying the government is bad. When I abuse the government, I'm not abusing the entire government country. Stop insulting my intelligence.
Okay, if you want to
there's a difference.
The government. If you say the government, I wouldn't have said anything. It's Nigeria you are calling. When you
they run Nigeria, they have a structure. They told Obi before he ran for election, you're not going to win because we have a structure. It has been captured. It's not now that it's been captured. It's been captured since 1966.
And you are maligning all of them by saying Nigeria happens to you. It's not fair. And it's not even right. And it's not even true.
Pushback. I hate this pushback. I don't like it. I think it should happen.
It should happen.
I'm not insulting Nigeria. I'm explaining myself to you. You keep disputing that point. That's why me and you always get into it. Because you're always playing like a government agent. You do that a lot.
Because it's not doing us any good. Do you know how many people that tell us overseas?
We met in other forum and we got into it. Because you will be here, you will be there. The middle lane is the most dangerous lane to drive. Take a side.
Where did you get that one from? The
middle lane is the most dangerous lane. From one of my movies, I guess.
What kind of are you driving on top of the separating thing in the road? Why would you be in the middle?
That's the most dangerous lane to drive. Oh yeah, I remember the movie. I can't remember the title of the movie. But it was that movie where there were aliens appeared and they were all using glasses to see the alien.
That's a metaphor.
Yeah, a metaphor where there's no middle track and we put middle lane in there. It's okay, but the point is that you shouldn't bring Nigeria into it. If something happens in Nigeria,
don't bring Nigeria into it. About that.
How not? Is it not happening in Nigeria? When I go through the airport, am I not in Nigeria?
Forefather, the system represents the country. The system represents the country. The agencies represent. When we say Nigeria, we are talking about the system.
Righteous man. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask Righteous man a question. So if I was one of those people that was speaking Yoruba, you assume I'm a Yoruba man that I've discriminated against your wife.
Exactly.
Is it not?
God will bless you for that.
I speak my Yoruba is better than my Igbo. So it's not. I think you're wrong there.
Can I answer you? I
disagree.
No, but
can I answer you?
Tone. Excuse me.
Can I answer you?
Righteous man, wait. Wait.
Okay. This is what happened. This is what happened. Let me respond. This is what happened. My wife called me.
Sorry, Righteous man, just hold on. We will let Blackstone talk. I think Blackstone has met.
No, let him answer.
You have met your match today, Blackstone. Okay,
no, he asked me a question. Let me clear it. Let me clear the question.
Righteous man, let me answer Tone. You are a government official. You are a government worker.
Yeah.
Is Yoruba the official language of Nigeria?
No.
Does everybody in Lagos speak Yoruba? So
no, it is not. If you go to the east, the government officials too, they speak Igbo at work.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Wait.
If you go to the north, they speak Hausa as well.
Can I answer him? He asked me a question. Let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, when my wife called me from the office there, that they held her, so I left what I was doing and I drove down there. So I have what do they call? There's one big office official person in Lagos State government that controls traffic that I had his number then. So I picked my phone and I called him and I reported to him what had happened. So he asked me the specific office, the local government. I told him. He now called that office and he was communicating with him in Yoruba language, which I'm not against. So at the end of the day, he did not understand that I understand Yoruba. So after the man dropped the call, so I was asking him, I said, sir, why are you telling this man lies on phone? That my wife took a wrong way. But that was not what happened. He said, how did I know?
How do you know? How do you know that your wife did not take a wrong turn?
Good. He asked me, say, how do I know? Yeah. I said, my wife called me and told me what happened. That's number one. Number two, when I came to the place, when I was inquiring the particular office where I need to meet the head of that department, One guy there is, I think he's from Delta State or thereabout. So when I came in, he said, "Oga, are you the one that the wife car was towed to this place?" I said, "Yes." So he called me by the side. He said he was part of the towing van that towed that motor. Now what is going to happen, I know that you are Igbos. So what you need to do, you need to give us some money and settle this thing. So I now asked him, I said, what exactly happened? He said, actually, the woman was making call. She parked on by the roadside and she was making call. And the hazard light was on. But you know that he was one among 6 people in that van. So there was no way he could have stopped it. I said that was what happened. I said, please tell me the truth, because
probably your wife was making a call where she's not supposed to even stop her car. Make a call. Listen, what I'm trying to
no. Listen. That probability. Please, listen to me. You were not there, and you cannot preempt me. You cannot tell me what you did not.
Storyline. Let him.
I am telling you, you are trying to change the story. You are trying to manipulate the story. Meaning what? Am I a kid? You look at me as somebody that is in sin. Why will I tell a lie? For what? I have lived here for 14 years. I know my contribution in Lagos State. Why will I tell a lie against somebody? What are you talking about?
Will pay bribe over there.
Why are you saying that?
Will pay bribe over there.
Don't make it tribal.
It's not about Yoruba.
It's bad. It's bad. It's the government. It ain't got nothing to do with Yoruba.
Why are you trying to manipulate it? I hate it.
That's my whole point.
We are talking of truth. There can never be truth without. There can never be love without truth. There can never be love without truth. There can never be love without truth.
Don't talk about Yoruba Igbo. It's the bad government. There's a court process.
There's no troubles. Let's not.
So when my wife came to the office,
your wife committed
listen to me. You were not there. You were not there.
No drag out.
You were not there. You were not there. You were not there. You were not there.
Righteous man, hold on, please.
Now listen to me.
Okay,
when my wife got to the office when my wife got to the office,
please try to
where the main the department Oga was, where I were, the man asked her in the presence of the guy that spoke Yoruba to her. And my wife said exactly what happened. And the man was asking the guy that spoke Yoruba, but this is not what you told me. And the guy was quiet. At the end of the day, they released the motor for her, and then I paid for the vulcanizer that pumped the tires that they deflected. And you are telling me that she did? Are we dunce? Is she not learned?
Righteous man. See, I'm
not
saying what happens to your wife.
Do you think that do you think that people that are in Nigeria, we don't have common sense? Or do you think we are gurus?
No.
Righteous man.
It's okay.
It's not about Agoro now. If you are being Yoruba man, you will still pay money. They'll collect bribe, whether Yoruba, whether Hausa,
that's what I'm trying to say. No, but it's a tribal issue.
Don't mention those tribes.
That's my whole point,
sir. Yeah.
No, hold on. But the story he told, I didn't get that from it. That it was kind of making it a tribal Yoruba. I didn't get that sense. No.
Can you? When he was saying that,
so you didn't get that.
You're an Igbo man. Yeah, you're an Igbo man.
Listen.
They were speaking Yoruba.
The name I said is that Nigeria will not happen to you. I didn't make it a tribal something. They were the people that made it a tribal something. The people that picked her.
But my issue is you bringing Nigeria into it. Abuse. Talk about those officials. Don't bring Nigeria into it, because there are a lot of people
those are individuals.
Nigeria too. The ones that are doing good things, are you completely rubbishing them?
You're my bros. What I'm trying to say to you is that let us forget that they're Yoruba or not and all that. If they are guilty, they are guilty. If your wife is guilty, she's guilty. That's all I'm trying to say.
That is the rottenness.
You're not there.
It is the system. It is the system. It is the system. You need not to be judged by your language. You need to be judged according to what you have committed, not by language.
And that's why, see, guys, the Western world, are looking at us.
All I disagree with you is the
Western,
fact that you bring Nigeria into it. That what you said is true. You are supposed to be treated properly.
Forefathers, the West. See, let me tell you one thing. There in UK here, yeah, this guy here is Jamaican, yeah. You know, he was saying that, look, what part of Nigeria are you from? I said, why? I'm a Nigerian. What does that bother you? So he was trying to know what tribe. And I said, I'm not going to tell you that. Why do you want to know? Now the guy now came out. He said, he heard that the Awusas, yeah, that the most truthful person in Nigeria. Now listen to this. He said the Yorubas, they are fraudsters. I mean, doing what's it called? Credit card fraudsters. He said the Igbos, they are drug dealers. Now, when he was saying that, boy, I was red. I said, what do you mean? And I said, look, come here. I said, in Nigeria, the people that you're talking about, they are not up to 1% of those things that they're committing outside. So do never generalize. You understand? And I told him that, look, go and check your genealogy. You could even be a Nigerian. Eventually, that thing hit the nail on the head. And this guy tested his genealogy. He now found out that he's an Igbo guy. And I said, look, now, you're an Igbo now, so that means you're a drug pusher. People, look, do not generalize. You understand?
I got you. There's a saying that one bad apple spoil the whole basket.
Exactly. I agree. Yeah.
So I'm taking my leave.
So if they are generalizing those things against Nigerians, against because it's what they have heard, it's what is have happened. Nobody just wake up and begin to generalize things. It is what. So we should try and fight against those things, and not to say we are dodging it or we are painting it out to be true.
Thank you for saying that, Blackstone. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That look, we should not talk bad about Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? Look, right here, you will not see a UK person here outside talking bad about UK. You will not see an American person, a true American person, go outside there and start talking about America.
It is because we are here together as Nigerians. Do you think
people are watching?
No, people are watching. Yes, but it mostly we watched by most Nigerians actually. You understand? Because we are here concerned about the Nigerian problem. That's why we are talking about it.
Yeah, you can say that, but don't use the entire Nigeria as a way of
just say people. Yeah, people.
You can't. It's very, very. It's a bad. Your whole nation now is the symbolism of something bad.
Can I make?
Let me
something. You need to declare your mandate. We'll start standing on your mandate.
John, let me say something.
What mandate? I have no mandate.
Somebody said something. He said that China also went through what Nigeria is going through now. You understand me? But let's realize.
Even worse.
Yes. Wait. Let's realize that Nigeria, China was very poor. They built up their economy to what it is. In the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, we were much more better.
Yeah.
But instead of us developing, improving, we are going down. I was talking to my Yoruba today. I said, Obasanjo was 1999. I call it the best. Jonathan and Yaradua, good. Buhari, bad. Tinubu, worst. Are we going down, or are we supposed to be going down?
But Blackstone, Tinubu is just starting. It's just starting now.
Yes, it's just starting. Wait, excuse me. It's just starting. I know that, right? If you also do better in 1 year or 2 years' time, people will also then appreciate what he's doing. You understand me? Everybody talk out of pains. When Nigerians are happy that when things are good, they praise you. When things are bad, they also repress you. They speak it out.
I agree with you on that. That's why I like Soludo from Anambra.
Father, I sent you a video. Wait, I send you a link.
Yeah.
It's there. Send you a link.
I'm a fan of Soludo.
No, it's in the private chat
Yeah,
here.
I've seen it now. I've seen it.
Yes. What happened in Sri Lanka? What happened last year? You understand
Yeah.
me? That's a good example for Nigeria. What happened in Sri Lanka last year?
Jesus.
That is just a facade. It was the vice president. The vice president took over this in power. Is that what you want?
No.
He wants Shetima.
It was the
You think Tinubu is bad? He wants Shetima. Is that what you're asking for?
No, it's in Sri Lanka. No, it is Sri Lanka.
Yeah, but Sri Lanka, the vice president took over.
Not the president took over. The people went and occupied.
And kicked the president out and brought the vice president into power.
No, Iran. No, what I'm trying to say that the people has power to bring a change. You do want to bring a change.
Even in Nigeria, they do have power.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when we are talking about these things, sometimes we talk too much, but you don't have actions. I
actually think that the Nigerian people have more power actually than the Sri Lankan ones.
Yeah, you guys should see. I was looking at on our Rise News here, and they showed the government of Anambra State, which is bringing investment to Anambra. You understand? Now this guy is taking us. You might not like him. Well, see, everything starts from theory. Everything starts from hypothesis. Become reality.
Mr. T.
Okay, go on.
I know all those things. When I say we talk too much, you understand me? You can't use one person to judge 36 states, 36. You understand me? And if you talk to people in Anambra, they have person in Anambra. I would spoke to them today. What did you say? Say nothing's happening in Anambra.
Nothing.
Bringing investment does not having investment meeting, investment seminars for us and everything. It is Erufai that started in the state in Kaduna now, bringing up having the investment promotion seminar and so on and so forth. Before others follow through. So we are not saying that they are not. At least let me say the basic things. Let the people have the basic things on ground. The basic things that they can be able to rely on. You understand me? I used to say that it is Nigeria that the state governments are building bridges and building roads, and people are celebrating them, which are basic amenities, which are the basic amenities, what are the basic responsibility of the governors. But it has never brought. It has not bring anything that invested that it creates job. You understand me? It does not bring anything that we have impact on the citizens. You understand me? So how can we not be celebrating?
That goes out of the topic. If we have allowed the TA, whenever TA comes, you corner us out of what?
That's what he does every time.
Every time people looking at
you say, okay,
something that
you start talking about love, then switch into something else.
Just want to appreciate Alaba. Alaba for what the contribution you made today in the beginning of your contribution. It was so apt. It was the truth. Whether we like it or not, that's the truth. You told the truth, and if you want to hear it, you hear it. If you don't want to hear it, leave it. These things will continue.
Don't drop enter.
If we don't wake up, it will continue that way. That's what I would say. Let's not allow TA to take us away from what we're discussing. So that's the truth.
What is TA doing again? You always what am I doing?
You always have a way of taking us away from the topic we're dealing with.
No, because look, we're talking about going forward now. Going forward.
You have taken us now.
You start calling us. Solidates my man.
You can never law without justice.
Let me finish my point of view. You understand me? Because actually, what Alaba said is the basic fact. You understand me? Right? It's the basic fact. I have to say one thing, that the two organs of government that make a country work is the executive and the judiciary. When these two organs of government are corrupt, the country is dead. You understand me? Because we say the court is the last hope of the poor man. Do we have that in Nigeria? There's no how a poor man will go to court and to get justice. It does not happen in Nigeria. It
not
is
against
money.
a rich man. But if you go against a poor man, you're going to lose or win.
So it is a rich man, but in that Western world, everybody is equal.
No, don't make music of things. It's not true.
Who's telling you that?
Don't even fall for that. It's not true.
Don't fall
every
for that.
Country, this is almost common for every nation.
Let me tell you something.
The elites get away with murder in every nation.
The elites get away with murder. You understand me? And sometimes when they review that judgment, they can come back and sentence that person.
That's true. But some governors have gone to prison in Nigeria.
How many of them?
It's not like
then
how many of the rich people have you seen in prison?
I have a message for TA. Before he goes. I have a message for TA before he goes.
My brother on my case.
No, my brother. Let me give you another scenario. What is happening in Nigeria now?
Go on.
All of us remember the guy that they said he wrote that the former governor of Lagos State was writing the petition for
judges.
For the judges. What is the former governor? I forgot his name again.
Fashola.
Fashola, correct. You know that they went looking for the guy, they didn't see him. And they arrested the brother. That brother has been in police detention for 26 days. And yesterday or so, the police came out with the boy on national television saying that this guy is not the guy, but the brother. Now the question is, for 26 days, this guy has been held, an innocent young man, just because he was related to the person that they said that wrote an article. And eventually they find out that that guy wasn't the person who wrote the article, he's the brother. Why do you still have to keep this guy for 26 days in prison? Why? Because it is Fashola, the power that be. And because there are two laws in Nigeria. That's why, I don't know when you were here, when I was talking about what is going on in Nigeria. There are two laws in Nigeria. The one for the rich and the one for the poor. The police will begin to interpret to me yesterday or day before yesterday. They were able to track the telephone of the junior brother who they have arrested. But they were not able to track the phone of the guy who did whatever they say he did. See, this is the country we're talking about.
No, to be honest,
look at what is going
really
on.
bad.
I'm coming. Finally, I just want to remind you, I'm not making too much statement. This is something you have to digest. 26 days in police custody. If this young man who has not done anything, why 26 days in police custody? That is the country we're talking about. So when people say, don't allow Nigeria to happen to you, it's not a cause. But there are facts and figures that make people say, listen, don't allow Nigeria to happen to you. Doesn't mean that I don't love my country. For more than 30-something years, I've been living outside Nigeria. I travel with my Nigerian passport, even though I go through pains with Nigerian passport. I love my country. I am even feeling so much pain that I am going to lose that passport. But this is the reality on the ground. 26 days for a young man who, do you know what 26 days is? For a young man who probably doesn't know what the brother was doing. But they have used the power that be. The structure of Nigeria, the structure of criminality, the structure of injustice, the structure of unfairness to people. And detained this young man for 26 days. Took his fundamental human right away from him because he has nobody to speak for him. This is the country we are talking about. My brother, it's not working.
Ike, on that note, to be honest, I mean, that's really bad. Because I've been in that situation before where we went against the governor of the state. And the SS was really, they were really trying to, because then I was the social director of the higher institution, which I'm not going to mention back then. And I had to go and hide myself, and that's why I always, love for the ladies anyway. They help to hide me then. you know, against the SS, which were looking all around for the ESCOs back then, which some of us were caught, and what they went through in the jail with tear gas and stuff like that is not something to write home about. So look, I didn't know things like that is still going on in Nigeria, which I totally disagree. Yeah, which is
who is
wrong.
Asere Dokubo? Who is above the law in Nigeria today? In the same country. The day of the judgment, he went to his voice in Abuja. Is it not the same country we are talking about? That even citizens of the country, the so-called citizens, wanted to do simple gathering protest. Police came and took over everywhere. But Asere Dokubo came with his men, in Abuja, telling you go collect water. This is my brother. This is the problem. This is the fact.
And that's why Tinubu said, I mean, Tinubu has barred Asari Tokunbo from his office, which I was hearing.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's not. Are you sure it's not true? They said
it is not true. We are here. We are here.
It was in Abuja on 6th of September. Which
Asari Tokunbo is a personal friend to Tinubu.
That's what I'm saying. That the system
they have been friends for the past 20 years.
It's not true.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, that the system we have, you all should stop calling it democracy, calling it the name that is not. It's an autocratic system that only favors those who are in the corridors of power. Every other person is either a slave or a subject. That's my argument. And for people making comments on the comment page about what I said I will get from Chicago State, I did send it to Dr. Damages. I think he has it in his email. I got some things back then and all that. A few people were making comment that I said I will send something. I did send it, but we'll address those issues later. But that's what I'm saying about that system. It's a real apartheid system. I'm just using apartheid to codify it. It's a real segregationalist system. It's only for the rich. And that's why all the judges, all the lawyers, all the educated people, all the military, all the police, everybody want to be in the ruling class because that's the only way you benefit. And if you're out of that ruling class, you're doomed. You're doomed. That's what I meant by Nigeria happening to people, that's why everybody wants to be in the ruling class. Don't forget, we still have the Hydra-headed issues of tribe and religion and some other issues which always distract us. But within the commonality of purpose, we all suffer the same pain, the same problem, but we don't see each other as suffering the same pain. A lot of people in the Middle Belt and the North now are internally displaced. Their villages have been taken away from them. Their parents have been killed. People are suffering, but we don't see their pain. It's just we don't see their pain because it's not affecting us. Then when ours affect us, we shout. So that's what I'm saying. We have to tear down that structure of impunity. Look, you could have bad law. There are different types of government. Let me before you add PTA.
Before you finish, please, when you use that word tear down, some people might miss. Please, maybe use another word. Some people might not understand. I do understand what you're saying.
Please. So that structure of impunity we have to destroy. Let me tell you something, guys. Different parts of the world have different types of government. Like, I would even be happy if we have a bad kind of government that enforces law. Yeah, the laws are bad, then I know what I have to fight is the law. But we have a government that doesn't enforce no law. So what are you going to fight? You want to fight that government that owes the stamp of legitimacy? You can. It really makes the problem harder to fight because we don't follow laws. They don't follow rule of law. We make a.
Alaba, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah.
You say we don't follow law. Yeah. It was the same law, that brought Obi back to be the governor when they said he didn't win the Anambra State, government. It was the same law. You understand?
Thank God that man tested the law. Yeah, you're right. The law, he tested it. He was the first. If not for him, they wouldn't have had that experience. So he pushed the limits there. So maybe that's what God is sending him to do in that country, to test the limits of how far he can push.
So that's what I'm saying, that we should not generalize that there's no law.
No, there are laws. They are laws. Yeah, understand me. The laws are. It's just you got to understand what we're dealing with. If the system, everybody wants to join the ruling class and violate the law, this is called selective enragement. When you're selectively angry when something bad happen to you, but when it happened to others, you don't react. Selective enragement, selective laws is worse than apartheid. It's worse than apartheid.
Can I make a
You guys
little
got to
contribution?
admit it. It's worse than segregation. It's worse than racism.
Can I make a little
And these
contribution?
are inhuman acts. These are purely inhuman. And as educated people, we have to address it. And we should be more focused here on this platform on possible solutions rather than this. I hate distractions. I hate pushback. I hate not making progress. A lot of you educated people, including me, we do that. We commonize things that are serious. We make it look small. Well, Tinubu, let me not use Tinubu because that might bring out some anger. Buhari's government is not that bad. Obasanjo government was okay. Wrong language.
Wrong language. Buhari's government is bad.
Can I make a contribution also? Because the discussion is not just between TA and yourself. Can I make a contribution? See, the argument that TA just put up is the same argument some of my friends in Nigeria are saying. And I think it's a wrong fallacy, you know. I mean, it's wrong totally. You are saying, why is Obi complaining? The same law that in Anambra State is what he's now complaining against. The Anambra State situation is totally different. In Anambra State, he was dealing with a smaller number of people. In Anambra State, he was dealing with one tribe. In other words, there's not going to be anything seemingly to be like tribes against this tribe. In Anambra State, again, remember, by the collection of the voters or whatever it were, well, was much smaller, and so you can be able to look at all that quite quickly and easily. Now, in the situation that we're dealing with now, is the whole country, and this country is full of every other issue that have always been in Nigeria: tribe, religion, and all that. In Anambra State, most of Anambra people are Catholics, so it is easy to be able to come up, easily to sort out the problem. But in this national one, we are dealing with a lot of variables that are not the same. And so you cannot come out and say the same thing that you are saying. Again, in Anambra State, there's no division between whether this is not Anambra, not Anambra, Anambra. It was a question of we are all Igbos. So it is easy to sort out. Just like sorting out a problem in your family as a larger group. It's much difficult than in your family, because in your family, somebody can just say, okay, I forget about it, and that's it. But the other one, there's more pride involved, and all kinds of stuff come to play. So they're not the same, really. They're not the same. Again, you see, the truth is,
because it was difficult in Osun as well.
We have constantly told ourselves lies. We have told ourselves lies because we're not using the same measures for everybody, whether be it in politics, whether be it in government, whether even be it in police arrest. Well, we don't use the same measures for everybody. Your tribe determines how you are measured. Your region determines how you are measured. Your religion also determines how you are measured in most cases. In most cases. Until we come together and standardize everything we are doing, so that it doesn't have to be, oh, because you are Northerner, I will not do this for you. Oh, because you are Middle Belt, I will not do this for you. Until we come to that point and take away all these things, and then have one mindset. Right now, I think we have two mindsets. In other words, some people are saying, this is what we want, and it must be that way. And once they're not involved in it, nobody can move anything. I'll give you a clear example, so that you don't think I'm speaking, over your head. The northern governors have been having northern governors forum for as long as I can remember. The very first time that the southern governors meet to have southern state governors forum, El-Rufai, who is another, came out and said that cannot be allowed. They have no right to have governors forum, and that's it. I mean, did he hold again? It has ended. Okay, even though they resisted it, but he insisted that it cannot happen. You can't come meet together. Why would we be meeting together? So you see, but this can be done, and for as long as I can remember, The northern governors have a forum. They even have investments that they do. But the southern governors are not permitted to do that because they have to take permission. The Isbila is existing in the north. Even till tomorrow, it's still existing in Kano, at least. I can remember Kano and Zamfara and the rest. But in the south, once a Bago came, or something like that came, it became something that cannot be operated. It can't be operated. No, people can't have it. So, you see, until we tell ourselves, are we a nation or are we just a people who are existing? That is where we have to solve the problem. And if we want to solve our problem, simple. I've said it here many times. The North, this is what people produce. Put money into that. As I've said there many times before, if I was in the governance position, I would create Benue. If you come to Benue, Benue will be like, what do you call it? Pennsylvania. There'll be industries and farms everywhere. Okay, I mean there'll be fruit, for factories everywhere. Okay, because they have more than abundance of that. The same thing with Plateau State. So is it that we're finding it difficult to develop our country? To do it. They don't want to do it. Okay,
KJ,
they don't want to do it.
KJ, what I don't like when people say, when we start talking back about Nigeria in general, one thing I believe is that we're all people. Yeah, different people are different. Yeah, as I look at you, KJ. Yeah, I see you as an honest person. Do you understand? Although I've not done business with you before. Yeah, but you can prove me wrong another way. You can prove me wrong another way. But what I'm trying to say is that somebody was saying there that look, we don't have laws in Nigeria. It's the same law. The senator, the youngest senator in Nigeria, in the House of what's it called? In the Senate, yeah. That I think he slapped one girl in the sex shop or something like that, and he was fined 5 million. He went to the Supreme Court to challenge it. And they upheld the decision that, look, you have to pay. You understand what I'm saying? So there's still law. There are different judges with different ideas, with the way they say things, and with the way they interpret law.
Tia, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you are taking me far. Let me just cut your, that's what you're doing. The reason why that ladies, and I was still in Abuja when that happened, the reason why that ladies system went up, because the body of bench of lawyers, female lawyers and female journalists, female journalists took up that case and kept it running on the news. The reason why they came in and helped her. You think if it was just slap, you know how many people, senators and all the rest, slap every day, and go scot free? Okay, what about the person who they was slapped in what's his name, Banex Plaza? Okay, that the people even closed the banner from the man, stop the man from going away. What happened after that case? That's the end of it. So what I'm trying to say in this is, I'm not trying to count individuals, because there are many Nigerians that are being treated unlawfully every day because of their positions and thereabout. Even those people who have.
I think we should pass the mic to Jonaba and Larry.
Sure. I just came. I've been here. I've not been talking.
No, when you finish. When you finish. When you finish. I say when you finish now. It's because your internet froze. So I thought maybe you won't be back for a while. But once you finish, we'll go to Jonaba and Larry.
So what I'm trying to say is that if we follow what he is saying, we will not end it. That is not how Nigeria works. Let's level the ground. Let everybody be on the same platform. Simple. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Solution.
Bishop, Pastor, Reverend, Father Abba.
Thank you for having me. Show our forefathers, KJ, Ten, Ike, my big brother, and Righteous Man, Alaban, Tone, and Larry. Thank you, everybody, and the viewers for all our love and commitment to our great nation. There's nothing wrong to be different. I have different opinions. But what we all have to watch out is that nations like ours are not built in a day. my encouragement to those that are passionate, and which I believe we are all passionate to see a great Nigeria, the dream we all have individually and it can be collectively, is to believe that we all are one people craving from different angles of Nigeria. Our differences is unique. When we talk today, I watched so many things why I didn't join earlier, because sometimes I don't want to lose it on this platform. Why somebody, you are trying to create impression of what you are saying to somebody, and somebody is talking over you and making it a tribal settlement or otherwise. I don't believe our problem is too big that we cannot solve it. But if we don't listen to each other and understand where we are all coming from, we don't all have to be at the same page at the same time. That's not how that's not how life is built. It may be more than me in some ways, maybe more than you, but we all can appreciate our differences. Our problem is, like I said on this platform, we are not where we are supposed to be, but we have made a significant progress through you and I speaking truth to the power, whether it's democracy, whether it's religion, whether it's culture, whatever it is. And that is the power of the media, that we all should not take it for granted. But the notion that one party is better than the other, or simply because it's PDP or APC or whatever the party, I don't think the vision for the country, if we're all going to make it, is all we need to do is to fight from the grassroots. The grassroots is that you have a responsibility, I have one, and to be honest and search our conscience. The greatest judge is not the one that passed in the court, it's the conscience. You can be a free man, not locked up in the jail, walking on the street. Doesn't mean you are free, because your conscience will judge you. But we will not allow those things to overshadow the truth that Nigerians have come a long way. To those that support any other party otherwise, I do not affiliate myself with any particular party in Nigeria. But all I believe is if Nigerian work for all of us, we will not be where we are. Some of us will be retired to go back home. And it's insecurity and so many infrastructure that is not in place that displaces us. But speaking from ignorance or cyber issue or things that, oh, it's my party, it's somebody I'm passionate, which I believe so many people here that don't really, just few of us that speak on that part, even though some people vote for others, but they speak general to issues. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's not give up. I ended up yesterday that the scripture says that if you faint in the days of adversity, it means your faith is too small. Let us continue to use every means necessary to keep pressing and pressing and pressing. Martin Luther King in his time started his own activism become more pronounced after Rosa Parks refused to get up in the box in Cleveland, Ohio. And that is the beginning. And we have seen all of this. When you speak to this election and you are very honest and you are familiar with Nigerian politics, every one of them ring in the places they could ring. None of them that is innocent of it, if you want to be honest. Every one of them.
God will bless you, John Abba.
And the only thing we got to do is that I always believe that revolution we are talking about, those that will sacrifice their lives are those that those that eyes are open to see the truth and they will not turn it otherwise. Because it's about explaining to some people. I grew up in the North. I understand the northern and I stay in other part of Nigeria. So I understand all the Nigerian people. Sometimes people talk about politics. I don't want to go in depth into all those things. But there are some people that are not popular in their state, but they can win the national politics than those that even been a governor in a certain part of the country. Because that's how politics is about working across. If I tell you my experience and in my own community, and which I believe you also have your own, you will see that if we all put the puzzles together, it's not that hard. So in general, as I make my submission in this round, let's continue to fight for democracy and the soul of our country. And eventually we will get there if we do not give up. Thank you.
Janamba, don't worry.
Sure. I just want to ask a question quickly. Please, can somebody tell me the meaning of Omiazu?
I'm not Igbo.
I know, not you. I'm just, to my.
Oh, okay. It's because you said sure. Oh.
How do you sell it?
So somebody mentioned it here. He said, Omiazu did like this. What's Omiazu?
It doesn't make any sense.
KJ is an Igbo man. So KJ, what is
KJ? I know KJ knows it.
Jonathan, I'm an Igbo man now. Are you trying to say I'm not an Igbo man?
Okay. Tone. Your name sound like different. It's okay. I'm sorry.
The guy was talking about when you try and join people together, to do something. So he now said Omiazu. So I wrote it down. So I'm trying to understand what is
maybe
Omiazu.
you did not pronounce it correctly.
Okay. Probably the person is meaning somebody who is hungry. Are you a hungry man? Does Tia look like a hungry man? Please disregard whatever they're writing. Okay. Those who want to, if you feel you're in the comment section and you feel that you have a better contribution, please, it is free. Nobody is going to hold you. Switch over and make your contribution. Don't be there and be calling people Onyago or whatever you think it is. If you feel you have something.
So Omiazu is someone that's hungry, yeah.
So don't people, because you have the pad on your hand. Please, that's totally wrong. And
KJ, please, Omiazu is it someone that is hungry?
Yes, that's what I just told you. Onyago simply means somebody who is hungry.
Omiagu. Okay, Omiagu. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you writing it down?
Oh yeah. See, look, you know why? Yeah. When I did my service, listen. When I did my service in NYC in Abuja, I was trying to learn Igbo, and this guy, what he taught me then, he said if I want to say hello to a lady, that I should say, Biakanlagi Amu Buburibu. I'll never forget. And I went to Kubwa, went to the what's it called to get water. Yeah, I saw these lovely girls. They were speaking Igbo, and I said, "Oh, girls, Biakalagi Amu Boborebu." So they were shocked. They looked at me. So they now understood that I didn't understand what I was saying. So one of them now called me and said, because then I was anchoring the show. You understand? So I was known there. So she now called me and said, this is what you just said. Hey, it was like if the grass should open and swallow me. I just crawled back. I ran away. I gave that guy that look. You can't do that. I'm trying to learn the language, and this is what he taught me. So that's why I've always been cautious. So when I hear something like now, I learned from what's it called? Igbo Basic. Efforts in number 4. So that means you want it for free. You understand? So bit by bit, I'm learning my thing from my brothers. So go on, guys.
At least I know the FOC part. That's a universal one, free of charge. The rest we can sort of based on the context we'll get it. Anyway, who's next? I don't have much to say. It's not every day that I have something to say. Nigeria matters sometimes. Every Saturday.
Sure.
Who's next?
I wish we can move on to other things, because I think this have been overflowed, right? Since
actually, I came in just to flag the super chats because some of our customers complained in the comment section that their super chats were not flagged. So I came in to flag the super chat, and they were directed at Alaba. And I'm surprised he is saying Alaba as well. Alaba. Which Alaba? The man's name is Alaba. You two, they follow them talk Alaba. I would excuse my Igbo brothers who say Alaba. You two, you're not saying T. He's not saying Alaba. Alaba. The one after Taye King, there you go. Alaba.
Really?
You're not saying Alaba. You don't do things for UK. They do Alaba.
No. They're calling him Alaba. That's what
Alaba
I'm going with the flow. So it's Alaba.
Okay, so it is Alaba, not Alaba.
Wow.
Yeah, Alaba.
It is Alaba Manuel Ferreira from Lagos Island.
Alaba. You see, you have Taye, you have Kende, you have Idowu, then Alaba. Yes, now.
For real. But so why they call him Alaba?
How do I know why you are
saying not Alaba Market? That's beside where I went to school in Lasso.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Nice one.
Anyway, one suggestion. I want us to sponsor John Abba to become to go for House of Senate for his local government and for a constituency in the next election.
Is John interested?
Is interested?
I'm asking.
Is interested?
The black stone. Thank you for your suggestion, but I'm not taking it. I'm not a politician. I speak truth to the power in the way I could. The difference between some of us is because it's a grace. Even you coming here, I told you my experience in a little bit, the threatening, not that, of course, if you want to go for any office at all, or being even a human being, if you want to accomplish, there are many things that threatens your basic human rights and your life. You don't give up your dream for those things. If you live by fear, you cannot even get out of your bed. You can stay there. But those things is not what I think I'm called for. I think I can influence a society, do the best I could without having any political office. And I think I can make other relevant impact in my community and the world at large by speaking truth to the power. So I'm not designed for that, but thank you for recognizing that. Maybe sometimes we may not live to see our dream, but the Bible says, write your dream and make it plain. Somebody else will read it and continue from there. Thank you.
Habakkuk. In the book of Habakkuk. Preach on, Pastor. You see, I read my Bible. You see, I read my Bible. Make it plain so that I can run through it there. I'm a church boy, you forget to. I'm a church boy, proper. Okay, so who's
sorry,
you said you wanted to change topic.
Sure, who is this? Who is this? Jajon or what on the platform?
Jajon is somebody who just comes and attacks anybody who doesn't support Tinubu. Yeah, that's Jajon. That's as much as not.
The guy just picking on me since morning, and I will get back to him. I get bad mouth too. Me, I be journalist too.
I know somebody who supports Tinubu, and once you don't support Tinubu,
I will take you on. Okay.
KJ, my brother, you do not need to be. Sometimes people go petty. But you do not have to. You are a journalist. You have developed a thick skin. All you want to be is to be on the right side with your own clear motive. You may not be right. You may be corrected. So you do not have to.
It is not right for you to just be there. I mean,
it is. That is why I say thick skin.
So
is that when somebody
gets at something to offer, none of us guys here and collecting money for it. If you feel you have something to offer, come on board and speak about it.
It's okay. It's painful. You see, when I didn't join it earlier, maybe if this guy is hearing me, the guy supposed to mention his name on or something. He talk over everybody that is talking. Even when Durov was telling him, "Oh, it's not his tongue," took him off. He still came back. Sometimes people are.
Don't mention names now.
People are.
Well, I'm sorry, because I was watching at the time. And I was just cracking up.
People are just that petty and they think that, and it's lack of self-control. And KJ, being a journalist, you are my brother, you're supposed to marry my sister, but you're discriminated, but it's all right.
Okay. So,
it's can I ask the question, to the whole panel, yeah?
Yes,
now,
please go ahead.
Know what is happening in Nigeria. What is the
way
way forward?
There are a lot of things happening. Which one?
Yeah. Okay, as in Nigeria as a whole now, yeah? How can we turn Nigeria around to become better?
So solutions, basically.
Yeah.
That's good. That's why we're here. That's why we've opened the platform for you guys to discuss.
Yes, that's what I said earlier on. I said if you are a leader in Nigeria and you truly want to develop Nigeria, you can even go tribe by tribe. What can the Kanuri man produce? What can this person produce? Even if you do development based on this, you move Nigeria forward. Just based on the location where the people are living. I'm telling you the truth. So nobody can say, I don't know what to do to develop Nigeria.
So you are talking about restructuring?
No, I'm not talking. Listen, I know the word restructuring. I didn't use restructuring. I simply said, if you want to develop Nigeria, you can deal with the people based on the locations where they live. For instance, if you go to Jos, you have a lot of fresh fruits. You have all those things. You can make up how to, conserve those things. Carrots must not be sold in bunches. You can actually can the carrots and put them just like they do here in the US. We can learn all that technology, bring it to Plateau State. We can preserve all that. We can learn the technology of preserving the fruits. Go to Benue. There's a Julie mango. There's Peter mango. There's oranges, both the big ones, the small ones, and all that. You can put all those in as orange juice and all that. You can make those factories there and produce and move to places where there's a need for it. We can put between 1 to 4 years, and this will be achieved. You see, it is easy to develop. Enugu has coal. Why are we not using coal to generate electricity? We can go to Enugu, continue to do our coal mine because some countries
global warming.
Eh?
We don't use coal anymore. Global warming.
No, we leave that in. They don't want. They don't develop their placement. They tell us the global warming. Which global warming? Leave that alone. Let's move on.
KJ, sometimes, when you come to issue of business, when the basic infrastructure is not there, you understand me? So most Nigerian businessmen want to develop those things, right? For example, the biggest problem in Nigeria is electricity, it's power. Most of the industries in Nigeria are using about 40% of their income to power their factories. And when that is done, 40% to power their factories, then what happens? Those costs are now passed to the consumers. But if you have a stable power supply, that 40% will go down drastically, maybe to 10%, right? So the factories can function very well. Number two, we don't have spare parts. Nigeria does not produce and doesn't have a factory to produce any of these machineries or the spare parts for this machinery. And dollar is scarce. With the rate of dollar these days, most factories can't even afford to buy raw materials or even to import spare parts. And I assure you that with this rate of dollars, most SMEs, if this one continues for the next 1 year, most SMEs will go down, will close. Because they can't continue, they can't afford the cost of running their business. So at the end of the day, let the government, first of all, focus on power. Even though if it's not serving the whole country, at least let's see at least a positive increase, a positive effect, a significant improvement on power. At least we can say maybe some areas are getting 24 hours supply, and maybe those factories where factories are located will be a special area whereby there will be power failure continuously. You know, so this will help the manufacturer, the businessmen to run their factories very well. So what I think that when we are talking about economy, business, manufacturing, but you have to think of the infrastructure on the ground, and which I think that the most important of all is power. Without power, the economy cannot be oiled. So it's power that oil the economy of a nation. That's what I see. So let's also face the issue of power first. Let the constitution let them move forward.
All right. Thank you, Blackstone. If you 1 second. Once I see you, Alaba, I see you. Uncle Ike, I see you as well. Just two things. Righteous Man, I put you backstage because you were laying down. You looked tired, like you've been on for a while. You look like you were dozing off and laying down. And part of the rules of the show is that anyone laying down, will be removed. So that's why I put you backstage. But as soon as I saw your message, I brought you back. So I think you got like 5 minutes rest. So you're ready to go again. Also, our host, forefathers, don't go too far. Like I said, I only came in to highlight the super chat of our customers. So, forefathers, whoever, I think you've gone to probably have a quick break. You're the one that can do till 7 a.m. We are not get energy. But Alaba, I'll come to you quickly. Then after Alaba, I'll go to Uncle Ike.
Oh, thank you so much, because I was about to. Yeah, on the solutions, we should be very focused on solutions. And one of the biggest approach that we are not looking at is providing counter narrative to the narrative that is on the ground. So in that light, in this age of technology, I would say what the likes of Dr. Damages is doing, this program, the likes of Mayegun, the likes of Niger Watch, the likes of Valvolence, and whatever is out there. I know a lot of Nigerian youth are unemployed, and so they're using this blogging system to create employment for themselves. But what they are doing is very, very relevant and important. I'll quickly shoot into history a little bit. I was reading about, although that's a bad example to take, I keep wondering how evil as the Nazi Germany government was, Hitler government. How is it possible that this government was able to capture the minds of Germans? 90% or 95% of Germans were in solid support of the Nazi party. Then I found out that apparently what Goebbels, the propaganda bastard, did was that when it was at that time that transition radio was being invented. So what the German government then did was that they made sure every German house has a transition radio. And from there, they start propagating their propaganda, which results in negative things. But what is to learn from that is this internet thing, this technology, we have to improve it. We have to come together and see how much more radio station, internet station, information station. Just look, we got to spread this. You got to have a Dr. Damage in every local government. We have to find a way to have a Mayegun in every local government, in every village, if possible. Because the enemy has a counter narrative that has already recruited somebody that is not yet born, that will be born in 50 years' time. They already have it on their side. You might not agree with me, but this is coming from Stephen Biko. But so we need technology, information, the press. If people who are rich, millionaires who want to invest in TV houses, in television houses, to propagate positive, not just positive messages, but messages that hold official, not the big. We might start. Don't start from the big ones. Don't start from the governors and all. Start from the small ones. Local government chairman, police commissioner, or district officers. Of media that holds them accountable. Let's say somebody commits a crime. Somebody is right in their face. Why was that man not arrested? Why was that person want to pro? Or a judge gives a judgment that is controversial. Somebody with a microphone is on their face. Why was that decision taken? Why was that? Why the decision doesn't follow the law? You see, you got to have a counter narrative to what has held us down. you know, in the world of Pius Adesomi, God rest his soul, when he wrote that article about the man in the cave, I don't know if you all ever read it, you know, our situation now is that Nigerians are like in the cave. And for a person who's been in the cave all their life, they won't know what the outside like. So if one of them escape and see, even those of us that are talking here, knowing that this system is good, it's because we are abroad. Let me be honest with all of you. If we were all still stuck up in Nigeria, we'd probably be thinking like them, that, oh, government is for us to make money. Government is for us to share money. Government is for us to control others. We will still be thinking like that. Is this second narrative that we have been exposed to that made us to be what we are here, talking, this is bad, this is good, this is how to move forward? If not, most of us will be like them. Most of the people we did our Luther together that were fighting Babangida and Abuja way back then, all of them are lined up. Bamidele that testified, he's a senator. You know, what's his name? Too many, I can go on and on. So, you see, mindset, you see, free your mind and the rest will follow. You see, we have to find a means and a way to get to the minds of our people. And God is, with this technology, you need to harness it. Not just that, as we talk on a daily basis, we need to network. We have ideas. This man is progressive in his ideas. This man is positive in his ideas. That's why I keep hammering on forefathers to stop driving in the middle lane. I know he has a good, you understand? So we pick each other collectively together. I just need to attack him there. You know, collectively together, and we can forge. Look, we are all in our, I don't know how old everybody is, but I'm in my 50s. How much have I got to learn? If I can give the next 10 years of my life to educate, to inform, maybe those ones will be the soldiers. The people we talk to now will be the Ganifa enemy of tomorrow. They will be the fellas of tomorrow. And without those people, a community cannot change. Without information, without counter-narrative, the Nigerian system has the one-story side, which is all the Nigerians are exposed to. That's my own solution for the moving forward.
Okay, Alaba, I know you have spoken well.
Next.
Thank you. Let IK talk now. And, I think I'm a senior citizen here on this platform, so I will
okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm raising up my hand because I am closing the office and I'm ready to go home. So that's why I was just asking for 2 minutes. Mr. Righteous Man, listen, I feel your pain and we are in this together. You know, no matter we are not living in Nigeria, but we feel the pressure is on every one of us that are living outside Nigeria right now. Because I give an example. If normally every month you send $200 to your family back in Nigeria, right now it's $600. Because even the $600 cannot get anything. So we are feeling the pressure with the same people that are at home. But know that we are with you. That your pain is my pain. And your joy is our joy, okay? Thank you for standing with us and believing in the Nigerians that live outside. I tell you that most of us who are living in Europe, but also travel a lot because one of my hobby in this life is traveling. I travel so much, you know, but the place I refuse to go is John Abbas, America, because I don't like Donald Trump. So I said, I am not going to go to America. Where I'm staying is 2 hours to Miami. That is to tell you how close I am to America. But I prefer traveling about 15 hours, you know, go somewhere else, you know. So please, my brothers, we are one. We are Nigeria. We are all this thing we do. We are looking for a better Nigeria for every one of us. We are not fighting, not an individual fight, but we want a better life for our people. If it is for us, we can decide not to talk about Nigeria because maybe where we are, we're okay. God has blessed us, you know. But John Abba, I love you, Mr. Blackstone, Tony, Shaw, Mr. Alaba, thank you for what you sent to me. I'm blessed. Okay, Mr. T.A., I mean, this is my first time, I think, we've been able to be together in Dr. Damages. Please, one love for everybody. God bless you. Please have a good day tomorrow, that is Sunday. Serve the Lord tomorrow and go and thank God for your life for today. God bless all of you. Okay.
Black man have no other hope than to serve the Lord.
Mr. T.A., the love minister.
Before you go, Ike, before you go, Ike, I beg, before you go, we said you went to CMS. Were you in the stadium at Onikon when Igbobi College played CMS and we have to smash one of your boys with boo-boo on their white
I was
shirt?
there. I was there, my brother. I was there, my brother. Hey, good night, everybody. Okay.
Yeah, good night.
God bless you. Keep faith. Keep the light
I would
burning.
also want to take a bow because it's after 1 here in Lagos, and I'll be going to church tomorrow. I've joined the conversation since 4 p.m. Nigerian time till now. So
Me too. I want to leave. I have to go clean the basement before my wife gets back.
The truth remains. We just want Nigeria to work.
That's
like me. If I had known it would be this way, I would have remained in Germany. But I decided to come back to invest here, and my pain is that my investment is gone. The country have brought it to nothing. I'm just telling you, and it's very painful when you live in the Western world. You know what it means to work there, labor there, spend years there, make a living, come back to your country and invest, and at the end of the day, you are not looking like a beggar. It's terrible. It's a fearful thing, you know. And I don't wish that.
Can I have your number?
Okay, I will put it on the private chat section.
Private chat.
Yeah,
put it in the private chat.
Righteous man, before you leave out.
I'm a civil engineer. I build houses, and the projects I'm handling in Lagos now and outside the state, everything have been stopped because of the cost of building materials.
Can you leave your number on the private chat? Okay.
Yes, I will. I will.
Righteous man, as you exit, I don't think cutting you off. And you have been here, like you said, I've been on the background watching. I want to encourage you one thing, especially you say you are going to church tomorrow. They say we fall how many times and we shall rise again. Your experience
7 times.
7 times. Thank you, brother. I think you're still going to Bible school.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I grew up in the church. You didn't even know.
Because I see you
it's not about going. No, it's not about going. The UK have removed Bible from his life.
Whatever experience you have and you will have, I want you to see there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. What you see for yourself and see for others, and the vision that you have, it will come to pass with the understanding that you have done your own part. Sometimes our help comes from people are asking you now, leave your number at the private chat and all of that. And I believe your intention matters, and will help you to realize your dream. There is no regret whatsoever. You live there to contribute to your own nation, and in any way possible you could. Somebody came here, he said he felt that he had failed Nigeria for living outside Nigeria. You cannot feel that you go to Nigeria, you have fallen beyond redemption. So keep the fire burning. You will be okay. It's all matter of time. Actually, it's not how we begin, it's how we end. And I believe you will end well. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you,
Righteous man, before you go, I'd like to tell you something, because you said something that really moved me. You said you're a civil engineer. Yeah.
Yeah, I build houses and Lagos, outside Lagos, Port Harcourt, Benin.
That's a background too.
Yeah, so that's my background. And if I tell you,
I hope
so I'm a civil engineer by background, but I'm a project manager, senior project manager. But if I, it really touched me, you know why? Because civil engineers are not really appreciated that much, and that's why I kind of moved into project management and stuff. So if I tell you some iconic stuff that I've done in London, for example, because look, everything is a phase. I've been through that phase before. Yeah, if you come to London, there's something, some people call it Boris bike. Some people call it Santana bike. Yeah, London. All those stations in London, I built them. I can say, go to TF and ask for, let me not say my, but I can say, so it's like, I'm the one that built those stations. So if you go there and you start seeing those iconic sites here around London, and when people find out that it's a black man that did it, it was a whoa, you understand? So everything in life is a face. I understand where you're coming from, So with engineers here, we always bounce back. You understand? In UK here, I'll tell you, every month in UK now, as it is, more than 700 houses is repossessed in different regions in UK. Repossessed. That thing. So it's like when they repossess those houses, even the money that be paying for the mortgage is gone as well, because they couldn't pay. You understand? So everything is a phase. Dust yourself. If you want to move back to what's it called? To Germany, move back. If you want to stay there, just believe that things is going to turn around as well. You understand? In Nigeria, one of the work that I did there, Amoni Castle in Ikorodu, I was the engineer that built it for former director of lands. You understand? So it was like, So
you're not a righteous man. So
righteous man, I'll get your number. Then maybe we'll talk after. And this is part of the things I'm talking about, that it shouldn't be Igbo, Yoruba, this, that.
So nobody wants my number on this platform. Nobody wants my number.
Sure.
You have not told us what you do. What do you do?
I deputize for Dr. Damages. Is that not enough?
I'll give you a call, Then we put ideas together. So any way we can, talk or whatever, I'll give you an insight. Maybe what you need to do, or some things that even you can do from where you are and from here, which is going to boost you as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So good luck.
Thank you. My love for everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you very much, Righteous Man. All the best. Jonaba, thank you also for that word of encouragement and tea as well. Thank you. It's part of what we do.
Give your number on the private chat before you leave.
Yeah, Righteous Man, please drop your number for Monday.
The number now.
You see now, somebody is saying TA wants to make every moment about him. No, it's not about me, please. It's about love. It's true. That's what I'm talking about. It's about love. Love one another. You understand? So that's why I keep on saying that it's not about the tribe. You understand? It's about loving one another. And that's where I'm coming. That's my own mentality. You understand?
TA,
you might be Igbo.
TA, please, when you are focusing, don't pay attention to those even if I'm talking, so you're gonna get distracted.
Jonaba is a veteran, he knows.
And don't pay attention to those chat, because end of the day, people and whatever they said is who you are is who you are. I don't let anybody define you. So please don't pay attention. You're gonna get distracted. The Blackstone, you are saying something. You mentioned my name. What is that?
No, not you. I said TA. I don't want his number because he's living in Manchester.
Oh, okay. So
I'm not living in Manchester.
All right. So, Righteous Man, please leave your number for the gentleman in the private chat before you leave.
Everything takes long to do in Nigeria. That's why.
I know. Yes.
Igbo Business Search, leave your number. Sure, give us your number.
Igbo Basics is joking. He's teasing me. It's because I said nobody wants my number. Igbo Basics is just teasing me. All right. Since Fofada has disappeared, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go around. I'll give everyone like a couple of minutes to, your last submission, what's on your mind regarding Nigeria. If it's to complain, if it's to provide solution, we'll do about maybe like 3-4 minutes each, and we'll call it a day. Except for further returns.
So I'm going to talk about, concerning the solutions now. Somebody mentioned about power, which is very, very good. You know, that's one of the major problem. You know, power. And I think right now they passed the law that each state can develop their power. You know, is that true? Isn't it?
It's no longer the exclusive list. Yes.
Exactly. So with that, I think things will start changing, because I know Lagos State was trying to do it back then, which Obasanjo stopped. You know, so, and I know my very good governor in Anambra State, Soludo mentioned it as well, that he's going to start doing it. No, you see, sure, you know why I keep on talking about this guy here? Whatever he's trying to do, he comes on here and put it there that, look, this is what I've done.
If Soludo wants to run for presidency, would you vote for him in a couple of years?
Definitely, I'll back him up. I'm telling you.
Wait, God will preserve us. That's what they told Amici. That's what they told Amici. That's what they were telling all these people.
You know,
all these Oji. I know if I mention Oji Okalu, forefather will appear. See, Oji Okalu is appear. That's how they deceived Oji Okalu. That's how they deceived Rochas. Don't worry. We'll be here when this Soludo, who is the darling of all these people, the day he dares to run for office, that's when they will remind him of all his atrocities. How he's a bad boy, how he's too ambitious. But carry on.
Yeah. So, with the power sector, if we can, bring it, definitely that one is number 1 point. The number 2 point on my own mind is mechanized farming. I was speaking to some guys here, and they were really into this livestock in Nigeria. The guy goes from here back home, and he's telling me that, look, that it makes 1 million naira is it a week or so? No, he said a week. He said a week. 1 million naira a week on his livestock, and he showed me. He's a guy from Ijebu, and he's got a farm in his what's it called in Ogun State in Abeokuta, and it's even a plot hectare of land there is like 300k and stuff like that. So, but he's into poultry aspect, But he said, look, he lost a lot of money before, but now he's making gains. There's CCTV and thieves and stuff. All this remedy that. But now when we're not, so I said, look, why not mechanized farming? I've been thinking about that. Why is it that people in the desert can feed themselves, but here in Nigeria we've got good arable land, and we can't go into, when you see people farming, it's always with cutlass and all those bait. He now told me, he said, look, that the machine that's just planting maize and taking up maize, that he priced it from the state is like 250,000, because he's done his research. So I was not thinking that 250,000 in Nigeria to those big wigs there is a small money. You understand? With the amount of money that they're spending, that why can't they invest in something like that to feed the people? You understand? Because look, if maize does a lot of things, like Dangote now, I know he has his own farm, that is using to generate all those stuff that he's doing in Dangote. So I know that's one of my stuff as well. Mechanized farming. If we, invest in that, that will go a long way. If people can feed, buy cheap food, you understand? They will not be crying that, look, poverty here, poverty there. That will really go a long way. The another thing is about education as well. The southern side of Nigeria, they pride themselves in education, you understand? Whereas the northern part is only selective few, with what I've heard. I don't know. That's what I've heard. So because we're one Nigeria, I know Jonathan doing his own time as well. He went to the north, built some schools, to some part in up north over there, just to encourage. So if the government could invest in education up north as well, because I'm a product of free education in Nigeria, which I thank God for that, because when I heard the tuition fees that people are paying now, it's so painful.
Yeah, but you remember now the tuition fee. See, you have to give it to APC supporters. They told us with their full chest that lessons will be learned, and now we're all learning the lessons. So when I saw people crying about Unilag fees, they told us. They said, my phone is overheating. It's going to die again. So lessons have been learned. So
I got here. They are paid tuition in UK now.
Of course, I pay tuition in UK.
So let's leave that. Very few countries.
No. Say. Okay, now in UK, yeah, in Scotland, it's free.
Actually, do you realize that the primary school is free education? But
of course, in UK, yeah, it's free.
No, in Nigeria, the primary school is a free education.
Till now,
most Nigeria doesn't even know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, who's gonna send a child to those places? Have you seen those places?
So
your child is better off at home. There's no point.
No, not Mali. Actually, what they would have done in that area, that even the private schools, the government have at least involved in it. And
the Blackstone, when you get your turn, you talk. You still have we are not too many here, so we want to use the time wisely.
No, I'm just trying to talk about the education that.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to say that it happened, but at least the government will be able to get involved in the private institutions. The private schools are only the private ones are only primary schools. That you should not collect fee above this level. You understand me? So that if you are taking your child to a private primary school, they should have a minimum maximum fee they can pay. You understand me? So that they can balance it with the state schools. That at least the differences will be not that too high.
Okay. Yeah. So that's another issue that needs to be looked at. Free education to mostly the people in the north as well. If the government can invest in that will really go a long way. And that was, kind of change the mindset.
I think they know they already have free education, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really?
They already do. They talked about even like they buy them uniform and food. They eat free food. At least I know of the state of Kwankwanso where that is happening. It's the south that don't have free education. They know they do. Janaba, you know that now. They have.
Okay, and that's good then.
And that is the problem that they say here. Oh, why do we have this? Why do we have that? When other community or other states they have a way they substitute in and that's the way it should be in various ways. In the north, most even secondary school, not only primary school, free education in the most of the northern states. Just to encourage the young ones to go to school.
Okay. So another thing that I look at, way forward in Nigeria is that religion should be taken out of Nigerian politics in general, because it's one of those tools that, because you can't go to like this election that just passed, you see pastors in the church, saying that you must vote for XYZ, and likewise up north as well. So it's like a division where you have these ones that are Muslim and this ones is Christian. And thank God that it didn't go into riot or war where people start fighting each other, which is very, very dangerous. Politics should not be based on religion. That context of religion should be taken out. So if there's a state in the north where they use Sharia law, things like that, I'm not saying they shouldn't have it, but the federal government law should supersede, that their law. If they can do that, that would really be good for Nigerians as a whole. That you can't just come and say, okay, this is the law. It's just like what is going on in Ilorin at the moment in Kwara State, where some the idol worshippers, so they call them, the Orisha worshippers, they want to do festival, and the Muslims are saying no and stuff like that, where it's still going on, which some cases in the court, which I'm just kind of following. So the issue of religion needs to be taken out, and that's one thing. Then another thing is about orientation has to start with we Nigerians as well, where we don't speak bad about our country, outside the country, where, I don't like the way we talk about do you want Nigeria to become what did they say, to become you, or do you want Nigeria to stuff like that? Nigeria, either we like it or not, that is where we've come from. I can't say because my father is bad, yeah, and I say, okay, I want to cut off the head of my father. You understand what I'm saying? That is our home.
Change your name.
Yeah? What?
Change your name.
Change my name. Bad boy. So we should, because look, the words we speak here, they are power, See, the word that we are in today came by power. The Lord said, let there be light, and there was light. It's by word, they're powerful word. So let's start speaking good things about that country. You understand what I'm saying? Not saying bad stuff.
African one for president. Now, wow.
Yeah, man. I'm for real, man. I'm looking for African woman president in Nigeria, because look, they're our mothers, and they will not be looting money with the way the men are looting money. They don't have that heart. I know there are some women that are so,
How about the ones as ministers?
I know you're gonna talk about designing. I know that's where you're going.
No, not only designing. All the female ministers, former Minister for Aviation, Oduaha, also, right? So only the ones that were, but those some were good, very plain, very clean, and some were bad. Anyway,
like Okonjo-Iweala now, yeah.
Yes,
she's
of course.
a good woman that will support anytime, any day.
No, this is it. This is it. Yeah. What I say in this sense that people that have international reputation, they don't want to stand their name. Understand me? But those that have a local reputation, they don't care, because they are not going to go to other foreign bodies or get appointment in foreign institutions. So they don't mind. They take their name. But those that came from abroad, who has a very good reputation, right, who are being respected all over the world, they will not go to Nigeria and stand their name.
You know one thing I always respect the women, yeah. The reason why I respected I've always respected women is because I've met with different kind of women, yeah, and that's one of the resources that in Africa we've not been making use of them, whereas in the Western world they're the leading power. You understand? A lot of things, yeah. I remember there's a company that I was working for then, where the men that were meant to teach me something, yeah, they were shielded. It was the ladies that helped me out. You understand what I'm saying? They taught me this stuff, and before you know it, yeah. What?
Is your wife from Anambra State?
Why? No, I'm just a fan of Soludo, really. Look, see, Soludo is not the way I look at Soludo is
they are great women there. They are good women from Anambra State.
I would say my ex is from Abia State, from Arochukwu.
Hey.
Yeah, and I think his great grandfather is this man on the 10 naira note, Ekweme. Yeah, that's his great. That's our great grandfather. And look, like Hannah, like the girl I'm so. Yeah. What?
Anyway, what I think about the women, let them have more women in the civil service.
Exactly.
More women should dominate the civil service, and let them kick out the men.
No, not kick out the men. It should be on an equal basis.
No, because it should not be on equal basis. Women should be more in numbers in the civil service than the men. Then that's why our civil service.
That's discrimination.
No, it's not discrimination. That's why our civil service will be
Blackstone. How about that? How about that auntie that calls herself the judge? Is she that is supposed to be a woman? You expect something different from her. Look at the way she delivered.
That's not a civil servant. I mean the civil servant. That is not a civil servant, understand me? But I mean the civil service, the civil servants, right? Because if women are less corrupt, let me say that the tendency that women are less corrupt is there. You understand me? So if they are more, right, the men will be less. So the men can do other jobs. You understand me? But the women, not that the women will be the maybe the overall head. Can be men or women at the head, you know. But the workers, you understand me, will be more of the women than the men.
You know, so I mean, why I leave that? You
That's
know,
my feeling. Yeah, that's my thought anyway.
So, like I was saying, I've worked with different women, and which when you see what they bring to the table, my God, very intellectuals. You know, the ideology. Number one, I'll say my wife is number one as well. You know, my wife. Where
it's your wife, man. What else?
Eh?
It's your wife that will
No, you know, so it's like that's what I'm saying. That's like when you deal with intellectual women, you know, you have to respect them. You don't have a choice. You understand? And that's me. I always believe in equal, 50-50. Men and women should be, 50-50. That's the way I've always lived my life. You understand? And that's one thing I always say. I was telling one of my friends as well. I said, look, because he was having, anytime we finish work here, he would be scared to go home. But with me, I'm always happy to go home. And I said, how do I do it? That these women are troublesome. And I said, with women, just try and understand them. Love them for who they are. If you treat them well, they'll treat you well back. And that's it. It's love is reciprocal. You understand? So if you love them, you get love back. If you hate them, then you get more than hate back. You understand? So in Nigeria, more women in government, not all these men with pot belly. You understand? Which they will be using our money to go and start carrying girls in uni. You understand? All those stuff. If you have more women in government, I think the country will move forward. So let me rest my case. Let me leave the floor for others. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. I think we are going to close early today because it's been a long session for me for about 3 straight days, really, because of the judgment and everything. So we're on during the week and all.
Okay, so, what do you want to say? Okay, want to talk?
Yeah, nice. I think we are trying to wrap up even before you came in, forefathers. According to the way the show have give us like few minutes to talk and then we exit. I think so many levels that we all understand what the solution is all about. The infrastructure, electricity, the road construction, how to use the raw materials we have in our country. Like someone mentioned Benue State, all the fruits, I think that was CJ or KJ, and all of that. The problem we also live that cause all of those things now moving forward is all about this corruption, because the federal government sometimes refuses to give those people that are willing. Some I know for sure that went to Nigeria to have their own company in order to take advantage of those wasted products. But the corruption drive them down. Some of them, in the course of bribing, they have nothing else left. Their intention was to take advantage. And then also when we talk about using the social media, then we should be fair when we want to use the social media, and we should be a check and balance. That if you criticize me, I criticize you, you should have a thick skin to take it, not because I said what you don't want and then you just go after me aggressively. Even when you are not providing any solution, you don't have anything, any substance in to substitute what I said. You just want to badmouth me because sometimes pure ignorance. You are not offering anything differently. And no one have a monopoly of anything. If we want to move our nation forward, we all have to share a common idea and see what is in this kind part of the state, and we all can come to a table. But with the atmosphere of a tribal, and then TA just mentioned about religion, politics, take religion out of politics. Politicians will not take politics out of they will not take religion out of politics because they use every available tools in their disposal that they will sell. And that is, it's left for the citizens to know when someone go too much. But we have a gullible society, can fall for anything, even when it's not to their own advantage in the long run. But for the sake of the moment, they fall. And that is another thing that have played out in these last 2023 election. All those fake prophets. The Bible says that who is that saith it and it come to pass if the Lord do not command it. So when you make, if you go to altar and you say, God said to me like this, because we have a gullible society, and it's a very painful thing when you see a full grown up man or woman falling for something that even a trained animal will not fall for it. And then it's like, okay, what is the purpose? And even on this platform, and I don't mean it in a negative, I think it's the level of their understanding that also God will punish the children of these politicians. You prayed for Buhari to die for 8 years. It was better when he left office than when he came in. So even if you are praying for something, and the Bible says you pray in the book of James, you pray and miss because you pray wrong. So the fact that you think your emotion, you say you don't tell God what to do. If you and I are children of God, just like every one of us that have children or have family, you cannot tell the head of the family to kill one for other. The role of the father is to make sure they reconcile them amicably. You cannot say that is pure wickedness in Africa. That the father, you disagree with somebody, that somebody has to go down for you, or somebody you have your own view. You are entitled to your own opinion. The other person is entitled to other one, and that's why you weaken the belief system.
Pastor Christian.
You weaken the belief system. John, can I ask you a question quickly? Because you mentioned something about, when you're talking about religion, is it possible, if, for example, if whoever that wants to rule, I know they always, swear by the Bible and the Quran and stuff like that. That if they put it there, that look, if you're going to swear on the Bible or the Quran, you say that, okay, if you do what you're not supposed to do, all the punishment, all the bad things in the Bible should happen to you and your family. And if you do the good ones that you've done, all the good things, in the Bible should happen to you and your family. Likewise in the Quran. Will people be able to cheat?
The Bible says God is God of knowledge, by him actions is way. So politicians and whatever they can say to you is their intention that matters. If you, even in a general way of punishing someone in the legal system, sometimes they go to the intention, how long do you meditate it? So you cannot just say because somebody do not do it and say, okay, I'm swearing by my tradition that if I do this, may the Ogu punish me, may the Allah punish me, may Jesus punish me, whatever you want to relate or call as your God, it's not going to happen. And that's why it has never happened, and it will never happen. You don't tell God what to do. You don't tell God what to do. You don't dictate to God. The Bible already said that by him actions are way. So there is a place where a prostitute that in the human way of life is to be condemned, but he was saved because of his high intention. So all of this is, if you go and maybe you have one-on-one conversation with Buhari today, you may think, maybe if he will open up for you, you see that his intention is very right, but his way of govern the people may say it's terribly wrong. So, and sometimes when we don't access that secret, we don't have that access to what people go through, their leadership, all the phone call they receive, all the briefing. We can intend to come in the platform and just condemn them, but it doesn't go down. And I believe if that is the case, we will not be where we are today. I think religion, like I said, religion have not done us any good at all, because when you become religious and you take empathy, humanity, and reasonable way of life, that what you think it shouldn't be done to your neighbor, now because somebody is a thief and it's a thief in your own household, it's okay because it's close to you, and that is you judge that thief is always going to be thief, and thief should be thief. But you say, oh, this thief is a thief, but it's too close to me to call a thief. That is what Nigerians have been built upon. Oh, this person, so you go to church, this church is, how many, most of the pastors, they have connection with all those politicians. There's a guy that I bought his idea today who says that, today, so it's only when a corrupt politician, if you are close to them, that you don't call it corruption, you say connection. And that is what Nigeria has been all about. So if we are going to make this country work, we are not perfect. I'm not perfect. You are not perfect. But we have to have a little common judgment that, okay, if this is going to go this way, especially for my own integrity and for my name, and we always do things in our own life cycle. We don't live for the next generation. We don't live for our world to live after we have long gone. We don't want our product to live after we are long gone. We don't want our word to resonate that people can quit us after we're long gone. We do everything within our life cycle, and that compromises our standard. And I think until we all divorce that idea that we all are one Nigeria or whatever we belong to, we should do our best and have a fact to it. If you do not have that and you think you can come here and invoke all kind of invocation of words and just talk passionately, if that work, I don't think any one of us will be alive today. If that's how God will kill everybody enemy, you and I will not be here today. But we should have an open mind that even your worst enemy can say something and you learn from it. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so let me give my thank you. I'll stop. John Abba. First of all, may I first ask, where's Ify and Mama Echo? I don't be seeing them. I don't be coming up for a very long time. Do anybody have an idea? How everything is okay with them?
The last time I don't know about Ify, but on personal chat with Mama Echo, I asked her where have she been. He says she's active on the comment section, and so maybe sometimes they change their name and all of it, but I don't know. But that's what she said to me, and I said, "Hi, I hope she's okay." She says it's okay.
Okay. So for me, I think I'll let me concentrate on your 3 issues.
Blackstone, before you start here, a true confession. Mama Echo is the woman that made me to join this platform, because I was just scrolling to YouTube and I saw this woman so passionate, you know, beating her heart, and I feel for her, and that's why I said, "Let me join this, platform." And that was it. You know, I wish she's okay, man. Okay, go on.
So what I think at least there are so many issues with in Nigeria and the first thing I have to talk about is that of the people. The people, the Nigerian people. We are almost blaming the politicians, but the people made the politicians. The politicians, they didn't fall from heaven or they fall from the sky. They grow up within society. And like what I said, like what John Abayo said, if you have been corrupt before you go into politics, you'll be more corrupt once you're in that once you get power. That's what it is. So what I think that we have to try to re-engineer the thought, the thought or the attitude, the perception of Nigeria when it comes to the issue of money, riches, respect, how to be on top. First thing I like them to stop is all these titles like chief. All these titles that they try to get because they get these titles in order to use it to oppress people. Because wherever you go to, any office you go, if you are the first person that get there, and another person come and say, Oga, so and so chief is around. You just got to say, let it come in. It will abandon every other person until he attend to that chief. Because why? Because we in the society make them feel that they are much more better than those ones who are not having that title or who are not rich, because you respect them. So we have to try to re-engineer our way of thinking, the people way of thinking, right? Everything in life is not about money. And when I was growing up, we used to hear a saying that good name is better than riches. But today is riches is better than good name. In fact, there's no more anything like good name again. It's all what you have. how heavy is your pocket? So how heavy is your pocket that you don't even know how the guy, nobody cares how you make it, right? That has been one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria. And this thing has been a systematically started. And I blame the churches also for it, because they are the one that started this so-called prosperity preaching, right? And from there, it began to take root in the mind of everybody, in the heart of everybody, right? So we have to change our perception of things. We have to change our perception, how we see things. I was talking to a friend today. I said, like John Abajo said, that if the so-called the attitude of sympathy, you always sympathize with person because it is a person you know, or it is with your family or your friend. If maybe now a family member misuse your investment in Nigeria, when you go home, all the family come and be begging you, please forgive, forget, please. It's our child. Like what they did to Ibori when Ibori came back from London. They said, let the person say, no, the people of his state side, of his community said, no, it is our child, it's our son living for us. So at the end, how can we be able to build a society, a country, a nation that we have that and that value that everybody are equal? Even though not 100% equal, at least everybody can be able to assess what that judgment, that respect, no matter who you are, right? Then the second thing is corruption. Nigeria should have a zero tolerance to corruption, because the issue of corruption is the biggest cankerworm in Nigeria's government today, right? Look at what they are doing with the oil, from the oil subsidy, the stealing of oil. Just last week, they said, the Nigerian Navy have destroyed another vessel. How can you be destroying vessels that they're not even persecuted? You destroy the vessels, those that own the vessels, they are still didn't destroy, they cannot destroy them. You understand me? So all these things are a systematic cankerworm in our government, and any society that has that legalize corruption, it is dead. There's no how things will move forward. If you are not in that group, if you don't belong to that circle, right, you are toast. Right? You cannot be able to achieve anything. Right? Let's assume, for example, if you have a company in Nigeria, do you know how many type of taxes that you pay, and you don't even know where this money goes to? Like in Lagos now, everywhere you move to, the agberos are there to collect money from you. These are all elements of corruption. So we have to fight that corruption, right? And look, for example, now Tinubu now came in, a prime minister and everything, but he's not talking about corruption. He's talking about how to fight corruption. The oil subsidy is you remove the oil subsidy, but how about the people that collected this oil subsidy from the government? What are you going to do to them? Like somebody said that a friend of his told him that he told his governor, said, Oga, he said we are tired of making money just because from oil subsidy. So we have to be able to fight corruption, at least, if not to zero, but at least to a minimum, at least so At least that people, the money of the city, of the people should be used for the people. The money should be fed. Look at constructions. Look at all contracts they are being given out. Nobody monitors it. Nobody say what happened. Nobody cares about it. Right? The contract will be given for the past 10 years, and that money will be gone. Nobody's held responsible. The contractors are not even caught to book. So how can we continue in that way?
Blackstone.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned like the Agberos in Lagos, for example.
Yeah.
There's something that's, you know, I saw recent, which although they've been trying to get it working for quite a while, but which really impressed me, because another way the Agberos could be phased out if you have a solid transport network. So now the Blue Ridge started working here, and a lot of people were saying good things about it, that it caught their journey and stuff like that. So if all those bits of, at least they can't be collecting Agbero money on the train. You understand? Yeah.
Cool.
So,
no, I don't. Actually, the Agberos are not after the government infrastructures or government room. They are after the common people.
Yeah, it's on the majorly the transport network, which is the network, the boss, right? The boss.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can tell you one thing now. If your vehicle break down anywhere in Lagos, before you know it, you will see about 5 or 6 people around you, Agberos around you. And if it has happened to me, I think it has happened to me. If you don't pay them, even if you repair that vehicle, you don't pay your vehicle is not moving. They will tell you that they will destroy the windscreen. That's how bad is it.
The Blackstone is all part of the
system.
lack of government.
Yes.
Functioning. Because if it's in a society where those things happen, that things go well, those people shouldn't be there in the first place. And
definitely,
to begin with. But then, even you are saying it's not only part of the transportation. Even people building a house.
Yes, everything in Lagos, even your street, the street you are living in, the street you are living in. If you are going to go in, sometimes you have to pay.
Yeah. If you get a level, every level, when I get a little level, they will come for you. If you get the roofing, they will come for you. So it's also part of the deteriorating in the society where anybody can just bully anybody, where the most corrupt have the final say. And until the good people can push back on them by unite and not operate by fear. Some of those things is fear. What if I have my property building or have my transport system to help and to invest in the society? That why should I go through that? But that is how the system was formed. If you even take them to police station, it's like you are stupid. Even if they would say like one of my guy in Lagos, he was on what we call Okada or motorcycle, and his laptop was snatched from him right there under a bridge like that. And when he went to police station, the police couldn't help him until he find the head of one Agboro, and the person said, "Give me," and he have a law, his office laptop. You have a lot of stuff.
Information inside. Yeah.
Yes. So he went and talked to one of the Agboro under the bridge, and the Agboro said, "Give me 1 hour," and they were able to retrieve the computer. What police couldn't do. So it's part of the rotten society we all have, and those things are majorly, and that's the reason why you look at it. Then somebody the blacks, when you talk about the chief and all the chieftaincy or the whatever, it's all the way they use it. It's mainly used. That is more used in the east. When you talk about those chieftaincy, less than, I mean, in Lagos one is maybe more pronounced. They will say Oba of so city, Oba of, but then in the east, almost every street is chief. So in the East, the way they look at this is different. And it's not because the chieftaincy is bad, it's the intention. That
it's not bad. Yeah, the way they use it to oppress the people. Yes,
of the people that you think you are more relevant than the other person. And that's why everybody crave to become relevant in the society by going through that route. And all of that, end of the day, is still part of the decay system we have.
The system. Sometimes,
Blackstone.
sometimes
John, before you finish, Blackstone,
okay.
I was just gonna say, when you mentioned the Agberos, it made me to remember Al Capone, in America.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you watch the film of Al Capone, the way they extort people and stuff like that.
Right.
And when the federal government, went for them, and that was the hand. You understand? Which it was jailed, for life. Even I think he died in jail or something like that. Which even the children, they don't want to use their father's son name, Al Capone. That name again. I believe like their time will come. I won't lie to you, because look, they can't just be doing it. There will be a time.
Okay, for example, for example, they use them for election purposes, not number one, because they are working for the government. They are like the talks for the government. So anytime they want to use them to suppress other people, the government calls them, use them to suppress. At least like last election, you see what they did, their impact or the role they play in the election in both presidential and governorship election in Lagos. You understand me? So that's what it is. But if the government really want to stop it, they can stop it. That is it. They can stop it because that's the part of the rotten system.
Who do you think is going to stop it? How do you think? What is the approach to stop it?
The approach is this: that first of all, right? If you put technology in place and then also create a mix of job for them.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for.
And then don't arrest them. Arrest them. The police should go after them.
Oh, we arrest. Police are more even corrupt than those people.
Yes, no, they are corrupt than those people. Because okay, for example, now, like a MC or something, he has his own group. It may be the head of the Nigeria transport service in Lagos.
It's the same people the police use, the politicians use.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he has his own group.
It's the same people they use to accomplish their mission.
Their missions, yeah.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, if Olusegun can be arrested by maybe, anyway, I don't, like you said, they use them for their own purpose. That's what it is. And I can tell you why. Let me tell you something. Let me give you a personal experience, right? All this chairman of the parks, you understand me? Do you know how much they contribute, they pay to the government every week?
You're talking about the park managers?
Yes. Every month. I was present with one of them. Let me say Maza, a very big park. In one time, they could say, said within 1 week, he has to bring them 10 million naira. That was 2011, though. At that time, when he was having value. You know that man, for him not to lose his position, he has to fight day and night to raise that money. Because if he cannot raise that money, I tell you, next one, they will no longer appoint him as the chairman of that park anymore. You understand me? So at the end of the day, it's like a chain, right? It comes from the top to them. For you to have that position now, you must be able to remit how much they wanted to remit back to them.
Yeah, like you said, the Blackstone. I totally agree with what you said, but the issue is this: the level. I'm not saying there's no solution. But the solution have to come from the willingness of a leader who have a vision to eradicate and aggressively follow these things, whose want their legacy is to create a future, not to compromise. Because if you not fight these people and you think they won't fight back, because all their life they have lived for this thing. This is their income. This is what they live their lifestyle on. This is everything they do. It's like the survival of the fittest. So at the end of the day, it has to take a visionary to say enough is enough. Until we get that and people started facing the consequences of their action, that there's no way again to justify it. The reason, and this is one of the reasons that brought Buhari to power, because they saw that during his time with Idiagbon, he was able to create a war against indiscipline. Nigeria actually do not believe that he may have economic knowledge how to build a thing. But they believe that he's going to bring discipline to the table. Yes. So in the case that all of these things, I personally may not know his challenges. Maybe if he take time to write a book or attend some interview and tell us, because he failed Nigeria was not expecting that, he's going to create job. But they believe he's going to bring discipline to the table. That was the reason. And he's going to hold people accountable. And even when he came to the power, if you look back, people like the former CG of Custom, he ran out of the country. Many people run away. And then end of the day, they came back, they now say whistleblower. All you have to do is to snitch on your neighbor. If you snitch on your neighbor, tomorrow you're going to live in that neighborhood. There is no boldness and there's no clear vision to hold people accountable, and there's no way they are approaching to eradicate this kind of thing. And that is what bring the stand-up today. I think
it's because Jonaba, it's because people don't know that it was Idiagbon that was doing,
that was actually
era.
I think some people knows, people that are close to him and know him, they have his own charisma, but he's not good in that aspect. But nevertheless, they think at least he will come up.
It was large at that time.
People knows that. People knows that, but some people just believe that he will use the same approach. Maybe and another thing, maybe we don't know. Maybe Subanjo, and then you understand this is not a military era. So the military era, I think he worked within a very hard line. Because you are now a politician, you were a former military president, and now you were not even there for long before you were overthrown, and now come to work in this tiny line. I think he have his own struggle how to balance it up, and because you were not elected as a military to say, you must do this war against indiscipline. And those are the things.
So my third solution, I will say, is that let people in diaspora get involved in the politics. I believe that it is time that we should be able to give our support to somebody we know is credible.
Blackstone. What you just mentioned now, is very, very important. And see, some of us in the diaspora, we go with the flows. We don't like the truth,
I know.
See, if you for example, if another man come onto this platform now and start saying things the way he sees things, people will go for him. You understand? But from his own side, that's the way he understands things.
Right.
And we need to learn. It's just like I like the way Tone was saying it the other time, that look, people are individuals. Don't bring tribe. That I met Yoruba, or the person was speaking Hausa. You understand when this guy was talking that, and I backed up Tone then, because look, that is the mentality that some people have.
Mr. T, what I'm trying to say that it cannot only be in this platform, right? okay, for example, you live in the UK. You might know people, right, who are interested in politics, and you can even know their character, right, their integrity, right. People that are maybe just the people that already working or is involved in the government in the UK, right? Because they already have a name they want to keep, they want to maintain. You understand me? So, like we were saying before, like Ngozi Uwala now, right?
No, I respect that woman anytime,
Yes.
any day.
So, right.
Yeah.
So there are still people like that from Nigeria all over the world who has a name to maintain, and they don't want to stand their name no matter what. You understand
But
me?
our visit to, just because you mentioned, I'm sorry to interject, our visit to Tinubu now, to some people, is a betrayal to them. So in as much as she is for the better of the nation, because to her, this is the person that is in charge for now, and the people are suffering, and she have a solution or have something to contribute. And now, then you will come from your own narrow-minded.
Exactly.
It's a betrayal. The case is still in the court. This person is
There's
not.
nothing she can do.
So when it's not easy. You know, sometimes what you see that not that we don't have good Nigerians who have a better vision for Nigeria.
Yeah.
They're just afraid of getting stained by the people who doesn't know better, who can make so much noise. And it's frustrating. The biggest pain in life, for a visionary is to live and to fight for somebody, and it's fighting you. You are fighting for somebody for their good, and they are fighting you. It's very painful when it comes. Very painful. And that is the problem we're having in Nigeria. And then the sabi spirit, we all know too much. Nobody know everything. You just have a specific area. Maybe you are good at, maybe IT, maybe someone is in agriculture, maybe someone in leadership. We all have something to offer. Nobody knows everything. Nobody have a monopoly of everything. But until we come to build our nation today, I see when a brilliant Northerner will come here and make it, and I thank God for Rudolph many times, because he is not stupid by leaving them to talk over and over, because you know it's hard to see many of them on this platform and the same people you talk to and the same pattern, and sometimes become boring. And the reason why some of us go opposite, it's not we go opposite so that the thing can be interesting. And all of us cannot just follow one person. Which
exactly.
We believe that they are.
That's why when they sit here,
push me. It become interesting when other people can watch and see that okay, we are talking about a town square that every Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani, whatever Igbo, Shekiri, Benin, Edo, Igala, Idoma, Lupe. Anybody can listen and say, okay, they are talking and these are Nigerians talking, but it's not just part of one Nigerian dominating the airways here. We narrow it down and it becomes less interesting. And I think Rudolph says it, even though he get pressure from them, in most cases he never caved to those things that,
never caved to. Another thing that I try to say is, I remember back then, there was a time I just, I was new to the show. I was just watching, and Forefather was saying something logical and they were going for him. And Forefather was saying that, look, why are you reasoning like this, for God's sake? Man, I was forced to join. I wouldn't like to. I said, look, this guy is saying, because look, there is no way, you want to say you love Nigeria and you want it to burn down. There's no way. You understand? So he was trying to, calm the pressure. But no, those guys were just saying, no, what we need is war.
Actually, we have to sometimes remove emotions from our
and the tribal sentiment and religious sentiment. Because these are the tools in the hand of politicians that they can use
They
any
use-
day, anytime. We don't want to play to that. If you want to build
You know,
a
Janaba, this is what it is. Nigeria system today is divide and kill and divide and rule, divide and kill.
control.
Yeah, control. Look at what happened to the Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC, right? I was telling my brother today. I said when Oshomole was the chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress, you understand me? That is when they were very powerful. I said when Oshomole left there and joined politics, I think that for my own belief that he went back and told them the secret, their secret, how to deal with these labor unions. You understand me? And and then divided them. So if you divide them, then they can't do anything, right? So and truly they're able to come and divide this labor unions. They can hardly see that they can hardly come into one conclusion in everything they're discussing about. There must be a difference. There must be two ways. Like the last their strike of Monday and Tuesday. The TUC did not join, said that they have to wait for 2 weeks. So at the end of the day, when that's what the so-called politicians are used also to deal with us, they divide us.
That's what they do in UK as well. That's what they do in UK as
they
well.
divide us, and at the end of the day, once they divide us, we have no power, because in division we have no strength.
Okay, see, Blackstone. There's some people in Nigeria. Okay, let me tell you some personal stories. Yeah, and that's why because look, I've met people from other tribes, which are very good and dear to me, and that's why when I see some people's mindset, that ethnicity bigot, it pains me that why are you reasoning this way? There's a guy we went to uni together here in UK, and there was one course, structures, that was so difficult. So, and the guy is from Anambra. Okay, I'm not going to say his last name. So, and the structural subject was really difficult. So eventually, when we found out that we can't hack this thing, okay, called me, say, Baba, how we gonna do this thing now? We had to join hands together. We not train ourselves, coaching ourselves. But now we were not prepared. On the exam day, we thought we're going to be sitting, the way we sit in Nigeria now.
Sitting together.
Hey, wait. So when we entered the hall, okay, was like 20 meters away from me. Okay, Shanten. Baba, don't die. So the guy I'm talking about today, we're pals. So eventually, whoa, okay. I saw a name that it was kind of similar to his last name. But anyway, so eventually we passed that exam, just because of putting heads together. You see what I'm saying? Now imagine I say this one is from this tribe, that one is from that tribe. We're going to fail because we did a lot of research. We got exams that they've done before, sat down together in the library, crack brains together, and then we managed to pass it. You understand? And there's a lot of people that at work, where when they see that we are the same. There's another guy that lives very close to me here. He used to tell me that he's older than me with 1 year. We met at work. This guy is Obi #1, hardcore supporter. Yeah. So now, but when we're at work here, this guy is an IT guy. When my computer has issues, it will prioritize my own first before any other Oyinbo.
That one.
You understand what I'm saying? Because he knows we're brothers.
Yeah.
You understand? And that's why I'm talking about that love. That love should be there. stop this Igbo, Yoruba.
Love is very important. Like me now, most of my friends in Nigeria are from the East. I'm not from the East.
I think love is one thing, but a clear vision. When everybody see, it's going to take a good leader that want to unite Nigeria, because the reason the little progress I believe that Obi have made so far is some of his campaign resonate with some people in the north. When he tells them that bread is not sold differently, and if we are struggling, it's like Barack Obama of those days in the speech of Barack Obama in Marquez Square Garden in New York during the Democrat convention. Yeah, you see what people want to see is a true leader who will not only pretend to win election, but have a clear vision to bring us together. And even if that person do not win that election in that cycle, or do not even win at all, that will be a record that any other person can build on. Because the level of tribalism in our spirit and our mind, in our faces, and the religion thing is going to take a strong leader that will not just pay attention to all the differences, because people tend to get drawn to, oh, Baba, you are my own. Actually, you know, but you know how to walk across to the other people to bring them to yourself. So until we have that leader to unite the whole Nigeria and stop all those things, if I'm running for office, if you see me in the mosque, you will see me in the church. I'm not going to go only to the church.
Exactly.
If you see me in the church, you will see me in the mosque. Because it's the same people, end of the day. When you can walk across, we have in America, it's a Pentecostal revival, Billy Graham. Billy Graham went across the whole world. He go to where, if he go to the place where there's Judaism, or he practice Buddhism, he go with them.
He went to Russia.
Everywhere he bring people together, he worship with them. We do not discriminate. And if you look it from a general perspective, they said, behold, even any other book, not only Bible, he said, the Lord our God is one. Religion belongs to, if like I used to say on this platform, if I'm born in a Muslim family, the tendency for me to be a Muslim is real. It's almost 5% chance.
Yes, of course, definitely.
Yeah, so the religion thing is just about your faith. It does not make any other thing that, oh, you are better than this person. Actually, your betterment, it depends on the value that the people around you, your parent or whatever, bestowed upon you, and that virtue it resonates with you. And when you go out, you generate love. You don't just generate the differences of any religious belief.
Okay, now look at it now, John Abba. You know, I mentioned that guy that went to uni together. Yeah. Now, look at it this way. This guy said he wants to do business in Nigeria. Yeah. So through his father, you know, he went back to Nigeria. He built an hotel in Port Harcourt. Yeah. If I tell you that this guy, he said he regretted this step. His own family, his own, not Yoruba now, not this, you know, his own family.
Have you not heard? Have you not heard? The Bible says your number one name is in your whole household.
It's you know, he said he had to run for his life. He left everything. He said he had to run for his life. You understand what I'm saying? And that is why we keep on blaming government. How about the people himself? You know, Blackson mentioned it before, that, you know, the people there as well.
Yeah.
You know, that orientation must you have to. In Osun State, a guy from America, yeah, came to Osun, built what's it called, an hotel, yeah, his own brother, yeah, arranged for him to be kidnapped, yeah. They kidnapped the guy and the receptionist, yeah. They paid the ransom. Still, they killed them.
You know, God is
now,
good.
They now did, when police were, you know, when police want to work, they'll do a real work. Now they did the research, they now found out that it's his brother that did everything. The brother is on the run now.
You know,
So
God is
now, I mentioned the one now in the east. I mentioned in the west. Yeah,
it happens everywhere.
So,
you know, for example,
exactly, and that is what that mentality that we should be having. That it is the people, not ethnicity, not Igbo, not Yoruba, not Hausa. It is the people. It is because the heart of man is evil. There are some people that they dwell with the devil. You understand? So we should not be merging both that. Okay, so tribe is this, or that tribe is that. No, that's not the way. You know, it's the mindset of the people.
We have to strengthen our laws and the implementation of our laws. You know what I mean?
And the value in the community, because sometimes what happens is the timidity in the family, in the society, in the family setting. Or you think, oh, like I said earlier, this is a thief, but it's not a thief enough because it's one of us, or it's in our family, or I'm trying to, and I don't want to expose it. We have a family name. If I call him thief, or if he steal, if I expose him, it's the same thing. But if we keep covering our own, it's a cancer. It's a cancer. It's going to generate, and we're going to become all bad society. And end of the day, it's not about actually become worse when it's one of us from our own very family that we grow up with, that set us up, and that is more painful. And that is why when we talk about even the terms of law to penalize, or there should be a consequences of those bad actors in the family or in the state, then people think you are going too much. If there is no such thing, the society we live in, even the Bible says, train a child the way it should go, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. Some of those things is not something you hear from church or anything. Your child come home with nothing. In Nigeria right now, a child can come home, a girl or a boy can come home with 1 million something that you know is not working. Where did he get it from?
Anyway,
as old as I am, I dare not do it. They will ask me. My parents will ask me. Okay, go on, Blasto.
John, so let's give Tone to talk.
I know Tone is a very gentleman that he shares.
Because the Papa is already waiting for us to finish.
Tone, please share your experience and forefathers. Forefathers have been watching online now, so you go up and...
I'm just listening to what everybody's saying. We're all saying the same thing. The thing is, I just hope, thinking about Nigeria sometimes, it just makes your head spin. But like we all said, it has to start from the beginning. And I've started with myself, and I think the church is one of the biggest problems we have. Make no mistake.
I totally agree. I agree.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in the risen Christ. I'm not a believer of the Christ of some of these churches have created. I'm a believer of the risen Christ. But however, I'm not giving no man of God come and collect the tithes now. You see what you hear from me. I work very hard for my money. I rather invest in practical things. Okay, like what Tia was talking about, farming, which is very interesting and all that. Us in diaspora, we don't know how privileged we are positioned. You know, we can take a lot of things back. But again, when you go back home, maybe you call one of your little cousins and all that. Will they be honest enough to manage that business properly? No. That's another thing. So the corruption we are talking about is in the fabric of society, and it starts from the family. You see, the fabric of society is so they just believe that if you're coming from America, if you're coming from London, they have to grab what they have to grab from you. That's it. See, I remember years ago, my mom used to, all her life, all her brothers, she was doing everything for them. When she passed away, and I knew the experience that I had with them, because we had to take her back home to be buried. I just knew. You see, I just saw this. I was just watching them, and so some of them now. I mean, my mom has been gone for over 10 years or thereabouts, and I don't talk to them. It's not a matter of this thing, but if you can treat a woman that live for you, and even her elder brother, she actually built his house, finished his house and built it. The way my uncle's wife behaved, you know, And it's just terrible. You just see these things, and you begin to wonder: is Nigeria really? Do you have anything there? You know. Then you again, when it comes to relationship with a Nigerian girl, the way she's been, I don't blame them, because that's the way they've been programmed. You know, the way she acts and takes things and all that. You know, everybody, it's just a scam. It's just a scam. So I don't know. It's
not all Nigerian girls, though, to be honest.
no, I'm not generalizing. There are very good ones. There are very good ones that have been brought up. There are some that have been brought up very well. They've allowed themselves to be corrupted by their thing. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say in other words is that we need to change the way we do things, starting from our lives, and that is what will affect other parts of our life and people around us. And it's so easy for us to start pointing at the politicians. But what do you do yourself?
Tone,
what are you doing in your own personal life?
Tone, when you said that you have to start changing the way we behave, that has to start from the house.
Yes.
When you said you have to change the way we have to start from for example, where I live, right? It's a free education from kindergarten to the university, right? Even to your PhD, it's a free education. But I can tell you that when your child enters primary school, if he doesn't attend class for one day, the parents have to explain why that child was not in school. You understand me? So for that reason, the parents make sure that their children go to school, because they will not discipline the child, but they will not put the pressure on the family. So for that reason, the family have to make sure that that child attend classes. You understand me? So that discipline now comes from the home, from the government to the home. So when the government not pressure, that's the family. The family have to pass that discipline to the children. You understand me? So I remember when we were growing up those days, we don't have the audacity to come and say that we do what's happening in Nigeria these days. The first time my father saw me with a girl after my secondary, and not even my girlfriend, we were studying for JAM together. She came with me to maybe not to study together. And when I was escorting her, my daddy was standing by his window looking at me. When I was coming by, he said, "Let me warn you, I don't want to see this girl in this house again." That was the last time she entered my house. But these days, I was asking a small girl who was just 18 years. I said, "So when you were in Nigeria, do you sleep outside?" She said, "Yes." She said she used to sleep outside overnight. You know, so this is
18-year-old girl in Nigeria, na big madam. You can't talk to her. Even if you talk to her anyhow, we will just tell you, say, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" I mean, she will, if
So I think it's not only on the gay side of the society,
boys as well.
but it's also
Let me tell you a story. Do you know that a child, he comes from a very rich family, that daddy has money and everything, so the father always celebrates his birthday for him every year. So I think last 2 years, the father told him that, "I'm not going to celebrate your birthday." And this boy is in the secondary school. Do you know that this boy went to plan with his friend to kidnap his father?
Gee.
And as we are doing it, so it failed. That's when the father knows. So you wanted to kidnap me. He said because the father refused to give him money to celebrate his birthday.
Yeah.
A child of less than 16 years.
And that is the problem we're having in our society that lead to this corruption. If you serve, whether you're a local government chairman or have any federal appointments or any capacity you serve, and you do not embezzle the money or do something to the for the community, they think you are not good enough. They think you will
be an outcast.
Yes. The society or the community will not even mind to organize a sanction against you because you are doing what is right. We have legalized corruption at every level, and this is the way we started tackling it. Or politician will not come to your house or pastor to train your child for you.
No way.
When your child when you go out, when your child come in, whether male or female, at any age, living with you, knowing very well they are not working, and they have something, let's say iPhone. Where did they get it from? Or let's say anything, clothes, anything that you can practically see with them, that you know they are not working to get it, then you should be able to ask them, how do you get it? If you say a friend give it to you, in those days you say, take me to that friend. I want to go and thank the friend. And it will be very rare to see a friend giving a high phone of whatever
millions, 1 million by
1 million. It will be very hard. And even if they do that, a reasonable person will say, you know what?
Let me give you an example. What happened? Let me give you an example here. You understand me? You know, from the age of 6, the children have to have their bus pass. You understand me? So, and you have to show your bus pass before you enter the bus. Do you know that even the drivers, if those children that child doesn't have a bus pass, the driver will not let that child drive on that bus.
That's true. Yeah.
Something here.
So that is discipline. Both the society and the parents discipline their children. Like you all said.
And I think also giving them the sense of accountability and responsibility that this is ought for you to do. And some of these things that the teacher do or the school do is about accountability and organized society whereby people are whole accountable and nobody will just go up and down. So if we're going to be condemning even the government of Nigeria, let's start from the grassroots movement of call things what it is. Let us begin to speak truth to everybody, including your child. Like you said, somebody just said now that the child organized for his father to be kidnapped simply because he used to get something that he didn't get at that point. So a disciplined child will not do that. And sometimes I understand there are some flaws in our society, some things that we should not be doing, but all of those good stuff that made us who we are, we should not chastise the child. Use all those things to bring discipline, and sometimes we are in the developed or advanced society that we cannot just beat up our child, but any child that you raise with the value with them. And if we're going to talk, we have a culture, sometimes we come with like, we are not like these people. What the culture we are talking about is not, if you compare it to other society, we are left behind. We are not really really what we claim.
John, if you remember back in the days here, around the 70s, 80s, back then, if they catch a thief, they will tie their hands with the drum, and they will shoot them. You see soldiers shooting them.
Firing squad.
Firing squad. Yeah, for firing squad. You understand? And mostly they do that in the barracks.
That was IBB.
Yeah. Even before IBB, they've been doing it before IBB, which it makes the people to be scared. Yeah. That look, if you do certain things, this is the consequences. Now, and that's why when we talk, when we're talking about justice before, when somebody was saying, oh, there's no justice in Nigeria, there's no this, there's no that. A man that owns a higher institution in Osun State in Nigeria, is at the level of those days, the Atiku level. He's a big man. He owns an institution and he has an hotel as well. Yeah, a gentleman came all the way from Abuja. Yeah, he was doing his masters in Ife.
Yeah, the story. Yes, I know about that story. Yeah.
So the guy came down. He lodged at his hotel. But in the middle of the night, they pie this guy, remove his intestine, and buried him somewhere else. So now the wife now raised the alarm that, look, I've not seen my husband. He lodged at this hotel. He sent the text message and stuff with the receipt to me. So investigation started. They said the guy has left. But after all, to cut the story short, yeah, they found out that the man was killed. They found, his dead body in a shallow grave somewhere, and his intestine and stuff has been taken off. Now, which the hotel staff knew about the incident. Yeah, everything was planned. So the police captured everyone. Eventually, when interrogation started going on and on, they mentioned the man's name. This is someone that owns a university. You understand?
Yeah.
All those private university. So eventually, the guy thought he was going to. It was like before that. He'll get away with it. Yeah. So now they've sentenced the guy to death by hanging. A big man.
Yeah, because simply because that wasn't the first one. Because the man normally used them for rituals.
Yeah, for rituals. Yeah, but look, it's not been caught before.
No, that's not been caught before. Yeah, that wasn't caught before. This was the first one that has been caught.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is that, look, cases like that, yeah, should be all over Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? That if someone like that could be sentenced by hanging, yeah, because this guy bribed everything they could bribe. No will. You understand?
No, actually,
so there's still some
judges who have
exactly who has conscience.
Who go through the law.
And things like that should be thrown out there, not hidden. Like now, as I'm saying, I know John has not heard about it. Maybe Tone has not heard about it. Maybe it's only Blackstone. But if a lot of people hear about it in Nigeria, that this is, and it's all over NTA news, people will start to wake up. If I were the president, for example, of Nigeria, I'll say, look, now, you've stolen money, you've done all this, all this thing, I'm forgiving you. But this is the final. But going forward, if you're caught, he's dead by hanging.
Sorry, let me tell you one judgment that happened in Turkey. Let me tell you one judgment that was passed in Turkey just on Friday. You understand me? A guy was 22 years when he opened a crypto company, a crypto trading company, right? After some time, the company went bankrupt. You understand me? And then the guy fled to Albania. So the Turkish government now was able to, after many legal battle and everything, the guy was now repatriated. Did you know how many years they gave to him? How many years?
Maybe 100 years. Hello, are you still there?
So now it's frozen.
It's frozen. Okay.
I think you will come back.
So yeah, go on, Ara.
No, I think you are saying like let the consequences of such thing and the news to be spread so that people know that if you do this, this is going to be, and that way it's a sense of alarming and think the society know that this will not be tolerated. And as a result of that.
But John, the lawmakers will not put this into place because they want to get away lightly. Because they do everything with impunity because they know there's not going to be any consequence. They make the law, that is convenient for them. That is why I personally think that democracy should just be torn, should just tear it and create something that suits our culture. Because listen, before even the white people came, we have ways of dealing with issues. We should just go back on the drawing table. Something that is not too expensive. Something that is. I'm not saying that you should pay lawmakers very poorly, but guess what? The senators, if you should pay them half of what they are being paid now, it's still good money. That money can go to certain places. Most of the policemen are very poorly paid. Soldiers are poorly paid. Why should they? If anything, those two sectors should be paid properly. The soldiers sometimes they are all the time they are risking their life. Look at those guys that got shot down, and till now, if Tinubu government was a responsible government, they have never briefed us what happened to them, why that helicopter came down. But we now know that it was those terrorist guys that shot them down. You know, so a lot of things
some of those things have to be really verified, because sometimes those people take credit for no reason, if anything.
Yes,
so
obviously.
we have to be very sure, because anything
that is why I'm saying that the government has not. This government the government is supposed to come out and tell us and say, listen, A, B, C, D happened. We know about it. This is what really happened. That's a responsible government.
Yes.
And that's what we should be doing.
If organization like a terrorist organization come out to say we are responsible for that, the government should do their own investigation and say yes, it's true or not true. This is exactly what happened. Yes. So in that case, we can everybody can say okay. But in most cases, the point I'm making is that there can be a propaganda where some things used, they think, oh, they take advantage to empower themselves or to
credit.
Exactly. Or they're that sophisticated. But in any case, this is a transparent society does that for the benefit of their own governance, so that they don't see them.
Did it John, they did it in China. You know, so if you're caught, you're in big trouble. So that's why. See, when the Chinese here, they're more corrupt than the Nigerians, though, but they can't do it in China. They can do it outside. But in China, no way.
Yeah,
they cannot do it.
That is all, and that is why it scares me when people come to this platform to say this and that and that. And that is my fear going forward with not just Nigeria, but the whole African continent. It scares me because I believe this is a 21st century approach of colonization of our people. And,
of course,
and we all need each other. Nations need other nations. But it has to be a brilliant of you that negotiates some business, trading, and everything you are sharing in order to depend, give and take. But with people with no knowledge of how economic work, we go and bargain with other countries on economical issues.
Exactly.
People that have no idea of how infrastructure, we go and say and their main intention is for the money to come, and they share it among themselves. They have no good intention to develop their country whatsoever, rather to enslave another brothers or another sister in the long run.
That's why I was so disappointed in Amechi. You understand? All those negotiations that he did with the Chinese government on behalf of Nigeria, you know, reading it, I was just like, what? You understand? So, I don't know. You know.
Anyway, as I was saying, before, I was thrown off. So,
how many years?
11,000 years.
That means that even the world to come in the other life, they are even jails, though.
The journey with the siblings, 11,000 years.
Wait, the journey with his siblings?
Yes.
Now, look at that now. Will you want to not do stuff like that again? No. That will act as a deterrent.
And I think another thing, the grassroots awareness will be creating, and there are, I don't know, but I believe in every other, I don't know for sure in every other, where you guys are, we are all in different parts of this world, in the world here. But one of the most concerning in Nigerian and any other places, there are fraud everywhere.
Yes,
there are corruption everywhere, but the people tackle it. They fix the consequences if you are caught. Yes. The problem right now in Nigeria and in many African countries, many crooks have gone to our community, promising them to even sign a document. And Nigerians are so naive and so desperate that they don't know they are left to their right. That some of them even tell them, the working authorization. Are you from a country and they are telling you, a foreigner come to you to say they are recruiting you and you shoot. And then because we talk about so many years of that person in jail, they are telling Nigerians, okay, sign that you for 90 years. your lifespan, you're not going to even be 90 years. Are they telling you after you died, long gone, your family or your children have to continue working for this company? Those are the things that we need to talk back on, so that if something does not seem right, that there's no way you are a citizen of Nigeria and somebody comes to Nigeria and tell you because there is unemployment, and telling you now you need a working authorization, come and pay so amount of money, and we will give you give you a job in Nigeria and give you a job in abroad. And these are the things that they are taking advantage of, people that we're supposed to be speak about it, to create that awareness that there is no way.
Another thing I also see that has actually killing our Nigerian youth is this issue of social media influence, foreign influence, right? Because there was a time that America was fighting China about the human right. The Chinese government replied to America and said, human right is based on your culture. So you cannot have human right and throw away your culture. You understand me? So our culture today our culture and value today is being destroyed by what our youths, our children are learning from the social media. They watch all these videos, they thought that's the way they live their life. That's what is happening. You understand me? And then they are doing these things because they don't know that all these things are not real. That's not the way they live their life. You know, so the influence of social media on the life of our young ones has a tremendous effect on their attitude, their way of life. You know, so and I remember, so at least I think in the early 90s, a well-known economist. At that time, MTV was reigning as one of the reigning music
MTV,
TV. Yeah. The guy said that MTV is destroying the world economy. Then they asked him how. He said because people are now picking what they are seeing on the MTV, and they think that's the way of life. And it's destroying other countries' culture. And since it's affecting the youth, the young ones, and so indirectly it's affecting it will affect in the long run the country's economy. You understand me? So at the end, so that is what also happened today in Africa. All our young ones, look at today parents, when their child is even less than 1 year, they are giving them mobile phones to use and everything. You know, I was arguing with somebody. He said, my son just so and so years, he can operate anything on the mobile phone. I said, your son does not operate anything, because he is the picture that those cartoon pictures that you see that is interesting to your child, you know, and so that's what is pressing. You think that it's actually doing something. I said that is not that he knows how to use it, but he's following that because he has pictured it in his mind, because the children's brain work as a picture. You understand me? So he's always picturing that something, and he's giving other picture to him. He will think that, so if you come back the next day, he will still go through the same process. But you might think that that is what it is. You know, like for example, one of my friend, you know, he used to drink this root and everything in his house. One day, he went to work. Before he came back, the daughter was about 13 years or about 10 years. Went and carried the root and drank it, and the guy was not dancing in the air, has been like. So they called us when he came by. He has to get. So why did you have to get? He said because he saw it on YouTube, on social media. They were drinking it. That's why he went to go and carry his father's son to drink also. You know, and thank God that she didn't drink it in excess. Maybe before they have come back from work, it had been a different story.
I was going to say something again. Another good thing that happened to Nigeria, which really I'm so happy about it, you know, is about Nigerian airport, Murtala Mohammed Airport, where if you carry drugs now, you get caught before you go out, because it saddens me when outside the country, like before, where you hear a lot of people on death row, you know, it saddens me that because I was talking to someone the other day that I feel so that I'm a pity for those people on death row that even they carry coke or whatever, that I feel so pity for them. The guy said, why? He said they know the consequence. So what? And I said, no. Some people don't know what they're going to meet. Some people are pushed into it. It's not everybody that got that heart. You understand? So right now in Nigeria, almost every day now, they always catch people
we had
with
this
drugs. So at least in Nigeria, they can send you to jail in Nigeria or whatever, or do whatever, you know, but not going to somewhere, you know, that you will not be able to come out, and all your life, you know, they, you know, it's spent either in the jail or they're going to kill you. You know, if you go to somewhere like Saudi Arabia now, they don't care who you are. They'll kill the person.
In Malaysia,
Malaysia,
Singapore, all of them.
I think the result of that is not because of the government of Nigeria trying to. It is because of most of the airline.
Informations also,
Yes, so that is the reason why if that, and then if left for Nigeria, they'll find a way to pass it. But the airline will know how you come in, who clears, who check you, and all of that. I think they put a pressure on them, and they have no choice because Nigeria can bribe anybody and bribe.
I know this. You know why? Because there's a scanner that their stuff has to go through, and even as you person as well, there's a scanner you have to go through.
Yeah,
you know, which at least something good
that's
is
what I'm
happening
saying.
there.
If it is Nigeria, they can go through anything and bribe your way through it. The scanner will beep and what? If they already bribe somebody, the scanner will beep as you go through.
No, but actually, if you see some of the drugs where they are hidden, the scanner cannot detect it.
Exactly.
Some of them are mostly
some of them is scanner can, but the pressure is the consequences of the airline.
No, the scanner they have now, because I knew of someone that
even if the scanner do it, if Nigeria want to pass you through it, they will bribe everybody. That
okay. For example, now the drugs that are putting in their check-in luggage, that doesn't go to the scanner. Because there are some drugs that they
even if it goes through,
there are some drugs that they hide.
Will have a way to bribe somebody.
For example, a drug that is hidden inside, maybe inside food. You understand me? I can scan everything. And
see, the scanner they've got here, I think they got it
there's no doubt that there may be a scanner, but as far as somebody is by that scanner and let you go in Nigeria. That's Nigeria for you. But the most
most of them is by information anyway.
Yeah.
You sure? Because the one that even induced.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's not information.
Now, they are better. They are far better.
Yeah. Of course, they are
better.
The they can detect those things, but if it depends on the person that they bribe. You see, that's part of the corrupting system we have in Nigeria. But then is the pressure from the airline. It's a pressure. If it is for our government, they will still not do anything. It's the pressure from the airline. So that is all about that. And then the Blackstone talk about the median or the uses of all those computers and how it's affecting our youth and all of that.
Social media effect. Social media effect.
Yeah, social media effect is very, very dangerous if we do not have a way to deal with it, because some of those impact manipulation. Even in the developed country where you are, if you allow children to be going through everything online, you don't know.
It's not only children, no. It's not even adults.
Yeah, that's
even adults.
Yeah, but then we talk about society whereby they have not.
Do you know how many marriages that social media have broken?
Yeah. So the social. Go ahead.
So that is why, as a person, really, in this day and time that we live, you have to exercise some kind of discipline, self-discipline, and if you're not disciplined, you get into, even sometimes you're minding your own business, they will bring it to your face. And the somebody said that real integrity is doing the right thing when nobody's watching, because you could say, okay, I can do this one, nobody's watching me, my wife doesn't know, I know that, so, or your girlfriend or your fiancé doesn't know. See, the world we're living right now is it's a lot of pressure on the women, pressure on the men, but it's just self-discipline. See, no, I mean, like Yoruba people will say, the son of who you are, the home that you project. So is it worth it? Is you see, you're hiding to I mean, there, like my Facebook, for instance. Why I still have my Facebook is sometimes for one or two preachers that I listen to, but if not, I will have deleted it. All sort of requests. There's some girls now. Somebody was telling me, do you know what they do? They target people in the diaspora. It's just for you to get about 3 or 4. I know that they'll send you stuff. I know that you start doing video calls, do some lead video calls and all that kind of thing. Then say, this person will send me $200, send me. So at the end of the month, some of those girls are making over $1,000, just like that.
Yeah.
For some stupid men that don't have brains, So it's all about, you just have to have self-discipline.
Yeah, self-discipline. Yeah, of course.
A man that does not think with his head, he thinks with the other part of him, you just get into trouble. And same thing with a woman, and it's all pressure. It's all pressure. And those kids, if you don't buy them smartphones, because they are contemporaries at school, all have smartphones. If you say no to smartphone, you will seem as if you're a bad parent.
Another one that's rampant in UK, which is getting up. My Nigerian brothers are getting caught up. Although maybe they don't know that when you come here, anything from
the south. Are you in the south or north?
I'm in London.
No, I know you're in London. Are you south or north?
Oh no, I'm in the east.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. So these guys, you
underage.
see Nigeria, going for the underage girls. You understand? And it's so shameful.
I won't blame them. I won't blame them, because sometimes, you see a 16-year-old girl. Some will even look 19, some will even look 21. And well, again,
those girls,
the responsibility.
Those girls would tell them. It's like
some doesn't tell them.
That look, because you know why? No, you know why? If they don't tell them, they don't have time to arrest them. Yeah, but these ones on their chat, they will tell them that, look, I'm 15. Yeah. And you say the one will be saying, well, you don't look 15. Do you understand what I'm saying? But now, normally the people that does that here are the Asians, the Pakistan stuff. They're known for that. But now,
Nigerian brothers do that.
See, no, before.
Nigeria...
Before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking of before, not now. So before, it was so rampant. Yeah, that the Pakistani, they even these ones, they'll buy those girls chicken and chips, and they'll take turns on them and stuff like that, which the government is cracking down on them. Even some of them that are British are being deported, to Pakistan. So now, all of a sudden, it was not just Niger now, Niger boys, getting, because look, most of those things here, they are like entrapment. Those girls.
But then again, those girls are not even helping issues. It's like this even send you signal, come and get me. Come and get me. come and get
I think
me.
it's a
And they
different thing
wrote,
from what TA is saying. What TA is saying is that
Nobody cares about that.
will let you
Come on,
know
get me
because
and
they
get
are
me.
actually a government agent.
Yeah.
Then they will let you know because without them telling you their age, they cannot.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it happened even here in America. They will arrest a bunch of people like that because they will trap you. They will even tell you, I'm 13. Some will say, I don't mind. They will say, I'm 15. So they are different because they make sure they are that underage and they communicate that with you. So that
Yeah.
yeah, so that is a different thing that
so that's why
they look matured, but doesn't mean you cannot use that okay, because they look matured and they are underage, it's okay. They cannot arrest you based on that. You will be arrested because they told you that they are 15.
It's all down, actually, like I said, it's all down to self-control.
Any wise
Self-control.
person, any wise man, we understand how another is communicate.
No, if you see the people that they're catching,
already pretend.
No, it's not about communication.
They are agents.
It's not. Blackstone.
They pretend.
Trust me.
They pretend.
You know, some see,
they
I don't know.
trapped. They say,
I don't know.
Yeah,
See,
by the time
let me tell you one. Let me tell you one. Let me tell you one. There's this one. This one is in his, maybe he should be in his 50s. This guy, a traffic attendant, a Nigerian guy.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
You saw that one? Yeah. You know, and this, Lord, and he went to this girl's school.
Yeah.
You understand? And
they rushed him, man. They kind of beating he collected first.
And the guy was not saying, Jesus. And I said, what Jesus? I said, why must you, for God's sake?
That's stupidity.
So it's all those pedophile and stuff like that. So it's because look, our people need to be orientated. They need to learn. They need to know.
No.
They need to know where they're.
In our culture, Blackstone there, TA. You know, in our culture, you see those uncles that are overly friendly with their nieces, and when they come home, come and sit in the uncle's lap. You know, that is how pedophilia started back then, and we never saw it. And it's something that is even covered. Pedophilia exists in our, even as we are talking now. I know some.
Yeah, but that does not justify it that it's okay.
Yeah. I know some guy, when he goes to Nigeria, do you know the ones he likes is 17 and 18-year-old olds.
Lord of Jesus. Really?
See, Lord of Jesus. This is rampant in Lagos. This is not, it's not like, this is what they said. That one is.
So tomorrow, I think we have.
I think Father is already sleeping though, so let everybody.
Okay.
Let everyone say good
right.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Sunday. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Now it's only me here. Okay, I think I do enjoy having to be around all my self. So I just wanted to share some videos before we go. I just as a closing shot, and it's something that I'm going to be covering. This thing. Mikhail, maybe I just wanted to have a chance to talk by myself. I just don't want to talk. I just got tired. You know, this week has been a long week with that judgment. You know, listening to that stuff can fill your head up big time. Yeah, some stuff that I saw recently. It turns out that some of the U.S. military is going to be leaving Niger. I don't know what is going on in Niger. Something strange is going on there. The U.S. military is looking to leave Niger. Some of them, not all of them, about half of them are leaving. And I just learned that the Nigerian military has giving the US ambassador 48 hours to vacate. That is quite crazy. It really does some videos. What's wrong? You want me to play some videos? I can play evidence of this. I could. They asked them to leave Niger within 48 hours, the ambassador of the US, which is something strange because they said at first it looked like they were not going to ask the US ambassador to leave. I don't know. It's a bit strange because the US refused to call Niger's military regime taking over as a coup. So, which in a way they are doing Niger a favor, but at the same time, Niger is now asking the officials to leave. It doesn't make sense. And the whole thing is just convoluted. And then the Nigerian military is definitely asking the French to leave, everybody to leave. And they've increased their uranium price from below $1 per kg to $240 something per kg, which is one of the highest increment of this thing of raw material costs, which is crazy. The French, the French. How did we miss this? The Francophone countries, man, the French have completely, they use the Francophone countries to destroy Africa completely. All the Francophone countries, the French have troops there. They just manipulate them. All their resources have been taken. How can you be buying something that is worth $200, over $200 a kg from Niger, but you are paying them for around 0 point something dollars? It's like, that is robbery, broad daylight robbery. And they got away with this for decades. Nobody said anything until Dr. Arakana said something about it. Our leaders knew this, so they didn't say anything. So now that the US is leaving, the whole thing is confusing to me. I don't know. Did Tinubu negotiate something with the Americans and say, you know what, all these military bases next door to us, we don't like it. Maybe you people should, find your way away from this area. But it's one thing to ask them to leave. How about our own people? Are we defending ourselves? Because it's easy to say, okay, US French troops out of the country. But these countries themselves, they refuse. They don't recruit their people to defend their country. This is why they go and bring foreigners. Although the foreigners are the ones that ensure that they don't increase their military. But now that the foreigners are leaving, what are you doing to defend your people? So the entire thing is a bit of a the rip-off, Mikel, is coming from the fact that our people, they signed some terrible deals to get independence. This is what happens when you get independence in a peaceful manner now. You think that they are giving you anything for free, but they are not. It's not for free. Let me see if I can get my camera on at least. So you would think they are giving you anything for free. They are not giving you anything for free. Everything they are giving you, they are taking far more away, and rightfully so. It's their job. That is what they are meant to do. They are not here to do us charity. We are supposed to do it for ourselves. But shamefully, our leaders have never really gotten out of the kind of spell that the colonial countries put on them, because they ruled African countries for at least 60 years before they handed over. So they had time to groom leaders, groom them, teach them their ways, and make them feel like they are part of their elites. And the leaders have fallen for it very, very hard. They fell for it very hard. And that's why when they see their people suffering, they don't notice it. Because they think, no, my people are over there. My people are the guys we travel to all the time to go and talk to. But it appears that some things are moving. I don't know what it is. It's a bit strange what we are seeing in Niger. Why they are asking the Americans to shift gear and asking the ambassador to leave, I don't know what that means. Because Americans have been relatively polite to the Nigerian regime. That they've been quite polite to them. But we'll see. And somebody was reporting the other day that North Koreans sent some weapons and stuff to Niger recently. So there's a lot going on, and we don't know. And this is a problem. When all these things are happening, the people themselves are not aware. But if it was like a European country now or America, the people know what is happening. But these people, they don't tell us anything. They just do things themselves. They will sign us away and we will not even know it. Many of those French countries, when they were getting independence, they thought they had true independence. They didn't know that their leaders signed them away in that independence. So sold them for decades. Till now it's still going on. It's just awful. Just awful. There's no way you can grow with that kind of arrangement in place, where everything you do goes to another country, all your sweat. And the same thing is happening to us, but it's happening in a different way. The Anglophone countries is not so different. But I think the Francophone one is just so obvious. It's so clear. The fact that it was revealed, and they didn't even come out to deny that they are doing all these things to the people. All that money, all that suffering. That is what I mean by bleeding. We are bleeding. And every day, every single day, I see more and more dangers coming our way. I don't want to just come here and start scaring people, but I can't help but see what I see. And I've always been concerned that the near future is not. It's not. If I'm looking at the omens and the things on the ground that I'm seeing, the organization I'm seeing on the ground, I don't like it. I don't like what I'm seeing. And we as Africans have to start playing some serious geopolitics. Some serious geopolitics to get ourselves out of this mess. This is not even national politics anymore. What is going to save us is something on a high level. Because just today, the G20 countries are organizing some kind of network to tie Asia to Europe, up to Europe. And they want to build lines. And you know, the Chinese are also doing the same. And then now they want to build a line from India all the way to Europe. When all these lands are getting tied together through trade and everything, and they start cooperating, and Africa is just there with a lot of resources and no defense, you can see the dangers we face. And when I look at that landscape, the only people that are excluded from that landscape that may have an interest in pushing back against it is the Americans, which is sad to say, because Americans have not been known to be very kind to us. Because this is one of the things Americans don't like. Americans don't want Eurasia to come together. They don't like it because they understand that if that happens, can you imagine, you know, Western Europe, like Greece, England, and all the other countries, and China, they are on the same landmass. Just like Nigeria is on the same landmass as South Africa. They are basically on the same landmass. So now what they are doing is they are looking to join the whole landmass together with train lines and trading. And you can see from the point of view of America, watching that, it's like creating a country, a larger continent that is even bigger and stronger than America. And America doesn't like that at all. They don't like that. And so Indians can't be trusted. If you trust Indians, you are done for now. How can you trust it? See, if white people can trust Indians, because Indians love white people. That's one thing. They are just as their mindset is to an extent colonized, to an extent, not completely. But we are. They don't like us. They generally don't like black people. And it's because of I don't know what some people say the religion, the caste system, that is not deliberate, that it wasn't done to discriminate against darker people, that it was the British that came and changed it so that the caste system meant that they were discriminating against the darker and the darker people. So that is the way they perceived it. So now when they see black people, they tend to look down at us, and so you can't trust the people that behave like that. And most Nigerians that go to India, most of them don't report very good experience, and they get treated quite, they get tough treatment from the Indians. and it's something that we have to keep an eye on. So yeah, that is that on the Indian side anyway. But it's a problem for us, and our geopolitics game is so bad. We can't even join BRICS to save our lives. Nigeria particularly. Nigeria is not playing its geopolitics well at all. And if anything, I think maybe Africa should have argued to join BRICS as a whole. Africa should have asked to join BRICS as a whole. Don't worry about, bit by bit. Because after all, they are being invited to join the G-20. So why don't you just argue to join BRICS and forget about the entire argument? Because now what that means is that all the African countries, even if the Western countries sanction them, they still have access to India, China, Russia markets, and many Asian countries. They can still trade with them. Not to mention Brazil and Saudi Arabia, that is now part of BRICS, Iran, and all the others. So why just have only South Africa, Ethiopia, and Egypt? Obviously avoiding us as much as they can. So the future of Nigeria is in geopolitics right now. And if we don't play it well, no matter what we do, all we build is probably going to be temporary. All we build is going to be temporary. We don't have much of a choice. And if I was a Nigerian leader right now, I'll be working in a frenzied way to fix some of all these things in a frenzied manner, because this is, from what I can see, there's going to be problems in time to come. If we think what is happening now with the French is a problem for Niger, it's going to be a continental problem, a big one. And what I see happening in Niger is something I've been talking about. I've been saying this. I don't understand how people cannot understand that having foreign military bases in your country is a danger. Especially when the military base you're having is from a country that is far more powerful than your own armies. They can choose not to leave. Like now, they chose not to leave Niger. What is the Nigerians going to do? You're going to attack them? All you are going to do is try to embarrass them to leave. And that is some of the weakest form of being able to assert your power. The only reason why they are going to leave because of embarrassment is because of the geopolitical implications. If it was man to man and if they mean business that they don't want to leave, they will not leave. They will not care whoever tries to force them. Nobody can force France out of that country. Nobody. They are a nuclear power. Even America cannot force them out. So the only thing that can make them leave, they're going to think that, okay, this trouble, this embarrassment is too much. If anything, it's going to even turn all the other African countries against France. So that's why they're going to leave. And this is why it's a danger to be inviting foreign troops into your own country. And it's a danger that we are not defending ourselves at all. What kind of a set of, I don't know, man. I don't know what I should be insulting our men or something. How did our men allow this nonsense to get this bad? How did they allow it to get this bad? I guess if you don't know, how can you know you have a problem? How can you know you have such a big bullseye on your back? I find it hard to believe that our leaders don't know these things, especially many of our leaders like Obasanjo, all those ones that have been through the military and they've gone through a lot of training. They must know that Africa's security is only being guaranteed by Western nations. And if it's being guaranteed by Western nations, it means whenever they like, they can withdraw it and take control. They can withdraw it for just protecting us from foreigners. And now we are in a situation whereby in the next 10, 20 years, the Euro-Asian continent is going to be coming together. Except America triggers a war between them, which technically is what America is doing in Ukraine right now. People like to think that America is doing this job because they want to, I don't even know what people think that America, because they want Ukraine to join this thing, NATO. Why? It's not that important to America for Ukraine to join NATO. The reason why they are doing it is because they just want to pepper Russia. They want to make sure that continent remains divided. That is the main reason. You can't convince me otherwise because that reason is very, very important to America. I've said it that if Eurasia unites, America loses out. America loses out if that happens. It's like BRICS. It's like BRICS, but even more dangerous to America because this is not just association of loose countries like Brazil, South Africa, China, India. This is a whole landmass from India, China, Russia, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and at least five countries within those areas have got nuclear weapons. And then that also includes the Middle East. It also includes the Middle East too. So if those forces come together, by far, they will be by far the most powerful entities in the world for a long time. If they come together, they will be by far the most powerful entities in the world for a long time. And except America breaks that party up. And in a way, that's what America is doing. America is breaking the party up. America is not having it. It's not having Russia work too closely with Europe. It cannot have China and India work too closely with each other. So they are trying to pull India away from China. It's just the name of the game. You have to, and this game, Nigeria is not present and Africa is completely absent. And we are the most vulnerable. And I really think that these leaders need to take our survival quite seriously. This is survival now. At this stage, it's survival. Europeans never had the ability to exterminate us because, you know, Europe is relatively not that big and our population is quite large, big continent, too much trouble. They can't, you know, and for more than 200-300 years, they couldn't even get into the continent without malaria killing all of them. And even till now, they have to take so many medications just to survive malaria. Not like the way some people just pop one of these anti-malaria tablets in Nigeria and just survive it a day at a time. So, except they find vaccine for malaria, that makes it easier for them to stay. And guess who is testing vaccine? Oh, Nigeria is one of them testing a malaria vaccine, and Ghana. Vaccine that was created in UK, this in a lab. And Africans are testing it for them. They don't know they could be creating a rod for their own back. This is the stuff our people. Nobody does any security analysis on anything that they are doing. Nobody does. I don't know. Maybe they do, or the person that does, if anything, is just reporting to them back, say, "Oh, this stuff. Oh, now that you can have vaccines, it means your soldiers can just come and stay here forever. Your people can come and live here forever, and that vaccine is good. If it works, it's going to be shared all over the world. The Chinese will have it, the Indians will have it, and everybody will have it. Now they can all live here if they wanted to live on the continent quite easily without any problems. And these people number in the billions. Billions. The Indians are 1.4 billion at least. The Chinese just about 1.4 billion. By the time you put all that stuff together, we're talking about going to 3-4 billion people. That's what we're dealing with here. And we're not just talking about ordinary 3 to 4 billion people. We're talking about really powerful ones around the world, right next door to some of the weakest continents on the earth. Yeah, that is asking for trouble. And this is why I think the continent entirely, Nigeria, all these people keep talking about Biafra. They don't know the wind that is coming. You know, there's a hurricane coming. They think it's a cool air, cool breeze that is coming. And Nigeria is not even capable of taking the heat on its own. What is coming is big stuff. And it's not that long. 10, 20 years, the world is going to reshape itself, except that America decides to really cause some serious trouble. And they could. I don't put it beyond America. They are crazy enough. They could cause some serious war in Asia and really fracture those people to ensure that they never come together to threaten the power of America. Or America can just decide that, you know what, I'm good. I'm going to stay on my continent. You know, I'm going to remain behind. Hey, Paul, what are you doing? You know, I was enjoying myself here. What are you doing? just when I was enjoying myself here all by myself, you said to come back again. I wanted to be chilling out, man. I wanted to be chilling out. Everybody has been going on for quite a while, and I just thought, let me talk about some of all these things, man. Because
it was very tense with Ovie and his conspiracy that he's believing in what I call psychology 101. They call it figment of imagination. He also have that mentality of these men are too powerful. They are not as powerful as you think. If you think Nigeria is so powerful, how did Jonathan lost the election? The US did not release Marines to Nigeria to forcefully give Buhari the election, but he lost. How did Jonathan lost?
See, the moment they say our leaders are powerful, sometimes I just think these ones that are going to Buckingham Palace to say good morning, sir, and all the rest, that's the ones you are calling powerful. They don't know how that powerful.
Look at Tinubu, the happiness that he was hugging Macron and everything. Something would tell you that he has been to that country before Macron was born. But it's a privilege for him to stand side by side with Macron. So they are not as powerful as we think. These guys are not as strong as we think. You understand? They get away because of those things, because of people like them have that mindset. You understand?
Yeah.
Like I argue with that guy, he's just a righteous man, keep complicating himself. 1 minute he said, outside the Southeast, anywhere you go, the Igbos are more. So which means your population does not domicile in Southeast. So if they say your population in Southeast is not more, that is true.
Paul, did you watch this program, this thing, this morning where this guy was there? I can't fire was there. Electricity was on this morning. He was so funny, man. I can't fire gave electricity so much headache. I can't fire was like, electricity, why are you shocked? I told you electricity. You shouldn't be shocked. So it was quite funny, man. Some serious discussion this morning about some of the stuff going on the continent and conspiracies and all the rest. But today I was just watching the G-20 nations talking about how they want to build stuff from India to Eastern Europe. All this is cutting through the Middle East and everywhere. They are basically trying to sew the Eurasian continent together. This continent is one massive continent. Russia is a massive nation on its own. Then you have India.
Now that you talk the Russia, the G20 thing, do you know if you see the newest version of the Huawei phone that just came out?
Huawei, yeah.
Is way
is way. I thought they said are they using their own chips now? I think I heard something about.
They use their own chips and every other thing. It is way much, and because of the US threatening and every other thing, so there's nothing like Google. It doesn't have all those access of Google and the likes. So now, what China is doing, you understand how fun it is. Would only for us to discover that China use more iPhone than anywhere in the world you can think of. So now China just come up with something that is much, much better. So now China is planning now to ban Apple in China.
You see? Now they're going to lose market.
They're going to lose market. You see the power of business. But at the same time, remember that this so-called Apple that we are still talking about, they are producing Apple in China. But China still don't care what they will lose because they also understand what they will gain. And they are trying to stand tall. These are the things that you preach sometimes. They are trying to stand tall. If Apple let them carry their factory to Cambodia, let them carry it to Vietnam or the Philippines. They don't care. They want to ban Apple because this is what the West know how to sanction. You understand? So they are trying to get their strength. And if China do that, what do you think they'll do? Do you think they'll stop? They'll push those type of things in Africa. They'll push those phones in other places. And if we try it, if you work well and it's cheaper, what do you think we'll do?
Yeah.
You understand?
I'm just trying to wonder where America is going to fit itself in the near future, because I'm sure if I was an American, I would be looking at the world and looking at the Eurasian continent and thinking, okay, the Chinese are getting stronger. Now they want to build in G20, they want to build this thing called, train lines from India to Western Europe, and then build African rail this thing. And America is looking at the world, and they are all the way in the totally American continent. So it's not part of their world. And do you know how many nations that are nuclear powers on the Eurasian continent? There is China, there is India, there is Pakistan, there is North Korea, there is Israel, there is France, There is the United Kingdom. In short, almost all the nuclear powers are on that land. Only the US is not on there. So, and if this will come together, this is why I keep telling Africans, you are right next door to them. Not America is right next door to them. We are the ones right next door to them. We are right like next to Israel that has got the nuclear weapons. And France has got it. UK has got it. And we don't have anything. And this is why I consider this a dangerous thing. And I think America don't like it too. And this is why you are seeing this Ukraine war is a symptom of what I'm talking about. I feel America is deliberately doing this Ukraine war. They know what is there to win from Ukraine war.
Thank God that you even followed the African America for some time now, which I do really, really appreciate. You see the way average African Americans who is ignorant to some extent, may not be ignorant, but they are also asking for their own, just like what the Southeast are doing. They feel bad the type of money the US government is spending in Ukraine, but they don't understand that it's survival of the fittest. The US
That's what they are doing.
Do everything.
They are fighting for their lives. People don't understand it.
So when I look at the African American, I say you don't understand because another way around, you see the US, the ordinary man in the street who is ignorant, who look down on other parts of the world like they are more superior. You understand? That same thing is also catching up with their leaders when they are talking with other leaders. They use confidence to talk down on you, but that confidence is not enough. In reality, in real time, they are losing it. Other countries are springing up by the day. You understand? You see what the US and this woman, Jelly, I forgot her name, what she said in the G-20. She said, I have been to India 3 times. This is the 4th time in this government. That is just Joe Biden.
Imagine.
You understand? Because they understand where India is going. And these are the things Nigeria used to do back in the days. We work with the East and we work with the West.
Imagine.
You understand? But now we are just losing relevance. We beg the East and we beg the West. It just don't make any sense. So that was to understand.
America is, and the thing about America is so powerful that they can just decide, you know what? Eurasia, do as you please. I'm just going to stick to my continent. I will dominate the American continent and do as I please with my neighborhood, which they clearly have the power to do. They wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But I feel like America cannot.
It's just to walk back with Cuba to protect that territory. Walk back with Mexico to protect that territory. Walk with Haiti. Everywhere that cover them, they just work with them. And
just take over your neighborhood and forget about the rest of the
your surroundings. That's a bit a stronger block for you.
The question is, it's a very, I won't say it's complicated, because now if you look at the calculation we just said, then there is Australia that they have to worry about. There's New Zealand they have to worry about. It's another territory they have to worry about. So how do they cater to all this? This is why you are seeing, if you understand the responsibility that American leaders have, then you can start understanding why they are doing what they are doing now.
Yeah.
Because you can see the dangers. If I was them, that's how I would feel. I was like, oh my God, look at what is going on here. How am I supposed to stop China getting bigger? Now, India is landing on the moon. India is landing on the moon.
They sleep for so long. And you know that mindset of, those mindset of nearly everybody who have this knowledge actually find themselves in Harvard, find themselves in MIT, Georgetown. We have the technology, they borrow the technology from us, but you never can tell that these people must have also have their own, but pretending like they are learning from you. Meanwhile, they already have something going on. You understand?
Let me check what are these guys there, because I was talking, I've forgotten that I saw him there. That is that you?
Yes, I was about to put you on another background monitor. Step out and put you in the background.
This is not my main channel, so this is why normally you're supposed to have your camera on here. So I didn't know it was you. I thought it was one of those people in the background without the cameras on.
This is your main channel. What channel is this one?
Because when you go, because it's streaming on my channel, so it's linked to my channel. So when you click this in there, you come here. But it's because we are linked anyway. The videos are on both channels.
Okay. You're linked with all even with Keizo's channel and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Keizo too linked to my channel. Everybody seems to think that I need to be.
So the network
to my own channel too.
The network is coming together and all that. You know what's happening?
Yeah, that's what's going on. This is Paul. He's very, very smart, and he's had a lot of experience. He's in the US. He's an aviator, a seaman, and he's planning to go to space. That is the new destination. You see what Nigerians are up to.
I'm planning to go to Namibia. Where the space look like Namibia?
I'm telling you.
It's planning to go to space as well. But you want to be an astronaut as well. Is that the case?
I wish I was smart enough to be that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. This guy will hustle his way there. So, you heard about the Americans being kicked out of this in Niger too.
The Americans being kicked out. They say, are they being kicked out or are they repositioning their place?
The ambassador was given 48 hours to leave, and just today. Yeah.
Really?
Today?
Yeah. So out of Nigeria, I don't understand what is going on. The whole thing is just confusing right now.
That's quite something. The way I understood it is like I heard they're repositioning themselves and moving to Agadez area where they have
they are
built.
repositioning, and now the report came that they are withdrawing some troops, about half of them at least. So now about 600 troops will leave Niger, and the ambassador has been sent packing. Something is just not adding up.
That's a good. Father, when you look at this word that you just said now, because I haven't seen the news, though I have not even watched the news at all. I went to work this morning. What you just said now tells you that probably the people that is working with Niger is part of their condition that they give them. If they are working with the Wagner group or they are working with whichever thing that they are working with, probably must have given them this condition that, well, we can't be here and these people are here. You understand? It may be other type of condition because the US tend to favor the Niger, the military government right now, the junta right now, because the US is leaning towards them to some extent. So for this news to break out again, that has a strong.
I'm finding, or could it be? Could it just be that Tinubu negotiated something here?
Leave Tinubu is a pauper.
I'm just saying. No, it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. This is what I would have done. I was thinking that one of the leverages he could have is that he could ask Americans to ask the French to leave, to ensure that they leave the country for the sake of Nigeria, for one, and then Americans can pull back a bit for the sake of Nigeria to Nigeria security. That for that, then they can be aligned to America instead of looking to go to the BRICS and all the, everybody pulling away from America. Because, like I said, you saw how the British official was sounding very conciliatory to Abuja the other day. And I felt like this is an opportunity. But somehow, America is not being antagonistic towards Niger, but they are probably looking to leave Niger at the same time. That said, there is this report that came out said the Russians warned the Nigerian regime that America is looking to give them the treatment that they gave Patrice Lumumba and Sankara, so they need to be careful. So there's a lot of cloak and dagger going on.
That's exactly why I'm saying that the people that is protecting them probably must have also given them these conditions. Yeah. You understand? Because you can't put the East and the West in one zone and feel that you're going to have comfort.
You will never. It's a very, very interesting dynamics.
It will be interesting to watch the reactions happen as this news is breaking out from America as well. You need to observe how they are reacting to this news, because they have a lot of investment in Nigeria as well, with that military base that they put, and it's the drone command center in Africa and all that kind of stuff. So how do they react to that? So when the reaction is quite stringent, then you should expect Nigeria will be in something. But it's as you said tonight, when you outsource your security to someone else and all that kind of stuff, and you invite new people to stay in your country, whole battalions of troops to stay in your country, well, that's a problem. So it's only positive that they can leave. Now, to Niger, people worry about Wagner, but Wagner are just there to train the people. Africans themselves are being the ones who are being hired and trained. You understand what I'm saying?
But they're not pulling enough soldiers together, though. In all these countries that they are training, it's relatively small, and they're going to overthrow those regimes.
Let's tell ourselves the truth. The word called Wagner, the word called machineries and everything, it's beyond the word machineries. That's just what they put on the surface. Machinery simply means you have arsenal of weapons that they can sell to you. They can teach you, they can use it, but they pretend that they are not there. They pretend like that they are training your people to use it. Meanwhile, they are the one using these things by themselves. You understand? So let's tell ourselves the truth. It's beyond that. These are things that they just will not come out and see.
Because Central African Republic had the Russians there for quite a long time now, more than 5, 6, 7 years. I've not seen the Central African Republic taking charge of their country. So why kick the French out and just replace them with another person? Yeah, the Russian condition is a lot better. All the exploitation nonsense goes away. But still, why are you not taking charge of your country? I don't understand what is wrong with these South African leaders.
This is the biggest problem. That is the thing that we are not doing. And the painful part of it, the part of the continent that is even trying to do it, they also see themselves like they are North Africa. The North African that are trying, they see themselves more or less like the Middle East than see themselves like a South African. It just makes it hard, because if they don't see themselves like an Africa, they will not even talk to the so-called, you understand?
How can they not see these things? How can they not see the danger? For me, it's so clear. They can't even see. I don't know. It's like, if it was me, I would be panicking right now if I was African leader.
Religion to anything. No matter how you read, you still pray the day of your exam. This is the mindset of our people.
When the thing is, when they are dealing with a small country that other people don't have considered of significance and all that stuff, or a country that doesn't have its own, that doesn't have a lot of say or autonomy or something, then you find that they will operate in this way. But if they're dealing with a country like Mali, Burkina Faso, and all this stuff, and a country like that, they will be willing to be, even Central Africa will also have the space needed to actually say, the mission is done, it's time to go. You've come and served your purpose. It's time to go. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if that doesn't happen, it's just going to be the same case with the French as well. You understand? So the Wagner Group is just Russia choosing to have deniability across the world. Russia would rather have Russian leaders over there in Africa rather than just putting the troops over there, over there. Because if these countries start to rise up against Russia as well, that means it goes to affect Russia and China. So Russia would not want that situation that happened in France, all these breakup of relationships. So they are not willing to stay there.
Just have it clearly that nobody is willing to fight Russia. That is clear. It's just like the way Russia is also not just.
But Russia would not like to be isolated in the world. Russia would not enjoy the position of being completely isolated in the world and having no other friends and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's why the West hates Russia, most of the Western countries. But Russia still has a lot of support all around the world. So tonight there's a game of gaining friendship. So what kind of friend is it when you subjugate your friend to to your whims and will and all that stuff? Soon they will be kicking you out like fans. You understand?
See, I think there are two things I wanted to add. China seems to be preparing to start using North Korea as a kind of, if you ask me, a glorified Wagner group. That's my suspicion, because from what I gathered, some of the weapons that they supplied Niger some weapons recently, and it appears to have come from North Korea, which is very, very strange. It's not something you often hear. If North Korea becomes active, you know China is behind it. And then there is also the issue. What was the second one I wanted to talk about again? Don't worry about it. It'll come back to me anyway. But in the end, these our African leaders, they really need to step their game up, because personally, time is running out. You can kick all these people out of your country, but you need to take charge of the country. You can't just
tonight. You know what I was worried about with Wagner Group? It's the greed element. The greed element, which was what Prigozhin, he was